Hello, everyone. Welcome to the first ever Balena release party. So this is a kind of a fun experiment from our side. We're trying to figure out and see if we can do an end-to-end feature release all in a day. So I'm joined by Phil. Introduce yourself, Phil.
I'm Phil. I'm a hardware hacker.
We can't hear you, Phil.
Oh, no.
I can hear him.
I mean, it's a good start.
God. And you actually had
You'd
me.
think he played with his audio for many, many hours before even joining the stream so that it worked, but it still doesn't.
No,
Okay, we'll come back to Phil.
Wait,
so
Chris,
we've got Cameron too.
I don't think Chris can hear any of us. I think
We
Chris
can't hear you either, Cameron.
Yeah, it's going to be Chris, and now he's going to feel
is
really
it me?
foolish for
It is Chris.
identifying me. Yeah. Oh, how the worm turns.
That was me the whole time.
You got to plug your headphones in.
It's all
Giving
right.
giving me the aggro, and it's you all along. So yeah, I'm Phil. I'm a hardware hacker like Chris, which means I make cool projects and stuff. But it also means I have no idea how to release a feature for Balena, so I'm definitely going to be learning today as well.
Cool. So I don't even know where we got to because I couldn't hear anyone. So
Just Phil.
Okay. So Cameron, what's your role today? What are you going to be working on?
I'm going to be working on the supervisor side of things, but also just trying to make sure that everything goes well and in the right direction. And then hopefully helping with some of the testing later on to get the Balena OS image out onto production, and maybe a little bit of documentation later.
Cool. Okay. Sean?
Hi, I'm Sean, the product manager at Balena. I think today I'm probably going to mostly be trying to push for more things.
Scope
but,
creep.
But I'll also just be helping generally directing the work and the testing and documentation as well towards the end of the day.
Cool.
Making sure that we actually deliver something at the end.
That sounds good. So we'll cover what we're actually going to be working on and the kind of process involved and what tasks we need to do in a bit, but we'll keep going through introducing the team. So we've got Theodoros.
Hey, I'm gonna work on the Balena SDK part of this, and which will be the part that enables exposing the new fields to the CLI and the UI.
Cool. Rich?
Hey, I'm Rich. So I'm going to be working on the back-end API side, so all the stuff that balenaCloud, all of its source of truth. So yeah, that's what I'll be doing, and then probably tipping in on other places, just lending a hand with things like that.
Nice. Steve?
Hi, I'm Steve. I'll be working on the UI, so our dashboard, and probably also participate during the UI design, so we make sure that everything is pretty easy to use and clean. It doesn't take too much space and so on.
Awesome. So we've got Alexandros, our CEO, is with us as well, but I'm not sure his setup is working.
I think he's having some connection issues.
Okay. Well, we'll come back round. So I think a good place to start is if Cameron, you could explain the actual task that we're going to do, what we've said we're going to try and add an end-to-end feature all in a day. So what feature are we going to add?
Right. Yeah. So we want to basically enable users to get more of a well-rounded view into the device when they go onto the device summary page. So to do this, we're going to add fields in our API for the CPU usage of a device.
So this is in the balenaCloud product, right?
In the balenaCloud product, yes. So we're going to add the CPU usage for the device, the memory free and memory total, the amount of storage used and storage total, the CPU temperature, and for certain device types, they can detect an under voltage when the voltage being supplied is not enough. So we can surface that as well. We'll be doing a little bit of bandwidth saving techniques. So for example, the CPU might be quite a noisy data source. So we're going to maybe use a histogram type approach to reduce the amount that we're spamming from users' devices onto our API. And yeah, we should be adding these to the device summary page with some nice graphics that we're going to do the UI design live as part of the stream. And then once we've got that all merged, there is a few different things that need to happen. So for example, the CLI needs to change to take note of these new values, the SDK, which the dashboard uses, for example, and the Python SDK, which is fairly popular. These all need to go into the UI too. We need to add some documentation for all of these changes. And after all of this has gone through, we then will push for testing a Balena OS release, which will be released to production, hopefully by the end of the stream. And you guys at home can pull it down and check your CPU usage, among other things, on the dashboard.
That'll be awesome. So people that are running a Pi 4 now, they may look in the dashboard and see there's no CPU usage or memory or disk space reported. And then hopefully by the end of today, they should have all that information there.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. So I think we should, so you covered a whole range of components we need to work on in our stack there. I think if we list them out, then I can start to put up a checklist on screen so people can follow on. So if you kind of list them from end to end, what have we got? What do we need to work on?
Sure. Okay. So first of all, supervisor. So Balena supervisor, the agent that runs on device. This needs to do the data collection, add it to the payload that it will send to the cloud. And that's pretty much all that needs done on there. A bit of the bandwidth saving techniques I was talking about, but not too much overall.
So every device has a supervisor running on it, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. So that handles, pulling down images, checking what it should be doing based on the target state given from the cloud. So when you push a new release to your application, the device will go away, fetch what we call a state endpoint, which is just the what the API prescribes the device should be doing. The supervisor is the one that makes the device do what the API tells it should be doing. Cool. There's also the kind of reverse of that, which is the patch endpoint, the patch state endpoint, where the supervisor tells the cloud what is going on right now on the device, the current state we call it. So that's the role of the supervisor, and it's the patch endpoint that we'll be providing this information to the API with.
Cool. Okay.
So I mentioned that this is going to be patching. This will patch to our API, which is like the central nervous system of balenaCloud. We have to make a couple of changes to our model to accept this new information, a couple of changes to make sure that the patch endpoint from the supervisor, the data will be taken from there and added to the correct place in the model, and then migrate the database to have this new model. And I think that there's not too much on the API side either.
Okay, so we've got the supervisor, the API, and the model changes in all of those.
Yep. So then, it's in the API. We need some way of querying that information if we're going to show it on the dashboard. So this is the role of our SDKs. So we have a Balena SDK. This is written in Node and used across our entire stack. And a Python SDK, which is used by a lot of users, and I think for a couple of places in our stack as well. So this, all this really needs to do is know to request this extra information from the cloud, and present it in a nice, usable way for users.
Cool.
Okay, so with the SDK, that opens up two new possibilities, which is the CLI should be able to use the new SDK and show information about the devices using the endpoints that have been added. And the UI. So the UI requires two things. First, we need to design what the UI should look like for this data change, and we also need the SDK in place so that we have the extra data available to show in the new design. Once all of that is done, we will deploy everything that needs to be deployed, and we will go through a testing process for Balena OS. And this, so we'll take the new supervisor, we'll add it to Balena OS, and our testing team will go through the Pi 4 testing. We're aiming just for the Pi 4 today, and obviously very quickly move on to other devices as time goes on. So yeah, once that testing is done, then we mark it as validated. The image will be available in production, and everything should be fine from there.
Awesome. So that sounds like a whole lot of work. Like, what are the chances we're actually going to get all this done today?
I'm feeling confident. I mean, so this is the first time.
They're done.
Well, yes, yeah. I make the rules. I can change the definition anytime I want.
You don't make the rules, what are you talking about?
Sure.
The product makes the rules.
Well. Yeah, so this is one of the reasons that we're doing this, actually. Well, first of all, we want, obviously to show users the process by which we do release new features, because there's actually a lot more goes into it than might be apparent from the start. But also just for ourselves to find out, what might be an issue, what might come up, any kind of thing like that. So fingers crossed, something may go wrong, but it's unlikely, or rather.
Hopefully that's a bold statement.
Yeah, I corrected myself.
You mean that adds to the fun?
Yes.
What could possibly go wrong?
Okay, we've got 2 extra people since we did our introductions. So we've got Alexandros, who's the Balena CEO. Do you want to say a little bit? Say hello.
Hi. Yeah, no, I'm the.
Can you expand on that?
Yeah, I think that this kind of idea came when we were talking with Cameron. I don't know who else was actually in the ARC call at the time. So I guess I feel a bit responsible for the situation we're in right now. As Cameron said, I think it's a good sort of test of our ability to estimate whether we'll be able to do this, and if we think we will, but if not, it'll be an interesting thing to learn. As Rahul likes to say, it's just software.
How hard can it be? Cool. Okay, and we've had Vipul join us too. Do you want to say hello?
Hey folks. I'm Vipul, and I'm based out of India. And as Alex mentioned, and as Cameron was saying, this is kind of a great initiative of testing out how the team works, and people can see how the team really works remotely on a new problem and seeing how that goes. I am sort of a new joinee, so it will be quite fun to see how this goes around. And I was just coming out of support, so no breaks today.
Actually, it may be useful to check like all the places that we're streaming from. Chris, do you wanna just mention like who's dialing in from where?
Well, yeah, I think we've got a lot of English representation here, haven't we? So I'm in the UK right now. If we just run through everyone. So Phil, where are you?
I'm in the UK, in Surrey.
I'm in the UK, in London.
Steve?
I'm in North Macedonia, Bitola, if that means anything.
Doris?
I'm in Greece.
Rich?
So I'm in the UK in South Derbyshire.
Alex?
I'm in Seattle.
So
in
it's
the US.
It's 3-something in the morning for you right now?
Yeah, right.
You had to say that. I mean, I guess if I say anything stupid, that's why.
I mean,
Did you
you
get
tell
up early,
the
or
window
have you-
is completely dark behind you.
Yeah.
So.
I want to know, did you get up super early, or have you just not been to bed yet?
I mean, it is a little bit earlier than my usual, but my usual is not that late either. I usually get up like, I don't know, 3-4 to talk to y'all in Europe. So I guess that slightly earlier than usual, yeah.
Yeah.
But not as much as you might think.
Oh no, I've messed up all the ordering
Yeah,
now.
you
I think
never don't know
Vipul was
who's
next.
Yep, I'm from New Delhi, India.
Cool.
And
Konstantinos, we haven't had your
Greece.
introduction yet either.
Yeah, so I'm in Greece, Zakynthos Island, and I'm here to do design, UX and UI design for the new features we want to add.
And Sean, we were just going through where everyone's based. So where are you based?
Oh, my background. Yeah, I'm based out of Barcelona, in Spain. Sorry,
Cool.
I kicked myself out of here.
Yeah, you kicked yourself out. No one did that. So yeah, we were just running through and trying to make the point that although we're a distributed team and like everyone works remotely, we're still able to come together and hopefully all work on something simultaneously and get a feature released. And we've been a remote team for our entire existence. So it's something that's kind of ingrained in our culture here at Balena.
And this is a subset of the team as well, isn't it? It's probably worth saying that we have people in many other places that just aren't on the stream right now because they're not all up at 3 a.m. like Alex.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've actually got some people who aren't on the stream who are going to be working with us who just, I think we've like reached the limits, haven't we, on getting videos on or something, but yeah. But,
yeah, it's basically Greeks, Brits, people, and Steve.
But I'm South African.
Sean is another. I knew you'd complain. Sean is another Brit.
As we go through the day, more people are going to join. So I know like Andrew's going to be doing documentation and the blog post, and more people will join. And that's kind of another angle about how Balena works, is that we're very asynchronous. So at the moment, it's predominantly Europe that are doing the start of this work, but then as the US come online and other people, they'll join and add in, and that's how we work.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I mean, the one part of this that isn't really representative is that we don't usually jump in the stream and do it live. Usually it happens. The work like this probably happens a little bit more slowly, a little bit more distributed, a little bit more over time. But we kind of just wanted to condense all of this for I don't know, just for the record, just to see how it goes.
Yeah. So yeah, we're only allowed 10 people on the stream at any one time. So what we'll probably end up doing is cycling through as more people come online, as more people wake up and start other tasks. Okay, so where do we start?
So I think one of the more interesting things might be starting with some UI design, and obviously starting with the UI design unlocks some further work in the UI, for example. So I think that might be a nice place to start if Konstantinos is ready for it.
Yep.
Yeah,
sure.
just to say, we haven't done any of this work ahead of time. We've done the spec, but we have made sure not to sort of rehash any of the particular work.
You say we've done the spec, but then I joined like the pre-meeting just a minute ago while you were still adding features. So even the spec is still being done now.
Yeah.
But not adding features, fleshing it out.
Fleshing it out, that's right.
That's product speak for adding features.
Polishing the spec, yeah.
Cool. Okay. So if we're going to start with some UI work, do you want to share your screen, Konstantinos?
Yep. Give me a minute or so just to prepare and bring all the relevant software.
Cool.
So it's probably worth noting that this would be very much how we do UI design. Typically not in a live stream, of course, but Konstantinos would share his screen, and we'd go through and work out collaboratively how it would look and how it should behave.
Yeah,
it's quite also common during product calls to discuss features live. Take notes, make changes on the spot, and then.
Yeah, actually, I mean, Konstantinos is kind of a bit of a one-man band. He is also doing the industrial design and a lot of the internals for Azure Pro. And that one, I can guarantee you, we have spent countless hours on streams, with the screen sharing, just a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, it's just kind of like fine-tuning stuff.
It's got to be right.
Azure Pro is like it's kind of the magnum opus. I feel I don't like it's hard to really figure out why we've put so much into it, but kind of Azure has that. It's almost like there's a mini culture within the company that like everybody else releases MVPs, that's fine, but Azure, that just has to be perfect.
Yeah.
Even from the initial release of Etcher, I remember us putting so much polish into it. I was like, why are we doing this? Why do I feel compelled to polish this? But
so I think a lot of people
yeah.
probably only know us from Etcher, and you dropped an important keyword there in Etcher Pro, which again, I'm imagining not a lot of people know about. I mean, do we want to give a brief taster of what that is while Constantine is getting ready?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So Etcher Pro is, going back a little bit. Etcher is our SD card, USB stick, and device flashing tool that we kind of put out as part of our. We kind of discovered a gap effectively, and we said, well, if we're discovering a gap, we might as well, build something that everybody can use, not just us. And that kind of blew up a little bit. I think Etcher, right, it's a couple of million devices, like flash, USB, whatever, a month. So clearly, it was actually a gap. But then we also realized that folks were using it. Well, as we release Etcher, and the way we work is very iterative, so we try to sort of collect information about all sorts of failures or errors that happen in Etcher, and your mind will be blown at what could possibly go wrong in flashing an SD card. But there's just so much that can go into it, so many images, so many ways that they can be, it can fail to be written. So we've been fixing those things for years now. To the point where people who used to use these big SD card duplicators and USB stick duplicators have been telling us that they actually there were things that they couldn't write with those, so they started using Etcher on their sort of desktop machines, and that was kind of strange. And then we also know that our customers are our fleet owners, so people who provision a lot of devices. Etcher can provision certain device types directly without even an SD card. You just plug it in, and it'll find it and flash it. So we kind of wanted something where people could provision a lot of devices really quickly, because again, what we want ultimately at Balena is for people to have large fleets of devices, and just make that super easy to do. So that was another bottleneck that was related to the Etcher area. So if Etcher is kind of the thing you use to make your development device, or maybe a couple of devices, your first pilot or whatever, Etcher Pro is the thing you use when you have hundreds of thousands of devices you want to flash, and you have a bigger batch, and your desktop machine with just a single Etcher, one by one at a time, it just doesn't cut it.
Cool. So when can people start to expect to see that servicing? I know we've got it up on the website, haven't we? I can probably put a link in chat there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we want to put it out this year. Etcher Pro is something that's been going on for a little bit. When it comes out, it'll be the fastest, the cheapest, the lightest, the most usable, the most everything. But timelines have been flipping.
Yes, and the ultimate goal is to be able to ship before Christmas.
Yeah.
But indeed, we're trying to open pre-orders in the next few weeks. So let's hope everything is
enough with Etcher Pro. Let's do some UI.
Yep. Okay, let's see if you can see my screen.
We can.
Yep.
Sweet.
Yep.
Cool. And here is the device page summary. So that's the device page, and the summary is this tile over here. And indeed, this is an Etcher Pro testing device, and I think it's a good opportunity to play with it today. Yeah.
Constantine, before we get further, one thing that probably will help us not get stuck is to maybe put a couple of the fields we want on here, but also have some kind of a plus or something for more details, because I don't think we're going to be able to put all of the stuff we're pulling into the screen.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to start listing what we want to show here.
Yeah.
So we can see how much progress bars we need to fit in or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So the first one that we'll want is CPU usage. Now, this one, because it's quite a noisy data source, we will probably want to show it as some kind of bar, like 5 bars, for example, so 0 to 20, 20, 40, 40, 60, up to 100, rather than have, you know, an actual live true value for the CPU usage.
So just
Okay.
for the folks watching, feel free to put any questions about this process in chat, and we'll try and answer them and address them as we go along.
Okay. So
next.
Yeah, the next thing will be memory usage and memory total. So obviously this can be a progress bar. I think that should be fine, but you know, we can investigate that.
Sort of memory,
Let's list all of these.
percent or
And
something.
I think it's worth also having a look on Grafana. I will do that right after. It's a tool we use quite often. Might be helpful or not. Let's discuss it afterwards. Okay.
I mean,
Konstantinos,
ideally, we don't want to make it like too heavy. Like, I mean, the way I think about this feature is like the notepad of you know, monitoring. Like, it's, you know, you got, if you want Microsoft Word, there's always Grafana. But this is like the absolute bare essentials of monitoring. So we don't want to have graphs or anything like that. Just some basic numbers.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we need anything else?
Yes. So we'll have storage
Do we need
free,
anything else?
storage free, and storage total. One slight correction there as well. It'll be memory free and memory usage. Although it could be either way based on what we think is easier.
Right.
So then, Cameron, memory free plus memory usage equals total memory.
So it'll be memory free and memory total.
Okay.
So usage is total minus free. Okay, so you've got storage total.
Wait.
The next one will be sorry.
What are we writing in this list? Is it what we're collecting or what we should show?
No, here I'm writing what it's UI. What would be a UI element?
Yeah, I think we just want to say usage. I mean, usage and total at least should be together.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if it is some kind of UI like progress bar or whatever, you can represent both values in a single.
Yeah, same for storage.
Visualization.
Or
yeah.
I wonder if it makes sense to have, since we have 3 categories here: CPU, memory, and storage. We can have these 3 sort of boxes, and we could expand them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the other question: is if we take the opportunity to have a new block of space and don't just shove it into the device summary. Like, I could imagine a box above the logs that push the logs down a bit that just have like system stats type stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, there's probably data in the current summary like that is a bit more dynamic, like IP address and MAC address that arguably could be moved into there and out of the summary block. So that's something to consider as well.
Yeah, maybe we can just this is a good opportunity to take a look a bit and put some stuff in the kind of this plus area, because they are important, but they're also like not necessarily the thing you want to see on day one. Like, as soon as every single time in your face.
Yeah.
Just to finish fleshing out the data sources we have, we'll also have CPU temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't you happy about that one, Konstantina?
Again?
I said, aren't you happy about that one with Etcher Pro? We keep.
I'm super happy.
Yeah.
For Etcher Pro, that's number 1, at least for now.
So is what you're doing now sort of mocking up the screen So you're just making an image of what it's going to look like to mock it up and see how it all fits together.
Yep.
Are we going to show that in Fahrenheit or Celsius?
Or Kelvin.
Always see. Always
Kelvin.
yeah.
Let's do it full scientific.
All right.
One final one before we go
Yeah.
is under voltage, and this will be a boolean. So I don't think there's any reason to show that there isn't an under voltage, but we definitely want to make it clear that there is one.
Yeah, actually, funny enough, today Andreas had some issues with one of the tiles on the beast, and that was the case, and it took him a while to figure it out. So yeah, that
it may be
have a
worth
flag.
it may be worth explaining why we care about under voltage, but basically, when a device gets less voltage than it needs, either because it's overloaded with peripherals or because the supply isn't giving enough. Raspberry Pis specifically, though we've seen this this capability to detect under voltage in other boards as well, but Raspberry Pis, I think more so than others, will attempt to stay alive, at all costs, essentially, because you can sort of go back to the original sort of reason the Raspberry Pi exists as an educational computer. Its intention is not to be like super strict industrial machinery that either has perfect voltage or shuts down or something. So attempt to stay alive no matter what. But when the voltage is low enough, and you've got this in production, which is what a lot of people do, what ends up happening is you see weird effects, basically, right? Because under voltage means it doesn't have enough power to do what it needs. So something is not going to get done, and you don't really know what that is, but this can lead to corruption of the SD card. Often it can lead to just computations happening that are just wrong, like basic sort of addition failing, like all sorts of weirdness can happen. And the problem with upstream stuff like that, under voltage, is that the symptoms are just so hard to spot, right? Like it could be, literally could be anything going wrong in the machine could be because of under voltage. So it's super important to catch it, because if we know it's undervolting, we don't need to be chasing our tails trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Yeah.
The only thing to mention there is that is rather Pi specific. I don't know of any other boards.
The TX2 apparently, at least we checked. Yeah. I don't know. It was a bit of a surprise. Cameron said the same thing in the pre-meeting, and I was like, "Let me Google." And I mean, it would be actually kind of nice if we can check it out. But knowing that it's more than one device type, that has it makes me comfortable saying, "Let's just put it in the model," and whichever ones have it, we'll capture it.
I mean, say you've got a Raspberry Pi and it's doing a simple job using a power supply and there's no under voltage problems or anything like that, and then you change your project and add a bunch of USB devices and a Pi display and a bunch more things. Would you get under voltage warnings as you've added more stuff?
You could. I mean, this is actually important to mention, Phil. Thanks. We will be, so the way the device works, we will be refreshing these snapshot as there is changes, right? So it'll constantly be like, okay, what have I told the server, and what is happening? And if there's a difference, it'll update the server. So in this specific case, if it goes from no under voltage to yes under voltage, then it will let the server know about that, and that will propagate all the way out to the UI, the CLI, the API, everything.
So the way that under voltage warning is found, it's not necessarily just checking what power is coming in. It's checking, is there enough power to run the CPU and all the basic.
Exactly. Yeah. It's basically checking if the kernel is complaining. I think the official answer is, yeah. Go ahead, Sean. I think you probably should be talking. Why am I talking about this?
Well, I think the actual warning comes from if I recall, the firmware that runs on the, like, in the Raspberry Pi's case, there's like firmware that runs on the like GPU part of it that actually is like boots the device and stuff. the Raspberry Pi's architecture is a bit weird, but that's actually monitors the voltage level, and when it starts browning out, writes a warning. So if you're on a Raspberry Pi, you'll often see the little like lightning bolt in the top right-hand corner of a screen that indicates that you're under voltaging. But yeah, it doesn't come from the kernel when you actually use the space. It's right down from the bottom of the stack in the like initial boot system. The other thing to say is that in the future we probably would want to timeline that kind of information, because especially in very like weird cases, you get points that the device behaves badly and it's stuck in some weird state, and by the time you go to look at that device, its under voltage is gone, but it was under voltage that caused it to get into that state.
So I have good news for you.
History tables.
Yeah, history tables. So I mean, it's probably worth, it's not now, but when we get to the API, I'd love to give a little bit more detail on how it works, because it's pretty smooth for us, but I don't think people realize how much is getting generated on the API side. But one of the things that we keep is the history of the devices. So while actually, this is something that we're working on, exposing the history. It does exist in the back end. I mean, we use it for building, to know, who had which device, how many devices over time and stuff. But we're now working on making it usable for product as well. But yeah, so the data will be kept so long as the devices, we have the device record. And we can, as soon as we sort of make it possible to see the device, the history tables from a user's permission set, we'll be able to put this potentially put this on the dashboard too. Maybe the next live stream.
Right. So what I want to understand first is where we could place this information. So I'm thinking that maybe a good place is if we have a tile that sits between the summary and the services, and then we can do this transformation, like expand it or contract it.
Yeah, I think one thing to make this work, like Sean said, I think we should get some of the things that are on the top card that are maybe not as important as others, and put them in this card as well to create a little bit of breathing room. So MAC address and I don't know which other ones, Sean, you'd say are.
Well, I would say MAC address and IP address are the ones that jump out to me, because this is kind of like the state of the device from what release it should be running, its name, if it's connected and things. But it's not like the physical hardware aspect of it. It's more like the cloud representation, and then there should be another block that is like the physical representation.
Is this the time we do the app versus fleet split on the device screen?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Basically, let's just do a quick interrogation of these fields to see maybe something should be dropped off. For instance, I'm seeing release being up there, but then it's also on next to the containers. So I don't know whether it's like we could just remove that, or UUID probably need a puzzle device type, sure. Status, yep. Wait. Yep. Fleet OS. Sorry. Host OS. Supervisor version. Yep. We kind of need that. Current release. I mean, the current release and the target release stuff, I feel, is a little bit. Could be a detail. I don't know.
But these two could also be merged in one field. Pretty much the way we could
Do
follow the
them on-
same
the
same
IP
thing we do on
address.
the list.
Where's the MAC address even? I don't even see it. What's happening.
This version of the supervisor doesn't support it yet, so it only gets surfaced. Would need to take a screenshot of newer.
Got it. Yeah. So basically, the line is actually pretty clean. It's right, like it's where we say current release and below. I mean, you got the tags and the notes that probably should stay, or and the So basically, that row, which is the current release, target release, and IP address, plus the one with the MAC. I think all of those we can take away and put in this separate block, whatever you want to call it. Is that, Sean? Did I say that right?
Yeah, I think that.
So to be clear, what you're saying is that we can take this out in a new block and replace that with. You want to replace this with a CPU usage and everything, all the data, or you want to push this up and then put the data below?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, but there's also the MAC address, right, that we will also be taking out.
Well, yeah, but we don't have it now. Yeah, we need to, like, basically on the new field we will create, we need to add that as well.
Yep.
So I think, actually, I think it would be quite nice, yes, to have 4 fields, and the 2 first would be about the release, and the 2 next would be about the IP address and MAC address. So left and right, and I think that should be fine. All right, cool. So,
sorry, have we actually captured all the? Because I remember we wanted to capture CPU ID, which kind of is of the same kind as the MAC and the IP, like it's an identifying number for the device. So, Cameron, have we said all the things we want to capture, or?
All that we've planned for, but we can add the CPU ID.
Yeah, I think maybe that's the last one. Yeah, okay, I promise.
Oh yeah, I mean, if we throw in additional stuff in, like there's model and serial number as well, but
we're not.
but if we're not throwing in additional stuff,
I've got on good authority that this is the last thing that we had.
This is not how we do things. It's stressful that Konstantinus's battery is only at 12%.
Oh no, that's really stressing me out.
It's a good forcing function to get this design done.
How do you feel now?
That's right.
Oh, that's much better.
Thanks.
It's charging now.
Couldn't concentrate on your screen.
Oh God, I can breathe now.
I'm interested, Konstantinus. You're mocking up the screen in sort of landscape mode, like most people have their screens. I actually run one of my screens in portrait, and I always run balenaCloud, the dashboard, in that portrait screen. Do you take that into account when you're designing new things for the screens?
Yes. So, but the thing is that we are trying to take into account like the minimum, the worst case scenario we are designing for is a 13-inch laptop on landscape mode, which is quite restricting. And we, like, the dashboard now is not really responsive, doesn't behave very well, and it's something we are trying to fix. So after a point, it wouldn't really matter. So you could open.
Yeah, the new designs we're working on some pretty out there designs with Konstantinus. I guess we haven't really shared broadly because it's so out there. But hopefully, yeah, it should become hyper responsive.
I mean, you say that, but I use it in portrait and it works really well. And where you're adding this new panel is ideal for me, because even when I've got lots of services running on an app, I've got quite a lot of space left underneath services. And it's good for me to have the logging and the terminal panes large. They sort of use half the screen each.
Yeah, the problem, I guess, the problem on the portrait is that you have less width, which is here because of the 2-column split. It's a little bit weird, but the limiting factor on the small laptop.
We're not really so pressed on the width though, right? Because you can sort of see even like there's gaps all over the place, and of course the terminal you can shrink. I mean,
Yeah,
if you're
exactly.
trying to actually read it and see what it says, that's a different story. But
Same with the logging, you can expand it. Yeah, it's perfect. And I've totally done things on my apps on my phone. So I mean, like in a pinch, you can even use this. I've got quite a big phone. I've got a Note 10 Plus, whatever the
hey, me too.
But it's totally usable. It's completely usable.
Phil,
if you just do things like logging and restart a service, then it's doable.
Phil, you're giving the concept of mobile developer a whole other meaning.
Konstantinos, one of the comments said, "Can we scale the sketch screen a bit?" It said it's quite hard to see the.
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, I mean,
it helps me having an overview, but yeah, I do understand. It's painful. All right. So what I have done so far, just for the people that are watching, is that I'm going to the style guide and I'm looking around for similar elements that we already have. So for instance, this is a progress bar, and we have some round progress bars, and I'm trying to reuse
no donuts
already.
No donuts.
Yeah, we're not going to use donuts now, but that's,
just saying, no donuts.
We're getting a sneak peek here.
Yeah.
People
know
the dashboard.
Yeah, this is future design.
I want these things.
And then I'm just copying.
Can we expand the scope to get those
I say no donuts because the original sort of app cards for Balena had like this donut with the devices, and the back when we were doing it in Angular, and that thing was probably like the worst piece of UI ever. Like we could just never get it right. It would drive people's CPUs to explode. It would. Oh man, I hate it. We have a strict no donuts policy. Akis can tell you the details of that story. Oh man,
I'm suddenly hungry.
Yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah, I don't think I like this no donuts policy.
Yeah, maybe now we've gone to the point where we can actually do donuts. I guess consider the no donuts to be something like a scream that comes from my subconscious. It's not that I'm actually saying we shouldn't use it. I just something inside me is like.
Since Cat's on the stream,
pushing back.
# order donuts.
We should bring Cat in.
Cat's in the public chat.
Just holding the fort.
Yeah.
I was a bit focused then. Are we getting donuts? That's the bit that I heard, and that's what I'm interested in now.
Yep. How development works at Balena, everybody.
Is it worth explaining a bit that we're having to obviously do some work in parallel? So there is other work going on while Konstantinos is working on the UI.
Now we've declared it officially started. So there's a few bits and pieces happening. Yeah.
So
what is happening?
Yeah, what is happening?
So we obviously have decided now on the data that we want. So we've got a little doc that we've shared between us at the minute, which kind of contains that information.
So we
so now
Rich, that sort of to cut you off, but can we share that doc maybe with just put the just open it up, whatever. I don't think there's anything that secret in there. If people want to see it,
we could actually share the Google link.
Yeah.
Yep.
Make it
commentable. It does have a lot of it does have a lot of comments in there.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Nice comments. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so because we've decided now on the data that we wanted, as we've been going through the mock, we've now got enough information there really for us to start looking at how we're going to change the API model. So this information that's going to get reported back from the supervisor, we're going to obviously need that. So now we know the names, and we've got kind of a sort of should we say, an agreement on the name of those fields. What we're going to do in order to kind of make this happen a bit quicker is I'm going to go ahead and start building in the test cases into our open API component so that we're ready to sort of test against receiving that information. Obviously, those tests are going to fail. So in the API, definitely 100%, we do a lot of test-driven development. So there's going to be myself and another one of our colleagues, Paige, who's going to be working on this together. We kind of agreed beforehand that how we would want to split the work. So we knew what not specifically the work we would be doing, but more the tasks that we'd be doing. So the idea is that Paige is our sort of maintainer of our underlying component that manages all of our data, which is Pine.js. So he's going to go and do the SBVR model changes. I'll let him explain at some point what SBVR is, but it's or Alex actually. Alex, you can explain that if you want to. But
I'll do that. I'm the responsible party for that, so it's my fault.
You are indeed. So yeah, he's going to do all of that side. I'm going to do the test case side, and then we'll be meeting in the middle on that one. So we're actually going to do it as a pair programming exercise. So we, amongst the team, we have various tools that we use. So just some interesting background, but Balena doesn't really prescribe a tool set to us as developers. We kind of are trusted to just use whatever makes us most efficient. VS Code tends to be the happy place for most people. I mean, there's a few diehard Vi users out there, but you know that's on them.
Did you say whatever makes us most deficient, or is that just me now?
Not deficient, no, efficient.
I think there was a stream stutter.
Yeah. So we're actually, Visual Studio actually allows us to do like a live share session. So I can essentially work on my code. I can give Paige a link to it, and he can go in and he can also start working on the code. And what that means then is that as I'm building out the test and as he's changing the model, at a certain point, you know, we can kind of just be like, right, let's run this. And then when we run the test, we're running my changes in the test against his changing in the code, and it all comes together and usually works fine. So we do actually do these live share sessions a lot in the back end. It's certainly, since the tooling around it has become a lot more easy to sort of just drop in and use. I would say, like, for some of the, I mean, simple features like this that we're adding today, I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't normally go to that level because one person would just tend to deal with all of it, so it's okay. But certainly with the more bigger or more involved features, or where we've got a bringing in of, say, so for example, if I'm doing some supervisor work, then, you know, if I want to bring in Cameron, who's got a lot more experience in that field, then what we'll often do is do a session on that, because it tends to give us a lot more, like, I'll learn a lot more about what I'm doing when I'm working on it and gain a lot more of his knowledge and context. But then also it kind of acts as a bit of a real-time linter. So as he's typing away, I can be like, mate, you've cocked up on that line, you've dropped this, you've dropped that. And that doesn't happen very often because he's a very good programmer. So it's normally the other way around. But yeah, it's a really fantastic tool. And you know, prior to sort of working at Balena, I would do pair programming in an office. I mean, it's kind of a common practice to be doing it that way. And it's really easy, you know, wheel your chair over to your colleague and sit down and go through it together. But the fact that we can do that remotely is, I think, personally find it really valuable, and it's something as well that really helps build team cohesion. So building that relationship with a person, you don't feel like, you know, you get the victory and the sort of the little win that you've made a feature, but to have that done with a colleague at the same time kind of feels a lot more like a family in a sense. You know, you're pushing it together and everything. So yeah, it's really good. So I've shared my screen link now with Paige, so he's going to be able to jump onto that, and we're going to start going through from what's in that document. We're going to start putting in the test cases, putting in the model changes, and then hopefully it should just run and test and be okay. So yeah, but we're going to be doing that in the background. It's up to you, Chris, if we want to jump to some code at some point. There's nothing there yet, so I'm not gonna. Don't jump to me at this point because I don't have anything written. I'm just making sure my code base is up to master state and my test will run and everything. Okay. So, but if you want later on, yeah, that's fine. Well, actually, the more interesting part will probably come later on, because the changes we're going to be making to start with are going into the open API components. So this feature will actually be, whilst the dashboard side won't be there, the data feedback will actually be relevant to open Balena. So users there will have that information into the model. And then obviously our closed API source is kind of picks up on the top of that. So we bring in that as a base, and then we add anything we need to it. So the actual changes to our closed state in order to allow this data to be visible is perhaps sort of less relevant, but it's at that point then that the dashboard will probably be able to, we'll be able to run it and test it and everything there. So a bit later on, we'll have probably be some nice bits we can go through. And actually, once we've done the code, if you want, I'm quite happy if we want to talk about the SBVR side of things a bit more, because that is something that's certainly from my viewpoint is a very Balena-centric thing, and our API code is it's kind of a trial by fire for new people that start, because it's not something typically that they will have come across. But once you've understood it and everything else, it's it's actually a fantastic little system. And
let me, Chris, let me know when you want the Pine.js rant, and
Okay.
I've got it loaded up.
I just think it's amusing that Rich is talking about team cohesion on one side and then trying to start a VS Code versus Vi war on the other side. And in the chat, Lucian's trying to have a dig about pineapple on pizza. It's like, oh yeah, Balena's such a cohesive team, isn't it? While everybody's throwing barbs at each other trying to start a war.
Yeah. That's how it should be, though. That's how you know you've got a good team. When everyone can have a little bit of banter.
For years, yeah.
When you can lose an hour to debating pizza.
Oh yeah.
It's a good thing we don't
you
have
mean,
Carlo
in
here,
addition to
because
the other
Right.
like 50 hours. We mentioned a doc there, so I'm just going to, for the people watching, I'm just going to share a link to a Google Doc in the chat, and that's where we're kind of tracking all the different components that need to be worked on and who's working on what. So in theory, you can match the name of the person who's working on that component in the doc to hopefully someone who's on stream.
So here I have quickly put all the data together, and we can start discussing how we want to show that data. So for instance, do you still see my screen?
Yep.
Ah,
You got to
cool,
push in a little bit more. But
right.
yeah, it's good.
That's good.
Okay. Right. So let's see. So CPU usage, I think it could be just the usage could be just a progress bar. And
just starting the cutting you off in comments early, but we were saying with Cameron that we wanted to make this 5 discrete segments because so we don't really want to be sending, zooming out. This is a number that on the device kind of goes up and down a lot, right? And because we don't want to just flood the bandwidth of the devices, there's people with cellular connections and whatever. So we don't want them to use this new version of Supervisor and just get flood their connections with updates. We wanted to keep it low resolution, so maybe have
yeah, okay. Is that like the signal on your mobile?
Precisely, yeah. So that would be ideally would do something like that.
But still, yeah. Okay, so here we could, instead of having a bar, yes.
I was just going to say, Alex, on that, we had actually discussed the way that you still have the discrete pieces, but the actual value gets sent anyway. So it only gets sent when it crosses some threshold, but you actually send 43 instead of just seeing the 5 pieces.
I think we'll be sending the value, but the idea, I think, is to visualize it in this kind of low res mode. And I mean, I think the sending of the value is there because if we change our mind in the future about the amount of detail we want, we can always do that. But without sort of breaking backwards compat and stuff. But I think this is a kind of a sensitive piece of this feature that we don't want to mislead people about what precise information they're seeing, right? That they're not seeing false precision essentially, because if they see 63, it might be 58 or 68, and that's okay. It's just to give you a sense of where you are on the range. It's not necessarily to give you the precision. I don't know, Sean, if I've convinced you or...
No.
Go for it. I mean, you don't have to be convinced.
Well, I'm just wondering if it's so say your CPU load goes to 90. Mm-hmm. Is it better to know that the value is 91 or was when it triggered, or that it's just in that 80 bracket?
I mean, one thing that now that you say that makes sense. Maybe is for the segments not to be even, right? Because if you're sitting somewhere between 0 and 40 or maybe 50, like you're okay, right? But maybe the difference between 90 and 95 is important. I don't know.
And also,
like,
are we showing the percentage would be precise or not?
That's the one that I'm concerned about. And maybe like we can find the middle ground by putting ampersand in front. I don't know.
You mean a tilde?
Tilde. That's right.
Yeah.
What's the ampersand?
Ampersand's like and.
The and. Yeah. No. Yeah. Thank you. Amazing. Man. How did you figure that out?
I just know that English is not your first language.
Yeah. First language I butcher. I've done this before.
Or would we show the range?
I think the ampersand we can, like, let's see. You know, if Sean feels this is going to do the job, I'm willing to take the
I also
risk.
think
we can always go back.
We could also do color here. So for instance, if you are all the way, it could be red.
I definitely think we should do that.
Yeah.
Like when you're maxing out, I want it to be pretty visually distressing.
Yeah, a small detail is that, like, if you are all the way, if all of them are filled, all of them should be red, as opposed to have the first one be blue, the second one be green, then maybe yellow. Do you see what I'm saying? Or
yeah. As long as we have Steve here and he's hearing all of this.
Yeah, because this is gonna be like a Christmas tree. I don't like it, so I would prefer this situation.
I mean, honestly, I don't know if we actually need the discrete segmentation of the progress bar, because what do we really achieve by that?
So the idea is, just to be clear what we're trying to do, right? We don't want to be sending updates all the time. So we want to be giving people a sense that, the number we have is in that range. It's not necessarily this precise, point in the bar or something.
Yeah, I get it. But so, I mean, of course, there will be the implementation complexity of we'll have to do that separation manually or create a component that does that.
We'll make a new component, of course.
Yeah. But then there's also, we showed the tilde, and then did we decide to keep the date, the timestamp when the data was last updated, or not?
We always have that.
I mean, not the whole device model, but specifically the CPU and memory and storage, because you can update the device name, and that doesn't mean the CPU information got updated.
Well, the
issue there is that the supervisor won't have to update all of them together. So you would either need to add a timestamp for all of them or not at all.
Yeah.
But also, if you are updating something and other things warrant an update, then they would be updated. So the last update of the device we should be considering. I mean, Cameron, correct me if I'm wrong on this. Actually, I'm not 100% sure. But as of the last update on the device, we should consider that the numbers we have are like roughly correct. And again, not the two-digit precision on the CPU, but on the 1 to 5 scale.
Yeah, that's correct.
Another point is that for temperature.
Sort of, is this helping make sense of what we're trying to do?
So one thing I'm thinking about is the same logic will apply for memory and storage and temperature, right? Everything will be slightly outdated. I don't see a reason why we would segment only the CPU information.
The CPU changes a lot, right? The storage, like, you're not gonna, like, even the RAM we could probably do it. With the memory we could probably do it. But the storage, I mean, you're not gonna be, it's not gonna be like an equalizer, just kind of going down every second or something. So that one we're feeling a little bit more comfortable about. But the CPU is just, the sort of thing that keeps going up and down, and you don't really want to. It's like it's a delicate balance. I mean, if we were doing this with a lot more detail, we probably would want to give some knobs or something to the users to tell us what level of detail they want. So maybe, even though we are not going to do this now, maybe if you have the opportunity as you're designing the control, you could make the the 5 a parametric thing, so we could gradually increase the number of the segments, like as a potential in the future. Yeah, that's right. Phil says charts tend to suggest accuracy, and accuracy is not what we have. This is not what's happening here.
Okay, so the other thing about temperature is, first of all, many devices, maybe most of them, have more than one zones they provide temperatures from. For sure, the IMX8 has 2. So the thing here is, are we doing an average, or
I think
are
we're
we
doing
showing 2
CPU
bars?
temp, or
No, CPU has 2 zones. It could have 2 zones.
I think this is probably an IMX thing.
Right.
We're going to focus. That's right. Go ahead, Sean.
Well, what do you mean by 2 zones of temperature? Is it measuring 2 different things, or is it like 2?
Yeah, no, I think it's like in the CPU there are 2 sensors, and for whatever reason it gives you, like, it measures the temperature not from one place but from 2.
Weird.
Can I just say that Balena is probably the only place in the world where the person who's doing the UI design can explain to you how many sensors the IMX8 has to the temperature. Anyway, but I think, Costadina, I don't know if that's something weird about the IMX8, but I guess we'll handle it when we get to that device type.
I mean, it could be just an average.
It's probably something like that.
I'm trying to load Grafana just to show you what I'm talking about. But back to that. So temperature, I wonder if temperature makes sense to have a progress bar, because obviously there's no minimum and maximum. We could set a very high max. For instance, if it's going to be 100 degrees, the max. I mean, yeah, if you go above that, you have other issues.
Sure.
You don't have a device probably
And
anymore.
You can also go. Yeah, that's probably between 0 and 100 is probably good.
Yeah, you see here. So that's the temperature, and then you have thermal zone 0 and thermal zone 1, and you get these 2 graphs.
Yeah, I'm just. First of all, it's not a progress bar, right? What's it keeps grading me like the 12% thing. What is this bars called? Like fill bar, or like, I don't know, like anyway, whatever. Okay, we call them progress bars from now on. But the other thing is, like, it doesn't feel right, because I mean 0 to 100, probably CPU will never be at 0 if it's up, and
sure,
it probably will never be at 100 either. The Grafana thing you showed uses the historical record to figure out which.
Yes, sure.
We don't have that, so I'm wondering if we're maybe trying to force the paradigm a bit.
I mean, it could be okay if you just say the temperature and the actual value, but the reason I would like to have something like a progress bar, it doesn't have to be a progress bar, it could be just a dot, it's just to have a color representation of the state. So it's, like when you see 62, you're not sure if that's low or high. But then if you see 62 and it's orange, okay, that's maybe start warming up. And then if you go 80, that's going to be red, because you might have a
I say we just
throttling
optimize
at 80.
for getting this done. I don't think it's probably a good idea to keep going with this. I think it's good enough. Let's keep going.
Yeah, I mean, like, I was actually just looking at the Raspberry Pi also has 2. Like, you can get the GPU temperature as well, but I don't think we should cover that in this.
We just had a comment from Max on Facebook, who's jumping on board with the spec creep. He's proposing we add a network widget as well.
Sean
is definitely the man for that. He loves networks.
No, I mean, I think that's something that will need to be done in the monitoring add-on, at least for. At least my feeling is that like ping time and average traffic probably be a bit too heavy for this.
Have we talked about the monitoring add-on? Do we want to give people a taste of what we're talking about there?
I mean, we haven't talked about it in this stream yet. I don't know whether you guys have mentioned it in past streams. But yeah, we can talk a bit about it. I don't think. Do we have
Given
anyone
that we're at
working
1
on it?
hour 17, should we just sort of summarize for anybody new joining what
Yep.
on earth's going on before we go down another rabbit hole?
Yep, definitely. So, okay, I'll take that then.
I was looking at you and then I forgot that you can't actually see
No,
where
I
I'm
can't
looking.
tell where you're looking.
No, okay.
Okay, so this is our first ever release party. If you're just joining us, which is kind of an experiment that we're doing here at Balena, to try and figure out if we can design or not design, but put together all the components and release an entire feature all in one day. And I guess what we're trying to show is that even though we're a remote team and we're located all over the world, we're able to come together in this way and hopefully push together a complete end-to-end feature relatively quickly. So what we did at the start of the stream was we introduced everyone, and we've shared a doc in chat, which I'll put the link in again. What we're focusing on is trying to extract more metadata from devices. So we are focusing on CPU usage, memory usage, and storage usage, and trying to suck those values from the device and present them in the balenaCloud dashboard. The idea being that hopefully if fleet owners who are managing a whole load of devices have access to that additional information, they might be able to sort of see more, sort of anticipate problems that could be occurring within their fleet before they cause a true issue.
So given we're a globally distributed team that works asynchronously and we don't always get onto a stream together and hack something out, how long would this take if we were doing this in the ordinary way of working?
Phil, I have exactly the answer for you. I mean, we have others here as well who can.
It's as if we planned that. We genuinely didn't plan that.
But we're doing this today because we were chatting with others a while, like a couple of months ago, and I was like, "This is, I generally tend to be like, oh, we need to move faster, kind of vibe, I guess." But I was like, if you just wanted to add a MAC address from all the way from the device to the to the user experience, it will take you forever. And so they're just like, nah, I can do it, in a couple of hours, whatever. Like, I was like, all right, go ahead, just do it. And they just did a great job of actually recording how long it took him to change every component. And then there was some additional work to be done. I think maybe Cameron did it on the OS. And it didn't turn out to be 2 hours, but it ended up being about 10 hours of work, which it was less than I expected. So I guess somewhere in the middle. And then, so that's kind of like time spent coding. But the time spent sort of from starting the work to getting it in production was probably a couple of weeks. So that, I don't know, if you want to add more detail here, or if you remember better the numbers.
Yeah, that's actually correct. So developing took about 10 hours across all the components that had to be updated. We did have about 4 hours of reviewing and changes based on that. And then let's see, we started, let's say, on 4th of June, and we released that on the dashboard on 19th. No, on 17th of June.
I think that's super useful for people watching the stream to sort of understand this, that something that might sound simple, like exposing a MAC address on your dashboard, that sounds relatively simple. And I think it's important for people to understand just how many different bits of the puzzle need an update, how many different people are involved, the review process, the release process, why when somebody says in a support issue, could you just do this? Why just is quite a big block of work.
Maybe they mean just as in fair, like this is the just cause.
Could you justify this?
But yeah, no, this is kind of the amazing piece of being, and working with this team, that literally the MAC address, right? You have the operating system, you have the backend server, you got the API, you got the database, of course, and yeah. But from there, the API, you've got the SDK, you've got the UI, you've got the CLI, you've got your documentation, right? Like, I mean,
And you've not even talked about the number of devices that we support.
right, and then the operating system exactly has to be released for all the device types. So I think that, I mean, I love this is actually a kind of experiment that we've been doing in the last year, and I think there's just so much power in this way of thinking, where you take something and then you just reduce it to the simplest possible, the least, the quantum of complexity, and you're like, how can we do this, and then the only thing that's left is kind of like the essential complexity of it, right? Like whether it's a MAC address or all the things we're doing today, it doesn't actually increase the complexity that much. All the things I mentioned, we're going to have to do today. The advantage, of course, we have today is that we've got Federico is already like we've done this before, so we kind of can avoid a few traps, and B, we basically selected a crack team of multiple people to do it. That's why we're feeling like we can probably do it in a day. Yeah, that sort of that sort of depth, I think, of the number of places that things need to go at is super counterintuitive, even for me, even today, 9 years in, or whatever, 7 years into the.
And obviously, it's not enough just to make it work on one person's device. We have people using these devices for real things in the real world, and we definitely can't kill their devices.
Oh yeah, I mean that's actually such a great point, because there is different parts of the stack have different levels of risk aversion, right? Like if we mess up the docs, that's not great, but we can fix it. If we mess up somebody's device, I mean, we have a lot of fallbacks. The OS is built to be able to handle a bad OS update should that happen, but you don't want to rely on that, right? Like that part should be smooth. People shouldn't have to worry about what happens with the OS, which means the testing requirements are higher, the reviewing requirements are higher.
And we have different types of user, right? I mean, there's some people who, if we kill their device, they're going to have to walk over to another room and switch it off and back on again. But we have people where their device is in an oil field in the middle of a desert.
I had one customer once tell me they were going to have to get somebody to ride on a mule out to go and
this
replace
is not
the device.
True.
No, I'm genuine. He was like, man, this sucks. It sucks that this, because the SD card had failed, and unfortunately, there was nothing we could do. So he was going to have to replace it.
That's just somebody who knows how to play the support game. They've come up with the worst story.
It was genuine. He was like,
it's like 3 days to find my mule.
It was like a 2-day mule ride out into the Amazon somewhere. I was just like, I've never felt so bad on support.
I mean, there was the other ones that were deployed at the back of turtles in the Galapagos that were in the ocean. I feel that that's probably just a little bit harder to get at. Like, we're going to have to get the scuba divers to find the turtle.
Didn't we send a device into space? I mean, that's got to be the ultimate, isn't it?
There was that, yeah.
You've got to organise a shuttle launch to go and restart your Pi because we killed it by adding CPU temperature. Hello, Elon Musk. We've got a job.
This sounds like the beginning of a kind of a Mission Impossible film where it's like, your job, should you decide to accept it, is to change.
We need to assemble a crew.
Yeah.
I think the last point of discussion with this is with Elon Musk, as in when Anuj was saying if Neuralink was on Balena, and we were discussing how Neuralink could be, run on containers. If someone wants to learn how to drive a helicopter, it would be Balena push helicopter pilot.
Now we have to do it. Now it has to happen. It's obvious. Elon, call me, man.
I'm sure he's watching. You might.
Yep.
Cool. So, Cameron, can we go to you and you can tell us a bit about what you're working on? Because we've obviously got the UI in progress and Rich is working on the API. So what are you working on?
So I started some of the work on the supervisor, and in fact, let me share my screen, which should make things a bit easier.
Just again, for anyone following along, we've shared the Google Doc in the chat where you can see like who on the stream is working on what component of the stack.
I mean, maybe we should also, I don't know how knowledgeable people are, but explain what the supervisor is and its job in the stack.
Yeah, sure. So the supervisor is the agent that runs on all Balena devices. Its role is just to keep the device in sync with the cloud. So, for example, when you push a release to Balena or your app, we will build that in the cloud, and then the API will prescribe a target state for the supervisor. Now, the supervisor's job will be to pull down the images, get them started, report state back to the API. And it does a bunch of other things, for example, configuration and networking and keeping the device working.
Is that baked into the image, or does that run as a container?
So it is baked into the image, but it also runs as a container. So when you download a Balena OS from production, from the dashboard, there will be a container already installed on the device, and that is Balena Supervisor. It gives us the same kind of guarantees that the user applications have. So, if something goes wrong with it, we can just restart the container. It's all good. We can update it easily, and generally, it gets all of the same.
But when I look at my
advantages.
when I look at my device in Balena
it
Cloud in the dashboard, I don't see the supervisor running as a service, do I?
Yeah, we cheat.
No, we filter that. No, it's not reported.
But Phil,
yeah.
I mean, we actually are going to surface this a little bit more as we're working on this thing internally called TriApp, which is kind of our first sort of step towards multi-app, where we want to have multiple applications on the same device. But the three applications that we're going to start with is first is the current user app. The second one is a supervisor, properly, fully as an app. But the third one, and Phil, I don't know if you know this, or actually, I think fairly few people even on the team know this if they're not sort of involved with the OS. But even the host OS is stored as a container on the device. So we literally have a small sort of glue script, I guess, as you boot the device that binds the sort of the Balena engine storage with all the containers. One of them is the host container, and sort of it doesn't go through the engine, but it kind of like just kind of directly pokes in there to find the kernel to boot. And then once you're there, you're normally booting it. It's not running as a container, but by being a container, it means that we can use all of the goodies that we built for user apps, like deltas, like just downloading containers, like normally through the normal channels, storing them in the on the CI/CD sort of pipeline. All of the management stuff can happen as containers. It's just that the way it runs is slightly different, but the OS itself is a container, stored as a container on the device. Like 95% of the OS. You need a little bit to be outside, a little bit, not that much.
So I'm in a great position today because my job here really is to ask really dumb questions, and that means you can just assume I know everything, but I'm just doing my job really well today, when in fact I just don't know. So I'm going to be asking loads of dumb questions learning a lot.
This is pretty esoteric. Like, it's not. Kind of like, I'm happy that people don't know that, because if we needed to be talking about it all the time, it probably means that it wasn't working very well. Yeah, sorry, Cameron. We kind of segued out of whatever you were talking about.
Yes. So when we're talking about the containers, because it is the supervisor that reports to the cloud which containers are running. It can just filter out itself, because there's no need. It also filters out any containers which aren't managed by the supervisor, let's say. Let me try and work on that sizing of the code a little bit to see if that makes it better. How is that? That's a bit better. So, okay, what I'm doing now is trying to work to get the CPU usage. Now, there's a bit of confusion here, because for each CPU, each core on the CPU will get a bunch of values which relate to the time spent idling, the time spent in the system, the time spent doing user stuff.
Can we zoom in a bit more, Cameron? Do you think?
I can make the whole.
Or make the text bigger.
Oh, that is too much.
I mean,
that's great, actually. If you can
we
work
can at
with
least
it.
read it now, yeah.
Let me make it a bit bigger. Is that better?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm gathering all of the idle times, adding them all together, and getting an average of that. And I don't know if this is going to work, so let's see. But an interesting point here is I've got live push running down here. Now, live push, what it is doing is it's connected to the Docker daemon on my Pi 4, which is sitting on my desk right here. And when I press save, live push will monitor the file changes and ship over any changes to the container. Now, in the container, we will do all of the build steps that would normally be part of a Docker build, but without replacing the container. So hopefully everything goes well. We'll get extremely fast changes when I press save. So yeah, it's detected some changes, and because we're running node 1 inside the supervisor while in development mode, it will immediately start up the new container code. So I've added in just the entry point for the supervisor. We're just looping around once every second and getting the CPU usage, which looks extremely static.
Cameron, are you developing directly on a Raspberry Pi 4?
Yes, so I'm live pushing to a Pi 4 device and trying to read its CPU usage. We don't need to do this. We can develop it inside a container, for example, but I wanted a bit more real data when working with this.
Actually, when we're talking about CPU usage, right, there's multi-core devices there. And I'm wondering if people are going to be confused by just seeing a flat number. Is there like a standard way to reduce it to a flat number, or should we maybe do a quick about face and store like an array or something so that we can then visualize each core or something? I don't know.
Well, typically you will just get, so yeah, you either show the usage for each core or you will just average it. The average is what I've went for.
Okay. We can let's just keep going.
So what I'm going to actually do is check that the CPU usage we're getting is correct. I don't think it is. Well, no, it's not at all. So what I did here was use balena CLI, use the SSH command, and use the .local address of my device, SSH in, and just run top. And it's very different. So that needs some work. So, okay. So all I'm going to do here is add some console logs and see what we're actually getting. So you see again as I press save.
Are you comparing it to the load average or
the CPU here?
CPU percentage.
Yeah. So it says 99% idle, and what I'm trying to use is the opposite of idle, basically. So I should be showing 1% CPU usage here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this isn't right. Okay, I'm going to need to do some more looking into this, reading the documentation a little bit more. So I'm not sure if we want to switch back to the UI.
Should we come back to you, Cameron?
Yeah.
Chris, shall we put together that little progress chart? Because I think I'm just trying to get into the minds of people who might be watching this, and I think I'd be confused.
Yeah, so what I was going to do is put together like an overlay for the stream so we can see the components and see who's working on what. So I will try and do that. Or did we want to do a Google drawing as well?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do the Gantt chart. Oh my god. I mean, let's start with I'd do a drawing just to make sure we got all the data out, and then maybe you can convert it to overlay over time.
Okay. Sounds good.
I think we need to continue also on the bars, just to agree on how we want to show its value, just to move on. In the meantime, I already grouped the current release, target release, IP, and MAC addresses into one single tile.
If you want a fifth, there's CPU ID.
Well, I didn't really want a fifth, but so the
No,
question is
I'm
how
just- I'm
many
seeing, like,
MAC
the fifth,
addresses do we have?
Well, so yeah, I was gonna say, Konstantinos, for MAC address and IP, those will stack, and you can have, like, you could have. I've seen users with like 4 or 5 IP addresses.
Right.
And
Okay. So
they would have
that won't work.
You would have probably a MAC address for almost every IP address.
Yeah, it's
Not
basically
always,
the network adapter that you.
That's okay. So we can do the listing, and then what was the extra one you said, Alex?
No, we don't. That's fine. I just thought you kind of were like, we're gonna ask for next one. Keep going.
Okay. I also use some icons for.
I mean, I
CPU
guess
memory.
let's make a decision now. Are we gonna do CPU ID or not? Like, Sean, I'll put this on your lap.
I mean, I would like to do it.
Okay, done. Let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether it'll be available for every device type we support, but
that's fine.
It
Well,
should
we want,
adaptably
we want so
show.
and it's gonna be like a value or like something like that.
Yeah, I can get you an example of what it would look like.
Another point I think we discussed in the past. It would be nice to be able to copy all these values that are presented in this like labeled sort of thing. If you just click it, you should be able to copy it without the need of having the icon. We do something similar for the tag. So when you hover over on a tag, and we don't have tags here, but I have tags here. Yeah. So when you hover over a tag, you get the copy icon, and if you click it, you just copy it. So it's quite nice because you don't need to pollute the UI with all these copy icons. Anyway,
look at you just casually dropping into the stream a beast style there.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this thing.
Oh, this old Pi cluster I've got running.
Yeah. Well, it's all offline, but yeah. We are actually reassembling some B styles. Okay, so yeah, let's see how we are showing usage and total. So I think for usage it makes sense to have a 0 to 100% progress bar for memory, and then for total, like total is the total amount of memory you have available, or what do we mean by total? How much memory your device has?
Yes.
Yeah, that will be the total amount of RAM on the device.
The thing is that you don't need. Okay, so you don't need a progress bar because it's a fixed number, right?
Yeah, you want to know how much you're using out of how much you have, basically.
So yeah.
For both for memory and for storage, it's kind of the same thing. Where
would you need a percentage, or it would be fine if you have, like
I think percentage.
500 out of whatever 1 gig.
I mean, I guess if the bar is giving you the sense of the percentage, I think it's probably fine. I don't know what others think.
Otherwise,
yeah,
it would be that here we don't need the bar at all, and that's gonna be that, and then here it's that sort of thing.
No, I think the other one was better, and it actually possibly allows us to put memory and storage on the same column, possibly.
Yeah, that's doable. I mean, also, like, it's not a problem that we stack. Okay, let's go that way. I need to make some changes here. While we stack, like, does this make sense, or do you want them to be? But definitely we can have. We can make it a little bit more. No, that's too much. All right, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Make sense?
The memory bit, yes.
Yeah.
Looks good to me.
All right, so it's exactly the same for storage, I would imagine. Yes, no?
Yep.
Yes, we're not going to need the total for storage either, I don't
Yes.
think.
Yeah.
Wait, why wouldn't you need the total for storage?
No, you would
No,
need the
just in the
total, but
same
not
way.
the bar. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. I thought you meant you didn't want to see the total at all.
But here it could be, I don't know, 16, and then that would be, I don't know, 3.2 or whatever.
Yep.
But that's... All right, and tricky one, voltage. So basically, yeah, that's gonna be like either everything is okay or it's not okay. And like, do we have any values there? Meaning, like, can we?
No, just true or false.
Yeah. I would imagine that could be just a checkbox, and then.
You know what? I'm wondering if we could treat that differently and just put it as a warning up top. If the device is under, the thing is, like, if it's not under voltage, you don't want to show anything, and if it is, you want people to pay attention.
Yeah.
So,
I was going to say it's kind of the like. There's a couple cases where, like, say, it's undervoltaged, or the supervisor is dead, or what's the other case? Or like you did an operating system upgrade and it rolled back. Like, those type of things should be surfaced on the device, but it doesn't. It's not necessarily something that fits in.
Yeah, it's almost like a separate block that is kind of like for error conditions or something.
Yeah.
The other one, I guess, it would be a stale release where we don't, it should be running something else and it hasn't been, and we don't really know why.
Yeah.
But let's start with undervolting, and we'll build it out in the next live stream with all the other things.
So, all right. So the other thing is that undervoltage is also somehow related with the state of the device, right? With the status, or not? Because
no, it's independent.
For instance, today, I'm not sure if it's relevant or not, but today one device was VPN only, and then I think Alexis was looking into that, and then it turned out that it was under voltage.
Well, that's the thing. You want to show under voltage because it could do whatever. Basically, you don't really know what it's gonna affect.
But that's a problem with the status. It's a problem in general, because when you see the device is it has like only VPN or whatever, like, you don't know what's going on, and I think it would be good if we could somehow point the user or basic troubleshooting, or anyway give them some high level information, because it pretty much means nothing to them.
Yeah, what you should do, if it's in that state, is run the diagnostics, and it will show you that the supervisor is dead and that there was an under voltage condition.
But it might be that we said, like, we could have a shortcut there, because or a prompt, because how do I know I need to do that?
No. I definitely think that we could do a lot more to have people run diagnostics more regularly. So I think people don't even discover them or know that they exist.
Yeah, I'm just getting worried that we're not going to solve this today. Let's just.
No. Cool. And then shall we remove voltage from here?
Yeah.
And we put it as a warning. Okay, so if we do that, maybe we can put everything in one line. Let's see if that makes sense.
I was thinking, Costadino, that we could put memory instead of expanding the CPU, you could put memory and storage. I mean, that can work.
But we have extra, because we have the extra room.
No, well, I was thinking that you could put the other pieces on this card, but anyway, this works.
Yeah.
Like this works.
I'm liking that. That's looking really good.
Don't sound too surprised.
I saw Rahul was just mentioning. I wish it was as easy to center things in CSS as it is right here.
The one thing around storage is that I guess what is that storage? And users might ask, like, assume that's
a good point.
Just the storage of the data partition, like, or.
And a lot of users add extra devices to them.
Yeah, it's not like it's not gonna go and tell you like your USB drive is also like.
Yes, so I had to think about this, and I think for the first iteration, just showing the overall size of the block device that holds the root partition is enough for now, because that includes data and everything else. And although the OS will hold a certain amount of data,
but I do wonder if maybe the data partition is what we're looking for actually. Like, I don't know the other ones if they're even useful.
Well, the only reason I kind of agree there with Cameron is that users will look at that the maximum value and say this is wrong because I actually have a 16 gigabyte SD card and it's showing that I only have 14 gigabytes of space.
Yep. Okay, sounds good. Let's do that. Yeah, but I mean, do you have any idea how to articulate what it is that we're displaying?
I mean, the like standard Linux way is just to like show the name of the block device in brackets next to like storage or something. So it would say dev SDA or whatever, or on devices like memory.
Is that name variable? So will we have to also push it up?
It will be pushed up. It does change. It's different for different device types, but once it's kind of there, it's not going to change ever again.
No, yeah. But I mean, we have to add it to the kinds of things that Cameron has to be sort of collecting and pushing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Chris, I think we need an overlay for feature creep. Do you want to get working on a graphic?
Like a GIF, yeah.
Yeah.
Just put a gouge like with red, basically. Just keep it fixed.
Well, that was one thing I was going to bring up, is that because we're obviously playing with the UI and changing how the data is displayed, how does that affect what needs to be done in the other components?
I mean, I think what's happening is we're better understanding the feature, right? Ultimately, so you end up changing what you are going to be collecting, but or do you mean like specifically what changes are we?
Well,
I mean, the one change we're talking about is the precise name. What is it? Name? /dev/ whatever for the storage. What else? I think we didn't actually ask for any more data here than that one piece.
Because I guess what I'm investigating is that we're obviously focusing on this right now, but some of the other team are working on other components in the background.
Yep.
So it may be changing.
Oh no, yeah, for sure. That's why I was highlighting that if we do that, as Sean is saying, we gotta get everybody else up to speed.
So the API team API, we actually thought we'd done this about 7 minutes ago, but then we kind of only had half an ear on the conversation and realized that we changed it from memory being free and memory total to memory usage and memory total. So we had to kind of rush back in and change it. But it's luckily not really a big issue to change things like that, so that's fine.
But wait, is that because of the UI?
Well, it's out of the conversation that you were having. So I think at the start when we agreed it, we had it down that we were going to be tracking the memory free and the memory total, and then it changed in the conversation that we were actually going to switch it to be memory, so the reported data would be memory usage and memory total. So in terms of, it's a naming change really, it's not changing like the types of data, but it's just changing the name. So it wasn't a big issue for us to switch it.
Yeah, no, it's good to, I mean, it is good to match those. I always hate it when we have some obscure field name somewhere and nobody really remembers why it was called like that, and the UI is something entirely different.
Yeah, so well, actually, the switch was, for example, memory free to memory used. We still send memory total and storage used. Sorry, storage free to storage used. Sorry.
Yeah. So there was also, because of the framework that we use underneath Pine.js, there was one of the names, so the undervoltage name. So whilst it might seem logical to send something like undervoltage detected as a Boolean value, the way that the language and stuff around Pine has been used for the rest of the types in the model, we tend to have a kind of, if it's a Boolean, it tends to start with like is online or is updating and things like that. So if it's in a Boolean flag state, then we actually looked at it and said, well, in order to make this kind of follow and fit better with the rest of the model, it would be better if that was reported as is undervolted. So it's the little things like that which don't really, they're not, they seem very small and kind of inconsequential, but if we on the API side don't try and stick to the same kinds of schema and almost like language style, if we don't do that, then obviously, with a big piece of code like our API, that's quite an involved piece of software, as we bring on new team members, or even just, because team members tend to be, some of us float between a lot of projects, it's not, I haven't done much API work actually for the last few months. I've been focusing on other things, other parts of our system. So by keeping that sort of language, giving it a good scheme that we can all fit to, it makes kind of dropping in, picking up stuff and then moving forward with it a lot easier. So, little things like that kind of, they tend to happen often during our projects, where we'll bounce ideas back and forth. But yeah, so me and Paige have actually done that bit now. So we've got the tests all done, we've got the data models changed, migrations done, and we can do that. So if you want, Chris, I don't mind jumping my screen up and sort of just doing a little walkthrough on some of the stuff we've done. It's the open API code, so there'll be a PR for this going up in a few minutes probably, assuming the spec doesn't change anymore. But yeah, if you want, I can pop my screen up.
I mean, can we finish up the last thing we were talking about, because Rich, you might actually need to live code that in as well.
I'm not live pushing this one at this point. I should be, but I'm not at this point. I've been just running it as TDDs, but
just live coding. But
yeah,
guys, can we finish up whether we want to keep the name of the drive or the block device or not? Don?
Yeah.
Help me.
I mean, I think it's useful to have.
Okay, then we gotta tell. Is Cameron aware?
Like, because then, like, if it's a storage and then the block name.
Okay. Yeah, it's just that.
So
Cameron has to be aware, and then everybody else has to collect and manage that same piece of info.
So just to get this clear, we want one for every block device, or just the block device where the root partition is on?
Yeah, it's
and then
that one. So like, if say I'm on a 16 gig balena fin, it should give me the name of that gigabyte drive, and then so that'll be like, I don't know what it will be, but
okay, that's certainly doable. Chris, if you want to push my screen up for a second, I'll show you the kind of data that we're working with for the file system.
You might need to make the text a bit bigger again if we can.
Yes.
Yeah, so it would be for something like the fin, you would be /dev mmc blk0, right? Because it's got it's that block device, and then it's split up into different partitions. So like the data partition is the 6th partition of that. So I think just showing that whole thing is kind of a better understanding for the user of how much, like, of their total storage they're using, rather than just showing for the data partition.
Okay, yeah, this should be doable. I can just work out, probably the easiest thing to do is work out the device where data is mounted onto.
Yeah.
Take out the partition string at the end, and then we've got dev mmc blk0. Gather all of those things together, work out the overall total storage used and total, and send it over.
I think, Cameron, you're gonna have to fix the spec as well for this, just so everybody else is fully on the same page.
Cool. I can do that now.
So this is just going to be another data field, isn't it, coming across?
Yes.
Mhm.
Cool.
I'm just adding it to the spec now, so there's not much going on in terms of code.
Yeah, I mean, this,
Anyone following the Word doc will be able to see you updating that in real time.
Yes.
I'm just waiting to see the name of the field you want.
I mean, this is something that comes up with this type of data quite a bit, where there's like, we surface pieces of data that are like intrinsically linked. Like, for instance, you have the IP address, and it would be nice to know the IP address and like which MAC address is actually that IP address, or which, like the other thing that users have asked for is the interface names as well. So like in the future, it would be nice to have IP address, WLAN 0, MAC address, and have those be shown like as one, as the same thing. I don't think we have a good way of expressing that type of like link though in the model.
Sorry, Sean, I was thinking about something else. What link don't we have the ability?
No, I'm just saying that with this type of data, there's often things that we pull out that are like somehow linked. Like an IP address is often linked to a particular MAC address and a interface name. Like so, this WLAN 0 is probably.
Yeah, I mean, you probably want a little bit more deeper. Deeper structure, like the like the ability. I mean, with the Jellyfish API, you have JSON structures, right? You could do that. I mean, arguably, we're not going to change this now, but in the next iteration, maybe we should just have JSON for this stuff, because it's clear that it's changing a lot. And yeah, as you say, the other killer is that it's got rich structure. It's not just one dimensional, like flat, number of fields. There's depth. So yeah, I think next time we're gonna maybe do a bit of an update to this.
Right.
So,
do we need anything else on the UI? Are we happy here?
Because then I think we want to probably combine these two. Like I'm kind of worried we're pushing the containers way too low, or win some space somehow above. But like, I think maybe the two. Yeah, go ahead, Tom.
I was going to say that for maybe this is a discussion for, I mean, particularly the hardware hackers, but for me, I would want it almost on the top right and push the logs and the terminal down, but like that might be contentious.
I mean, I wouldn't want that, because like I was saying earlier, I kind of do use the logs in the terminal as they are, and I often have quite a lot of space underneath all of the device stuff and above my services.
Yeah, I mean
it's ideal for me, but that's just how I work.
Yeah, the only reason I say that is because I'm normally on just a laptop, so whenever I am looking at the logs or the terminal, I pop them like full screen.
Yeah.
So I barely ever use them in their like standard configuration. And actually, what would be best for me is if I could just pop them into separate tabs. But that's a whole other
I think
thing.
I can also gain some space by doing that and completely removing that part, because like it doesn't offer that much, and then usage doesn't say much.
Should it say memory or RAM, guys? Quick decision here.
I would say RAM usage would be better, because we can show that very well.
Does that raise the bar of what people need to know about to get started with Balena, though?
I mean, it's just that memory is a bit of an ambiguous term, and I think it might confuse people more than it helps.
The icon that we have, that clearly shows what we're going for. But since we're removing the icons now, I think it could be RAM usage.
Well, we don't necessarily have to remove icons. We could have them there as well. But
No, I will add the icons before.
The other thing though with storage is that we need to put the block device name, right?
The what?
Somewhere. The block device name.
Yeah, it's gonna be tight.
Yeah, somebody's gotta tell Constantinos about this.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I thought. So Constantinos, what you would basically have is like something like storage, and then in parentheses /devs /mmc blk 0.
Do we need the /dev? Most storage devices. I can't think of any reason why they wouldn't be under there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, we can remove it probably.
Remove what, the whole thing, or just
no, just the /dev. So
yeah, because then I think start a text area underneath because it's not gonna where you are.
Tell me what to write, and then
MMC BLK 0.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
That will show like what's the something Sean was saying regarding placement of this. Would it make sense if we place it top right, and on the log section, right, we can have it sort of a tab thing where you press, we have multiple tabs, logs, vice metrics, terminal, not terminal, but something like that. I was thinking last night because something Sean said that the dashboard really looks busy at the moment, and maybe we can solve that. And we really like that since everything is looking in just one window. We don't have to scroll down for something, so maybe that would help. Not sure.
I'm not sure what the idea was. Can you repeat it?
Right. I was thinking if we can have the device metrics on the top right in sort of a tab, where if you click one tab, it would show the logs. The tab would show the device metrics.
But this is the summary page, right, for the device. Like we don't if we push it behind something, then it's almost like we're hiding it.
Yeah, I mean,
scrolling is actually kind of, but yeah, so scrolling would at least work that out. At least we can see it on the same page.
Well, I mean, to Alex's point, it is the summary page. So in theory, in theory, people shouldn't probably be doing real logging and terminal work from the summary page. So we kind of break that. If you see what I'm saying, like it should be
from the terminal.
Like if it's a true summary page, then there should be another tab where you can actually go to the logs and see just purely focused on like a page purely focused on logging, and then another page that's purely focused on like terminal, and then
maybe logging and terminal can be together, but it's something like the detail pages for each feature. The summary page is supposed to just like jam it all together, and it's kind of busy, and nothing works 100%. But that's how summaries are. But I think the best we can do, I mean, at this quick time, I think is to just keep going with the approach we have, just compress it a little bit so we don't push the containers down too far. I think it's probably going to be fine. We definitely need. There's a lot deeper work to do on this layout, but this is probably like a net improvement. Sometimes you want to do something better than just improve things a little bit. But in this case, I think just also knowing that we really want to get this out today, I think it's not worth challenging the very assumptions of the dashboard. What even is dashboard?
Yeah, my only worry is that for the standard screens that this will push all the containers like completely below.
Which is why the only thing I might consider in terms of like the thing I would say in terms of saving space is to look at the top card, because I think that hasn't been looked at in a while, and it's probably like because I think that's why I'm saying like these two new rows that you created should probably be together. Is one block.
Yeah. Okay. So I think we definitely prefer the bottom one. I need to fix this one, but yeah, it saves a lot of space. So let's get rid of that.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the current one on my device, there's quite a lot of like vertical white space at the top of the summary card, which maybe we can clean up as well.
Yeah, I think that's the way of the future.
So, Chris, we're another hour in. It's whooshing by, isn't it? Is it worth summarizing again for anybody else that's joined, but also perhaps sort of summarizing the parallel activity that's going on? It's not all just UI design, although that's the crux of things at the minute.
Well, yeah, that's a good question, because I was going to ask Steve, like, is he able to actually get started on any of the build of the UI work at this point, or is it just a case of sitting back and waiting until this is finalized?
I already started working. So basically how that works is I know more or less the data that we want to represent and how we want to represent it. So I'm trying to sketch out to build the basic, let's say, skeleton with so currently we don't have a component to show discretely separated sliced progress bars.
Actually, this is worth mentioning.
For
this
the
is
CPU
using
usage.
our rendition framework. So basically, all the components we're using for our React pages. So basically, across the Etcher, the Balena dashboard, I think the Balena landing page as well, and other internal projects we got are all using the same set of components, so that when somebody makes something, they can contribute it back, and then everybody else has it available.
Yeah, exactly. So we try to minimize the amount of code we write and standardize everything. I can show you a bit later on how the code looks like. It's pretty standard. You can go and check out rendition. Maybe we can drop a link there. You'll see a lot of examples there about how we do things. So basically everything is standardized, the spacing, the margins we use. So there isn't a lot of space for error there. All I'm trying to do now is create a new component that will be essentially a discrete progress bar. So you can, a sliced progress bar. We need to find a good name for it. Which will be pretty much the same as the standard progress bar we have, except you will be able to specify the number of discrete slices you want. Yeah, I mean, things are going pretty well. There are slight differences between the design and what we have now in rendition. So for example, Konstantinos now is using a progress bar that is part of some redesigned pages, which we don't have yet in rendition. But we normally don't hack around rendition just to satisfy what the design is. But we go to rendition, change it after deciding how we want it to be. And then that gets applied everywhere downstream on all of our projects that are using that.
So are we going to use a standard progress bar then for this?
Yeah, we're going to use a standard progress bar. The only difference is really the border radius on the left and right-hand side, which we are fine with for now. And then probably we won't have time to do all these changes for the release party. I'll try to get everything out without the small niceties and new redesigns. And then if there is some time left, I'll go back and do those.
Cool. Just to focus on Dina, can you just unify the two blocks? You're keeping them separate. I don't know why.
No, because it was the next thing I want to discuss. One option is to unify these two, but I wonder if we want to see this information above the nodes.
Well, okay. So that was the other thing I was thinking. Like maybe we don't need the node. Like that field is just like massive, and maybe we can just have like a pen or something, add notes or something, and then if you write it, then you see it, but otherwise you don't. So we can just get rid of it from the default visual. I mean, it takes such height.
It takes a lot of space, but also it's quite nice if you want to use them that's already expanded and you don't want to like expand it further. But that's my point on why don't we keep that at the very bottom of the just above the services.
I don't think it adds a ton, but I don't know. Whatever. The question is how can we save vertical space?
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the idea of hiding the notes. I know customers use them. I mean, I use it as well. Where
so my idea was that if you have them, you see them. But if you don't, you just see like a pen or something to add them. But you don't see them by default.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, but is there
anyway, and then what's the order? We want to show these.
Don't know. But is there more vertical space we can save somehow? That's where my mind's going.
Well, I mean, if you look at the white space right at the top of the initial summary card, there's like that whole like the title device takes up like that's like a centimeter and a half.
Yeah, we can just remove that device thing for sure. I'm wondering if that tags and public device URL. First of all, the public device URL thing can probably be removed. We also have it on the drop down with the actions. Like
it could also fit here. Like it could be we could have
if
four
you have
elements.
If you have a fourth column, you're fine because then you can also push tags and then we save a whole row.
Well, here we already have 5 columns. But yeah, it depends on the size of the elements you're using.
So I was going to say, I mean, it's always the same case when we do a design. Usually we match it in one fixed size. However, users have varying screen sizes. They don't have a full. They don't make their browser full size. Maybe they have only half of their screen. So we have to be responsive in how we handle all of these cases. So yeah, I wouldn't really say we can just add 4 or 5 columns, honestly, because I think we are with the logs and terminal being there on the right-hand side. I don't think we can fit it nicely so that it looks good on a 13-inch laptop or maybe an 11-inch one.
I've got a suggestion. We can, if we remove public device URL, we can make notes take half the width and tags take half the width. Like that's kind of like your custom data.
Yeah, I think we discussed this in the past.
Yeah,
great. And then we can remove the device heading as well, and I think we're in a pretty good place.
So what we're saying is, although we're building new components for our UI specifically to handle this use case, we're not just hacking them in at the last minute. We're sort of properly building them into the framework that produces our UI, so we can then roll them out into other aspects too.
Correct.
Yep, pretty much it. Yeah.
So on that note, it's probably worth giving a quick update to new viewers that have joined us in the last hour. So what we're doing is developing a new feature for balenaCloud. The idea is to get it all done from end to end in one day. So we want to get it literally from no code being written prior to the start of the stream to all rolled out. And you can, hopefully at the end of today, you'll be able to flash a Raspberry Pi 4 and put it on balenaCloud and see the features we've added. So we've got a few different people on stream with us, and pretty much everyone is working on a different component all in parallel. So although we've been focusing on the UI quite a bit to nail that down, we've got, say, Cameron here, who's working on the supervisor right now. Do you just want to give a quick, let's go through everyone and get a quick, like, one sentence, what are you working on at this second? I think that'd be interesting.
So at this second, I have just worked out how to get the CPU usage and the storage total for the block device that we're interested in, and now I'm going to work on getting the RAM that's being used and the RAM total.
Okay, so Cameron's working on the supervisor, which means it's actually extracting that data from the device and is going to make it available for the API to consume. So Theodoros, what are you working on right now?
I'm currently almost ready to start writing the test cases in the SDK. So I'm done updating the model, gave a note to the rest of the team that will consume the SDK, and added an extra method so that users can easily consume and find out the new fields.
Cool. So Sean, do you want to just introduce yourself and explain to the viewers what you're working on?
Yeah, I'm the product manager for balena.
Yeah, what is your role here,
Sean?
Sean?
Working on. I mean, my role is to always push for more. So I'm actually poking around on a couple different device types to see if we can get CPU ID and serial numbers from all of them, and if that's an interesting piece of information to surface as well in this set of data.
So Sean's in charge of spec creep, basically.
Feature creep,
Yeah.
Feature creep,
Always.
yeah. VP of feature creep.
Yeah. And so Konstantinos has been working on the UI.
Yep.
Yep,
who've just
I'm
been
working on
seeing
the UI.
demo.
I'm designing and playing around with the UI elements to accommodate the new feature.
I'm Alex, founder at Balena, and I'm working on Konstantinos to get him to give us some space.
Cool. Steve, how about you?
Sorry, it was just, yeah, I'm working on the dashboard now to implement the things that Konstantinos is designing now, hopefully at the same time.
Rich? Sorry, I caught you off guard there, Rich.
New fail. Yeah, so I've been working on the API. Essentially, we've now got a draft PR up on the Open Balena API repo. We still need to go through and do our usual squashing thing once it's been sort of looked at and everything else. But yeah, we look like we're good to go as long as there's no more spec creep from Sean. We should be okay.
Vipul, how about you?
Yep, I'm following Rich's draft here, and I'm working on the Python SDK, getting it up to date and extracting information from the API to the Python SDK. And later on, we will test. So we are preparing for that as well.
Cool. And last but not least, Phil.
I'm trying to find a decent GIF about feature creep so that I can add it to the screen.
Yeah, there's a special control panel we can upload
Important
those,
stuff.
and then we can bring them on
Yeah.
screen every time Sean speaks.
For the meme of the week for this week, we can do it like the person that is sitting in the middle of the room, and all the room is on fire, and we can write like everything is fine here, which is Balena release party. Everything is fine. Everything is going well. All systems go.
Everything is fine. There's no feature creep. There's future suggestions.
We're just
So am I right?
guys.
Am I right in the way this is all hanging together? Is Konstantinos is coming up with the design via committee, and then Steve's going to make that real changes into the real UI. That then is sort of driven by Cameron's work to make the supervisor get these actual values from the device and pass it to the API. Rich's work on the API is then putting that into the model and into the database in the cloud. And then Vipul and other people's work means that data is then accessible via the SDK for anybody who's using the SDK for things in their apps.
So the interesting thing is that the SDK is driving our UI and our CLI. So what we ask people to use for their apps for the access our API, we use as well. So it kind of goes like UI and CLI, they're both taking from the SDK. The SDK is taking from the API. The API, controls the database sort of on the side, and then the API itself gets the data from the supervisor, which is sitting on the actual device. So it's kind of like this is how I see it in my head, at least. It's kind of like a tower with two heads, the CLI and the UI, and I guess maybe the doc sits on top of everything and just describes what's happening. And I guess the one piece we didn't talk about is the Python SDK, which is kind of like the cousin of our. When we say the SDK, we mean the Node.js SDK because that's the one that's being used in the UI and the CLI. But we have a Python SDK as well, which Vipul is working on.
Cool. So who should we
How
focus
about that
on
Google
next?
Drawing?
Yeah.
Because I want to make sure we unblock something else actually, just to make sure we get that out of the way. Constantinos, do you want to do another pass, or shall we give you some time and do some Google Drawing?
No, I'm just trying to do the split between tags and nodes, and then tied everything. And the only thing is, what are we doing about the public device URL? Are we gonna put
Yeah,
it
just
next, like
drop it.
as if?
Just drop
Yeah,
it. Just drop it. It's on the down arrow you have on the top right. That has enable and disable public URL there. On the left, you see actions. That has enable and disable public URL over there. I feel
sure.
we're slightly overkill.
It's a little bit hidden, but okay.
If we just have
Currently-
enable and disable, we need a way to actually get the public URL as well, don't we?
Yeah, exactly.
That's basically that's the icon here.
I see.
And also, we
Yeah.
currently don't have it in the drop down, but yeah, we can easily add it.
I'm just thinking of
Oh,
all the blog posts
sorry.
where we've highlighted that public URL switch for people to switch on that we've now got to go and update.
I didn't even consider that.
Fair enough. Okay, fine. It stays. You see, this is how we can have
It
nice
stays
things.
where? Can I put it next? Like, I think it's fine to be here.
Look, I think the top row, which is online UUID type, and maybe this one is more controlled. I think the second row with the versions is the one that tends to, to Steve's point, tends to get a bit sort of noisy. So if you can find it
First
in
row.
you to do like 4 in the first, 3 in the second.
Yep. Yeah, I'll give it a go.
One thing more is just the device title on top can go. I just want to make sure you remember this. You see device above the device name? That thing can go. Say device.
Yep.
Device.
Just device.
You see where it says device? It says device. It's already there.
Yes.
That thing can be removed because it actually like pushes the whole thing down by a bit. And I mean, everybody knows what they're looking at. Like we are in the device page. Like that's completely.
That's what they're talking about.
Yep.
But we need the name. So basically, we can save that like 10, 15 pixels here, which is.
Yeah. Exactly. That was I think that was Sean's point. Yeah. So okay, I think with this we can do a nice little densification of that page, and you know what? I suspect we might even end up on top, like end up like less vertical space. I mean, much busier, but it is a summary. All right.
Okay.
Cool.
So what I'm gonna do, I
we-
will stop sharing my screen, and then I can share my screen back when I'm ready to share it with Steve.
Cool.
Okay.
We can switch over to the supervisor now if we like. I've got some more data that we can show, and then I also want to ask Sean about the CPU ID.
Okay.
I'll bail out
about
for a
that.
second, guys. I'll be right back.
I'm interested what we're going to use the CPU ID for. What would a user need that information for?
So, Sean, I think you're a good person to answer this since how you introduced the scope creep.
Well, I mean, it's something that's come up over the years. People want to be able to pull out unique identifying, like hardware identifying signatures for their devices. So obviously, we internally have a UUID, but you can take an SD card out of one Raspberry Pi and stick it in another. And the system will never know. And so what people want to do is actually be able to track physical hardware. So assuming that the CPU IDs are different for every device, that piece of information can be used to determine that. The only problem playing around with this system info library is that I don't know whether it's actually going to work out across all the device types.
Yeah, so that nicely brings me to the next question, which is this is the information we can get about the CPU. So we get the speed, which
exactly.
1.5. It doesn't say what the unit is, probably gigahertz. We can get the governor, the amount of cores, but there's no kind of CPU ID. So I've been doing some Googling to try and find out more information, but I've not came up with anything yet.
Well, yeah, I mean, for the Raspberry Pi family, you can get what is the word that they use for it? You can get this serial if you're in the device. You can get the device serial number, in /proc device-tree, and then I think it's serial.
Serial number.
Yeah, serial number. So if you cap that, yeah. But I was just looking on an up squared and my nanopi air, and it's not it's not consistent.
So
Yeah,
that sort of
it's-
comes to when we were talking about what's the definition of done earlier, and it's not okay just for it to work on my device. It's got to work for everybody's and not break everybody's device. I mean, to that point about devices we support, how do we guarantee that something that we create today and release is going to work across all the devices we support? I mean, I know we're only releasing it for Pi 4 today, but if we then go and try and release it for other devices and it doesn't work, do we end up with fragmentation of the feature and it works in different ways for different devices? Or do we loop back and try and find a common way? How do we handle that?
So typically we'll add a test case for this before our Balena OS testing. And that testing will reveal if this works or not for a certain device type. If it doesn't, we can then go and add another supervisor patch and restart the process to make sure that this now does work.
Yeah, so I mean, we generally try to avoid differentiation per device type, but if we have to do it, we can, and to the degree that the way that this is done is not consistent, that's what we're going to do. So the way I think about Balena OS is that it's kind of like taking a heterogeneous sort of landscape underneath all the different devices doing different things and like merging it into something that is coherent so that containers can run and find something barely something somewhat like predictable that they can execute on, right? So I guess what I'm saying is like that is probably a place where it is okay to have a little bit of differentiation, the supervisor like the OS, because that is the ones that is responsible to take a device out from the wilderness and bring it into the fold and make it more regular. If that makes sense.
Yeah. So the closer to the device you are, the more tailored
Variants,
to the
you might
device the
say.
code can be. Yeah. And the higher up the stack you get, the more common it is. Makes sense.
This does raise another interesting point that probably should have been brought up in the UI design, that there could be a situation where certain devices might not have values for.
Yeah, we should be prepared. I mean, actually, all parts of this project, for the sake of working in parallel, should be tolerant for this information not existing for a particular device, right? And that should like be smoothly handled. But I guess the UI is particular in that regard. It's because of the arrangement. Because Adina, is that something you have in mind? And Steve, I guess, as well.
Yeah, I think it's easy to start. Like it would look fine if we won't show the RAM, for instance. It would just be not there even.
Cool. Yeah, that's what we wanted to hear.
Just an update on the like serial number. It looks like actually the ARM devices all seem to have, or the ones that I have here, seem to have serial number as part of their device tree. It's just the x86 devices that I can't find the equivalent for because they don't have device trees, obviously.
So what I propose that we do is just take that serial number if it exists, and in the dashboard, if there's no CPU ID available for that device, just don't show anything, and then we can work out the further devices afterwards.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds good to me.
Cool.
Chris, how about that drawing?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Have you got a? Have we got a start?
No, but I can pick something up. How do we do this? I can put a link somewhere if you can then get it to everyone.
Can you share your screen too?
Okay, that's available. Share screen. Share screen. I like how it says like it's easier with 2 monitors. Thanks. I'll go make one appear.
Just one moment.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, so I guess so the idea is to do a Google drawing, which hopefully will illustrate to the people watching like where all the components sit and how they connect to each other.
Where is this? Okay. Yeah. Okay. So let's just.
Oh, we're doing it live. Oh, I
Yeah.
like this. I like this a lot.
Rahul's going to be super impressed. He's always impressed by Google drawings.
Different strokes for different folks, I suppose.
I can imagine going to Rahul's house one day and he's got like pictures of Google drawings up on the walls instead of like paintings.
His favorite Alex diagrams.
This is maybe I'll show you something just for fun. But this is how I got. This is why people call me the Bob Ross of Google drawings.
Oh my goodness.
It's like a chandelier.
I know, right?
You could 3D print
that. Yeah, I've got some pieces there that maybe
representations of Alex.
They might have been a little bit indulgent. Maybe, I don't know. Possibly, I might have spent a little bit more time, indulging the SED than usual. All right, so we've got. Okay, I'll put it off the top of my head. I'm sure I'll miss something, but I'm sure the kind folks here is going to humiliate me for that. But we'll end up somewhere where we need to be. SD key. Okay, fine. Let's bring it all in the center. Come on, we can do this. All right. Then we got our SDK. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Okay. Node SDK. Then we've got our. What shall we call this? The API, I suppose. Which, I mean, and then the Open API. There are like 2 parts of that, I guess. We should mark it when each is done.
Now that you mentioned the Open API, I was going to briefly ask Rich because he said the PR is ready. So I wondered if it was worth linking that in chat so people wouldn't take a look, just to show that everything we're doing is open source at the same time.
Most of it.
Most of it.
Yeah.
I think that the true statement here is that this feature is going to be available for Open Balena. I don't know if we maybe need to do a little bit more to release it, but the CLI is open source, the Node SDK, the Open API, the database, of course, the supervisor, and of course the whole of the OS, which is sufficient for the feature to be used from Open Balena.
Yes.
I think this is what we're looking at, and of course we got not to be. We got docs, and we've got blog. I suppose we're gonna go all the way. What am I missing? Python SDK. That's what I'm missing.
Chris, just to jump back to your point, if you want to link to the PR, that's fine. I'm also happy if you want to do I'll walk through the PR on my screen if you want, just to give people a bit of a brief overview of the changes we've made and how they relate to certain things. It's up to you. You just let me know, mate.
For people not from Britain that maybe don't sort of just appreciate the cultural competency of this team, when British people say that's fine, that's not fine. Just clarifying for everybody for watching from home.
Like, I understood it as it was fine.
Yeah, it is
But are
fine.
you really British?
That was an actual real fine as opposed to it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There needs to be more anger in it if it's like it's
fine. All right, I think that's what I got. I mean, I can find
Okay, so maybe we'll come to you to look at that next, Rich, after this.
Okay. Yeah. Riveted. The world is waiting for my sort of.
I mean, you've got to have the right check mark.
I mean, how could we do it any other way? The check mark isn't there. Is anything really? This is good, but it's blue. Like who does this? Who are these vandals? Green, blue check marks. What's next? Purple? Oh Jesus!
Oh, there's one.
Me and my big mouth. Who knew choosing the right check mark? Okay, fine, whatever. We'll just go for vanilla.
I mean, I can see Rich has got his lunch because part of the release party plan was that everyone was going to order pizza. Look at that.
I think this is probably good enough.
Yep.
Oh, come on. Really? This is the hardest part of the process is copying a thing over from, yeah.
I mean, think about all the hard things that we're accomplishing in this stream and how difficult in comparison a check mark is.
But it detected 5 viruses, you see. And I can click to get my very own private ransomware. What's going on? I thought this isn't transparent. What? Oh, man. What is going on? Where am I? What?
That's nice. It's a JPEG.
I'm out of here.
It's a JPEG with a chessboard background.
I think let's.
Okay. You know what? No, we're gonna do this right.
Check mark transparent PNG.
Nope. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this properly. There we go.
Yep.
I'm glad it's not just me that finds Unicode characters by Googling them and copy and pasting.
I mean, what else are you gonna do? Use your million character keyboard to type them. Okay. And now we can have any color we want. We can bold it out. We can make it bigger. Look at that. Boom. Except we don't have anywhere to put this check mark on, so I guess it's gonna have to wait. Am I missing any pieces, folks?
I mean, there's obviously testing, but I don't know whether you're just showing components that need to be built.
Yeah, I mean, each one needs to be tested, I suppose, unless you mean something more.
No. I wasn't sure whether you were drawing pieces of work that needed to be done or components that needed to be changed.
I mean, was there a difference?
Yeah. Because
I mean, I'm expecting to put the check mark in when each thing is released. So when we release the CLI with this feature, I'll kind of put it here, which to me implies testing. I don't know if you mean something else on top of that.
Well, there's end-to-end testing.
Yeah, we can put that. Are we gonna change the end-to-end or just our? I guess I see.
Yeah, so like for the operating system, we will need to run a set of testing, and that won't be like we will be able to do that essentially once the API is released and we have an image with the. So once the supervisor piece is finished and the API change has happened, we'll be able to produce an operating system version. And once we have that, we can test that against the API and actually just release that operating system without having to wait on the SDK, UI, and CLI work.
I guess one other thing we can do here is we can mark what is being worked on right now. So we got Steve on the UI and Constantinos. We got Valeris on the Node SDK, Vipul on the Python SDK. Rich is currently on the Open API, which will, of course, affect the database. And we've got Cameron on the supervisor. Is there anything else that is currently in flight? Okay, so this is our current status. Yellow bits in flight, blue bits waiting, mostly for our other bits. I suppose the CLI work is going to happen slightly second half, possibly as well as right. Cool. Okay, that's I can share the share this with you, Chris. So you can do what you will with it. But
Yep.
Yeah.
Can we make the permissions public so people can click it and view it at home?
Yep. I'll just share it with you, and you can so anyone from our team can edit, but those other vandals not so much. I'll share it with you, Chris, and you can propagate it as needed.
Okay.
Oops.
So yeah, look out for that link in the chat shortly.
Yep. Okay, so I'll stop sharing my screen now. I'll share it with you, right?
Yep. Cool. Who can we go to right now?
I am currently trying to work out if I can use dmessage from within a container, so we might see some errors, which is always exciting.
Well, let's see errors.
Sounds good.
So we've got under voltage detected. So the way we're going to do this is to run dmessage here and just look for the string under voltage. It's currently the easiest and most reliable way to do that. So now I'm going to call that function and see if it is actually available. If not, we'll have to do some kind of change root into the root file system from the supervisor, which is always a little bit junky. But we can have a look.
Didn't they change the way it wasn't it the undervoltage stuff actually surfaced in the
there was
file system?
There was a command that wasn't available in Pi4 or something. I think some weirdness about it.
I thought they had actually just surfaced it in a file somewhere, but
so it will work.
This
is what the diagnostics use. So we can get dmessage, and this is what the diagnostics use, and the diagnostics work. So yeah, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to try and craft a fairly permissive regex, which will look for undervoltage, so we can try and handle different device types. So, for example, under dash voltage, under space voltage, or under voltage is all one word. And then if we match on that, we can be fairly sure that we've reached an under voltage.
We had a question from Jasmine in chat, who's on our team too.
We should. Can we just bring some more folks like Jasmine or somebody in here as well? Yes.
We can if people who aren't speaking right now can leave.
Yeah. You need to be the doorman, folks. If you're not sort of planning to share your screen in the immediate future, and you're working on something, probably a good idea to drop off, and we'll bring you back in.
I did try to hint earlier. Maybe we should be a bit more dogmatic.
Yeah, I think that's where.
I think Rich is having lunch right now.
We're at Kick Rich. Yeah, we can't have people eating pizza on the stream. That's not helpful at all.
Absolutely, that's just not acceptable.
Steve, are you having lunch too?
Buffer well.
I can drop
unless
for...
Constantinos has something.
No,
to show
I
me,
think I can drop for something like 10 minutes or so, and then
I mean,
I'm really close.
I think we're okay. You can stick around. 10 minutes not worth. But I mean, yeah, we can probably Pavotis also can probably go backstage and then come back up when he's ready to show us the goodies. Yeah, and just like let's create some space.
Actually, I want to share my screen now just to make sure we are in sync. All right, so that's my progress.
Oh, we didn't answer Jasmine's question though.
Well,
I'm gonna ask her to join.
Hopefully, we're gonna get her in
Okay.
here to ask it. Yeah, I think Jasmine should speak. I mean, I don't know if she can, but she should hang out. I'd love to hear her take on this. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so basically I put these, the usage anyway, the data and the progress bar just below the first line. So this is very high level information. And then after that line, maybe we start digging into more details.
I'm not feeling this. Something wrong with it. I don't understand how you feel.
Well, one problem we definitely have
well,
is that like it feels too busy because I mean we have a lot of information.
Yeah, to me the bar should go at the bottom. There's no. This is just not. I don't know, Sean. What do you think?
Something like that.
I mean, in the middle it seems weird, but I mean, I still would like to see it top right, but.
All right, top right it is. I think Phil's portrait monitor will have to take the hit.
Down some.
There, Phil.
There you go.
I tried to help, but oh wow, that's gorgeous actually.
I mean, well, joking aside, we have plenty of space here, like a good stage.
Yeah, but we don't have that much space if the name is quite long or if it's on a smaller screen. So
no, because like we can transcode the name. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, actually, we are showing the name twice. So then the max of the on the breadcrumbs could be the size of the column basically, and then that could be.
We already truncate the name in the breadcrumbs, but still on smaller screens, we'll have to figure out how to handle this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the breadcrumbs are a bit superfluous here anyway. I think we can limit it to the size of the column. I think that's probably okay.
Yeah, I guess we can do that. We can actually split the whole page into columns the same way the terminal and logs are with the other card.
Okay, what do you think now?
Yeah, I mean, to me that looks a lot better. I mean, you also will, in standard use, you won't have the beginner's help map as well. The top piece will disappear. Everything will push up again.
Great.
Yeah, I agree. I think I like it here.
Yeah, I don't know if we just do it and we'll improve it later. I think this is pretty better than I was hoping for. So I'm happy.
All right.
And we even saved Phil's monitor. It doesn't lose any pixels.
So what I'm gonna do next is that I will upload everything to Zeppelin, and which is like an online tool, UI sharing tool, and then Steve would be able to get all the data and the dimensions very accurately.
Cool. Hey, Jasmine.
Right.
As if by magic, Jasmine has teleported from the YouTube comments to actually being on the stream.
Hi, Jasmine.
Do you want to introduce yourself and tell us a bit about you and what you do at Balena?
Yes, I am Jasmine, and excuse me, and I am a growth lead. So I'm working on building an experimentation engine so that we can try and optimize our user journeys through the product. And make it easier for everybody. So I'm interested in new features.
Cool. So you had a question about this feature in particular, right?
Yeah, I did. But having just seen, I've been kind of in and out all morning, but having just seen Konstantinos's latest design, I'm guessing the answer is no. But I wondered if the feature was going to be interactive in some way. So will users be able to refresh the stats? Or I was thinking about analytics actually, and if we needed to consider that when we were looking at all the different parts of the build, if there's anything we needed to, add some tracking to. But yeah, it looks like it's just going to be kind of stationary.
Yeah, I mean the idea was that we, to shrink it down to something doable in a day, we kind of just want to get some like snapshot of something. But who was asking this earlier? I think Sean maybe. That there is history that we are keeping in the database just by virtue of how we operate. So in the future, we could actually show, historicals and maybe add a little bit of mojo. But the general idea for these little features we build into the device is that, if you want proper monitoring, there are proper monitoring tools. We're not going to, sit here and say like we're going to like replace everybody else who's doing all these far more elaborate things. The benefit that this has, it's like it's pre-integrated. As soon as you provision a device, it's just there. It gives you, like the 80-20 solution, or maybe the 60-40 solution or something. Yeah, it's like it's good enough to get started. Just like our logging solution and everything, it's good enough to catch some problems. And yeah, if people want more, they can use something more specialized.
Yeah, and provide some reassurance as well, I imagine, for users. Just seeing, that things are
yeah, I mean,
is quite valuable.
Right, and that's the thing, right? Like it's kind of interesting. I think probably worth mentioning that at Balena we practice support-driven development, which means that all of our engineering team takes support shifts, which might sound scary to some people, but the effect of that is that we have pretty universal user empathy across the team. So we kind of fought shoulder to shoulder. So really gnarly situations in the field with our customers. Pretty much everybody on the team has experiences like that, which kind of means that we have this sense, right? When Jasmine says, this is going to prevent things for people, this is coming out of many conversations and experiences we've had with a lot of these things. In fact, this very feature, this very conversation started out of a support issue. So when we say support-driven development, we literally mean our development very often is driven by support issues.
I did ask David if he could find that user that started this whole thing off and just let them know that they've now got a whole day's worth of live stream dedicated to their feature request.
Right.
We should interview them. Can we bring them in?
What were you thinking?
That user in your own chat. Cool. Okay. So I don't know, like, who can we bug now?
We're also sort of coming back up to another hour. I feel like a stuck record, but
I feel like you should go for it this time, Phil.
No, I feel like I shouldn't. So, so what we're trying to do is we're running an experiment and we're doing it live on the internet because that's how we hang at Balena. We're trying to implement a new feature end to end within a day, and even that's making it sound like it's really long. It's like within 7 hours, isn't it? That's the aim we're going.
I mean, I think within a day is probably fine.
Right. So we're not...
I don't know that 7 hours sort of, spec time. I think given the inevitable something going wrong, it's probably going to be 10. But that's just me.
Given that the spec's still being written,
14. Yeah.
More ideas,
I think even if we were going to make it on time, given what Sean just did, I think we're firmly off schedule.
So the idea is a user contacted us and said that they wanted to be able to see metrics about their device in the device summary screen. So they were interested in things like, is their CPU maxed out? Have they run out of memory? And some of those.
That story is probably worth adding a bit more detail. It wasn't like that. It was that there was a situation where the device was their fleet ran out of space, which caused some really difficult situations for them, and they kind of had to go out and fix some things. Now, there were some associated bugs that both I think we're certainly fixing some things on our end. But out of that conversation, regardless of whether they should have had to go out and fix their fleet, the answer is no. That nobody should ever have to go out and fix their fleet. And in fact, the devices were online, so the Balena OS makes sure to keep you online even if we can't even if 20% of the operating system starts, you can always get to the device. But we kind of, as we saw all this, we kind of went upstream and said, look, this device was filling up its drive over like months or maybe even years. If they had just been able to see that, they would have taken action far earlier, and all of this could have been avoided. So that's how that conversation started, and then we kind of started thinking about that and what else can we put on there, and here we are.
Yeah, and so Balena being a globally distributed team that works asynchronously, those sort of feature implementations can often take days, weeks, maybe longer, depending what they are. But we're running an experiment here to see whether we can get this feature, so putting those metrics into the device summary screen, in a day for Pi 4. So we've constrained it a bit. So for today, we're trying to get a release out for Pi 4 that will display those metrics. So Chris, when you do the hourly summary, you don't say things that then start rabbit hole discussions and it goes off on a tangent, do you? That's why it should be left up to you.
I feel like I did.
That's fine. That's fine. So, is there I think the world is an endless sequence of rabbit holes anyway, so it's fine.
Yeah, we have a new person that's teleported from the YouTube comments and is now in the stream.
Wow!
Hello,
watch our
Andrew.
viewing figures rise now. Now
oh,
dang, it's Andrew.
Hey, well, this is a really big happy hour. It's like 8 of us plus. Oh, this is a special event. I like this. This is amazing.
You're super quiet, dude.
I am? Oh, I didn't get a chance to hear about that. Better?
It's getting better.
It's getting better.
Yeah,
More of
there
that.
we go. Hey, what's up?
6 a.m. in Portland as well. I assume you're in the same time zone.
Yep.
Oh, man.
I was embarrassed. I got up and I'm like, oh man, I'm late. I'm like, the big boss wasn't there yet. So I was like, okay, phew, I'm okay. But yeah, glad to be here. I'm ready to help with all things content and documentation and testing. Do you have anything to test yet? Or should I go back to bed? What's going on here?
Everything's ready. Just,
We've got a diagram, but it hasn't got any check marks yet. It's got a lot of things in progress.
Did you make that diagram, Chris?
I didn't. I have to confess, it wasn't me. We had the Google drawing. The Bob Ross of Google Drawings was on the case a moment ago.
Chris and I work together often for folks on the stream, but we're thousands of miles apart, and the only way we connect is through one of Chris's diagrams, all like 20 of them or so.
I mean, Chris, you're drawing. You're not
I'm
too
an
shabby yourself.
apprentice, I think.
You're not too shabby yourself.
Oh yeah, I look at Google Drawings. Half of them are Chris's. The other half are definitely Alex's. Just like, all right, cool.
So Andrew, what's your role in Balena?
I lead content strategy here, so I'm helping folks like the hardware hackers and others create awesome educational, informative content to make sure our users know how to use Balena and get the most out of our platform. So it's pretty fun. It's exciting. Never a dull moment, and even get to like work on projects myself, which is a lot of fun. So definitely glad to be here and help out.
Cool. So in terms of the checklist, Andrew, you'll be working on the testing, the blog, and the docs. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Cool. I will share that again, just in case people have missed it. It's sharing. Cool. I don't know who we can bother. Rich is saying he's finished lunch, so he can come back.
I'm still kind of curious about this. I mean, probably Cameron is our man, though. We are delaying him every time we tap into that endless stream of interesting information.
So at the moment, I'm working on. So I have all of the data collection ready, and I'm working on making sure we don't DOS ourselves by sending too much data. The method by which we're going to do this is, so let's take CPU usage as an example. We're going to send the true value of the CPU usage, so anywhere between 0 to 100%, but we're not going to update that with every change. So for example, let's say the CPU usage is 15. If it goes to 16 or 17, we're not going to do that update. If it passes one of the boundaries, and the boundary is every 20%, so 0 to 20, 20 to 40, so on, If it passes one of those boundaries, then we will update it. So given the previous example of CPU usage of 15%, if it then goes to 21%, then we say, yes, okay, this is a big enough stat that we will send it over. We're going to do something similar for the CPU temperature, probably around 2 or 3 being the boundary size, because that doesn't move as quickly. So that's what I'm doing now. Feel free to share my screen, Chris, if you like.
Can everyone see that text okay?
Let me close this down. Make it a bit bigger. Get rid of this. So what I'm doing is when we work out which values to share, we'll go through the different. So first of all, we'll find all that are different, and this is a partial representation of the patch that the supervisor can make. But obviously, to save bandwidth, we don't always patch everything. So first of all, we're working out the difference. Then for the system info, we're going to work out, so for example, CPU usage, if it passes, this is a bug, if it passes one of the boundaries, I haven't tested this, so I don't actually know if it works. People with better math skills than me could probably tell me yes or no. If it passes a bucket, then we'll update it, and it's going to be similar for a few different values. So the values are here. So CPU usage, memory used, memory total. We're missing storage. So it is actually very helpful to be able to talk through the code. So all I'm doing here is
in the whole rubber duck programming thing.
Yeah, consider this your code review.
And we forgot the block device too. Okay, so these are the values that we're going to report to the cloud. Storage total, and then storage block device. Okay, so what I'm going to do is in this switch statement, test against the ones that we want to apply some kind of bandwidth mechanism to. Make sure it's changed within one of these boundaries that I was talking about. And
Pages noting that you should use floor, apparently.
Getting live suggestions.
Okay, fair enough.
So I'm assuming the API is going well. If Paige is time to do some drive-by code review.
Paige will always find time to do drive-by code review.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the memory usage, I think, is fine because, okay, that's another interesting point. So what we've done with the memory usage is we convert it down to a megabyte. So rather than passing around bytes, we pass around megabytes, or maybe bytes if we're being totally accurate.
Yeah.
Maybe bytes. So that shouldn't move too much. I'm going to, before we release, I'm going to test it, and then we can add a very simple patch. If not, but I'm fairly certain this should be fine. And the only time it will be moving is, for example, when we're downloading a new image, and we don't really worry about the bandwidth at that point because we have to report the download progress anyway. So we have bandwidth mechanisms to stop spam then. So I think this should be fine. So storage again, so memory should be fine. Storage should be fine. The storage block device isn't going to change. The temperature is the only other one we need to worry about, it seems. More bugs. Okay. So let's just go with a simple. It's actually false.
So just looking at the code you've got there, dude, I'm going to ask a question. So you're returning memory used, but the spec stated memory usage. So are we wrong, or are you wrong?
Did it state that?
I'm afraid it did. I did just quickly check to make sure I didn't put my foot in my mouth.
Okay. Well, luckily we're not sending anything yet, so this is fine. So I'm just going to check the spec again just to make sure. But okay, we have CPU underscore usage, memory underscore usage, memory underscore total, storage underscore usage, storage underscore total, storage block device, CPU underscore temp, CPU underscore ID, and is undervolted.
Yeah, looks
I've
like you're
just
good.
changed.
So actually, is it worth actually keeping what you had? Because memory used is more accurate a term than memory usage. And again, I know that's kind of splitting hairs, but
Did you
it's
get
not
your
going to.
PR merged yet?
We're not merged. We're drafted and ready to go, but we're going to kind of wait until everything had been a bit closer to the line before we decided to just do it in case there were things like this that came up. So if you want, we'll change it to memory used. I think it reads better, but that's me.
I think usage is the standard term now. Like,
I feel like memory usage feels like I would expect a percentage, whereas memory used, I feel like I'd get a value. Maybe that's just me, just how it feels, but I don't mind.
yeah, I'm out of my depth. I don't know how to. What the right answer is here.
I don't really mind either way, and given we already have usage as a PR, I think I'm happy to leave it as is.
Okay.
I mean, you're going to see a value in the thousands and not really expect it to percentage.
Yeah, true. That's another question. So me and Federice were talking about this, and so the values are not the same. So we're expecting bytes in one and kilobytes or megabytes.
No. Megabytes in all. Megabytes for storage, megabytes for memory, and that's
always megabytes.
Yeah, this has been updated in the spec too.
Okay, cool. Well, we got to make a change to this PR then to do that, but that's not a big issue. So we'll keep usage, but we're making everything megabytes, yeah?
Yes. Well, technically megabyte.
Say that again, it broke up for me.
Technically megabyte.
Megabytes. Okay, cool.
Is it maybe or maybe?
Maybe, but the way you said it sounds like maybe. Probably how
maybe bytes. Who knows?
I don't know. Oh wait, Pagan has another code review comment. CPU underscore UD. Have you put CPU?
No, that's been sorted.
It's been sorted.
Just a little typo. Don't worry.
The meddling comment section.
I don't think I've ever had
an audience
in my code before. Yeah.
How's it feel?
Didn't
do with
wake
that.
up expecting this.
We need the community members who are usually on the happy hour. Whenever someone starts live demoing or live coding, they're like, "Oh!" They all get super excited. And then we need Paige on to really scrutinize, make sure we're getting things done correctly.
I'm just distracted by how noisy your keyboard is.
Oh, sorry.
I don't know how you live like this.
Yeah, my girlfriend says similar.
You should just write something that just creates, key presses in your headphones.
The aim isn't the noise is the side effects.
It is not. It is not.
So I think this should work.
Oh, can you hear how the engine roars? No, man, I got an electric. I literally cannot. I actually don't have an engine. Sorry.
So what I'm going to do now is check that this does what I actually think it's going to. Yep, that seems to work. Let's try with other values. So 42 and 38. Perfect. So between 20 and 40, it wouldn't change. This is actually quite a large range.
What just happened?
It's now Andrew's here. All the gifts are coming out.
Whenever someone does something successful on the happy hour, we give them the that's an amazing machine. They mean you've done well.
It's motivation. I'll give it that. Okay, so right. So what we've done now is work out any values which have changed. If these values haven't changed enough, then we will just filter them out. This is still wrong. No, it's correct. And then all we do is
so just as a bit of interesting background chat while Cameron's typing. So due to the due to that information that we're going to change it to MIBI bytes. Myself and Paige are just discussing whether or not we should change our data formats now. So this information is going to be coming into our API, and that data size isn't in itself massively a problem in any way. But obviously, we're then going to be putting that data in and out of our database. So because of this sort of kind of benefit to us in a way, because we know now we're never going to exceed certain numbers, we might actually be able to reduce our data size down, which will keep that.
We're never going to exceed that number, he said.
No.
I just
well, the number is.
I'll tell you why I'm laughing, because for Etcher, right? We have some people manage to sort of wipe out their external drives attached to it. So then we added this warning that if you have a drive, if you're trying to make Etcher flash something. So Etcher basically can't tell the difference between an SD card and external storage. It's actually pretty hard to do that. But what we said is, look, there is no SD card that is like greater than X. So if they're trying to make you flash something greater than X, we should give them like a big fat warning. But the problem is that we set it at something that was reasonable at the time, like, I don't know, 32 gigs or something. And then like we've had to update it several times because it just keeps doubling and doubling, and we're like, all right, fine, push it up, push it up. That's what I was smiling about.
So in this instance, that would our sizing, if we drop it down, would give us up to let me just get the number right, 2.14 petabytes. So unless the Raspberry Pi Foundation is going to come out with a new device with a lot more memory and a lot more SD card storage possibilities, I think we'll be okay.
All right.
So, yeah, I think we're good. But yeah, your point's valid though. Like we have to consider for the future. We can't just think about what's if it was anywhere near close to being a reasonable.
I was completely caught off guard. Like, it wasn't like 32 gigs. It was something big, and then like people were like, "No, I've got an SD card. It's that big." Or like, "You got to be kidding me!" And then you look it up. Yep, no, they make them. And it's like only over a couple of years, like they maybe have like quadrupled that sort of boundary. Anyway, yeah, but I think the petabytes are far enough that we're probably fine. Probably. Cool.
So is now a good time to look at, Rich, the Open API PR to see how it relates to what Cameron's doing here?
You can do. I'm just currently, me and Paige are just making those tweaks. So if you give me a minute or so just to get it ready, then yeah.
I'll introduce what's weird about our API, because we're about to see some SPVR code as well.
Okay.
So,
well, actually, before you get into that, let's quickly bring up the diagram again. So let me just share my screen. We have to. Here we go. Just to show people what's happening. So we have, these are all the elements we're working on today to get this project out the door. The yellow ones are the ones that are currently in progress. So we've just been looking at Cameron working on the supervisor. Yeah, so we've got the check mark ready, but we haven't actually applied it to anything yet because we've got a lot of stuff in progress.
Getting the check mark is the only thing we've achieved so far, actually.
I mean, that was the biggest part of this story.
Yeah, I mean, it was quite the struggle.
Yeah.
Chris, where's your construction guy icon?
Oh, I should have. I'll dig that out. Yeah.
That's what I'm here for, man.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Alex.
So yeah, our API framework is probably somewhat atypical. It was actually the first thing we made as a company. I mean, it follows up from the stuff I was doing in university, but basically it's using a formal model of the kind of the domain that we're talking about. So it doesn't do things like, it doesn't talk about things like terms or endpoints or anything like that. It talks about, it doesn't talk about things like tables or foreign keys or even API endpoints or whatever. It talks about terms and fact types, which is like the ways that terms are connected to each other, and rules, which is constraints on the ways that terms can be connected to each other. And these models are actually in a very sort of legalistic but still technically valid form of English, which is called SBVR, which stands for Semantics of Business Vocabulary and Rules. This name was decided by committee, for anybody who was curious. Yeah, that was kind of the stuff I'd been working on in my PhD at the university, and somehow we managed to drag it into a little company that didn't really know what it was doing for a couple of years. We were trying to build this out. Paige was like somewhere building this while I was out trying to figure out how to get us some sort of agency projects to make a little bit of money to keep Paige from starving. But sooner or later, we had this digital signage project that gave us the idea for Balena, but that work was actually the foundation for a pretty solid API server that we use to this day. However, for the first 4 or 5 years, whoever joined the company was like, whoa, like this is really strange way to do this. And especially because, essentially from that, actually, before I get to that, from that API model, I visualize it as a triangle in my head. So you have the API model, and it basically gives you two things. It gives you, you've got your business model, your data model, let's call it, and it gives you two things. It gives you your API, which is we generate a standard API in OData, which is a standard by, I believe, Microsoft, and we generate the database schema. So then every query that comes into the OData API endpoint becomes a query to the database. It goes, of course, through the rules so that it doesn't violate anything, and it goes through the permission system. So that's another nice thing, that since we're operating in this way, nobody can bypass the permission system. It's not implemented on like a higher level. It's literally standing right above the database saying, if you are not authorized, you cannot receive this data. I don't care, what path you used to get to it, you just won't get it. So yeah, basically you have this sort of structure where we define the model, and then that creates the database and the API. And then in production, really what happens is the API and the database talk to each other, and they can understand each other because they generated from the same model. And then on top of that, what we've built is the migration framework, right? So then we know how to move from version to version, because all of that is, again, formally specified. And one thing that I think a lot of people don't know about, but we're incredibly proud of, is that we also generate a translation framework. So basically, so every time we make a change to the model, and so we have a new version of the model, that means a new version of the database and a new version of the API. We also have people out there and devices out there that are depending on the old versions of the API. So we can't just like, oh, whatever, forget that one, here's the new one. We have to actually be pretty careful about how we do that. So and ideally we want to keep around the old versions for as long as possible. So what we do is, the old version of the API that used to go to the old version of the database, now that the database is gone and there's like the new version of the database, the old version of the API is reformulated to be a sort of a client of the new version of the API. So basically anything that goes to the old API gets translated into new API calls. That goes to the database, comes back as a new API response, gets translated back to an old API response, and goes back to whoever originally asked for it. And we can basically keep doing this forever. The old APIs are going to get slower, right? Because you have more and more translations to go through. But we still support stuff that we put out 6-7 years ago. So I mean, probably not 7, but more like 5 or 6 years ago. Yeah. But at the same time, we don't have to keep our data model with the legacy of whatever it is we were doing a long time ago. It can always be up to date and fresh and built for the data, the data structure that we want to have today. Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
I was just say a question on that is, so now if we have these new fields on the device model, that doesn't necessarily mean there's a new version of the API. Right. Like if I as a user want to query our API, right.
Yeah,
to get those values.
Right. So we make new versions when there's a kind of like in a Semver world, right? When there would be a breaking change. So if we were to,
so anything additive.
Yeah, if we don't get the data types right, and then we have to change them on the API. So there was an old version of the data types and a new version of the data types of a particular field, for instance, that would generate a new version of API. Is that what you mean, John?
Yeah. No, I was just wondering, as a user, like, how do you suddenly start using this, and you don't have to go and like switch to like V7 of the API. You can just those fields will just start being available on the device resource in my current version anyway.
But if folks want to use the SDK, then they do have to update it. Cool. And now with this theoretical gibberish that I'm sure about 2 people followed, give it back to Rich for some code.
Yeah, I'll keep it simpler than that.
Oh wait,
I'll show just the bits there.
I was just going to say, before we go to Rich, like from someone who's watching and a balenaCloud user, and they're just using the platform, and all this stuff is going on behind the scenes. Like, what benefit is the user getting out of it?
So the one thing they can know is that we are fastidiously clean about our data model, right? Because we auto-generated, we can't mess with it too much. Secondly, that we have translations, which means that we support our API versions for a very long time. And again, we couldn't do that if we weren't generating it strictly from a model. Like you can't just make arbitrary translations. You can only do it if you're pretty clean to begin with. And then I suppose the other thing is that it enables us to make fast changes, as we might see now, while knowing that we're not breaking our permission system, we're not breaking any custom endpoints or anything like that, which should give people the ability to sleep at night knowing that we are handling that stuff on such a deep level in the system that we can then operate pretty smoothly on top of that without risking any sort of security issues as a result of moving fast and breaking things or whatever it's say these days. I don't know if that helps.
Yeah, I think that helps, because I think from the user's point of view, they might be thinking, oh, hey, these guys are rushing this feature out and trying to get it all done in one day. Like, isn't that a bit risky in terms of reliability? But there's, in fact, a whole lot of thinking that's gone on elsewhere in the architecture to make this possible.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of interesting because we tend to not notice that, like, internally, like, we kind of take this for granted, right? Like, of course, I mean, we're not putting any, things at risk by working this way. We're just sort of sequencing the work we would normally do a little bit more densely to get it out. But as you say, I see how somebody from the outside could think that we're just kind of like, whatever, throw it out. The one thing that I found funny actually about this whole framework, it's called Pine.js, by the way. It's open source, but I don't think anybody, we haven't done a great job documenting it, and I don't think anybody else has adopted it. But for the first 4 or 5 years that we were using this framework, everybody who joined was freaking out because it basically gives you almost like an SQL equivalent API language. But on the other hand, once kind of GraphQL came out and everybody started using APIs that were kind of like that, and they were outsourcing a lot of their logic to the client code, like ours has been doing forever. All of a sudden, people started seeing it and they were like, "Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, it's a modern API engine," which is kind of funny because it wasn't a modern API engine when we started. It was actually like this weird off-the-wall thing, which now, in retrospect, looks normal. So it's like you're either weird or you're uninteresting, and like wait, what? Can we get back to the impressive phase? Because I feel we skipped that.
So it's the same thing, but it's gone from like impressive and weird to completely normal over the course of time.
Yeah. Well, that's kind of the thing, right? I mean, we see this pattern up Balena. I don't want to sort of brag too much, but this has happened to us a few times. I mean, being a remote company is another one, right? Where everybody's like, I don't know, whatever, and then all of a sudden, this whole situation starts up, and everybody's like, oh yeah, no, it's normal. Of course, remote. What else? And you're like, wait. Wasn't everybody like super concerned about this beforehand?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's kind of the point I was making at the beginning as well. It's like we're showing off that we're doing this remotely now, but we've always been like this. So I guess we should be able to do it well. We've had some practice.
We were into remote before it was cool.
Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's take it over to Rich then.
Yep. So this is so there's only 4 files that we've had to modify in order to add this data into our backend. So that's readable, isn't it, on the screen? I think it is anyway. So before I did this PR, pretty much these are the things that we've added. So this is straightforward. So this is actually one of our test cases, and this is where we started. So we don't always start with the tests, just really does depend. But on features like this, where we're kind of augmenting an already existing bit of communication. So this is actually testing that the device gets updated when the device state patches it from the supervisor. So this already existed here. What we've done is we've just added in that it should, contain this data. So we're saying we went and looked in our spec. We can see that we need CPU usage, memory totals, etc. And then we do a quick test to say, to pretend that we're a supervisor and patch our data model using its normal patch routines. And then we do a check by pulling back the data model using this. So this is our testing framework that we use based around supertest. What this does is this is just pulling back the device model for the particular device that we've patched. And then we do a check to see that everything from this patch list up here is in the device model. So what that's making sure is that everything that Cameron's supervisor code is going to send us is then representable within the database with the same values that are there. So that will mean then the SDK, when it pulls the device data, we know that it's going to have that model. We know that it's going to contain the data that come from the supervisor if it exists. So we start by doing that test, and then what we'd actually do is run our test, and we note that they would fail because that data wouldn't be there. So that would be a failure. So in order to make that test pass, we need a few things. So we need to modify our model so it supports it. And then we also need to allow, within our state patch code, we have a set of, like a whitelisted set of variables that we're willing to accept. And so we need to add it into those 2 places. So adding that bit is quite straightforward. You can actually see where me and Paige have been live sharing, because this bit of code in purple is what he added, and it's currently what he's got highlighted in his session. So we have this valid patch fields, and so if somebody decided to try and send some arbitrary data to our state patch endpoint, then we just don't acknowledge it. It just gets dropped before we even start to do any processing. So we've added all of those in here that we need. So those are the 2 main bits of code change that we've done, but the test would still fail because the device doesn't know anything about these. The model. Oh, there we go. Paige is chiming in via the wonderful way of working in comments for your chat session. So yeah, the device model wouldn't know about these ones that we've added. So even though we're going to accept them in on the data coming into us, once we try and patch it to the device, that's just going to say, well, that does not exist. So what we have to do is change the model. To do that, there's 2 files we've got at the top. So first of all, actually, we'll look at this one to start with. This is a migration. Now, this is actually SQL, and this is something that we have to have because our data model already exists in a database somewhere. And so what this is just doing is adding them if they don't exist. Now, if you were to run this API code on a fresh machine, there is no database. So this wouldn't have anything to do. Like it couldn't alter the device table because the table doesn't exist. It couldn't add these columns to it because they wouldn't be there. There's nothing to do to them. And for that, the way that our model is defined at a high level is through these SBVR files that Alex was talking about. So just to give it a brief overview and try and explain some of the terms that Alex was talking about. So we have terms here. So let's find a good one that is relevant to the device, and then we can really.
Can we zoom in a bit, Rich, if we're going to focus on
Yeah, I can zoom in on these as well. So let's just go down. So something that a device would have. So everyone's used to that one. Is it that? There we go. Is that readable, Chris?
Yep. Spot on.
Okay, so let's find one. A device name. So we define that a device name is a short text type. Okay, so this is just letting Pine know what kind of data it should expect for a device name. Now, a device name, although it's got device in the name, it could be used on any one of our models. It's not specific because it says device name. The relationship to device name will come later. So if we'll just search down the file to find device name. Here we go. So it's a fact, and this is how Alex was trying to explain it earlier, is that this language is based around like kind of semi-English way of explaining what something is. So a device, which is a thing, has a device name, okay? And it's a necessity that each device has at most one device name. So what that's saying is whilst a device can have a name, it can't have two names, okay? It can only ever have at most one name, right? And I know that sounds kind of obvious when you say it, but for some of these relationships, that becomes very important. So what we've got to do to augment our model is we need to say that a device can have a storage usage and it can have a memory total and things like this. So what we had to do is add those. So what I should be able to do is I'll just search for them because it's going to be easier. Memory usage. Okay, so these are the ones that we added. So a device has memory usage, and each device has at most one memory usage. So these are the bits that we added into our model. And so what happens when we run this code, there is no database. Pine will connect into the database and it'll say, right, I've got this model, I need to create it. And so it will go through and it will create tables specific. In our case, we use Postgres, so it will create Postgres specific SQL to create the device models, the fields that need to go on those models, and the types that they should be, any constraints that need to be there get added. And so what it means is, in our case, because we're just adding on to this database, it's actually quite an easy operation for us because all we need to do is, add these lines where we know what we're going to store, which was, I think, down to about here. Yeah, so we just add in these extra rules. We have a migration because we know our existing data is going to need to, database is going to need to be upgraded to support it. Now, Pine doesn't do that for us at this point.
Yeah,
so
it should auto-generate that for the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the nice thing is that the SBVR files, we have tools that we can run on the command line where we feed an SBVR file into it and it will give us the SQL output. So it's not like, for example, like I didn't do this. I know that Paige added these bits in, but let's say that Paige didn't know anything about SQL. Then we have tools available whereby you can feed this SBVR file in and it will then tell you what these need to be. So it's not like we have to become SQL experts, in order to use Pine. Pine can take care of this for us. It's just that we need the file to be in the right place for the migration to work.
Yeah. And then, so can you actually go back to the model and show us maybe a rule or two, just for the fun of it? Because I was mentioning this before to people, just to see.
I think they're down the bottom.
Yeah.
In fact, what I'll do is I'll try and get it all onto it so you can see it in one go. There we go.
It is necessary that each device 1 that is managed by device 2 belongs to an application 1 that depends on an application 2 that owns the device 2. So this is funny because this is part of our dependent device support that we haven't really featurized properly. But
so I find a better rule.
I mean, this is a feature that is almost done, but not fully completed, I guess.
Here we go. This is to do with running releases, so it's going to be there we go.
Right. So this is actually interesting because it says it's necessary that each device that should be running a release that belongs to an application that the device belongs to. So basically, it says we have one place where we say the device should be running, such and such release, and that's used for pinning to force a device to run a release. But at the same time, this says, well, you can't just force it to run any release. That release has to be of the application that the device belongs to. So that, this is the sort of rule that you cannot express in standard SQL schemas. So what happens is that this rule here gets converted to a SQL rule that returns true or false. And it actually looks for counterexamples. It looks for devices that are running releases that are not of the application that the device belongs to. And if it returns anything, then the operation fails. What operation is that? So that rule runs whenever you try to change the release that a device should be running. So if I say, hey, the device should be running this release, Pine comes into the middle and says, wait, I need to, so it makes that change provisionally. It doesn't actually, it sort of goes in the parallel universe, makes a change, and then checks to see if after the change that you told it to make, it is still keeping its rule set intact. And if anything comes up, the rule set essentially has been violated, it aborts the transaction. So that whole parallel universe goes away and you never get your change done. If it comes back clean, there's no violations after your change, then the transaction gets committed and your change gets, becomes part of the database, and you get back that your response has succeeded. But again, this is great because we don't have to rewrite this logic when we're adding a release, when we're removing a release, when we're, there's all sorts of different ways in which this could be violated, and we don't have to put it in many places. We just express it on the level of the data model, and Pine knows that whenever anything is touched that is related to this rule, it will check this rule to make sure that it's still kept.
Yep.
The English is not, again, I said it's technically English. It's called structured English. It's technically English, but it's probably not how you would say it. At the same time, people, when we speak, we're not that clear about things. So pluses and minuses.
I think, from my own perspective, when I first had to start dealing with SBVR, it does come across as a bit of a strange beast when you first start to deal with it. But actually, once you've read some of those rules and kind of digested what they're giving you, and certainly, for example, the one there where we have about running a release, that's actually quite a nice one to get your mind into the thinking of the way that SBVR works. Some of the other ones, yes, they can get a little bit sort of hard to read and everything else. We've got tools, though, for parsing them. So there's sbvr.co. If you go in your browser to that, then you can actually play around with SBVR rules and build up like SBVR rule set files that you could then use with Pine. Personally, myself, I have a small little side project that I've been working on over the last few weeks, and I needed an API, and I actually have used Pine. Now, I mean, I'm not always saying that everybody should use Pine, but for my particular use case, where I wanted this API to hold a sort of a source of truth for this project that I'm kind of working on, it actually is a really great fit. And for when you start looking into different like ODM projects you can get for Node, like sure, there's some really great mature, data mapping software out there that kind of does a bit like this. But actually, once you get around, getting Pine set up and understanding the SBVR, it isn't a lot of code. It is very quick to add to your models and change it. And things like the hooks that we have that are part of it, then are very powerful, and they allow you to do some very, interesting sort of, you could call them actions. Whenever you want to change that data model, you can react to that in a code fashion. So it's a great sort of tool, and I think it does give us a lot of benefits when we come to do these things. So all of this code that we've done there, those 4 files, that adds in the need for this feature. So we've added to our model here in the SBVR. We've got a migration to bring our production up to speed with that. We've accounted for it in our patch fields for the device data that we're expecting to receive, and that matches up with our spec. And we've also got a test for it, which passes. So if you're interested, we can actually run these tests. It's probably going to fail because I changed some of these files. So I'll just have to
undo
those.
While you're running your tests, actually, one last comment, and Phil, I'll toss it back to you. What Lucian in the comments says that if the rule doesn't make sense in English, your model is probably wrong, which is actually Phil, is this where you're gonna highlight?
No.
Okay.
No, you keep going.
I'll toss it back. This is actually a thing that we found out a few times when we're working on rules that are complicated. If it looks too complicated, and especially if it doesn't roll off the tongue, even in this kind of legalistic way, but it just doesn't it sounds grammatically wrong. We've seen this. We had this experience several times where you don't really know what's wrong, but something feels wrong, and then you dig it up, and you're like, wait. You kind of start going up the model and stuff, and you actually find data modeling errors. We've found several where it's not that it just sounds weird. It's actually, like, the way I think about it, or at least it's my hypothesis, is that it's kind of using the linguistic part of your brain to do logical checking. and it's really a fascinating experience because it's really like no other part of programming. I've never experienced anything like that. Again, this is a really weird language. Like if I was doing it again, I probably would. By the way, I wrote the first version of this compiler for my PhD, and then Paige sort of lovingly took my academic code and made it work, seaworthy. But if I was doing it again, I'd probably use some notation that is more programmer friendly, but it does have its perks, and it's got some really nice things about it. All right, Phil. Mike,
yeah, I was just going to sort of tie things together a bit for the viewers again. So probably about 20 minutes ago.
Sorry, Phil, one more thing. I actually did all that work at the University of Surrey, where you are. So
that's just down the road. Yes,
yeah, go for it.
10 miles down the road from me.
Mm.
Yeah, so for people viewing earlier, we saw Cameron was doing a bunch of work in the supervisor. So that's a service that runs on all of the Balena devices and interacts with the operating system, and that's going to surface these metrics that we're trying to add to the device summary page. But it's got to be able to put that somewhere, and that's where we're tying that into the work that we've just seen Rich talking us through, adding things to the API and the model and the database so that the supervisor can put those values into the cloud.
Hey, Phil.
Hey, Andrew.
We've had a number of folks join, especially in the last hour. Do you want to give them an even bigger recap of why we're all gathered here today?
No, it's Chris's turn. Because last time I did it, it caused huge discussion and disruption to everybody's work. So I think it's like Chris's job.
Okay, so I have to interrupt Chris now. Got it. All right,
okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so for anyone who's joined us in the last hour since our last update, the project we're working on here today is a kind of a live experiment to see if we can do an end-to-end feature release without starting any work before the stream, and hopefully get it into production before the end of the stream. And so that feature is going to be for the users of balenaCloud. They're going to be able to see current CPU usage, current memory usage, and current storage usage on the dashboard for the Raspberry Pi 4. We've limited it to the Raspberry Pi 4 only because we wanted to kind of narrow the scope down a bit and focus on one device for today. But obviously that will be rolled out to more device types in the coming days. So hopefully by the end of today, you should be able to, if you're running a Raspberry Pi 4 on balenaCloud, be able to see the results of what we've been working on here. So on screen right now, I have our current status of all the components that we're working on. So each one of these boxes represents something that we've got to do work on in order to get this feature out. So the yellow ones are currently in progress. Rich has just been talking about his work on the Open API. Earlier on, we featured Cameron, who's working on the supervisor, and Konstantinos and Steve have been working on the UI. Yeah, I think that's about where we are. Does that cover it, Phil?
Yeah, I was just a bit disappointed nobody interrupted you.
I'll just jump in now and interrupt then. The supervisor work has been done and now is in PR.
Does that mean we can
review, and we should be able to.
We can. Oh, it doesn't have tests. I saw the PR comment, Cameron. It doesn't have tests yet.
Definition of done.
Whoa!
I mean, code review at Balena is pretty brutal, but now you get to see it in live stream.
Can I just check? Are we having beer on every tick, or is it only at the end if everything works? Just asking for a friend.
You can choose your own protocol, depending on the state of your liver. You can go either way.
I mean,
Chris, are we gonna need a PR? Maybe we need something more than just like nothing in tick. Maybe we need we
need the status. Oh, does that mean I have to go and find another Unicode character?
You might have to find a Unicode character. I'm not sure.
Let's see what we can do here.
I'd also like to kind of check back in with UI stuff at some point. See.
Yeah, by all means, let's check in while I'm.
Oh man, we've got some live icon creation here.
Look at that. That's
you weren't here for the tick debacle.
Glowing.
Tick gate.
Man, the pressure of doing this live.
Almost committed copyright infringement, but then ended up at the last moment, sort of taking a left turn and using a Unicode character.
You almost installed ransomware. I mean, that would have been...
yeah, that would have been fun.
Okay, this is going to be my placeholder for the moment. And we had one for...
I can hear our designer Alexandra's heavy sigh from
Yeah.
the world.
I can picture her face as I lay out this.
Yeah. Between the green check mark and this PR icon.
Okay.
And have some words with you.
I think
Jasmine, I want to hear your estimation whether we're gonna actually make this happen. What you thought originally and what you think now after having seen this for a couple of hours. Well, almost 4.
I am
question mark
optimistic.
She said with the
Seems like
least
a good
optimistic
word,
voice
okay.
ever.
I can see us being here when it's dark outside. but I'm up for it.
I think this is one of the ones where we're gonna have to do a British to English translation. She's not optimistic.
No.
I'm
fine was
fine,
exactly
and
the
I'm
one we
optimistic.
discussed earlier.
That was traditional British sarcasm.
I know.
It all depends on the inflection. Is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
fine. Oh, fine.
I will say
So,
that.
so in a way, British English is like Mandarin, right? It's it's a tonal language, really. You're just not honest about it, which is...
I don't know what that makes my accent then.
One of the wins is just having everyone here together from different parts of the world. I mean, it's a huge testament to the remote culture that y'all have built. I mean, we meet, when the calendar tells us to meet, but to have everyone just chill out and work together here so casually and comfortably, it says a lot, at least to me.
Yeah, I agree.
We do it all the time, Andrew. We just don't invite you.
We didn't invite him today, in fairness. He just kind of got in somehow and then started pressing all the buttons.
Andrew's going to be the final. What do they call these people when you're doing the relay race and you have the baton? Andrew's going to be the one at the end doing the vlog and the dogs.
He's right now. He's kind of on the sidelines of the track, sort of just kind of like loosening up, getting them up a bit.
I shouldn't be carbo loading. I should be doing like a giant bowl of pasta right now or something. I'm doing this all wrong.
Okay.
It's a pizza exclusive day today. No pasta.
Okay,
Sorry, Andrew.
Christine, are you going to show us anything? You look like you're a man with a plan.
Actually, I already shared the design with Steve, and I believe he's working on it.
Cool. I can show you how it looks currently and the things we need to finish
while
up.
Steve is showing us, Chris, I think this calls for another box, maybe UI design. I think we need that tick.
Okay. We can do the classic add the item and then tick it immediately.
That's right. That's right.
And then beer.
Go ahead, Steve.
Okay, so this is.
Yeah.
Can you? Can everyone see? Okay, cool. So this is how it looks. The reason it looks slightly different from the design is because our current progress bar is slightly thicker, and this is something we can probably take it to a discussion tomorrow. I don't know, on Monday. However, it's pretty much the same. The only things that are left to be done is currently we are not fetching this data from the database. So this is just some, I can show you for just a second. So I just put some random values here. However, the component is completely independent from the data. It doesn't really care where the data comes from.
As soon as you have an SDK to put into the UI,
so it will. So it's basically a single API call, and then we just pass the real data here. That's one thing that needs to be done. And the second thing that I need to do is currently it's a bit hacked in to be in line with the breadcrumbs, because the breadcrumbs are a global component that's across all of the pages. And we want this to be shown only on the device summary page. So I need to modify how the
if we're gonna avoid a sort of something being done in a hacky way, maybe we can push the whole thing down. I don't know, Konstantinos can maybe have a emergency opinion on this, but maybe we can just nudge the whole thing down to the height of the card or something.
Well,
it does make it slightly cleaner code-wise, but it doesn't have to be very hacky. So I just kindly
if
did
we
it
do
just for the
that,
sake
it
of
will solve the issue
demonstrating
with
it and
with the
showing it,
name, with the breadcrumbs, because
Yeah.
you free up the whole space. Yeah.
Exactly. There is a problem because currently I set a minimum width for these, because if there isn't minimum width, they'll have to either the values will overlap, or
yeah.
we'll
The
have
only
to
thing
flex
I would say
wrap
is that
everything.
if you do that, I suggest putting the data bars on a tile, so it looks nice and aligned. Otherwise, I think it would look a little bit off.
Yeah, no. If we are going with this pushing everything down, this will just wrap in the half. So this is basically a width that is acceptable on small mobile
but
devices.
still, I think we need to wrap this whole like the 4 bars. We need to wrap them in a tile. They should look inside the tile. Yeah.
You mean a card? Okay. Yeah. You mean just on mobile or in general?
It depends with the alignment. With the alignment, yes. It could be in general. Yeah. I mean, so what you're saying is that if we are on a desktop, it would be on the displays what we see now, and then if we are on a mobile, it would be what, below?
No, I mean.
Right. Okay.
We'd probably push this a bit lower, so it will be.
Yes. Okay. Fine.
This,
yes.
and then
Exactly.
we can go to the card. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, if we push it down, it makes sense to kind of have the same style with the summary page and
Steve, I see you remove the device thing, but I think I don't know if you need to do something to nudge the whole card up.
So this is another one of those standard things that we have. So we have standard padding on all of the cards.
So it has moved up after removing the device. Okay. That's all.
Yeah,
I mean, we can talk about the
after.
padding separately, but we don't need to resolve that now. Got it.
Yeah, that's something that we want to apply globally and not just in this case. Okay, cool. Then I'll just add this to a card, move it down. That will simplify things also, so we don't have to mess around in the breadcrumbs. Yeah, and then just wait for the SDK to be merged. I'll just put
that's
that in
sort of a good,
fetch the real
point
data.
that in Chris's diagram that he just presented, we've talked to Cameron doing the supervised changes. We've spoken to Rich about the API and database changes, and now we've sort of leaked up a level there to the UI and the UI design. We've got a bit in the middle there, haven't we? What's happening with the Node SDK?
Yeah. So probably, do we have to do it here?
I can
drop off. You can cover that bit.
Yeah, I think maybe Konstantinos is gonna have to give him his
seat
at the table.
Before Konstantinos goes, can we show the viewers a quick reminder of what we're actually aiming for? So if we show them the UI design, and then we can check that off on the diagram.
Oh, Praneeth, hey man. Praneeth, one of the folks that was sort of on the team at the time we were launching Balena. Resin at the time initially. He is the one that introduced Yocto actually to the OS. Praneeth, nobody knows you. Like all these folks.
I know Praneeth.
Hey, Praneeth.
Yeah, I mean, there's Sean.
Yeah, I know him as well.
Okay, fine. There's a couple of people that. But I mean, I'm just thinking, like, Chris or Jasmine and Rich. I mean, maybe Rich. I don't know. You guys don't even know Praneeth. What is life if you don't know Praneeth? People.
The myth, the legend.
I think Theodoros might be trying to get in. He said the studio is full, so maybe I might step aside, go make a brew, and let someone who's doing some work.
Okay.
Involved. Okay.
Right.
Bye, guys.
Thanks, Jasmine.
Bye.
Thanks, Jasmine. Bye.
Since things are going so well,
Stop right there, Sean.
Yeah, all right, here we go. I'm ready with my feet.
I may
Hang on.
introduce some additional feature expansion.
Oh, here we go.
Here we are. He's not even hiding it this time. It's
Yeah.
blatant now.
Hear me out. It's barely any work.
No.
No, I'm
Go
just
ahead.
wondering. So we have these new fields on the device tab, and we're talking about surfacing them in the device-specific views. But wouldn't I, as a user, want to be able to filter and search on a list of devices to figure out
Oh,
which
damn, he's
ones
right.
I have 16 gigabyte storage, or which ones are I might want to order on which devices have the greatest level of disk usage, so that I can do something about that.
I think, Steve, this is the bonus track. If you get this in, I think you know what to do next. Yeah, no, this is you're right, Sean. Grudgingly, I think this is sadly.
It's not even any extra work, really.
Well, we accept that.
Yeah, we'll. I won't promise that for today.
Okay. So I think we can put this check mark on UI, right?
Yep.
Designs. Yeah.
UI design.
Oh,
Yes.
God, I've ruined it.
Boy.
What have you done? It's not the check mark.
No, I want the box. There we go.
Place it so I can golf clap.
Are you ready?
One job.
Yeah.
Ready?
Ready. Yeah.
Beer.
I think you should change the color of the box as well.
Oh yeah, we need a new state. Let's go for
The brightest screen possible.
Nice.
like this one. No,
Yeah.
look at
Not too much.
My
Yeah,
eyes.
that. We'll go back. Look at that.
all right.
One
I'm
down.
dropping.
Started. Thanks for Sardina.
Thank you.
Have
Talk
you started
later.
work on the CLI then?
Nice
I saw
work.
Scott actually popping up somewhere, so I guess that must be true.
It's in progress.
Cool. Yeah, and I think we kind of need the middle of the stack to get in there now, the API and the SDK, because that will open up the UI and CLI. I think they're kind of stuck on them now. So, Rich, do what you got to do. Page. So you guys unblock Theodorus, and then hopefully we can move to the UI and CLI. Sweet.
So I don't know if Scott wants to join. If he's watching, he can tell us a bit about what he's doing on the CLI.
Mm-hmm. While we wait for Scott, I had a question for Cameron. What for the viewers? Obviously, I mean, clearly I know, but for the viewers, what do we need to do? Yeah. What do we need to do to move from where we are at the moment with the supervisor? It's got a PR. What do we need to do to get that ticked and green?
Okay, so I've written the code now. It's in PR. It's going through a review process, but we've actually gotten some approves already because we're just that efficient. So the supervisor will be merged. We have a CI service which will automatically build the images that will be used for testing. And I will make a PR into what we call MetaBalena. MetaBalena is like the shared core of the OS that is shared by all device types. So the device type will use MetaBalena and then build stuff across it, different firmwares and things like that. So we will PR into MetaBalena. We'll let the tests run with the supervisor image that I was talking about. This will then be merged, approved and merged. Now, this is when the testing team will step in. The devices team will first go use the new MetaBalena release into the Pi4 OS specific repo, bring that in, and move. With that, we'll produce an image, and that'll go through testing. And then once that's been marked as validated, we'll put it into production. It'll be downloadable at home.
Cool. I've just linked the PR in chat there for anyone who wants to follow along with that process.
Oh no, people are going to see the shortcuts that I took.
The supervisor is fully open source, so it's all there.
It is.
1,000 changes requested.
Phil, don't scare me like that.
Rahul will be on that now. He's draconian with his reviews, I tell you.
cares, right? Only because he cares.
It's just
Cool.
a whole
So, Theodoros, what have you been working on since you left us earlier and came back?
So it seems that at some point we changed our mind about the name of the fields in the database. So I was just updating the SDK pull requests, the typings, and the test cases.
Cool. And that's for the Node SDK, right?
Yeah.
So for anyone looking at the drawing.
There's also
So you can probably add a PR marker near the Node SDK,
that.
and I've pasted the pull request link in the chat.
I feel like the PRs we should go to an amber there, surely. Surely we need something to show that
You're not demanding more of the diagram.
Yeah.
We
it's
should
like
have
the most important thing.
An amber for the actual box.
When they're in PR, yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's do that. Like this one maybe. Oh, it needs to be more green.
I mean, that
than
literally
that,
didn't change, did it?
I think it needs to be like. Oh my god, this is gonna take a while.
We should actually put that Theodori's PR in the public chat.
Okay. My brain is at full mental capacity choosing colors, so I might need some help.
I don't think we shared the API PR in either, if anybody wanted to see it.
No, I don't think we have, actually. Good point.
You want me to link it to you, dude?
Do it.
Yeah.
If you are, you should do it because you can make it come from Balena, whereas it will just come from me if I put it in the chat. I put it in our little.
Okay, here we go. I've got it.
Secret area.
Let's update our. Okay, so this is the API PR. We've got a new voice. Scott has joined us. Do you want to introduce yourself, Scott, and let us know what you're working on?
Hi guys, yep. So I've been working in the background. I wasn't able to join earlier because of the limits on the number of people in the room, I think. So I'm a software engineer at Balena. I'm mainly working on the CLI. So in this little project, I'm adding these extra fields to the device command. So that's the one that lists the information about a particular device. And also the devices command, which is a tabular layout of the same thing. We probably won't be able to deploy devices today, I think, because we've got a problem with the number of columns on the table at the moment. We're going to fix that with a new library, but that's not going to be something we can do today. But I'll put the code in that command anyway. So it will just be hidden behind a flag. So we'll be able to enable it quickly.
Scott, can we then put it as a? I mean, we should do it somehow. Maybe a different command, like device metrics or something. Device something.
Yeah. Well, it will be fully implemented in device. So for the single device, you'll be able to see the fields. The one that's causing a problem is devices. So they're listing a tabular.
Yeah. No, we're not doing that for the UI. At least not as a first priority either.
Okay. So
arguably for the terminal, for the dashboard, we've got sort of customizable fields and whatnot, and the sorting and stuff. So that makes sense there. I'm not even sure it makes full sense to put on the list of devices in the terminal. I mean, if you've got a good idea, sure, but I wouldn't consider the top level priority. Sounds good.
Well, yeah, I mean, it probably won't make sense right now, but shortly it should do because we've been looking at this Oak Cliff module, which allows you to do all sorts of clever things like select which columns to include. You can order by columns. You can filter by different values on the columns. So once that's included, then it should be will be quite useful there, I think. But for today, the device command, so the one that lists all of the details for one particular device, it will be fully implemented there. In fact, we've almost got it all done. I would like a little bit of feedback, actually. Is it possible for me to share my screen?
Yep, definitely. Go ahead.
Okay.
While you're doing that, Scott, I can see you're working from inside a sauna today. Where in the world are you, though?
Yeah, it's a bit cold outside, so the computer doesn't like it much though. No, I'm up in the attic at the moment because it's a bit more private up here.
Where in the world?
Thanks. I'm in Poland. Hang on 1 second. Let's share the whole screen. So yeah, okay. So this is the output so far. This is running from just dummy data, hard coded. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So one question I have is the memory usage. Is this how we want to display it, or do we want it more as a kind of percentage, or same for same for storage usage in total?
I think you just, I mean, if it was up to me, I'd say you do it as it comes to you. I think there's no, maybe if we will move to that other sort of React for terminal or thingy, like we could do like the bars and whatnot. But like, I think the straightforward thing is what you're doing, and that's probably the right thing to do.
Yeah, I think it's worth considering as well. We've been speaking about like a scriptable mode for the CLI, but we don't have that yet. So when we did, we'd have a scriptable mode that showed the raw data, so people can do processing upon that. But and then when it's not in scriptable mode, show some nice bars. I think before that, we need to assume that people are going to be scripting with the CLI. So providing the raw data is very helpful.
So maybe we can add an additional computed row then, memory usage percentage, and just express it as a percentage.
Sounds good.
Same for storage usage, I suppose. Our display library is a bit rudimentary at the moment. This will improve, but I've had to rename some of the fields because the way it works is that the fields, the data you pass it uses the field name as the label. So I've had to rename some of the field names, just so that they are kind of understandable as far as the units are concerned. But I think that's correct, right? Everything in megabytes for memory and storage.
Yep.
Okay.
Maybe bytes, but yeah.
Oh yeah.
if you're being a pedant, you do MIB with a lowercase I.
Unfortunately, the display library doesn't let us do lowercase in the labels, so maybe it's better just to leave it like that. I don't know. Or I can put it in MIB in capitals, but it might.
Okay. I mean, I don't actually know what to how to address this one actually. I mean, it's probably okay. Why did we end up going for MIB bytes again, Cameron?
It's just the true storage format in my heart.
Yep, I think we're gonna have a kind of CLI display library for Cameron's heart.
Can that be the name? Can we call it
Cameron's heart.
Cameron's heart is registered on NPM right now.
It just
I
needs to
worry
be
that it would
downloaded.
just be like just very good mood, but like just take on too much and drop characters every once in a while. It'll be a bit of a weird one. It'll be very pleasant to work with, though, I have to say.
I was expecting there to be the Pop OS massive on the comments now, pointing out that you're using Pop OS. I thought the moment your screen popped up oh god, I used the word. As soon as your screen was shared, I was expecting Pop OS to appear.
Yeah, it's pretty nice actually. They recently removed fractional scaling though, which has kind of put me in a bit of a bind because I'm using like I think 200% now, which isn't quite ideal, but 100% is too small.
Oh, I've got that issue on mine. It's like so high resolution, but the screen is so small. So you end up with like either squinting or it's massively too big.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can kind of work around it with like font size scaling, but it's a bit fiddly.
Yeah.
Is this where I talk about Arch Linux?
Yeah.
It's your key.
No, this is where you are dedicated to the project and just bring it back to center. Avoid the Playmore. That's what this is.
Yeah, people think we sit around talking about IoT, but we don't. We just debate who's got the best setup.
And it's always me.
Oh, here we go. Said he funny.
And that's why Lucian is not in the call. He just perpetuates the hate. And Rahul, of course, as usual, comes in with the right answer.
So, in relation to our little release, the API side, if we're happy then that these model names aren't going to change now, and the formats aren't going to change, then we could do with some approvals. So, if anyone would like to, obviously,
that's a British English right there.
Yeah,
he did it twice in a sentence.
Yeah. So yeah, we need some approvals so we can nudge it all forward. That's what we're waiting on. So maybe, yeah, Cameron, you know what you're doing.
Of course, we never ask for approvals, right? We ask for reviews, unbiased.
Well, you have to ask for approvals. It's to do with the £10 on PayPal that I just sort of sent over to Cameron to get a straight pass on it.
You wanted me to look at the code or just press approve?
Well, no.
Look at the code.
You should look at the code. You should look at the code.
If you have engineer in your title, you have to look at the code.
Yeah.
So this is where Sean steps in and just starts firing out approves.
So Alex, I saw in the comments Rahul and Thomas and a bunch of other people, they were asking sort of more details about the testing process and how we go about testing things.
Depends on the things. Actually, probably not the best person. I think Sean is our man here to talk about.
He was eating, I've been kind.
I see. Here he is. Here he is. Where's the bird? Did you eat the bird?
No, the bird's bored of this and has gone elsewhere. He's tired of software development for the day. Yeah, on testing, it kind of depends on which part of the stack they're talking about. I assume Raul and Thomas are asking about the device-side testing. And that will kick off once we have an operating system image ready to go. Which I think
basically, we need a supervisor version that will go into the Meta Balena repo, and that will go into the Balena Raspberry Pi repo, which will become an image that we can test.
Yes. And then some cursory testing will be run on the PR to the Balena Raspberry Pi repo itself, but we don't have fully automated testing there yet.
First merge, people. Open source API PR. Sorry, this is one of those things where
Chris has left his desk. He's in charge of the diagram, and we've got our first PR.
Okay, I'll do it. Sorry, go ahead, Sven.
Yeah, so once that PR is there, an actual disk image will be produced, and a barrage of tests will be run automatically. But as I was saying, they don't, and those run on an automated testing rig we call TestBot. But that doesn't cover everything we test yet. So what happens is once we have that image, a couple of team members will run a set of tests. So we have a platform called TestLodge that we track for each version that we test for each device type, and there's a set of test cases that we run through. And I mean, it's quite a long process at the moment, and that's why we're automating as much as possible of it. But we end up having, I mean, I think there's about 40 test cases that are the manual ones. And so a lot of that will be testing, does the device boot up and provision correctly? Does the device are we capable of preloading a already made container into that device, and it boots up and starts that container correctly? Is it possible to set up the network proxying? Does Wi-Fi work? Does HDMI work? And for every version release, we test. We run all those tests, and if one of them fails, that basically stops the testing process, and we go figure out how to fix that, and then have to start back from. Usually it will be a change either at the supervisor level or the Meta Balena level, and then we have to produce a new version of Balena OS and start the testing around again.
And so what percentage of our testing was automated, do you think?
It's quite a small percentage at the moment. We test a lot of the unmanaged operating system stuff. So is it possible to set a UDEV rule? Is it possible to insert an SSH key? Things like that are all done automatically. But I mean, I would say probably only 10% is automatic at the moment. But there is a lot.
We're on the cusp of doing maybe another, I don't know, 60, 70. I don't know what that would be.
Yeah, I think in the next couple of months it should almost flip to where we're testing like 80%.
Praneeth will be depressed to hear that we haven't finished testbot yet. I mean, we have, but we haven't fully put it in operation.
Yeah, because Praneeth actually, I think, started that project.
Oh, you started that project, and then there was Nikitas, and then Praneeth. I mean, Praneeth was the first one that actually started doing custom electronics for it, I guess.
Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, that's the whole testing process. It normally takes about I think on average 6 hours to test a single device type on a single operating system version. But today we're gonna try and run a bunch of tests in parallel with different people, the manual ones, and hopefully just do that in a much shorter time frame.
Cool. Vipal was saying it was 52. He's working on testbot as well as other things, isn't he?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah, he's not in the call anymore. Yeah, he's been working on the testbot stuff.
We need
Alex,
Chris
did
to
you
update that diagram.
Oh, yeah. We can add it back in here. Is this accurate? No way.
It sounds like
so. We've merged the Open API PR now, and the supervisor will be merged as soon as the final test finishes running. It takes a little bit longer because we do emulation for some of the tests.
Does that PR cover the database as well?
Longer. I believe so. Yes, it does. Yeah.
You're referring to the Open API there, because we don't ever update the database outside of the code. So yeah, it would all be covered in that. But also we've got the closed source PR is already done now. It's not merged. It's in PR. It's ready. We're just waiting for the open one to finish going through its build cycle, and it's for version bot to update the release and push out the NPM. Once that's gone, then we'll be able to retest the cloud one using that brought in version, and assuming that passes, then we can merge that one too. And then that should then get released to staging. So the data would actually be live on staging very shortly once that's done.
Is it worth giving a kind of high-level overview of what those two different APIs are?
In open and closed?
Yeah.
So if we go back a couple of years or so, that Balena had our API, the cloud API, and we made a decision around about sort of November time, 2018, I think it was, that we wanted to have an open source offering. So work was done in order to sort of extract the core features that were needed to make an API for the balenaCloud distribution, and then everything that was on top of that, which would be part of our cloud solution. So what we end up with now is we have two APIs where the open API is like the foundation element. So it's the latest version of the state patching, it's the core elements of the data models, but it doesn't contain things like the permission system and stuff like that, because Open Balena is permissionless. So we have all of that in there.
It's single user.
Yeah, sorry. Oh, yeah, that's a better term to use.
Permissionless sounds like, if you run Open Balena, like people can do whatever they want. It's just kind of like Docker registry, right? Where you have an admin user and the admin user has a restricted access, but you don't have multi-user or multi-org or whatever. That stuff is lives in our. So you either basically have access to everything, or you have access to. You have full user access, or you have full device access, but that's kind of like as far as it goes.
That's a way better way of putting it compared to how I just worded it there. But yeah, so we have that side of it, and then obviously when we move to cloud, we need multi-user organizations, various other things that we get as part of the cloud offering. Plus, there's other things within cloud, extra services, and they need different data to be supported. So the two are the same. It's just that one is a superset of the other. So the open API is the foundation, and then the cloud takes in that open API and then adds onto it. So for any sort of, if we've got any sort of Express developers watching who want like an equivalent, it's a bit like how you would use routes. Imagine if you then brought in a module and then used those routes as well. So it's in the same way as that kind of system works. So we bring in the open API and then we add on to it and we augment it to give it the features of cloud. So when we do these kinds of changes that require a change that's to a feature that will be across the board, we have to do an open API PR, and then once that's been done, CI system, version bot, will go through, run all of our tests, run all our builds, and then it pushes out an NPM release. And then once that's done and we have that confirmed, then what we can do is we have a closed source API PR, which essentially just uplifts our version of Open API. I think there's a couple of other little tweaks that we have to put in there just to account for the database changes that get run at that level, and then it's done. So we still have all the same tests and everything else. In fact, not too long ago we actually aligned the test suites within the two as well, so that we have a lot more parity between them. So that's the reason for the two different PRs. But in this instance, the closed one is very small. It's pretty much just an uplift and done. So yeah. But that's all now sat ready to go. That's not open, so we can't share a link to that one for the public to view. But that's just sat there now ready, and then as soon as we get the confirmation that that's okay, we can merge that one. But once that happens, in the instance with our cloud API, that will then release our cloud API to staging. So staging is always running the most up-to-date version of our code. So once we get that merge done, then staging will contain that data model. So if, for example, you jumped on the dashboard, whilst you won't see those changes reflected yet because they've not been done, you could pull up a console and actually query that data model through Pine. And you would be able to see that you'd get like null values back for those because the devices wouldn't contain any yet. So
that's something we should do live. Yeah,
well, once so Cameron's got the supervisor PR now, so theoretically, Cameron could live push that supervisor to his Pi 4. Once if he joins it to an app on staging, then he'd be able to see that in the data model reflected.
This is going to be my secret little surprise later on.
Oh. I've ruined your surprise. I was going to see about live pushing the all the stuff, like live push my Bob with all the staging on there. So, but yeah. So actually, yeah, I don't know, I might have missed it earlier, but have we discussed how we dog food ourselves? So we use a Balena OS device pushing the balenaCloud stack to it, as if it was a Balena. Have we talked about that at all?
No, but I'll gladly do it. So basically, this was a project that we took like almost a year to finish, I think, where we kind of were like, well, Balena OS can run multi-container applications. balenaCloud is a multi-container application. So we want to provide our users a fantastic sort of multi-container application development experience, obviously. But somehow, over time, this how software grows and how things are organic. The we had developed some sort of development environment for our cloud thing that wasn't the same as what we exposed to users. And we're kind of like, well, why have a thing that is internal that nobody really loves? It's kind of like this kind of, scriptlets, how these things tend to organic in the worst possible sense of that word. And, it kept breaking. And I think I was the one that kind of got the most sort of aggravated by that situation. I was like, look, if we're going to put a bunch of work into something, it should be our product, right? So since we don't seem to be able to stabilize this internal development sort of environment, let's just throw it out. Anyway, we're not getting any user value out of it anyway. And let's make sure that balenaCloud can run on Balena OS, and therefore we can use our own experience. And if we don't like it, well, we've got a problem, right? This is our product. Like if we don't like it, our users are not going to like it, so we should fix it. So we did exactly that, and it was super fascinating as a process because, first of all, we found a bunch of gremlins in the containers themselves, in the various services. We had taken a few shortcuts here and there. Balena OS is actually quite strict about what it wants from the container. So things we could get away with in AWS, we could not get away with in Balena OS. So we had to tighten up the architecture quite a bit. And we found, like a lot of divergence, a lot of like weird things here and there that we just had to fix. The second thing that we did is to, so then we were able to run balenaCloud on Balena OS. And then sort of, indeed, we saw some gaps in the development experience. And that's when LivePush came about that Cameron briefly mentioned, I think Rich as well, which allows us to code on the device almost as if the device was our laptop. So you just code on your ID and it kind of live updates the device. The container rebuild procedure is we've basically, Cameron did incredible work there. He basically rebuilt the way that containers are built from scratch to be a little bit more quick and dirty by using previous traces from previous builds, I guess. So the trade-off is that you probably wouldn't want to put that container in production. It's a little bit too dirty for that. But if you want to see a quick development preview of your code, like this is a lot faster to get your container up and running. So that was a trade-off, and then basically that gives you like this really, really fluid experience of coding on a container on device, which could be a different architecture, kind of access different peripherals, yada yada. But it's almost as if the code is on your device. Well, the code is on your device, but it's almost as if your target that you're coding on is your device, even though it's actually some other device sitting on your network somewhere. So that was LivePush, and so now we use LivePush to code on balenaCloud on Balena OS. Now, the other cool thing that came out of that is that somebody approached us and wanted an on-prem version of Balena OS of balenaCloud that in fact could even operate in an air-gapped environment, which means with no access to the outside internet. Imagine something like a factory somewhere that has, for safety reasons, has no access to the internet, but you need a server inside the factory to manage the devices inside the factory. But because we have Balena OS, right, which can run an embedded device like an Intel NUC, and balenaCloud can run with that, that is effectively the on-prem edition of balenaCloud. So by sort of standardizing and being very disciplined about what we do and how we do it, we kind of got a free development environment out of it and a free on-prem edition, which was it felt pretty good. And in the same way, I think actually one thing we didn't mention before for OpenBalena, the way we've done OpenBalena is intended to make sure that our open source edition will be always up to date with our cloud edition. There are some gremlins still in the way to do that, but the architecture itself is geared for that to be able to happen. And we're working on a little bit of our refactoring, I think, on the API side and a couple of other things that are preventing that from happening. But it's almost like it's like 98% there, and there's like something in the way, rather than the normal course of affairs where it just is not possible because there's just so many things. So you have to do an explicit piece of work to extract something from your closed thing and you put it in your open thing, or do some code dump, or like every other option we looked at was just unacceptable because we wanted to make OpenBalena a proper open source project that people could contribute to. So yeah, this architecture gives us that as well. It's so basically balenaCloud, Open Balena, and Balena Machine, which is the on-prem edition, all come out of the same code base with no, this feature that we're building today will make its way to all three. There's no extra work to be done for any of that.
Nice.
Just going back to live push as well. One of the things that we want to do when making it is not the best way to develop containers for Balena OS, but the best way to develop on containers, period. So live push can be used with any Docker engine on any device, on your local host, on a Balena OS device, or even Raspberry Pi running Raspbian and just exposing a Docker socket. It's all open source if anyone wants to check it out. And just to expand on what Alex was talking about the caching. So previously, let's take a Node project, for example. If you're relying on Docker layer caching, you would, add a Node module to your package.json and then redo a Docker build. But what live push will do instead is just to update the package.json inside the container and then run an npm install based on your Docker file. Now that means that 99% of your modules are already there, and npm doesn't need to pull them down again. But this one extra will be pulled down. So instead of a 2-minute process to update that, we go down to a few seconds, and then your code is up and running with the new module. So that's where we got the main speed increase there.
A couple late breaking developments. Looks like Rich has now transformed himself into an Intel NUC.
That's somewhat of an improvement, I would say.
The whole time.
Yeah. It's at least predictable.
I mean, I was only on for 20 minutes.
Yeah, you were gone for 20 minutes, and in that, we had boxes that could be turned green and ticks added, and Rich turned into a NUC.
Oh, do we want to do that?
Yeah,
okay,
we do.
Right.
Chris, I was gonna fix it myself, but apparently you've cloned it and kicked me out of it. So
that was a necessity.
I'm not upset about it. I'm not upset about it. I'm just bitter.
Okay, what do we need to do? Update me.
So I believe we have a UI PR. Okay, that's actually set. What else do we
the
have?
open source API PR has been merged.
Okay, so this is the big one. This needs to have
Yeah.
green and have a check mark. God, I'm not gonna cope.
And a beer.
Alrighty. So next up is, I guess, the cloud API is the big deal, because as soon as we have that, we can actually start the deployment process for the cloud. Yeah. All right.
I believe the cloud API is in PR already as well.
Yes,
We're
it
just
is.
waiting for the open API.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Look at that.
I didn't even get a chance to turn that one yellow.
Sorry, dude. Next then.
We probably need
Yeah, I
an
mean, the
update
cloud
on
API work is so so much of a like boilerplate that it really should not even exist. I mean, that's what we're working on. My thing is that we need a single PR to update the API, not a dual like what we're doing here. This is actively being worked on, and I think it'll actually also enable changes to flow to Open Balena faster.
I think the database box can turn green as well, mate.
Yeah, I think they're gonna
the
need
check mark?
another. Yeah, we're gonna need a second check mark, kind of like WhatsApp, I think, for deployed to production.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Because the tick
yeah.
right now stands for merged, basically, which is fine, well enough, good enough. But I think we're gonna need a deployed as well. Though the deployment actually is gonna be per block. So whenever I have these boxes like unified, that kind of means that they are
This
essentially one sec. Yeah. So per section, I think we're gonna need a production mega tick.
Okay.
Mega tick.
That can be arranged.
I also feel like we.
Sorry, Phil. Go
Go
ahead.
on. No, you go, mate.
I was going to say the supervisor is now merged, or will be in the next couple of seconds.
So green tick.
With the chair now.
Green
Wait.
tick.
So by the time I've done it, it should be merged.
Well, we have an automated GitHub integration, let's call it. Or it's more than that, but it's easiest to understand. Named version bot, and when all of the tests and approvals go green, it will be merged automatically. We've got all green tests and approval, so any second now the supervisor will be
I'm going to
merged.
wait until it actually happens. It feels like more of an event if we do that.
I feel like we need to find out what's going on with the Python SDK at some point as well. I think was it Vipul that was running on that?
He was.
See if he can rejoin.
God, the suspense is killing me.
And then the other part, I wondered what's going on with the docs and the blog.
Nothing.
Nothing's going on.
Nothing. I guess, Sean, we should. I don't know if you can just like swing it yourself or you need help. But like, I think the docs probably goes first, just to sort of understand what we need to document about this, and then our hype man Andrew will turn it into something that looks like news.
Yeah, I mean, we normally like to have a screenshot for the docs, but so if we have something in staging. The one thing I'm not sure is exactly where we put this into our current documentation.
Maybe its own section. I don't know. No.
It needs a few different places, doesn't it, as well?
Yeah.
Because you'd need to add it as like a CLI command and as an SDK.
Well, yeah, I mean, the SDK and CLI stuff, that should be handled in the PRs themselves, and that stuff is just pulled in independently. But for the actual documentation, we need to write it in some section, but yeah, I'm not quite sure exactly where the best place for it to fit into. Probably somewhere in the manage section.
That's fair.
I suppose we can just create a new section there, because we have like device statuses and filters and tags.
UIPR approved.
Although that's it's all just kind of.
We haven't got a status for PR approved, have we?
Well,
Approved with
approve
commits.
equals merge. So
Right.
approve equals merge. So basically, it's getting merged.
Okay, but the supervisor's done, right? We can go for that one.
The supervisor's now just been merged. Yes.
Yes. Oh, that's the wrong green.
Woo!
Party of one. Oh,
Yeah, I think the I expect the battle is going to be on the OS as soon as we. I guess Cameron, now you're kind of just going to go and rush to get into Balena and then into Raspberry Pi, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. Just working on that now.
Yeah, actually, Chris, we'll probably need another box probably underneath Balena OS to say Balena OS for our pipe or something. So we can track both. Sorry about that. I destroyed it.
Others.
Yeah, so these two repos, as soon as they merge, no. Yeah, the testing there, basically, that's the long pull. I guess, yeah, so it's almost like there's like three battlegrounds now. Like there's the operating system at the bottom, right? And that's probably the gonna be the one that's last. We got the cloud API, which is gonna be like a deployment into the cloud as soon as everything passes. The SDK and UI CLI are the third one, but those ones I don't know why. I'm just less worried about. And of course, I guess the battle number 4, which I guess we're going to take into the US time zone, is the blog and docs and just doing a whole end run to the test and stuff.
Yep.
Hey folks, I'm back for the Balena SDK Python PR.
Your audio is not too good here. I don't know what it's like for everyone else.
Hello, can you? How's it now?
Yeah, it's a bit stuttery.
Let me check. Yeah, I actually got 2 mutes running in the background. How about now?
Slightly better. Give it a go.
Yeah.
Yeah, so here's the Balena SDK Python PR. What was happening is the SDK documentation generator that we have, I think it was last ready for 2.7, but now we kind of updating it wrong and I had a quick meet call, we were seeing if you can update it, get it ready. So right
Okay,
now,
I think I can. People, we can't hear you very well, but I think I could piece it together. So basically, we are auto-generating the SDK docs, which are going to get pulled into the master docs. And also that part of this work was to make it work with Python 3.8. So there was a little bit of extra fiddling required because previously the SDK in general was working with Python 3.7. So I think that's, people nod if not if I got it roughly directionally correct. He's not nodding, guys. I'm starting to worry.
He's remaining unusually stationary.
I've added it inside the message channel.
Right. So there's the PR. Yeah, there's a PR in the chat. Cool. Good stuff, people. Let's do the. I can't wait for the OS testing to begin. I don't know who needs to do what to whom, but let's get that party started.
Heading there. Actually, we should probably get Flo in there. So
people, we can't. You're coming in very fragmented. Probably not worth trying to say things because they're coming across in dribs and drabs. I mean, hey, this is not looking too bad.
No, we've got a good chunk of progress.
Any
can we
folks
get
in the
anyone
comments want to ask any questions as well? There's about 30 people in the comments. 30 people on YouTube. Are we streaming? Where are we streaming right now?
We are streaming live to YouTube and Facebook simultaneously.
Sweet.
Seems like most people are commenting on YouTube.
Right.
But yeah, if anyone watching has any questions or wants us to dig into anything in more detail, by all means ask. We've got the crew here. So who can we bug about Balena OS?
What do you mean by bug?
Like, we need someone to explain what needs to happen there and who's doing the work. I think we've got all the other components covered.
What is? I think Cameron was PRing to Balena.
That will be up in just a second.
And so that basically says, like, Balena is the core like functionality or feature set of Balena OS. So it's saying add this new version of this component to Balena OS, and then we need to then take that newly created Balena OS version or Balena version and PR it onto specific device support repos. So for this case, we'll only do it on the Raspberry Pi one, and that's should be pretty quick once Cameron's merged this Balena one. And as soon as
the PR is up right now, just done.
So as soon as that is in PR on the device-specific repo, it will actually kick off a build and we'll build an image for that PR, which will start the automated testing, but we can also grab it from our Jenkins setup and start manually testing that if we want. But yeah, then I'll need approval from the devices team. But since it's not a very involved change, it should be approved pretty instantaneously. And then Florin, one of the devices team guys, will do a deployment to staging, and the images will be in staging. And that's where we start all our manual testing. And depending on the features that we're testing, we'll either test against the staging backend or most of the time we'll test against production. For this case, if the cloud API is already in production, we'll just test against production. But if we want to do it a little bit faster, we can test against staging, but it's not the preferred way to do it.
Yeah,
How is the
probably
right now? Better?
It's still bad, people.
Yeah.
Okay. Nothing gets
So
done.
Lucian was just asking in chat, what's the plan for end-to-end testing prior to merge? So I guess that covers that.
Don't know. You can't say well, you can comment.
I mean, maybe we can just jump in if you want to say something.
Yeah, we have space. You'll be welcome.
Who's that, Lucian?
Yeah.
I think he's got no internet today. I think he's running off of
He's
his
4G-ing
phone. Yeah.
So we're all up to date on this diagram, right?
I was just wondering about the CLI. Where are we up to with the CLI?
I think these guys in general are waiting for the Node SDK to go in. They kind of needed it as an upstream dependency, but maybe Scott will.
Yeah, it's basically done. I'm just adding a couple of bits to some tests. It's running off some kind of static data at the moment, but as soon as we've got I'm waiting on the SDK. When that's merged, then I'll pull in the new version and.
So Dodi, are you blocked on the API for the SDK, or can you make progress before then?
Yeah, the SDK essentially is done since some time now. I've tested it against my Bob and waiting essentially just for the API to get merged.
Then can I throw in a cheeky request from Sean to try to do the device list? You know, the add the new fields to the device list as well on the dashboard.
Yeah, of course.
Sean, I got your back, man.
Thanks. My internet died, so I need somebody pushing.
It's gone again. Oh, no.
Yeah, I was getting a bit of breaking up, but I wasn't sure if it was me or not.
Am I the only person with COVID here? Even Chris? No, Chris.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
No, it's hidden away. This is proper COVID hair.
Yeah. Sometimes if
you just need to learn how to cut your own hair.
Yeah. There you go.
I'm just rocking it. I'm
yeah.
It's really easy. You put a bowl over your head and then you cut around said bowl and you're done.
I thought it was you get a vacuum cleaner and you like.
Have you seen the guy on YouTube that's done basically that? He built a robot to cut his hair and was using a vacuum cleaner.
I think it looks very scary. I have seen it.
No, look, he's just joined.
Solution. As if by magic from the chat to the stream.
God, it's weird. It's like I've broken the fourth wall. I guess I better stop talking about poop OS and pizza and pineapples.
I feel like that's what we need right now.
I had to go answer the door to a courier. I think when you were talking about bringing me on the stream, so I come back and I'm like, what's going on? Yep, internet, great. When are we gonna be treating internet connections as vital infrastructure like power or water? Especially with most governments mandating that you have to stay at home and use the internet to work.
You know, you laugh. I've been I guess this is going to be a little bit of Balena inside talk since we're hitting a bit of a slow stage. But you know, Balena, we treat most things as loops. So you know, there's the thing, and then there's the work we do to improve the thing as we learn from the thing. Basically, I think this is my best pitch of the loop like ever. Anyway, but I've been taking that approach to my work setups, right? So kind of I'm looking at what I'm looking at here, and I'm like, okay, what if if these things are components in an architecture, what am I missing, etc. And my connectivity sort of became apparent as an issue, which I hadn't thought of before. It's really interesting. Once you force yourself to reflect, you see all sorts of things. But the interesting thing was that I found this app called Speedify, which I'm testing since yesterday, and it does bonding between your Wi-Fi and your cellular, and then it sends it to a cloud VPN that goes to wherever you want. So in theory, and I stress this, in theory, it should give you either the combined bandwidth of these two, or if one of them goes down or the other, it can sort of seamlessly shift, so you no longer have to say like, oh this, oh that. I did try it on a Zoom call yesterday, then it was a little bit stuttery, so I'm not sure it's the extra node in the middle is worth it.
I mean, I'm kind of curious as to how you managed to get such a stable connection for so long today.
I'm using my laptop. Is the thing.
Okay.
That's the difference. I mean, I hadn't noticed that, but now you mention it, Lucian, it's quite remarkable.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it. So did my question about end-to-end testing come through? Because it's kind of an interesting point. One thing that you notice in that diagram is that end-to-end testing is, that's the one, is that there are changes to, 10-ish components before we make sure that they all work together.
I mean, the end-to-end testing that we've got there is just literally see it work, just to be clear. Yeah, we're in the process of, I mean, we have end-to-end testing, of course, that runs in production every X amount of time. Every hour, I think. But beyond that, I don't think we would be integrating this. Like the end-to-end tests are sort of the critical bits that are like SLA stuff. For the moment, I think we're doing a lot of work to make that again a lot easier to extend and manage, and hopefully we want to expand that coverage to a lot more things.
Yeah.
But
I'm not asking this because I want to be
hour.
difficult. I'm just asking because I think it's actually an interesting question, and it's something that pops into my mind as a viewer of this.
Yeah. No, I think it's a good question. Like because ultimately we know that each piece works on its own, right? Because each piece is tested, but in principle, there's nothing that guarantees that they will work together, other than the fact that we made it in this stream, and therefore, no, that's not true. Actually, staging will give us some assurance of that. Right.
I think there's an angle here where, thinking back to SPVR and that model-driven environment, if you're able to define models of how each of our components interact with each other, then you can almost create guarantees that you at least satisfy the contract that you get.
I mean, I try to keep my SPVR blabbing to a minimum, but I was looking at the tests that Rich wrote, and I don't see a reason why those tests have to be written by hand. For instance, they could be generated from the SPVR just as well.
Same thing goes for the SDK. Potentially
I mean,
the UI
can be generated. Like anyway, I'm going to start ranting now, so I want to be careful. But there's a very large part of this work that we're doing today that, like in my dream world, we're just changing the model, and then it just flows out everywhere, right? In fact, maybe a slight hidden agenda of mine in doing this is to observe what it is we are doing today a little bit more closely, and see all the little friction points, and maybe get some ideas about which ones we can knock out by, exactly as you said, utilizing model-driven techniques rather than just throwing brains at the problem.
Yeah, I mean, you can only hire so many developers, right?
I don't know. There's something about work that can be done by machines that should be done by, there's a moral element to it. Like, if it can be done by machines, it should be done by machines. I don't know, but yeah.
I have a good pitch for this actually. This is a rant I give to people every now and then. But the whole angle here where if you agree that time is the only thing that you can never get back, and no amount of money will ever give you more time. Like once your day is gone, it's gone. There's no getting that back.
I did buy this anti-aging, but I mean, are you implying it's not gonna work?
Got some bad news for you. But with that in mind, if you consciously waste people's time, it's fundamentally immoral. Like if you know that you're asking someone to do something that is just a complete waste of their time, then you've lost you're off your moral path. So for my work at least, I try to think that there's like a moral guidance to making sure that you're making you're getting people to spend their time on something that's worthwhile and compelling.
You value, yeah. I mean, I think this is actually probably a deep part of our culture. Both the product itself, right, is saying don't waste your time, use this, because we wasted a couple of years trying to build, that while building an application that was like horrible. But also internally, I think we are very careful to build things that have 2, 3, 4 layers of use, so that all the work that we do is impactful in multiple ways. But still, as we say, another standard rant, there's the absolute frame and the relative frame, right? So I think compared to others, I suspect we're doing good, though I say that a little bit as guesswork. But compared to what's possible, there's definitely a lot more to do. Right, we have a long way to go until we are, as efficient as possible. And I don't mean that like in some theoretical way. I mean like in ways I can enumerate that we could be more efficient. Yeah.
I think there's and that ethos that permeates every level of the company, doesn't it? Because even when you look at the time and effort people put into the blog posts as a team to make sure every paragraph is as concise and helpful as it possibly can be. Every diagram is, picked over, and people try and make it more efficient, more obvious. At every level, all of the projects, all the way down through the whole of the stack, that ethos applies to not wasting people's time, making things as obvious, as trouble-free as we possibly can.
I think you touched on something interesting there, Phil, and that might seem counterintuitive that we're spending a lot of time on a blog post, right? But we're looking at that short-term investment in time that delivers long-term results. Because we've got blog posts that people refer back to that are 4 years old. You get it right. If you get it right first try, or with an edit afterwards, you're going to save a lot of people a lot of time for maybe years to come. So thinking about that time scale difference as well, I think is really important if you're thinking about wasting people's time, because it's not just
users' time, and then because we all take part in support shifts, we're saving future Balena people's time as well. When they've got people coming to us that have been misinformed by a blog post, we put a lot of effort into making sure that doesn't happen as well. People don't have to support.
I mean, one thing we say about our blog posts is actually, I don't distinguish them from the dashboard or anything else we put out as product, right? The blog posts are product. And since we are responsible for them, since somebody can come to us and say, your blog post is wrong and we have to fix that, we're responsible for it. Therefore, it's product. Like it's not like, oh, whatever we wrote this years ago, who cares? Well, if it's not true, take it down. Right. Again, it goes back to saving people's time. But I think another piece that I think both Phil and Lucian touched on is this kind of the thing we keep saying: short-term pain, long-term gain. Or my most recent and favorite formulation right now is slow is smooth and smooth is fast. Apparently, it's like a military adage, and it's nice because it sounds like a contradiction, but really, if you think about it, you go carefully. You don't have any surprises, and therefore, if you don't have any surprises, you're gonna be done quickly.
You don't step on a mine.
Yeah, that's right. That's
Sounds
gonna
like
be super slow.
Sounds like less haste, more speed. I don't know if you've heard that one.
No, I haven't. It's good. Actually, there's a few of them I know in Greek as well. It seems that there's this sort of idea has been hit upon quite a few times. All right. Let's somebody bring this back to something that's related vaguely to what we're
I think
doing.
the thing to bring it back to is another
You must have
green
been
tick.
expecting this.
I have a
Is it time
question.
for another
I think
tick?
it's time for another tick, and I think it's time for a Chris summary at the top of the hour.
Is it? Okay, which one? Let's do the tick first.
Well, yeah. The Python SDK, no?
So that's merged now.
Yeah, including the docs. I like the fact that Vipul's taken the definition of done there.
One moment.
Can you never hit the right shade of green?
No.
What's going on?
No.
It's really giving you trouble. That's why I always go for the top one, because I'm like, you know what? I'm not going to remember what row I went for.
Oh, what have you done now?
Whoa.
I mean, I can't handle the pressure. It's like
that's clear.
This all goes to hell.
Chris, clear and concise.
Yeah.
Don't waste your time.
But now it's overlapping, and it's kind of annoying.
That's why
just as we were saying about wasting people's time, Chris. You just can't even get a color straight.
Super
Yeah,
immoral.
there we go. Look at that.
Hey.
Oh yeah, clap.
Okay. God, clap. Oh
Nice.
no! He says it's yet to be merged. Look at that.
What kind of update was that then?
Everything is yet to be merged. What is going on?
What do you mean it's a go if it's not merged?
Vipul gets
It's ready
ready
to-
for that, Chris. And
I
all
mean,
caps. I know
It's
exactly
written
what's on
and
that
go,
thing.
guys.
I mean, at least
It's
it's easier
written.
to revert back
Yeah.
eventually.
Yeah, we've just got to watch all your mistakes in reverse.
The 20 changes it took me to change the color on that box. Okay.
It's okay if he does it. If he merges it fast enough, you can just sort of
Yeah, I can
redo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh, I'm never believing him again.
Okay, so for the people who've just joined us and have perhaps missed one of the hourly updates so far, the diagram you're looking at represents the task we're undertaking today, which is a bit of an experiment here at Balena, in that we're trying to roll out a feature end-to-end from the UI design to code to getting all the PRs merged and deployed to production in one day. So you're looking at so people's apologizing. So people just
They're
gave us
giving you a hard time, people. Don't worry about it.
So yeah, so this diagram represents all the components that the team's working on today. So we've got a lot of work going on in parallel. Blue means it hasn't started yet. Yellow and the PR badge means there's a PR open and ready to be reviewed. Green means it's been merged, but not necessarily deployed yet. We need to think of another tick design that's yet to be done. But the feature we're working on, I mean, it'd be good if we had do we have a screenshot? I need to add a screenshot to this diagram and then people can see.
I mean, there's a UI PR, so I guess Steve can fetch us a nice little screenshot, and probably that's what Sean needs as well. So
Yeah, I think the UI guys normally put
screenshots in their PRs.
In their PRs.
But so the feature we're working on is to be for balenaCloud users. After we get this deployed, you're going to be able to see the CPU usage, memory usage, and storage usage in the balenaCloud dashboard. We're focusing on the Pi 4 as the initial device to start with, but obviously this will be rolled out across the board eventually as OS releases come out. So yeah, right now, if you're familiar with the dashboard, you'll know the device screen, which has the IP address, the MAC address, that kind of information on it. We're working on adding those or that metadata about the device there too. And if we have a screenshot, paste it in.
Are we at the point now where Sean can't add more features? Is there like a tipping point where it's now impossible?
Well, I think as soon as the Open API went in, I think it's pretty much.
So we're locked in.
I was gonna actually talk about it because we've actually reduced the set of functionality. I realized that because when we were originally talking about it, we were talking about surfacing over voltage, and we pulled that out now, right? That's not because I was reading.
We've still got if we've detected an under voltage, we've still got that.
Yeah, no, the value gets sent, but the UI we stripped it out.
No.
You sound
No,
so
no.
disappointed.
You know what? Wait. I think this is a mistake actually, because Fedori, correct me if I'm wrong, that goes all the way to the SDK.
So the SDK will have the field.
Yeah. So basically, we said that we want to display it as an error, but we actually maybe forgot to.
Yeah, we didn't design it in.
Yeah. I think we're gonna have to start. I mean, right? We gotta get it in. So it's gotta be a notification bar now, and we'll fix it later. We can do something better. We got the notification bars. It should just say the device is undervolting or something.
On the device summary, you
so
mean?
it better be in the actual thing. You know what I'm saying?
No backing down, just because the UI designers flaked out on us.
Yeah. So Alex, what are you saying? You just want it as in the standard notification mechanism that we have?
I don't know. I mean, I just want it in. We could put it as a little thing of its own that pops up on top, or like a little whatever. We can be a little bit. The designers are away, so this is going to be designed by engineer, but it's going to be in there.
This can only go well.
I mean,
yeah, what could possibly go wrong?
What we could do is add it into the device status thing. It could be a little lightning bolt or something.
No, I think if it's undervolting, it needs to be obvious. But if it's not a big deal. That's kind of my thinking. Like having like some space is kind of always wrong, because if it's true, you want to show it really like loud, and if it's not, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
you expect it to be normal. So yeah, I think like honestly, I would be happy to just take like one of these tiles that they've got and just put it up top above the normal tile and just put a message there and paint it pink or whatever, and then Konstantinos will hate this so much that he'll fix it.
Policy.
I mean, that sounds like our notification bar.
Well, that's how I mean, but the notification bar cuts across the top, and this is going to be right above, only above the device card, I'm thinking.
We can use the one that we also show up for device pre-provisioning, I think, and support agents. So it's in place, not a whole bar.
Do it.
Yeah,
go for
it.
Sure. The message
Fedora,
will be decided, but yeah, the implementation is probably fine.
And while you're at it, if you can grab a screenshot, that'll be good as well, because there's not one on Steve's PR at the moment.
Okay, let me grab one.
Well, once you've implemented the... oh, no, actually, there are screenshots from 40 seconds ago.
Are there?
Somebody might be listening in on the live stream.
Yeah. Heard the cries.
Wait, let's bring him in. He's trying to say something. Now you're in, Steve.
Okay. That's why you couldn't hear me. Yeah, well, yeah, I added the screenshot just a minute ago, and I'll just add the alert in the same PR.
Cool, thanks.
Nice.
You saved up at least a bit of a distraction there. Yeah, that was, I don't know why we missed that, but I guess the sort of thing that happens. If this is the only error we've made in the process, we're good. I'm worried about OS errors, to be honest.
We shall know very soon as the testing goes on.
Well, we already failed one of the builds now.
A screenshot.
Technically, it was a fake failure.
It wasn't a fake. I mean, it failed because the supervisor release wasn't there. No.
Yeah. Well, the image wasn't finished building, so it expected the image to be there, ready to be pulled down, and it wasn't. It wasn't fully built. Could have happened to anyone.
Look at that. Now people can see what we're talking about.
Yep.
So this...
Right. If they squint.
Yeah.
Might want to add a title too, right? We're far long enough now. Give it a little name for said feature. Device data.
Zooming on.
Oh, look, I can't even do the zoom
awful.
properly.
Yeah, no, it's awful.
Well, which option was that on? I don't know. Okay. Let's go in one more. There we go. Look at this.
Oh. Yeah, that's the two options you get with Google Drawing. Would you like to zoom in so much you can't see it, or zoom out so much you can't see it?
Do you want to count the pixels?
Says the developer advocate for all Microsoft tools, Phil.
You're one to talk, man.
Nothing.
I haven't seen you in 3 weeks. I had to rib you at some point.
Like, Andrew, you haven't talked to the man all stream, and this is literally your first stuttering ever.
Yeah.
Harsh.
But he uses Windows, so gotta expect it.
I mean, I also noticed that he doesn't spend a lot of time going like, "Oh, wait, can you hear me? Oh, it's my headset, and I can't the screen." Oh, like he's just in the call. Like he just turns on the computer, he checks his email, and he's just in there. He's just working, being productive.
It's true.
Not everyone craves to being special. Needing to be on the bleeding edge of Arch Linux distributions, constantly reinstalling drivers every day.
I don't know, my Google Meet issues seem to happen when I get into a call with you, Lucian. I don't know why that happens.
That's because I've got your IP address.
Right.
Sorry, what was that, Phil?
Talk us through the screenshot.
Through the screenshot, okay. So if you're using the dashboard right now, you'll be missing this entire fancy new section. So this is where we're going to represent the metadata we talked about before. So you can see some diagnostic information about your device without having to go in, run terminal commands, that sort of thing. Did we say we were going to add this to the device list view as well? Or is that feature creep?
I believe, well, it's not feature creep. I mean, this is how we always do this sort of thing. I believe Satoris is working on it, but it's a stretch goal, I'd say.
Oh.
Okay. So right now you'd have to go into the device to see the faces of these things, but eventually you'll be able to see it from the device list view as well.
Yeah, and then sort them
and then identify problems, that kind of thing. So
I don't know. I'm optimistic that Satoris can do it. He's got the time. Like, if he's not, doesn't have to leave like immediately. It's not. From my understanding of this problem, it's not like the sort of thing that will take you forever to do. It's pretty straightforward. Again, like as you can see, all of this stuff is sort of model driven, right? It's not that creative coding or whatever. So hopefully we'll get it in, but if not, it may take another couple of days to work its way to production.
Because that's where it's going to become useful to people with fleets of thousands of devices, isn't it? Because they'll be able to sort by, say, storage and see that 10 of them are going to run out of storage and cause problems.
Honestly, the other thing we can do once we have this is to just highlight devices that are problematic and just put them up top or give them a fleet-wide notice. You got 6 devices under vaulting or something. I mean, we're not going to do this today, but now that we have this data in our main model, it's actually the sort of thing we can do.
I mean, ultimately, I think that's better because if you've got thousands of devices, the last thing you want to be doing is sorting through them to find the problems. We need to tell you the problems. Yeah,
exactly.
It does open up nice situations, for example, where you could see outliers. So maybe your app does run at like 80% CPU or something, but anything that diverges from the normal could easily be brought up now, especially on the device list.
Yeah. Well, that's a good one. We had that with Fold for COVID, where obviously the fact we're trying to find proteins means that the CPU should be running at its maximum capacity for the most of the time. And so if a device is actually idling, then that's your problem in that scenario, because it means the device isn't doing any work.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Actually, the interesting thing it could be done is that you could actually check across releases. Like, you have one release and then you put another one on, and like if there's like a massive change, either in CPU or temperature, I guess these two things might go together, or in RAM, potential storage. But a huge delta is definitely noteworthy. Maybe the user knows what it is and they can be like, yeah, sure. But I think that there's something interesting, on the time dimension there as well.
Yeah,
I think that very nicely brings us to the point that this isn't something special that we've done for the dashboard or something like that. This is this is on our API and can be used by anybody with a user API key. So every user, and they can talk directly to the API and get all of this information themselves and act upon it themselves using code if they want.
Yep.
Cool, yeah. Because I guess that ultimately enables people to build their own interfaces to their fleet in that case, doesn't it? So they don't necessarily have to use our dashboard at the end of the day. If they've got a dashboard for their app that does a whole load of stuff, they could start to integrate device information too.
This was a principle of our design from day one, basically because I briefly mentioned that Balena originated from a digital signage project we had done for a customer in the early days of Real Motion, I guess, as this company was called back then. And we had built a dashboard that had the things that we wanted. It's actually a bit remarkable that like Paige actually, I believe Paige had built that dashboard. I'm not even kidding. He built a user interface. But the interesting thing there is that we kind of knew that we might have wanted features that Balena itself would not have provided to users, right? Like, for instance, maybe I want a button to take a screenshot because it's a zero signage and I want to see what's on the screen. Balena is not going to provide you that, right? Like, or there's all sorts of domain-specific things. So that's why we wanted Balena to be API first and SDK first from the start, so that our dashboard is our dashboard, but you're going to have your own needs. And we shouldn't be standing in your way to get your own data and sort of mash it up in whatever way with whatever other data you may have in your customer system or who knows what to do what is right for your fleet. We want to give you a great starting point when we will always try to cover as many users as we can without sort of ruining the experience for others. But we also want to enable people to just do their own thing and make it perfect for their use case.
Yeah, I don't think we've been, as far as I can tell, I don't think we've been clear about this, but there's no like public API and then a private API that the dashboard uses. It's one API that's public, one SDK that's public, and when you connect to it from the Balena dashboard just uses the SDK that is publicly available to anyone using an authorization token that anyone could get with the CLI or with the SDK. So whatever is live and in production, everyone can access. And this is kind of different to a lot of API services that I've used in the past, because they might have a public API, but it's definitely not the one that they're using for their main SaaS platform, as an example.
Right.
Yeah, I've encountered that too. I can't think of where, but it's super frustrating when you find it, because it's like, well, they're like showing that value for X in their dashboard, and I want that, but for some reason it's not available in the API.
Right. So literally everything you see in our dashboard, everything you can do in our dashboard, you can do in our API. Actually, you can do a lot more in an API because it's a language. It's not. We couldn't possibly elevate everything that the API can do because it's a full-blown data processing language. So, there's always more in the API than there's in the dashboard, but everything in the dashboard is being done and therefore can be done through the API.
Mm-hmm.
The vast majority of it is provided by helper functions in the SDK as well. So it's not even a case of trying to work that API. It's just calling a simple function on the SDK to get the requested data.
This also has the knock-on effect that the CLI also uses the SDK. So when you add SDK features, they're automatically available in the CLI, provided we expose that. And we also unify our effort. So if we fix something in our SDK helpers, we're also going to fix that for the CLI, and we don't end up duplicating lots of logic or network processing stuff, which is really nice. I just want it to be automatically generated whenever we update the model, but
yeah,
we'll get there.
The dream. It will happen, man. One day. We're getting there.
Yeah. Well, that point kind of explains the structure of this diagram, because we've got the UI and the CLI hanging off the SDK. So like it shows why we're waiting for this Node SDK PR to be merged before we can test these other two components fully.
Yep. David. I guess people. Dave. I don't know. David is in the chat. So David, I think he said he would be going in from his phone on a beach or something, which is like super not good form. But whatever, we'll just pass that by. And he's saying, our community members creating their own dashboards. I guess if you're creating your dashboard, let us know. But I do know for a fact that several of our more mature customers have their own dashboards, and they're doing interesting things there. Actually, I'd be interested in creating a bit of a feedback loop there, where we talk to them, we get to see what they felt the need to create, and see if any of those ideas could actually make it back upstream. But that's TBD.
Yeah, my understanding is some of those customers are providing dashboards for their customers using our APIs,
Right.
so they can check on device health and then show it to them, or they're using it to draw in like other third-party services that they depend on and combine the data.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's totally a thing as well. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, David, if you're still listening, I guess now this is probably the most epic response to support ticket. You can give them a 8-hour live stream where we build the feature plus.
That's definitely what I want to do. I want David to get back in contact with that user and let them know what they caused, what kicked off from their
check
request.
out this 8-hour long video.
I just don't want this to set a precedent where every user thinks if they contact us on the forum, they'll get their own dedicated live stream day.
I mean, for a price, legit. I don't know. It's kind of like surely put with my commercial hat on. I don't know. It depends who's asking.
Is this the Enterprise Plus package?
That's right. With plus entertainment.
One dedicated live stream for a feature of your choice every month.
That's right. You get the feature and the entertainment.
I was wondering, Andrew, whether are we doing parallel work on the blog and like all the public offerings? What's going on there?
Yep, got a HackMD file going. Shared it with Alex whenever he wants to jump in. Just been turning what was the light spec into more of a explainer post.
Right.
I did include the context that you can see everything fleet wide, so I'm hoping that stays, so I don't have to delete that hard work.
What's gonna be the kind of flavor of the blog post then? Is it about the live stream and about the experiment, or is it about the feature?
Mainly around the feature. I think we can do a follow-up post about this whole experiment.
Maybe we can put like you've linked it, right? So it's kind of like a small link. I guess
we'll definitely embed it for sure.
Yeah. I guess there's another blog post in like this whole experience and how it works out. Assuming it works out.
Yeah, let's write that tomorrow.
Sprint-wise, what we've got, this is a 7.5 hour long experiment, right?
I mean,
what did we talk about?
I think it might stretch a little bit, but the ideal timing is it was 7-ish hours or something. Yeah.
David's saying he can join if Scott or Theodorus, you want to drop off for a moment.
David gets on. Yeah, I think what's on your desk. I think it's about time.
There you go, David. You should be able to join now.
Oh, here goes the content down now. Here goes the quality. Now we're going to be talking about
on stream.
Giant attack pigs and rattlesnakes within a few minutes. I guarantee it.
With his bear detection algorithm.
I think we need like a David sort of word bingo. He'll definitely say, "We are live." He'll definitely say, "Looking at the clock," and he'll definitely mention that it's obscenely hot where he lives. Within a minute, I'm guessing.
That's a nice comment we've just had come in. I don't know what release this is, but I'm here because one of your employees sent me the link. Keep up the good work.
I mean, if we have people in chat not knowing the project, maybe Chris, you're up.
Oh, jeez. Yeah. It's only been like 20 minutes.
Recap. Let's go.
You can't leave Chochu, not knowing what on earth is going on. They're watching the stream.
Tell us more, Chris, about device.
It's fine. David's here now.
David's going to plug it. All right, let's go.
I snuck in. I have a few minutes. It's a little bit loud here, though, so I might need to stay muted. But yeah, this is just too awesome. I could not miss this.
Well, you missed about 5 hours, 25 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, other than the fact that, I'm currently in San Diego Pacific time, and you guys began at, 10 a.m. UTC? So, other than that.
I mean, Alex made the effort.
Yeah, he did. This
I
is
was
true.
here before the, David, I was here before the live stream started. Just saying.
Yeah, all right. That's fair.
No, it's really not. I did not expect. I mean, I was kind of surprised to be able to sound you showed up at 6 a.m. local. It's like A for effort. But you're on leave as well, so I guess that gives you get a gold star too.
It's all good.
Well, since you're here, why don't you tell us a little bit about what kicked this off? What caused this situation?
Yeah, absolutely.
How did we get to this?
Yeah, how did we get here? So just in case it gets a little loud, I'll mute and someone may have to fill in. But the story goes as such. We had a customer approach us a few weeks ago now, 2 to 3 weeks back now, with an interesting issue. Unfortunately, they had lost access to some devices because their drives got full. They were using, I want to say, 16 gig SD cards on a fleet of Raspberry Pis. And, 16 gigs is certainly sizable for an IoT device, but the particular use case that this customer has is for digital signage. And so over the course of about 1.5 years, they had been continually and incrementally adding to their SD card more and more images, more and more small videos that were playing out on these kiosks out in the field. And sure enough, one day they added one image file too many, and it was the straw that broke the camel's back. And they got themselves into a situation where the device got knocked offline, and devices got knocked offline and were stuck on the boot screen, the splash screen on their Balena devices. So we were able to triage it pretty quickly and figure out what was going on. But we thought, for a customer with hundreds of devices, it's really not ideal to have to go through the terminal on each device and run a quick check, for our Linux users out there, df-h or something like that, something similar, to determine that their disk usage is creeping up over time, and keep tabs on it in that manner. It's not ideal, right? So we had also seen recently some other folks that were exposing overall disk usage in their dashboards. So we thought, this is a good feature, and taking the feedback from a customer impacting situation, we thought, well, we should include this. Now, how we got to this point, though, that I'm not entirely sure. How we went from valid customer feedback, let's build this feature, to all of us hanging out on a live stream. I think that might have been Alex's fault, but the situation, when you think about it from an overall bigger picture, like, that's super cool. It's certainly unfortunate that the customer lost access to his fleet for a short period of time. But taking that feedback and incorporating it into the product, like, that's awesome.
Well put, man.
Yeah, I think the story of how we got
Vipple's comment. High quality storytelling. One image too many, and now we got an 8-hour release party.
Yeah, and I think the story of how we got here is that we we have an internal product brainstorm, which is about like what we want to do, and we have a architecture brainstorm, which is how we want to do it. So we got through the product brainstorm, we started noticing that it wasn't just about disk storage, we want to do a little bit more, and then we got to the architecture call. And I think we kind of realized that, this is not a hard feature. Like, it does look like it's quite involved, but there's a difference between sort of hard work and uncertain, like genuinely new functionality that is unclear even how you would do it, right? So it's we kind of got this, especially given the prior run that I thought I used to have done something similar. We got the sense that we can actually pull this off. And then we're like, well, let's try it. I mean, what's the worst thing that could happen? We don't make it. Okay, fine. I mean, nobody expects that all development completes at exactly the wrong time, or somebody in the IoT space was wrong about a projection. Like this never happened before. So with that in mind, we're like, sure, why not? Let's give it a shot. When honestly, I'm feeling pretty optimistic. I want to see that OS image get baked, so that we start the testing. But other than that, I think we're gonna bring this home. Yeah, but if I'm giving a second, like the second and third order, I mean the feature is cool, right? But if I'm giving the second and third order motivations for this, it's like we want to reflect on what it takes to do something like this, and potentially why it has to take this much. And I realize again, like in the relative frame, maybe another stack that is not, this is kind of like a Apple, like, fully integrated stack, right? We've got access, we changed the operating system, which is the backend services, we changed the front end, the whole thing in one go, which is awesome. But at the same time, it may take others sort of more time. But yeah, the real question is like, can we learn from this? Is there faster ways to do this? Is there so give us some data, really just experiential data about how like a real sort of fast forward through this process to maybe observe. I'm hoping to observe something basically out of all of this that will give us some insight, or at the very least, I think we'll have a shared story in the back of our heads as we talk about this process. Like, Cameron, we're talking about Catapult and how we might drastically accelerate releases like this. And really, I mean, this is a great example feature that we might think about how we might do it with Catapult, right? Like with all these linked PRs, and they all have to happen together. Otherwise, one of them on its own doesn't really give anything. It's also actually a fantastic demonstration of the way we operate as a company, because let's say we had a UI department, and an operating system department and a backend department and like whatever, like who is empowered to build this, right? Who would take the lead here? Well, nobody, right? It cuts straight through the stack. So the way we operate with the product and architectural brainstorms is that these brainstorms have full context. They don't say like, oh, UI architecture or backend architecture, operating system architecture. It's product architecture. And as such, we are able to make these calls and say like, yep, okay, we'll pull in the right people, we'll get this done. And maybe another one is, I guess, to give us like a good feel for what's possible, and that something that normally would take us probably a couple of weeks to see through the process can be done in a day if we are. I mean, if it can, we'll find out. If we do things like super concentrated, and of course we don't always have to live stream it. And I mean, one other motivation is probably that we do a lot of stuff internally. I think chronically we felt that we are not as transparent as a company as we'd like, and we don't expose our culture and the way we work, and the fun we have, or like our style where we are, work hard, play hard, I suppose, or something like that. And we're like, well, this is a great opportunity to just sort of make a leap of faith, get out there, show how it is. And even for new hires, like it'll be great if you can tell someone, look, you don't need to play this at 1x, maybe you can play it at 2x. But if you really want to see a little bit of the vibe that we have, this is hard to fake, right? Like if this was like some kind of reign of terror, you can't recreate these moments and the laughter that we're having, right, everybody? So
I reckon they could skip the parts where we try and find a tick and Chris tries to find a shade of green he likes.
That's the best part. Anyway, yeah, so I don't know, there's a lot of things, and yeah, some of it is about us and some of us about the world, but I generally like. I'm very, very attracted to things that have like 4 or 5 impacts, and when that pattern shows up, I have a very hard time containing my enthusiasm. So I guess that's the real story of how we got here. we started talking about it, and I was like, oh man, this is such a good idea. We have to do it now.
I think the thing for me that stood out when David was talking through how this originated was I hadn't really thought through about the fleet angle of this, in that I have 20 devices spread around the house, and I want to go and see all of these metrics about the devices every now and again. But if you're thinking like in terms of a fleet owner that's got hundreds, maybe thousands of devices, it goes from a nice to have to a critical feature, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, those devices, that customer, his fleet was actually literally around the country. I believe he was based in Greece, actually. So it was a Greek customer, and they were distributed throughout the entire nation. So yeah, to have to recover from that was going to be time consuming.
I mean, there's the recovery from something where you haven't noticed, but like you were saying, to be able to order your list of devices by their storage usage and see the ones that are approaching, that kind of fleet ops. I know we've got some, Andrew will attest, we've got some blog posts coming up, haven't we, that are in the works about how to manage fleets of devices and some guidance on that with edge devices in mind. And that's kind of one of the angle where this comes in and turns from a nice to have feature to something that's critical to people that are managing these sort of things, the way that they're going to now use the dashboard to surface problems before they do bring a fleet down. Andrew, cut in and say yes about fleet management. Yeah. Oh, he's muted, so he's nodding.
Oh no! Yes.
I was to say, yeah.
Progress is being made.
Progress is being made.
Yep. Sorry.
There you go.
Wow. I'm a dual core person, and one core is on the blog post, and the other is on the docs with my pal Sean here.
Are we making progress on the docs?
These things are, if we're making progress, we need to change the color.
Blog is yellow for sure.
Ooh.
Yeah, the docs are not. What Andrew and I were discussing is that there's not actually a like slam dunk place that this fits into our documentation today. Like the information structure doesn't really have anywhere where we describe what is on the device summary page in any form, really. So if you go to the docs today, there's like a section on that's called like manage, but it's all kind of talking at a higher level around the fleet. So like the fleet or the user. So like managing your billing or managing filters and tags and things like that. But it doesn't really. I suppose we have SSH access there, so it kind of.
I mean, in a way, right? Like maybe it's worth taking the opposite approach here and saying like, should this be documented? I mean, you guys know I keep saying. I guess that's where you're going, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's what Vipul was saying, is that like we don't really document the summary page because most of it's pretty self-evident.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of my take, right? Docs are a hack, right? They are because the product is not self-explanatory. Like, if a product's self-explanatory, then you don't need to have additional information to tell people like what to do with it. If it's not, then you need to have, before you use this, yada. But it's like, I think we tend to just accept it as a fact of life. And in fact, I myself made this mistake right now, where in fact we should be like, this should be so clear, right, that there's no need for additional information. And if there was, I would even go one step further and say, even if there was, potentially should be discoverable in product rather than having to go to some other place and find some other thing in some other structure to figure something out about it or whatever. Like, there is something to say here about the increments we're using and all of that stuff, but I don't see why that has to live in a separate documentation page and not just in a dashboard.
Yeah, I mean, even in thinking about writing the docs, like the main thing that I think needs to be conveyed is like what exactly these values are and kind of how they're computed and then how lively they are, like how are they updated. And if we can convey that in the design, or in some way that like, if you hover over it, it gives you enough additional information to know all of that, then like documentation is kind of just
yeah. I mean, the dream is
over
that you
the
shouldn't
top.
need any docs, right? In general, like why should there be, like on the face of it? I joke that my child came with 0 docs. It is it's designed to be intuitive to me, and I mean, sort of most of the time.
I think mine's broken then.
I mean, I don't think. Anyway, it's designed for me to be able to figure it out if I try hard enough. Is probably the right formulation of that. Yeah, it's really something that I think good product design. We should hold it as an ideal. I don't know if we never get there, but I think we should aspire to it anyway.
The only
go ahead.
The only counter I have to that is certain users have buying styles where they don't want to actually try something. They don't actually go and use the thing. They just want to go and skim through the documentation and decide whether it's worth.
Right. And I mean, here's the thing, right? I mean, the SDK documentation that we ought to generate, and I think a large part of the CLI one as well, is not really extra documentation. It's literally just coming out of the code, it's reformulated code into documentation, and that can be considered like some sort of an enhanced description of sorts, which like I'm cool with if you want to have the textual read through or whatever. But just the notion of needing to have additional information somewhere else besides the product, that again, right, then what is the source of truth? Is it your docs? Is it your tests? Is it your code? Like, is it your product page? Like all of these things mean slowness, mean friction. And speaking of friction, what's going on with the OS? That's my worry.
It's a good question. I still don't see a PR on the device-specific repo yet for that version. I think last I saw was waiting for one of the architectures still to build something. Do we have Cameron?
I think he stepped away.
Because I think he was waiting for the builds of the
the metabalena
supervisor containers
for all. The supervisor, right?
Yeah, so we have to build supervisor containers for each of the architectures, and then and then we can build
metabalena
for our 5 reference reference device types, and then that will run some testing, and then we can PR too.
Got it.
Yeah.
So we need to do that for those 5 device types, even though today we're only targeting one particular device type.
I mean, the way it works is really it assumes that we're going to go for everything. Those 5 device types, by the way, are not going to get fully baked. It just does the metabalena testing, like the sort of the core, tests the core on these 5 architectures. And for these architectures, we need the devices. But then those devices will get tested further before they get released as well. So our general mode of release is we assume that it's going to get everywhere, right? So it's not worth sort of optimizing for releasing on one device, which we're doing today. It's kind of atypical. That's why it's kind of set up this way.
Yeah, I mean, those are very like smoke testy. It's not like heavy testing. It's just to make sure.
We just want to avoid putting something in metabalena and cutting a new version that will have to be rolled back because of some hardware implication. So the docs, then, do we do completion by deletion, or what's the deal?
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe we should look at the current design and think: is there stuff that we're not conveying there? Like, do we need some like on hover behavior or something that can make it clearer?
Cameron, what's the news on the OS front? apparated in our midst?
Yeah, it is running the tests for all of the MetaBalena tests, which run some device tests to make sure it's all good. Those should all be finishing soon, and then as soon as that goes, we can get the device-specific image together and start testing that.
Sweet. Okay, and that's the 6-hour process that we're going to try to condense to like an hour or
Fingers crossed, yeah.
something like that. Yeah, got it.
We should have something on staging relatively soon that we can display
We can
before
play
that.
with.
Yeah.
Cool.
So which components are we waiting on before we would see that on staging?
So the Cloud API, we had a bit of a test failure where one of the tests wasn't correctly changed. We fixed that. That is now building and testing again. As soon as that goes green, we'll merge it, deploy it. Then we've got, we don't even need to deploy it. As soon as it's merged, it will automatically go to staging.
Cool.
And then we can provision a device with staging. We'll live push the new supervisor version onto it, and we should be able to see things happening, all going well.
Well,
And then
because we don't have the SDK and the UI stuff, right?
Yeah, great point. Well, we can look at the model.
Yeah, we can look at the API responses.
That doesn't feel like a beer moment.
No, non-alcoholic maybe. So is there a UI PR? Sorry, is there a CLI PR in play as well that we should highlight? Or?
Yeah, good point.
Scott hasn't mentioned anything. He was just having a brief poll in the chat there to figure out which header we want to use to represent the memory.
Yeah.
Look to be a CLI PR up yet.
I say MIB, Scott. I think it's better to be accurate than be perfect appearance-wise. And I know I'm disagreeing with myself and everybody else, but I just can't. I just can't make it work. I can't bring myself to give inaccurate information that's like totally not our style. So I think everything else has to take a hit for that.
On that, I noticed the screenshot from the UI PR also is MB instead of MIB.
It's a good thing we haven't merged it.
The only thing is MIB makes me think of Men in Black.
Jasmine made this.
Yeah, that's what immediately came to mind here too.
Are you talking about the how you calculate the megabytes?
Yep.
Yes.
Or that size formatter? So I think originally this came up with that we went with whatever Google was saying. If you go how many bytes in a megabyte, that was the original idea there. So we'll have to see. Also, that formatter I think also formats the size of releases. So if we change it, it's going to affect the reported size of releases. We need to be careful.
So the data that the supervisor pushes as well, I wanted it to be the same as what you get from running, for example, df minus h, and that's maybe byte. So that's why it's there.
What Lucian's saying, I think, is that there's.
So yeah, currently the way that format size function is expected is not for megabytes. It's for megabytes. I don't know. I'm not a computer scientist, so I'm struggling here. Sorry, guys.
Just maybe for everybody who's watching who doesn't know what the hell we're talking about. Megabytes are using sort of all the stack actually. Kilobytes, megabytes, terabytes, whatever. You've heard of the whole thing. It's using an increment of 1024. So it's because it's calculated in powers of 2. So 2 to the 10th is 1024. 6 to the 10th, right? Yeah, I think so. So 1 kilobyte is 1024 bytes, and 1 megabyte is 1024 kilobytes, which means it's 1000. I don't know, like a little bit more than 24. I guess like 28, 29, 30, 35, something bytes, million by 1.035000 bytes or something. And there's like this extra that keeps growing as you go up. So then because the megabyte was like what was being used, they created a separate unit called a millibyte that is decimal, right? So it works much more like you might know, like the kilo or the whatever. It's like 10, 100, 1,000, million, billion, etc. And by the way, a billion apparently is also ambiguous because there is a billion like 1,000 million, and there's a billion like a million. I think that's the British style.
The British million. It's very uncommon though. It's not as common as this whole
billiard
mega.
Yeah.
But if you Google how many bytes in a megabyte, it's what, a million?
It's thousand. So I was just reading about this, and apparently there are different standards, and things change since we got educated. So a megabyte is 1,000 kilobytes.
Yeah, I think they changed the. So a megabyte is 1,024.
Yes. So a megabyte is 1,024.
From the wiki, the kilobyte has traditionally been used to refer to 1,024 bytes. A usage still common. The usage of the metric prefix kilo for binary multiples arose as a convenience because 1024 is approximately 1,000. Like, great. So we have a value that means one number or another one. Just,
Okay. Well, in that case,
there is no correct.
We're going with MB, and we're winging it. And if anybody has any problems, we'll send them to Google.
We need that XKCD cartoon about standards.
Wait,
we
make
when we
another
hit this
standard
problem
to
before.
unify standards.
So
for once
Good
and
job,
for all.
team. Though we're doing this right. We're doing this
When
right.
we hit this
Getting
problem
to the bottom
before,
of
we
it.
decided that we would just agree with what happens when you Google this problem, like what their Google digital storage conversion says, and that was like the end of it.
But the thing is, when I Google, not to make things worse, but when I Google megabyte, let us say megabyte, it says a unit of information equal to 2 to the 20th bytes, or loosely 1 million bytes.
So if you Google how many bytes in a kilobyte,
I didn't.
and look at the.
I didn't, did I? I Googled megabyte, and that's what I got.
You got a Wikipedia entry.
No, I got Google itself saying
Oh.
in the flesh, or whatever Google counts as flesh.
Yeah, so
Cameron, are we
1,024.
doing
As far as
thousands or
I'm concerned, that's
1,024?
always the way to format.
Okay.
Wait, you're using 1,024?
Yes.
Oh, that's not a megabyte ever. That's like a traditional megabyte.
Wait.
Yep.
A megabyte is like with a normal style, like 1,000, million, etc.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
I am.
Yeah,
sure,
I think this would
now
be,
it isn't.
They were like,
It
okay,
cannot
well,
be. It
yeah,
cannot.
I'm pretty sure.
What?
Get ready to turn all those green boxes yellow again.
Oh.
Oh, have I just been misleading everybody?
Yep.
And there's a megabyte and a millibyte? You gotta be kidding me. You have got to be kidding me.
Aren't you a doctor? You're meant to be sorting all this stuff out for us. I dropped out of school.
What?
I just wave my arms around on video calls. Come on, help me out.
That's true.
You got. Oh wow. I'm so sorry, folks. This is all on me. I was completely confused. But anyway, we're going with GB and MB anyway. I don't care.
And
I can see my beer, and I can see my beer, and yet it feels so far away.
It's getting further and further away.
Yeah.
I think.
I don't think the OS is impacted. So honestly, I think it's fine. And I think the UI was already like that. So it's only really Scott that's impacted, maybe, and who really kind of gets what he wants anyway.
So, as I understand it, so we've agreed on MB now, have we? Or?
MB, yes.
Okay.
Surprisingly
So,
so.
no
The
changes
collective
required then.
intelligence is exactly. We change our minds so much that you don't need to do anything.
Maybe we should use MXB.
I mean, that's a strategy.
Veto.
Decision through obfuscation.
M star B, maybe.
I think I'm hyperventilating. I don't think I can do it.
Always 1,024 with storage.
So are we good then?
We're good. We're good.
I think we're
I'm
good.
calling it.
Yeah.
Enough biting of bytes.
So
Oh,
in
good.
that case, I've marked the CLI as having a PR, but I haven't changed the color on the basis it's only a draft PR.
Well, we're going to need a legend to your diagram soon.
We are, aren't we? We're going to need a key
What's
in
happening
the
to
bottom
that
corner.
Python SDK, I wonder?
Paul's here. He just joined. I don't know if he's... Can we hear him now?
I guess it's waiting for the Cloud API, otherwise it couldn't be tested and merged. Yeah, I think we should let Cameron just do his thing, to be honest. I think he needs to chase at least two fronts on the cloud and the OS.
There's a discussion on the UI with Fedora around how to present the data in the table.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to combine them like we show them there, so it's like 12 out of 30 gigs or whatever.
I suspect that, yeah. Okay, I think our feelings probably match. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want the raw values so that you can sort on all of them. And obviously, we don't have to have them all as default fields in the column.
Yeah, exact opposite, actually.
Yeah, they should all be unmarked.
So I have an update on the API, the closed API that is now merged, and we'll be making its way to staging very soon.
Ooh. Okay.
Almost to be able.
The UI PR can be merged now as well, I believe. Unless we're still waiting for the SDK.
Almost clap.
Yeah, we just need to merge the SDK first.
Okay.
All right, Cloud API, that's the thing that's holding everything back.
Oh, now what have I done? Look at it.
Wait till I teach you about Format Painter.
It's a different error every time.
Wait, Chris, wait. We're going to do this differently this time.
Okay.
Okay, fine.
Can I copy and paste the format from one of these or something?
Yeah, you can, actually. But if you want to undo, I can show you, since we're just sitting around here. Yeah, just like select one that you want.
Like this one?
Yeah, just select it's selected, yeah, good. If you go to the top left, right at the bar, there's undo, redo, there is print, and then there's this little paintbrush that is paste formatting. So you copy that. It gives you a tool that then you can click something else, and it'll take the format from the thing you took.
Oh my goodness. Mind blown.
Oh, but you took you took it from there, though. That was the one you had selected.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Look at that.
Magic.
That's
Your
going
life
to
will never be
my
the
Google
same.
drawings. I mean, watch out.
This is a Microsoft Office, Google Docs universal feature, or anything you want. I think in Google Drive, in Microsoft Word, and the Office, you can double click it, and then you can be going around like tap. You. Everybody changes format. I think in Google Docs, I've never been able to make that work. I'm sure there must be some way to do it, but it gives me one shot.
Did you hear that? It's better in Microsoft, Andrew. Did you hear?
Oh yeah. Hey, I use Windows. No hate here. All love. Hey, I have a question. What is CPU ID for?
What's what?
CPU ID, like what surface as metadata. Like if you're looking at it, device specifically. I mean, I'm also not a power user, so this is totally coming from a newbie.
Yeah, so the CPU ID is coming out of the CPU. It's kind of like got a serial number essentially inside it from the manufacturer.
Got it.
So this could be useful for actually quite a few things during mass provisioning. So you don't have to. It can be actually pretty useful in very specific situations.
Yeah. Also, if you want to know if you want to tie a specific physical hardware to a entity in the cloud, you need some hardware identifier, which is a CPU ID.
Actually,
and what you could do as a manufacturer, if say you get somebody to make a bunch of boards and they give you all the CPU IDs, you could say you could write some kind of warning or something if a device joins the fleet that is not in the set of known CPU IDs, because then you know somebody's doing something weird.
You can also detect if a device is coming back again over time. if it's getting provisioned, deprovisioned, reprovisioned, deprovisioned, right? Because the CPU ID doesn't change. What was another cool thing you could do? Oh yeah, I mean, so this doesn't apply to the fin, though I would like a serial to exist for the fin as well. That refers to the board itself. Are we bringing in serial or just CPU ID, or are they separate or not?
Well, it's not actually. I think it's in the ARM devices. It's like CPU serial.
I see. Yeah, I think we do need a serial. I'll explain why. Because for baseboards, right, they have probably some other way to identify themselves that's not CPU ID because they don't have CPUs. But for the fin specifically, because we also control the manufacturing of that, we could have a database somewhere that says like, this board was made from these batches of components. Like you can link it back to individual sort of, when was it manufactured, what batches of components were made, et cetera, et cetera. So if we have, let's say, some kind of pattern of problems with fins, we could even narrow it down to a specific batch, for instance.
Cool. Very helpful. Thank you all.
There's so much. I think, honestly, initially we started with some kind of hardware identifier for the UUID, but then we got stuck because we wanted it to be unique. And people would like delete and reprovision or just reprovision without deleting. And then we couldn't provision those devices in, so we kind of went for the UUID, which is random and kind of like free-floating. But the hardware identifiers always have that advantage of being tied to the hardware, right? It's not like some arbitrary thing we make up, and that can like connect you to the past of the device beyond the platform.
There's an update on the Python SDK as well. That's in PR. We're waiting for the test, and it has an approval, so that should be getting merged very soon.
Okay. Nothing to change on the diagram yet, though.
So maybe the color.
Can I get a deeper yellow because we have like a v.1 blog post? No design yet, no images, but information.
Oh, right. Valid.
Dark yellow.
Yeah, I can go one notch down on the yellow.
Yeah.
Look
Two
at that.
notches.
People arguing over notches of yellow.
No, you can't. 2 notches is out of the question.
Is it worth pointing out that that block at the bottom doesn't actually need to be changed? We're not doing anything for that. Does that need a different color?
Which block?
Balena OS for RPI.
Oh.
No, we should. There's a repo with a PR.
A repo, yeah.
We're not doing docs, right? We're doing like UI microcopy then.
Oh, that at the bottom. Sorry, is that the docs or is it the bottom?
Who's referring to what?
The docs. Are we not doing the docs? Where did we come with that discussion about whether we need to document this or whether it should be self-evident by looking at it?
I think we're going to go with self-evident at the moment.
Yeah.
Kill that block then, Chris.
We hold these docs to be self-evident.
Tuck it under UI.
Hang on.
All features are created equal.
Creep in the background.
So,
color. Oh,
just back on the CPU ID serial thing, I'm actually looking at it. And I think what we're reporting there is actually the serial number of the device, not the CPU ID. We probably kind of mixed it up.
I did what you told me.
Well, it's device tree serial number, but I don't know whether that serial number is what we're reporting there.
Rich, yeah, thanks. I think you're gonna need a headset.
Let's see what the.
He's waffling away. He doesn't know I've muted him either.
Yeah, it was the YouTube videos going in the background as well. So, staging has now been updated. On my
sound is
desktop.
coming in quite harsh, and all sorts of things. Are you down a headset, or is it at all possible to? There you go. We can probably hear you now. You speak.
He's muted.
I can't unmute you because you muted yourself.
It's
There you go.
okay.
There you go.
I
There
was
we go.
moving between the headset.
So much better. Your silky smooth
Yeah.
voice, Rich.
Put my Barry White on. The API has gone out to staging now, so that got pushed. I've actually updated my supervisor on my Nook. So I've got the supervisor changes and the API to change it against. I moved it into staging. So I'll just share my screen if I just get it ready. And although it's not a beer moment, let's put it that way, but it's not far off a beer moment.
I don't need much encouragement. Let's just see those data.
Just make sure I've got it right. Yeah, cool. So pop that, share my screen. Thank you for the tips. That one, I think, is that the one?
Update for the progress chart. We now have merged the Python SDK.
Merge. Yes. Okay, hang on. Let's go back to the chart.
So, for those who are... Oh, you're doing your chart. Okay.
Hold on a sec, Rich. This is important stuff. And oh no, hang on. Let me go back. I'm going to use the format painter. Yes.
Beautiful.
I mean, yeah. It took too long to just redo everything that I'd done earlier. Okay.
Is that the halfway mark? More green than yellow?
Okay.
No,
Back to the
yes,
chart.
never mind.
More green than yellow.
So this is the dashboard. As we can see, we haven't got the UI changes yet. They're not pushed, but the back end supports it. So down here, what I've got is the JavaScript console, and we can make queries in the same way that the old SDK does. So the SDK will still query and get the model changes. It's more just that the work that Federici is working on allows it to be more supported on the throughput. So what I've done here is I've made a query into Pine to get me the device that matches my UUID. And if I look in here, then we should have CPU IDs coming back as null. So we need to look into whether that's an Intel thing, because this is running on a Nook, not on a Arch. What's it called? Sorry, ARM. But we get a CPU temp 65, CPU is 22%. We should also have the memory. So memory total is 15.9 gig, which is about right. It's a 16 gig Nook. We're using 10 gigs of those. This is actually my Bob, so that's running the balenaCloud stack. What else? We should also have the storage. So
device. Yep.
There we go. NVMe EN01. And that's coming back as 230 gig. And I think if I'm right, they're 240 gig SSDs in these, aren't they? So that seems about right. And we're using 52 gigs of it. So we've got the data. That's coming through to the API. We should be able to run that again. I could probably filter this down, but it's just as quick to do. So temp 65, usage 22. Assuming it reports on the regular.
Actually, speaking of, I think we could probably use this while we do end-to-end testing on balenaCloud on Balena OS devices to figure out if something has been, like, from release to release, something has drastically changed, and prevent, like, raise an alert.
Yeah, like the memory usage will be a good litmus for that, wouldn't it? If the memory usage is seen to be generally higher or lower on a different stack combination.
Yeah, I was about to challenge myself to figure out how this is helpful for us through Bob, but it didn't take me long. I don't know if anybody else can spot other benefits. I'd love to hear them. It's such a common pattern where you're like, I know this is useful to us somehow, but I'm not sure how. And then we made a little bit and it comes.
So yeah, but I thought that'd be a nice little bit to show. So
very nice.
The data's coming through. We just need the UI SDK side, and we should be good.
Woo-hoo! We just got to see this the OS, man. I'm just so stressed about the OS.
Yeah, tell me about it. So on edge. Wait for Jenkins.
Is that a public link we can share, how the tests are building?
I don't believe. Well, we can share the PR, actually.
Yeah, we gotta give props to 10th Concept for the support here.
To who?
Your user here. I don't know if we know them or not, but they're rebuilding their entire stack again on OpenBalena this weekend. Quite the project.
Nice.
There's also somebody who says that they're the supervisor team's #1 fan.
Oh, little Uzi
Gotta give the
Jacuzzi.
supervisor team some love.
Oh, old Uzi.
Little Uzi Jacuzzi.
Yes.
Cameron's biggest fan.
Is it Cameron?
There are many.
Cameron just created another YouTube account.
I mean, if you are a fan of the supervisor teams, you're by definition #1 because it's a very short queue.
You're in a select group.
Supervisor is the thing we love to hate in this company. Among everything else we actually.
I think it's because it can handle the hit. It never really goes wrong. I think it's bug free. Last time I checked, all good.
Bug free.
Was that when it was an empty repo, or?
It's been a while. It's been a while, for sure. I don't know. Just
should
reading
let
through
us know if
the.
Go on, Rich.
As I say, looking through the chat, we've got the SDK merging, the Node SDK.
Have we? Ooh.
Mhm.
That's definitely.
Things are getting serious.
I was thinking if 10th Concept, if they do have like a tech stack running on Balena or they're moving over to Balena, then they should let us know what they're doing and we can give it some love here.
Yeah.
I'd ask the question, why choose OpenBalena over balenaCloud? I mean, the features of Balena in themselves is interesting, but
I mean,
for someone to say they're
there's a reason.
moving it on, I'm just wondering why specifically. Yeah, I'd like to know that reason. It's good to understand why people do it. Sometimes people perhaps have a misconception.
As a maintainer ish of OpenBalena, I feel you're arguing against your own case here.
No, that's in a way the best way to be, though. I think. Like, I'd rather someone used it for the absolute merits of it. Like, I don't want someone to use the wrong tool because they have a misguided assumption about what the cloud couldn't do. So, and then that way, Open can be stronger because we can build for the features that it is stronger at, for example, and like really focus on those.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there is a certain kind of profile where OpenBalena makes real sense. I mean, that's why we have it. Obviously, if we didn't think it was useful, we wouldn't do it. But when there's a strong need for control far beyond where balenaCloud could give you, there's some sort of custom deployment plus maybe the capability and sort of appetite to manage that deployment, and maybe the fleet is also not massive. It could make sense. I mean, I look forward to deploying OpenBalena on a Balena OS device as a sort of second-tier manager of Balena OS devices further out the network that report back to balenaCloud. I probably lost all you. Anyway, it'll be fun. You'll see when it happens. It'll be great.
Yeah. I don't know how much public knowledge we have around some of the stuff, but we were discussing around the catalog idea the other day, and I thought OpenBalena would make an excellent application to have in that catalog, just as
Not a bad point.
as almost
So meta
because it can. I think exactly. The technical side of it, I think, is incredibly fascinating. Like the fact that you can nest Balena instances, whether it's open or cloud, within each of the others. It doesn't really matter, and you can go almost to an nth degree. Inception as a word. But yeah, I do feel that for some users, OpenBalena does offer some benefits. But if they could at least try that within the confines of something like balenaCloud, where it's a little bit more handheld and a little bit more controlled, and they could kind of see. Right, so this does actually work. Like if I put in the effort to know how to do this in my own time, in my own servers, on my own backends and everything else, then at least they could test it and try it with like a solid comfort factor that it was right. And therefore what they were seeing wasn't a result of their perhaps misconfiguration or missetup, or do you know what I mean? Like it would be nice for them to have that. But yeah, it's there's the possibilities that I think we're opening up with a lot of the stuff we have in the pipeline is going to be fascinating for some users, and I think it's going to really be
Speaking
exciting
of,
to see.
I wonder if there's a repo that represents Balena somewhere that we have. I think we do have that repo that could get a deploy with Balena button as the Bob. Did I lose anybody there? Did I keep anybody?
Yeah, is there any reason why we can't use a deploy with Balena button on the Bob repo? I suppose there is, because of the Bob CLI, like you have to configure it with certificates. But once we get Ingrid, then a lot of that pain kind of goes away. Yeah, like that will be gone, because then we could deploy with Balena, but you'd get your API.uuid.balena devices. So that would, I can't think of anything else massive.
Or the Open Balena repo, right? You could get a deploy with Balena on the Open Balena repo.
Well, it still has a similar thing where it has to be kind of configured
well,
with the certificate and everything else. But yeah, we have
to resolve all that. That's the thing. I mean, we've been talking about removing the Bob CTL thingy, but maybe we should be thinking about making it work with deploy with Balena. That's actually like a better articulation of the same concept.
Yeah,
like
it's a more solid concept, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's the same work, but I think it's a clearer articulation. Like the cloud platform should have everything you need to do this great level of multi-container development, so that you can develop the cloud itself. Ish. I mean, not ish. Like you actually can.
You've really got me thinking now. You've really got my mind thinking.
I know. I feel like we're falling in a wormhole or something.
But yeah, Open Balena would be surprisingly easy to deploy with Balena. Once we have Ingrid, it really will be. There isn't really anything left, because things like the one thing you have to provide, or there's a few things, but the main things are a URL, which you won't have to provide with Ingrid, and the supervisor credentials, which are done by environment variables. So they can be deployed with Balena anyway. So yeah, actually Open Balena, once we have Ingrid, should not be a lot of work to make deploy with Balena as a button very easy, like difficult at all.
I need to ask what Ingrid is, or who Ingrid is.
Oh, you'll find out about Ingrid. Ingrid is my.
You haven't met Ingrid yet.
I haven't.
So, well, Alex, with Alex's permission, I'll give some.
I mean, I want to sort of make sure everybody is aware. You can speak openly. I mean, I don't think we have anything particular. Like, we can't make any promises, but I don't think we should be hiding what we're working on.
Cool. So, Ingrid is going to be our on-device traffic management software. So at the moment, we have our public device URLs feature, and that works in combination with some software that we have in the cloud and our VPN. And what that means is that you can go to a specific URL that we'll give to you, which is typically your UUID of your device.balenadevices.com, and then any traffic to port 443 on that address, or port 80, will get tunneled through to your device. Now today, when it's port 80, obviously there's no encryption there at all. It just gets sort of passed through HTTP load balancer to device. With the HTTPS option today, we terminate that on our edge, and then we pass through unencrypted HTTP traffic to your device, which is fine, and it works okay, and there's nothing wrong with that. So we started looking into, like, probably in the latter part of 18 months ago, something like that, we started looking at an ability to look into the TLS traffic and ascertain which URL you were going to, and then pass that packet through untampered with, essentially, to the device. And it kind of allowed us to do a browser to device encryption through our VPN, which is again, we're achieving the same goal, but we're now achieving it with the user's data being completely obscured to us. There's no way that our network could see it at all. And we thought that this was a really powerful feature. But then we sort of thought, well, hang on, if we can do that, we can take this further. Like that, at the moment, we just send that traffic to the device and let the device handle it. So what we're doing with Ingrid is we're building in a system where applications will have their own URLs, like services within your application. So I'll be able to go to, let's say I create a stack and push it to my device, and I've got an API and a dashboard. I'd actually be able to go to api.uuid.balenadevices.com, and it would send me the traffic to my API service. Or I could go to dashboard. And it would send it to the dashboard.
Which is exactly what we're doing in balenaCloud, right?
Exactly. So the difficulty in doing this is that how do you do certificate management? So if you've got your setup like that, then you have to then, we're putting certificate management in the user's hands, and that becomes a problem for them because each user then has to find a solution to that. So There are libraries and things that, if you know what you're doing, it makes it easier. But we thought, why not actually provide that as part of the sort of supervisor, the OS level? So what Ingrid is going to be an all-encompassing traffic router and certificate manager. So by enabling public device URLs, all of your services that have that offer traffic will be able to get presented either with a certificate to themselves, or we'll terminate the certificate on the device, and then all the traffic will come through untampered by us. We'll just send it straight through to the device, and it will terminate that connection. So it opens up the possibility to do things like SSL client certificate-based authentication between your devices and the cloud, as well as being able to route into individual services that are on your device. And something that I've been looking at recently, which will also fall into Ingrid, this is a small project that I'm hoping to get done for our summit this year, is where we're going to actually have protected URLs within. So you can have, for example, a web service that will run on your device that you can only access through our dashboard. You cannot get to it unless you go through our dashboard to get to it. So it would mean that you could have a public-facing site, a service within your stack that, like, let's say, I don't know, it could be some digital signage that is running off a web page and allowing other things to pull onto it. But you can also run a separate service, which could be a management side, which only you can get to by jumping into the dashboard and then clicking a button on the service, which will bring up an iframe, and then using a two-way, almost a bit like OAuth, the encryption, the authorization works. It does a sort of a key exchange where the device, where it works out if the key that you're using to access it has got access to itself, and if it does, then it will actually allow the traffic through. And so in that way, you can then look at a particular service that no one else would be able to look at. And that's all then powered through having Ingrid. And the idea behind it, having it as Ingrid rather than building it into the OS as a sort of a hard component, is that we can update that. It can be treated just like a normal application, and things. So it's a really nice setup. And we're doing some pretty fancy things where, like, Ingrid doesn't actually listen on the traffic directly, so we use IP tables to infer whether we should or shouldn't hook in the traffic or not. Some really clever stuff going on. It's really nice. It's a really good feature. Hopefully, we should be getting that out soon.
It's really kind of getting to our vision of trustless, right? We don't the server is only in the middle because it has to be. We don't want it to be. So clearly, we don't want to be decrypting your traffic in the server and then forwarding it or anything like that. That, passing a encrypted pipe all the way to the device is how things should be. And then the other thing with the device window, there's kind of like URL on the device that can only be seen through the dashboard. By the way, Rich, was this something that we can also do through the API if you want to do it somewhere elsewhere? To me, like, it's basically about you have to be authenticated to see that, right? And we confirm that you're authenticated to see that, something along those lines. I mean, we can dive into it deeper later, but I just want to make sure that anyway, it's probably worth talking about later. But the point is, like,
to answer the question. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks. But for the hardware hackers among us, I think they'll really appreciate this, because you can put a little management UI on the device that is visible through the dashboard. So remember how we were saying before that there may be device-specific stuff that you want to have on the device that for each device that is not our job to do, but so we want to let people do it. Well, this device window is kind of almost our attempt to square that circle and allow people to extend the dashboard from their devices in ways that we couldn't possibly predict because they're use case specific. So I so look forward to this. I think even all the labs projects is just going to become so much better that way, among other things.
It's interesting as well, because this is something we've been speaking about for a while, but it's only been with recent advances in the product that it's been possible without, going off in a totally different direction. So it feels like everything's coming together for this kind of thing.
So, Rich, does that mean, because we always hit this hurdle where we only forward ports 80 and 443 through the public device URL to the device, does this mean if we get a URL per service, would we be able to do other ports on a per service basis as well?
A good question. Not initially. However, we have been having that discussion internally about how we would achieve it. We do have a solid plan for how we could do that. And I think once we've got the initial sort of build of Ingrid there, and we have it on a device, so we have that control. Because it's running as a separate server, it's kind of multi-application rather than multi-container. Once we have Ingrid running as another application, then it can be updated in the same fashion that any other Balena application can be updated. So when we have the ability then to push any changes that we need, I think that will then open us up into an even faster development cycle, because what we'll be able to do is, in order to do what you're talking about with multiple ports, we actually need to bind sort of external IPs and ports to devices. And so like that in itself isn't necessarily difficult. But what we then need to do is allow the devices to receive traffic on that port. So there will need to be a change in Ingrid to support it. But I think once we've got the ability to kind of push out releases of Ingrid, the same way that people push out releases of their applications, then we'll be able to develop very quickly on that and get that to people's devices like in the field. So it's almost like they'll be receiving OTA updates for their like ingress manager, the same as they would do OTA updates for their own applications or the supervisor or the host OS itself. So yeah, that's going to come, because that is something we want. There's also potentially the possibility of like UDP ports versus TCP ports. At the moment, the reason why we have it on HTTP traffic is because we can identify it based on its sort of content rather than its port. Once we get a port, we have to do a few different things, but it's all doable stuff. Yeah, and it's going to be we're really going to have, in my view, I think one of the better offerings in terms of connectivity when it comes to the cloud platforms that are available. I think we're already competitive at that level, from what I've seen. Some of our connectivity options are up. And you talk about being able to forward random ports. Like we can already do some things where we can bring the devices ports to your laptop, but yeah, in terms of external access into your devices, that's something that's definitely going to come.
Cool. Rich, there's a couple of questions for you on the thing, but I also, while you're reading those, I'm thinking about some brief responses. I want to maybe give the baton back to Chris to give us an update. I just want to make sure we're not sort of making this an Ingrid meetup and forgetting what we are here for.
Yeah,
I mean, it's great to see the excitement about this, by the way. Like, that's actually really awesome. I don't want to sort of slow that down, but I want to make sure we're not ignoring the thing that we were supposed to be doing in the first place.
Yeah, sure. Okay, let's take a look back at our diagram and give the folks another update, and then we'll address the questions and comments that have come in about Open Balena and Ingrid. So yeah, to give an update to everyone who's just joined in the past hour or so, we're working through a feature today to get device metrics shown on the dashboard. So if we look here, if you're a user of balenaCloud already, you'll recognize this view at the top as sort of the device information page in the dashboard. But what you'll notice is the new status bars we've added up here. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit. So we're going to start to present information for the CPU usage, temperature, memory, and storage on the device. And that will start to let you identify from the dashboard any problems that may be occurring with those devices. So yeah, the challenge is today to see, and it's kind of an experiment for us, is to see if we can make all the changes required to get that functionality live in one day. The diagram here is giving an illustration of the components in our stack that we need to work on and deploy to enable this to happen. So starting from the very bottom, we've got the Balena OS versions. Today we're focusing on the Raspberry Pi 4 as one device type to get published. Then of course we've got the supervisor running on the device, which is extracting that data, and it's going to send it to our API, store it with the database, and then we've got our SDKs, which are used to access the API. And then of course we've got the UI, which is the dashboard here, in this case, uses the SDK to access that data.
Actually, speaking of that, Steve, is that how's that going? Is it in our
update? So the SDK has been merged already. We've bumped the dashboard to the latest SDK, or we are doing so at the moment, and we just need to get it merged, and
let
that's
us know
it.
when that happens.
So that will give us the the progress bars for the CPU, memory, storage in the device summary, and
Oh,
also
amazing.
everything in the
Nice.
device list. So
Great,
people will be
great,
able
great,
to
great.
filter
Nice.
and
Stretch
so
goal.
on.
Another
Activated.
update is the Cloud API is on the way, is being deployed to production now. So that should be in production very soon, and you'll see these items in the model.
Does that mean I need to come up with more ticks for this diagram?
Yeah, you do. There's no way around this. No.
Cool. So that essentially means this block of 3 is then deployed to production when that goes through. Is that right?
Yes.
Exactly.
Exactly.
There were some things in the UI that we weren't implemented like as per the design. I don't know whether we want to discuss those now.
You mean the under voltage notification or?
No.
No, actually, I added an alert for
Okay.
the under voltage, so there will be an alert showing up for that. The only thing that we haven't done yet is the change design for the current release, target release. So basically, what was in the summary card before.
Right.
The reason for that being is, although in the design, of course, it looks nice, it will immediately wrap
I
in a
guess it's,
smaller screen. So even though
The
it's
thing is,
in one row, it will become
the
two
reason for
two
that
rows
anyway was to
anyway.
create
And
vertical space. Since we moved it to the right, that's not as much of a problem, and it's probably worth taking it. I mean, it's still an improvement, I think, but you can probably take it, offline with Lucas Adinus and make sure you got it right before we put it out.
yeah, exactly. I was going to say, of course, we can do it how it is in the design, but I think it needs a bit more consideration on how to handle. If we add 5 more fields in the future, how do we handle that, and so on. So
very cool. So sorry, Steve, was there something to update here, or are we still? What was the status?
We are just waiting for
I
the
would do
PR to get
deep yellow
merged.
PR. Yeah.
Deep yellow. Okay, it's getting serious now.
This is, I mean, it's as deep yellow as it gets, right
Oh, hang
before
on.
green.
This is the deep yellow, isn't it?
You know what you can do with the tick? You can just take the small tick and copy it and just make a big one. Just like copy over the just cover the whole thing. Like we probably.
I was going to put 2 nice little blue ones on the bottom corner.
I know, but where's brutalism when you need it?
Let's go for and then make it big. Bigger.
More.
There you go.
What we're talking about.
Where's my?
The other update is that the OS is running some of the manual testing at the moment. I mean, the automatic testing, and we have an image that we can, an image for the PR that we can start.
So wait, have we made a PR to the RPi repo?
Not yet, but the artifacts generated from the MetaBalena build can be used for the automated testing because it tries to build one for every device type. So that's what's being worked on now.
Yeah.
Awesome.
In terms of the SSL termination and stuff, I mean, we already do encrypt everything on the device, right? So, I mean, I don't know if SSL is particularly more sort of CPU heavy than TCP, but I feel like if you're gonna be serving content out of your device, you should be taking that into account. I mean, to put it in the opposite way, if your one device can't do the SSL termination, we certainly shouldn't be doing for thousands of devices in balenaCloud on your behalf. Maybe that's, and I don't mean this like we don't want to do this, but it's like this is the whole point of edge computing, right? To put the computation on the edge. So in a way, we were doing it wrong all along, doing that work on behalf of the device.
Yeah, I think the key thing to remember when it comes to this is that in many ways, like CPU design and stuff is massively improving as time goes on. So I was reading an article about how someone's been running 100,000 secured WebSockets on a Pi 4. Now I'm sure if you try to run the same thing on an original Pi, then that's not going to work. But I think in these cases they're very extreme examples. I think for most people, the way this is going to be used is for things like potentially like admin side of their stack, or small low-level users logging in to do whatever that activity is. Now, obviously we service a very wide range of devices with the balenaCloud anyway. So, for example, we have people running Raspberry Pi Zeros, which are really at the bottom end of the scale, all the way up to like what we use for Bobs, which are i5 quad core, 16 gig RAM. So there's the feature in itself is not. We wouldn't want to restrict it, I don't think, to only working with a NUC. It should still work with a Zero, but you've got to factor in, if you want to use those levels of features, then you've got to have an appropriate device to use them. So, I think in general, it's not.
Yeah, I think the Fritz is putting a little bit more in the comments. Maybe this is worth like an offline conversation. I think we can probably address it properly. Just kind of like ad hoc commenting. I think. I mean, suffice to say, we wouldn't be building this if we thought that it would adversely affect users materially. But if there is something that does that, we should discuss. But it does definitely conform to the vision that we always have had for Balena, and it's a security enhancement as well as a capability enhancement. So it's really a big way forward for the platform. Anything that isn't like a massive impact on the device, I think we would opt for. But we want to make sure we don't super like there's always going to be a worst case scenario where you can basically not use this functionality and have some alternative that is keeping today's standard of functionality. But I really don't think it's going to be needed.
Yep.
I guess, Fritz, if you want to discuss that in more detail, you can always post a thread on the forums, for example.
Yeah, I think that's probably the way to go. That's a good idea.
Yeah, if we're going to do that, I'm just thinking because obviously Ingrid is not really a thing at this point. So you probably, if you want,
I mean,
then
it's good to have some forward notice of what people are concerned about, right? Like to make sure we don't.
No, absolutely. So before we launch anything, then I plan to be doing benchmarks with it anyway, just to make sure what those kind of impacts would be, if any. And also, I think it's something that we could possibly, because of the way that we're going to be doing it as a system app, I think that it's possibly something we could do once there's support for it, for people to kind of try, like as a beta program type thing. I don't know. We'd have to look into how we want to do that, if we wanted to do that.
I before we start complicating our release process, I think we should see if there's actually any material impact, which I don't think there will be, but let's see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Fritz. That's a fantastic question. Like you definitely have that was like something that took a little bit of thinking, I think, to work out. So it's going to inform, I think, how we continue to develop, just to make sure. But again, I really think it shouldn't be an issue, but I guess we'll find out. Cool. So where are we?
We can make another update, I think.
Ooh.
Yeah, CLI PR is approved now. It's just testing and building. Should be okay. I tested
we can go for
Yeah, it's the same for the UI. So I think it will take a couple more minutes, and then it will auto deploy in staging. So hopefully in around 10 minutes we'll have that in staging.
This diagram's gradually getting more and more green.
So when everything is on staging as well, we can provision a device onto staging, and we should be able to see the all of the new data being shown, all going well.
Paulo is actually Paulo, who's working with Scott on the CLI, is making a very good point. I don't know if he's doing it on purpose, but I'm noticing something we haven't mentioned, which is that the CLI is being built and automatically tested for all three platforms, right? Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. I mean, it's super impressive how, the breadth of the release that's just happening kind of casually. Sometimes we just forget like what is actually happening behind the scenes. It's good to stop, and then just reflect on it a little bit.
I mean, we talk about this a lot, don't we? Where we get a feature out, and rather than sitting back and maybe advertising and also giving ourselves a pat on the back, instead we're just like, right, okay, what's next? What do we move on to? It is sometimes nice to sit back and reflect.
I mean, I think one thing that's different about this format than our usual way of work is that usually, like, I think continuous integration is amazing, right? But it has this one downside, which is that it doesn't give you that celebration moment where you can be like, yeah, we're doing this, and teams kind of need that, and humans kind of need that in general, and this is something that a lot of the things we're building are intended to sort of get back for us. But normally a CI, you just put a PR there, and if you're doing everything right, it just kind of makes its way, and at some point it makes it to production, and nobody really even knows when the feature was completed. Somebody has some piece of information and whatever, but there's no fireworks, no champagne delivered, like nothing, right? And I think that can give you like the sense that things aren't going well when we're doing so much work. I think actually for one of our summits, Sean, I asked. So for one of the summits, we had a roadmap what we wanted to do for the next year, and then for the next summit, I was like, hey Sean, if you want to just check what we did, and we were kind of like feeling like maybe this year we haven't done as much as we wanted, and we start ticking boxes, and we're like, wait a minute. That is actually a lot, and we've done a lot more stuff that we didn't have in the roadmap for that year as well. So we really kind of felt elated. I think completely surprised, but that tells you that we don't have we don't keep track very well of the progress that's being made, kind of just in the background all day every day.
Can we tell everybody what Summit is?
Yes. So we're a remote company, as people might have noticed. Not because we have to, but because we want to. Not like all those other remote companies. But once every year, when there's not a worldwide plague ongoing, we all get together from all over the world, every continent, in one place, just to get a feel for each other. Just talk, hack together, exchange ideas. Just kind of like recreate a condensed form of that sort of in-person feeling, and that sort of keeps us going throughout the year. So the summits are kind of like the punctuation of the annual calendar. I think for our team, usually they happen sometime in the early part of the fall.
And so this year Summit is understandably going to be rather different.
Yeah, rather virtual. Which is definitely, we're going to try to do something fun, but it's not going to be the thing that we usually, it's always so cool to just see people in the flesh and hang out. I guess we're going to have to wait for 2021 for that to happen. New API version is in production. Yep, I think we've got that.
I think we've got that already, haven't we?
Yeah, well, maybe this is the truth now, though. For real in production, not like.
Oh, we don't have a color code for in production, do we?
We
That's
thought
what the
we
blue
did.
tick is.
We thought we did, but maybe we were being misled. Rumors, innuendo.
Thanks, Carlo.
Thank you, Carlo. Carlo is our DevOps engineer from the Philippines, just to bring a little bit more of Asia into the mix. Pacific.
How's the blog going, Andrew?
Yeah, Andrew. How's the blog I abandoned you to write?
We need some positive updates,
there,
Andrew.
I've invited a few of you in there just to keep comments nice and tight. So it's like Chris, Alex, Sean, but we've covered most of it. It still has the overall fleet context. I know I've been stepping in and out here trying to help my partner outside, but yeah, but that's I'm pretty happy with where we're at. We just need some screenshots at some point, but yeah, feeling good. Still dark yellow, I guess, in terms of status color.
Nice.
Yeah, I think so.
Maybe the darkness of the yellow should be like the intensity of the in progress, like the intensity of the effort.
Yeah.
There's like 3 people working on it. It's like super
Okay.
dark, like almost orange.
Okay, I hear you.
Almost orange.
It's going to be like this. It's brown.
I can't see the.
There we go.
Oh right. Oh man, really that bad, huh?
That's not brown.
I mean, it's kind of, I don't know.
It
Caramel.
looks like something's gone wrong.
It's caramel brown. Yeah.
Looks like you need to drink more water.
Oh, you know what? I have night vision on, night light on, like it's super intense. So my colors are actually a little off.
Okay, we'll go for. There we go.
It's like
Okay,
Andrew's
there we go.
blood seeping into the yellow as he's working that hard.
Yeah. Frantically typing away. Well, it wasn't too bad. I mean, it's kind of cool how aligned everyone is, you know, from project spec to the build process to just sitting live, listening in, making sure, you know, try to be as precise as possible. I mean, this is teamwork. Feels good. The dream is working, Alex.
Teamwork makes the dream work, mate.
Yeah, that's the same.
When do you start editing this 7-hour video into the highlights package? I'm keen to watch the highlights.
That's true. We could probably condense it down to like 5 minutes.
Oh my
Because
gosh.
I'm thinking
Yeah.
like this is, instead of bringing people on
Yeah,
and
but
they join
besides
Balena,
the-
we just point them at
Okay.
the highlight video. This gives you everything you need, doesn't it, to get up and running with Balena?
I'll probably do it, yeah, at 2x, you know, 2x speed.
Just
Yeah, I
imagine
mean,
the
it-
speed of everything turning green in the highlights. It's going to be
Yeah.
like.
Oh no, that'll be easy.
We need a clips channel now.
Yeah, there we go.
I keep thinking we should do like a happy hour season 1 highlights reel.
We could, if we hit enough episodes. I mean, like YouTube has that function, right? We can like put everything
Yeah.
together into a season. I'll
Yeah.
monetize the channel and create a new revenue stream. Knock on wood, maybe.
New
Shameless
model
plug.
for IoT companies. There you have it. You heard it here first, folks. Turn your
Internet
company to a
tubers.
reality show, and yeah, like maybe that'll do it.
David's not here. Well, I'll shamelessly plug the show tomorrow. We actually have a really cool project. We've got folks from Edge Impulse, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yep.
we're going to build a computer vision project, all based on a Raspberry Pi.
Nice.
So that'll be really fun to watch. That's at 9. Sorry, what time is it UTC? Chris, you probably
4
9
UTC.
a.m. Pacific.
Yeah.
4 p.m. UTC.
Yeah.
Correct?
What's cool about that project is rather than it taking days, weeks, or months to build your model for the machine learning, you use an app on your phone and take pictures of things and sort of build a model in a few minutes and then deploy it to a device and start recognizing things. So I saw, I think Mark, one of our developer advocates, he trained it to recognize pairs of socks. I don't know if that's like a use case he had, but that's what he did. I think Alan identified.
Then you need the robotic arm to fetch the socks and.
There we go.
I think Alan made it identify different values of resistors. Presumably he had that use case.
Oh, that's cool. That's a
Yeah,
cool
yeah.
idea.
But so I think the idea for the happy hour tomorrow is to build a model on the stream and then start recognizing things on a Raspberry Pi.
Cool. So all the viewers need to hit subscribe and hit the bell, and then they'll be notified of the stream tomorrow.
Check out the corporate man.
Yeah. You should
I
have
just
heard
want to
him
make sure the audience knows about the cool content.
You should
that's
have heard
coming
him on Tom's Hardware live show the other day. You actually did really well, Chris. You represented the platform
up. Thank you.
really well. You talked about what, your Geiger counter?
Yeah.
Yeast tile.
Yeah.
He didn't need to talk about the beast tile. He just happened to have a video wall device on his
Yeah,
coffee
behind
table.
him.
Just
I mean, yeah, it's not on the coffee table anymore. It's right here.
Like the people couldn't help but be like, "What's behind you, Chris? Crocker White?" I'm surprised you didn't flourish your mechanical screwdriver the whole time. Just
What,
to
this
get
one?
math what it was. Yeah, that one.
It's like everything's within arm's length. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So the dashboard is in staging now, and we can probably start testing stuff.
Ooh, well, I've got that up. Should it not say to me there's a new dashboard version available?
Yeah, it does, but it does the check every 5 minutes or so. So
I can't
I'll push
refresh.
I'm going to push
You just
refresh then.
Yeah.
I want to see this.
yeah.
Oh, it's there.
Let's have a look.
Hang on.
I'm not on
Hang on.
Oh, I'll wait.
I'm on stage in there. So this is the same device. Share my screen. We want to do that one, I think. Yep. There we go.
You got there quicker than me. I saw it get merged and I was trying to provision a device at staging.
Look.
Look at that.
So let me just, I can't turn my screen sideways like Phil, because, you know, some of us have got normal monitors, but how do I zoom in a bit? Oh, it scales okay if I zoom. Is that better?
Yeah.
So if we watch that, it should, those stats
Bold
should change.
wind. That's what I'm talking about.
Bold wind.
Bold wind. I
love
feel
that
it.
guy.
I feel it.
Their second album.
The winds have changed.
Here's an interesting. Oh, it even stays above the terminal. Nice. What's a command to make it crank the CPU usage up?
You could run yes.
What, in a loop?
Yeah, just run it.
Okay.
That should do something. I tend to open one for each core that the device has to try and stress it.
Oh wow.
It's only the most technical of stress test techniques.
Yeah.
Does that? I was thinking, you know, it's got to be a better one than this.
Yeah, there's probably a better one than this. But, like, yeah, let's find something that is actually like
Cameron's alter ego in YouTube likes it.
I like the timing of this because I think one of the ideas for the happy hour is to host the Minecraft server, and I can have this open.
Actually, let's see how accurate the feedback is. So, according to Top, we should have. So the load average is. Oh, it just moved. I saw the bars move.
Yeah, 51.
Yeah, actually, Anuj, who's been working on some of our stress testing stuff, says stress dash ng if you really want to stress. So
Yeah, we haven't got
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
npm install it, I guess, or sorry, apt-get or whatever. I mean, that works. It's not advised, but for this, it's probably going to do the trick. Yeah, so Felipe makes a good point, which I was thinking about as well. The tilde looks like a minus.
It does, yeah.
Which we should probably deal with next. File a bug report, Felipe. This is going into production. I don't care.
Emoji. Like maybe 15% shrug emoji.
Here we go.
Oh. No stress workers invoked. It hasn't been in my house lately. Right, stress. What are the options? What we got? Okay, sod it. Let's just let it have the defaults. All the stress.
I think this user little Uzi Jacuzzi is not being fully straightforward here. He was suggesting something, but
that does
I'm
sound
not really
quite
sure.
Well, there we go. 100%.
Nice.
Let's see how hot the milk
rises.
gets.
Yeah.
66.
It's finished now, though, so I should go back down.
Oh,
Put it
what?
in the loop.
Not if I run it again, it hasn't.
Oh, you've got
Is there
timer.
a thing on there? Oh, timeout's 10 seconds, yeah.
Is this your NUC, Rich?
Yeah.
So it's probably
solid. All right, and then Paige, of course, make sure that the RMRF is truly for real.
Sadly for both Uzi and Paige.
Trolling.
This is not my
Paige
first.
reminds me. If anybody has seen Monty Python, Life of Brian, where the Roman soldier catches the guy like graffitiing, and he's like, no, that's not how you write it in Latin. Now go and write it 1,000 times. It's like, Paige, do not, like, somebody's going to be like, hey, can I hack Balena in this way? It's like, well, yeah, but it's just you get some errors in your commands. Let me help you out.
If you're going to do it right, do it right. Come on.
It's just pathologically helpful.
Rich, let's also check the device list. Just
It's
to
been
make
up
sure
to
everything's
70
looking
degrees.
good.
Did you add it to the...
Yeah, Todoris added to the device list as well. So you can actually filter in the values and sort.
Or do you need to add them?
I think the filtering can happen without them being highlighted.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
CPU temperature is more than 50.
Steve's the man.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that.
It doesn't show the. That's
Yeah,
pretty
moment.
cool.
But you can, so if you go on the cog on the right, you can add that column if you want to see it.
Oh, nice. CPU usage.
Try not to
Someone
pretend
said-
you just noticed that this is an option.
Yeah, I did, but to be fair, I hardly ever look at this page, so but that's fine.
Yeah.
Sam wants to know where we set the temperature thresholds for the color change.
I mean, probably this was the method we used, but it's basically in increments of 20%. The temp. Sorry,
The temperature.
yeah.
I set it to 100, which might be a bit too much. But yeah, I don't know.
But if you're looking to boil water,
but wait, at what points does the color change though?
It changes at 60 and 80. So up to 60 it's green, 60 to 80 will be orange, and then over 80 will be red.
Okay, over 80 red is good actually. Yeah, it's not just that.
So that's percentage wise. It doesn't matter.
Right.
Like the memory can be 16 gigs, and it will still follow the same logic.
Right. Hopefully, Sam, we've answered your question. Thanks for asking.
I noticed that Bob uses quite a lot of memory. Looking at Rich's, you got 16 gigs of RAM, and you're
using it all.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because it should do, because it's the full stack, isn't it? So there's we've got a lot of services in our whole stack. So I think it's fair. I think it's okay.
Yeah, I remember when we were trying to pick the hardware to give everyone Intel NUCs, and people were like, "Yeah, 8 gigs should be fine." Then I think Heads was just like, "Nah, we need to go at least 16, otherwise."
Although it is interesting that we managed to get it running on a fin, and it worked as well.
Mostly. I think the builder.
How does that even work, though? I mean,
there was a lot of Yeah, it was heavily modified to allow that to work, Sean.
You just removed all the back-end services.
The API was just a mock.
There was a singular Git server that received no connections.
Yeah. Oh, it's cool. So now that I've seen this on stage in Steve, do you want me to approve the merge to production? Because it looks fine to me.
Yeah, we're gonna ask to get this deployed to production.
Sam asks the hard questions. I don't even know, but hopefully you shouldn't need Bob as we are going. But so Bob is kind of like a shim to allow us to develop balenaCloud and Balena OS, but of course we want the development experience of Balena OS to be good enough that you don't need anything extra. So this whole Ingrid stuff that Rich was just talking about is basically adding probably the final bits. Maybe there's a little bit more, but we'll add that too, so that you just can take, let's say, something like Open Balena and just develop it on Balena OS without any extra. So that would be your Bob. That would be Open Balena on Balena OS, essentially. Yeah.
Oh, Bob.
Oh, Bob. Oh, Bobo. I guess if we're.
I think once we have it working properly, I'm going to put out a challenge for how many Bob Open Balenas on Balenas can you do? How many can you go? Yeah, Bob.
Well,
If you get to
with the
5
device,
Bob, then you get a T-shirt.
With the device frame, Rich, you could see the control panel inside the control panel. Right.
That would be. That's going to be a definite happen. That's got to happen. That will be one of my Hack Fridays.
I think so.
100%.
I think so. Yeah, exactly. And then you can sort of, level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4.
Yeah.
That would be a cool shirt.
Oh man.
The official Summit shirt.
If I can get that working, then I'll demo that, because I think that would just be funny, just to see how many people. We'll have a guess. People can have a stab. How many do you think we're running? And then see if you can actually build an app on the bottom one. That would be impressive. I might need to hashtag order some RAM for my Nook though.
Right. The UI
If each
team,
layer is
production
11 gig.
people. So Steve, just to double check, if the device is not serving that data because it's not one of the ones with the right version, we don't see that up top, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Okay. I thought that was true this case, but I thought it might.
It
What
could have
about if-
slipped. Initially, I didn't add the check, but yeah, once that was out, I started adding checks for existence.
So what happens if, for example, a device couldn't get its temperature? What would we do
It
then?
will
Would we
only
just
show
display the others?
you. It will. So it checks basically if the chart can be rendered, it renders it. If there is only at least one that can be rendered, it will render it.
Did the other ones just take up the remaining space and get a bit
Yeah,
larger?
it will just take. It will be the same space. It's just it will become a larger chart, progress bar, whatever.
Where do we surface the CPU ID?
So I will add that as a follow-up PR because we need to clean up the device summary card.
We had a lost one.
That's
Yeah.
fine. I know that the NUC doesn't
arguably the
report
CPU
it.
ID was not in the original spec, so I think we can claim that as a bonus rather than a loss.
Yeah. I mean, also, that one is pretty easy to add. It's just I don't want to just add it and pollute the space even more. I'd rather do it properly.
I assumed it was just not being rendered because the NUC doesn't have one.
Yeah, I mean, then Nook won't have that value. There is a way we can get like CPU serial, but it's different to the ARM ones. We need a little binary on the host OS. I think that will be able to like get it from the BIOS.
I mean, I think that's what we need,
though.
though. We need to create these little link containers that serve the supervisor what it needs. We shouldn't just keep, if in the supervisor, we should have that as a separate little container that does what needs to happen.
Yeah.
Somebody said dinner and reminded me that it's time for breakfast.
Also, Chris, we're at the top of the hour, mate.
Come on, Phil, you can do this.
Sure.
We believe in you. It's time to mix it up a little bit. Come on.
I'm sure the last one was only 30 minutes ago.
You've blatantly been throwing it at Chris every time. I think it's time to give it a go.
Oh god! Right, here we go.
Go
So,
do you want the diagram, Phil?
I want the diagram. Yeah. So what we're doing today is we're doing an experiment where we're trying to build an end-to-end feature in a day. And the feature is to expose some device metrics in two views, the device summary and also the device list. So those metrics are CPU usage, the CPU temperature, memory usage, and storage usage. So throughout the course of the day, we've had a UI design created, and then Steve's been working to make that UI design in the UI, and we've just seen that running in our staging environment. Cameron's been working on the supervisor to get those values, get those metrics from the device itself, from Balena OS underneath, and then pass them into the API, which Rich did the work on, or was certainly part of the work with Paige, to do the API changes and the database changes and the model changes. And then they get mapped through the SDKs, our Node.js SDK and our Python SDK, so that they can be pulled into the UI. So what we're currently waiting for now is we've still got those yellowy boxes that we're waiting to merge. So they've got PRs, which means they're under review. The changes have been done. They've built, and we're waiting for them.
Where's the UI and CLI now, guys? I think last time it was like a couple of minutes away. Are they merged now?
I think the UI is merged and being deployed at the moment.
It's being deployed to production now, I think.
You know what time it is?
I think I know. It's time to get the format painter out.
While we're doing this,
I was thinking beer.
Wild disappointment there.
Yeah. Oh,
you can't drink the format painter.
That moment.
I feel the biggest challenge of this whole thing has been Google Drawings, honestly.
Well, Chris driving Google Drawings.
I have to make it look hard.
I mean, I've had my own adventures earlier in the day.
Oh, apparently the UI's out in production.
Alrighty.
I'll give Cameron the honors of that one, since he'll already have his device hooked up to it.
How about the CLI?
Yes.
How's the CLI doing?
CLI, it looks like it's almost finished in CI. So hopefully in the next 5-10 minutes. Or
Okay,
5
we'll
minutes,
check
I
back
guess
in.
now. Yeah.
Cool.
I think we deserve another big blue tick.
Oh yeah. The double blue tick.
Does that mean that the SDK is in production as well?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another blue tick. Just blue ticking all over the place. How about Python SDK? We're waiting for that, or
And
is it
SDK
out?
is already there.
In
Merged.
production?
Let me check.
Wait, you've got a track record, sir. Good to go and stuff.
We don't want to be hitting that undo button again.
Right,
You know what happens every time? Every time,
and I'll get back to you.
every time Chris hits the undo button, a little puppy dies. So. While we're checking, I want to show you this stuff, this thingy. So this is a 3D printed mock-up of a experiment we did with Constantinos when I was in London about a potential kind of new concept for the fin. We didn't end up going this way, but I think it's informing us for the next generation of the fin. So basically, the idea was to be a bit like an origami. So the idea is you open it this way. Right,
Is Alex's camera showing?
This way? I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you turn it around again and open it again the same direction. All right. So you turn it around again and continue opening it the same direction. I haven't gone backwards, but I'm back where I started, and I can again turn and open and turn and open and turn and open.
It's like a Morpheus strip.
And turn. Yeah, exactly.
It's got no edges.
That's right. So this is the this is a really cool little thing. I always have it back here. I just kind of saw it.
Did you just segue everyone into what's on your desk?
I believe so. I believe so. Without even knowing it, actually.
If you have anything cool on your desk, show it off.
I mean, I actually have this thing here. I don't know if you guys know what this is, but this is my pathological shopping at Amazon, where this is kind of like a, you know how, I don't know if people have been noticing, I've been drinking a lot of Coke. So basically,
I was going to guess that's what it was.
It's got a Peltier cooler underneath, so that it's kind of like an individual little refrigerator Coke.
I thought it was a toilet brush holder.
I mean, I haven't tried.
Dual use.
If you need to chill it.
Yeah, chilled toothbrushes, I guess.
If we want to get back on topic,
let's do it.
One of the things that is a bit of a problem at the moment is the operating system release, and the reason it's taking so long is that we're building a release for I think basically every device type that we support.
Nice.
Which is overkill in my opinion. We probably need to change that in the future if we want to improve the speed of this to only build the representative architectures.
So this is our payoff right here, right? Remember why we did this? We did this to find where the blockage is. So you got your wish.
Because I mean, at the moment we're
no pain, no gain, I guess.
Yeah, we kicked the build off almost 2 hours ago, and it's still cranking away. It's got quite a bit.
But the other thing I'm noticing is that surely it can't be doing all the builds, right? Like the builds should be rolling in one by one at least to test.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, people.
As an, I think, like what I was suggesting before was maybe we can have Florin here because he knows how the device testing goes. The one that was done automatic, I think that was finished. Let me check how that.
Well, so yeah, what happens is so you make a MetaBalena PR and we test that against a bunch of device types. We test some scenarios. But then, as far as I understand, there's an old check that also runs, which is to check that it builds on all the device types. So it goes and builds every single one, and it just checks that those builds don't fail. And that's where we're blocking now. And it will only merge or say that all the checks have passed once it's managed to build every single
one of them.
Right.
Yeah.
One of them. And it's some old Jenkins job called Yocto all.
Even the comment is like build them all.
Yeah. And I mean, the thing is, I don't even know, I don't actually know how fresh that list is. Like, I don't think it gets items removed or added very regularly. So, like, it might be one of those things that we're kind of just doing, like, historically.
So it's more like Yocto all at the time that it was last changed.
Yeah. There's no. I don't think there's a dynamic thing that says, okay, these are all the device types that we consider live.
I think this is worth celebrating, Sean, not mourning, because this is the actual payoff. Like, if you know, when we were wondering why OS releases take forever, now you know. I mean, at least in part, but in big part.
Yep.
Rich, do you have a device on production? Sorry.
No, go on.
I'm just trying to think. I have. It's a Pi 3A, not a 4. Or I
can get a 4.
I mean, actually, Sean, sorry, guys, before we even get there, Sean, the other thing I'm realizing now is that when you've just changed the supervisor, it shouldn't be rebuilding the Yocto at all, right? It should just be taking your old image and replacing the supervisor. It'll be done so much faster.
Yeah, I mean, I think
the version, I guess.
In theory, like if you have, it needs to create a new version and stuff, and it will put a new OS release file and stuff. But and I think Yocto, at least I would imagine using S-state and stuff, it should be mostly cached anyway. I don't know why it would need to.
Yeah, but just going through the whole Yocto motion, I think, is probably even. I mean, I don't know. And this actually might reveal that our caching is also broken, which is worth investigating, or at least partially. I don't know. Like, you're right. It should be.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why. Like, it would need to rebuild anything in this case. But yeah, needs investigation.
Yep.
Regarding caching, I was actually trying to answer Cameron's question about if we can get an estimate on completion time. The last Yocto job that we have in our list actually got completed in 14 minutes, like all the jobs. So caching does work. Maybe we are doing something different. Like, let me send you the link on private chat.
Yeah, this is worth investigating. Actually, why this build took so long.
We're on 1 hour and 48 for the remaining 3 builds, so a far cry from the 15 minutes.
So, Sean, what's the road forward now then?
Well, yeah, that's. I mean, I don't know, and if like it's hard to know how long this will take. And
the other question is why is
like
this being done serially?
Multiple.
Parallel?
It was parallel. This is overall for one build.
I think it is
1 hour
parallel.
40 years. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
It is parallel.
So the builds are completing pretty close together.
Kind of. So some finished in around 30 minutes, some 40 minutes, 50 odd,
And some 1 hour and 48.
Yep.
Yeah, the Fin and the Jetson Nano is taking the longest right now. There are on 1 hour 48.
Why is the Fin taking? Guys, this needs investigation, like for real. We shouldn't just drop it because I think it's likely that we might. This is really, really useful data, really interesting data. And I suspect big improvements in OS release speed are behind this curtain somewhere.
Yeah, we were kind of anticipating some time being taken by the testing, but not the
this kind of
builds
testing
before that. Yeah.
Yeah.
So another conversation that I think Cameron was just starting up is, should we be ready with the production device testing? As in, should we pull out all our
we can do a production. We can do production test now with a device and upgrade the supervisor. I was about to do that, and I wrote a new image to my SD card, and it looks like that's broken it.
Why would you
So I don't know
need
why they
to
had.
update the supervisor? If we can take this Yocto Raspberry Pi 4 job that just got done, I can send you all the URL. You can just get the OS from right here, right? Wouldn't
Yeah,
it
but
work?
you need a config JSON to add. It's a lot easier just to get an image already configured with the config JSON and update the supervisor.
But you can do it through the CLI can do that, right, for you.
Yeah, Balena OS configure, use the image. That's what I do. I used unmanaged OS always. So let's actually do this. I can see if it works or not. And maybe we can do the testing too. But
Sean, while we're doing this, you want to maybe think through how we can maximally parallelize, once we have an image, how we can burn through the testing as fast as possible, assuming people have Pi 4s.
I need to just, it's just a matter of divvying up the test cases. Let me find.
yeah, I think if Florian can come on the call, we can maybe discuss how we want to go forward. Maybe we can divide the test cases among ourselves.
So actually, one sec. So is the UI and or the CLI in production now as well?
Yeah, the UI.
Is it really the OS that's just left? Nice.
Yep.
CLI is still building.
Okay.
It's probably the standalone build.
Okay. UI in production, at least. That's really good news. Okay. Yeah. So really, the OS is our focus now. Like where we should shift. So let's probably get some folks in here that can, let's bring this conversation live. Unless folks don't want to, but otherwise, I at least have no objection with shifting this conversation purely to the OS testing and release, so that we can party. I gotta say, we're ahead of where I thought we would be by 7 hours. I was kind of preparing for a 16-hour day, to be completely honest with you.
I got people interested by saying, yeah, it's going to be all over by 7 hours, fully well knowing that it was going to take longer than that.
I don't think anybody
No,
believed you, though.
fine.
They're just humoring you.
We need Jasmine back on to update her call from that whatever that question mark was to a yay.
Let's see the device in production first, and then we'll do the gloating, because I'm still. OS releases are a thing. Yeah, OS releases are the thing that we have to be risk averse, right? Like a failed OS release is really painful both for users and for us. So I'm not I wouldn't make them less safe, but if there are ways to make them faster while keeping the same or improving the safety profile, then I totally would do that.
Vipul, if you're configuring an image, can you share your screen?
Yeah, I was just thinking you were going to say that. I will clear out my screen now. Actually, it has a lot of things.
I was watching you get the Pi out and the power supply.
Yeah. It is still so. In about 6 minutes, the image will download. It's not downloading from the fastest mirror, I guess. So yeah, in 6 minutes maybe.
Okay.
Well, I have a device. Sorry, people.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a device which is being live pushed on production with the new supervisor, and that should be finished in around 30 seconds to a minute, and that will show the device on production.
Okay. All right, then you have to show us your screen.
Right, I'll show the live push screen now.
In the interest of full transparency.
Get some bottles or something like for doing the cheers.
You beat me to it, Cam. I've just I've provisioned my device. I'm just about to live push the supervisor.
I'm updating.
My screen is on now. We want to see the live push in action, and then I'll switch to the dashboard once that's done.
I don't actually see your screen. Am I missing something?
Yep. Okay.
Oh, I've already got it. Sweet.
Oh.
I'm testing this
So
on a nanopie.
Don't get fancy, Sean. Look, we're just doing the
Yeah,
live
you
push.
have to be. You have to be clever, didn't you?
That's the only device I already had online, so I just pulled the
Oh,
supervisor.
I only have nano Jetson. Like, for me.
Pretty sweet.
I suppose something we haven't discussed, but is worth pointing out. So I've just flashed my Pi, and I'm looking at it on production, and the dashboard looks the same, but without any of those metrics, which is good. So if you don't have the up-to-date supervisor,
Right,
then there's no
the negative test. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do have one problem to report.
We're not at the problem reporting stage yet, Sean.
My CPU is running at -1 degrees Celsius.
I don't think it's negative. I think it's approximate. Or
it's approximately -1, so it's tilde -1 centigrade.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably why we won't release a nano, isn't it?
Yeah, I imagine it's lacking some sense of firmware, or we just don't have it in Balena OS. I knew there was going to be a couple of things like that, but I assumed we were going to catch it in testing. If we want to switch to my screen in production.
Yep. Let's have a look. Oh, you got it.
Can I make this bigger?
Look at that.
That looks pretty good.
That looks pretty nice.
This is production running 11. It's actually 11.14, but the live push doesn't have the version bump. You've got 1.3 gig of 3.8 on the device. I wrecked the SD card, so it's at a minimal. Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Nice. Actually, Cameron, this is probably a useful improvement to live push to alter the version to say like modified or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a great point. The image it's running is different, but yeah, it doesn't get changed. That would be nice.
Anyway, okay.
Cameron, can you run something intensive? Maybe
yes.
a yes script?
What is the Alpine?
Stress -G if you want to do what I did. So yeah. Oh no, I just ran straight.
Actually, you can run just yes. Yes could, go into an infinite loop.
I was saying this.
We didn't really stress it though.
Yeah, they weren't happy with it. So that goes and it stays there. Nice. Mm-hmm. I wonder if we see the storage going up as this is downloaded by about 16 megabytes.
I'm actually thinking about the CPU. Maybe we see a bump. Someone did say it kind of looks like -14%, or is it just me?
No, it does.
Yeah, it does. It's tilde, but it does look like a minus. There.
Okay, right. Yep.
The other thing, if I was being critical, is that I instinctly looked at the number of blobs and wondered if it meant 5 cores. And I know that you wouldn't get a 5 core, but I know that's saying that maybe just be daft, but that's kind of how my brain tweaked it.
It's a good point.
Yeah. We could maybe even potentially leverage that as a feature. So we get the number of blobs for the number of cores, but they become the graduations as well.
So let's watch this go up.
Your storage hasn't moved though. It's 480 still. 580.
Yeah, I saw that.
Just waiting for a refresh thing.
Well, no, because isn't the storage? What's your increment on the storage?
Not very. I don't think we have any bandwidth saving on the storage because it's assumed it doesn't move all that much.
Right.
I can check that though. I'm starting to think something isn't quite right.
Well, we know that on mine it updated.
Yeah, my device is very weird. I use the same SD card, so that could be something.
I mean, do you want to go in and check the actual number that the device gives you? You're already in there anyway.
Yeah.
And at what interval? On what interval does it get updated?
It should do it once every 10 seconds if it's changing. So it should say about 100%. I wonder if it's stressing it too much and the supervisor can't even Well, okay, so we've asked for 8 CPUs when there's actually only 4 cores. So let's turn that down a little bit.
You can feel the tension.
Yeah, so it's hit 100% again. Let me just turn everything down a little bit.
I mean, that still requires fixing, I guess, but maybe later.
Yeah. Yeah, straight to 100%. So I think that's what's happening. I can force restart the supervisor and make sure that everything's working as expected.
So does that mean that the supervisor then might not be operating correctly when we are maxing out the CPU? I mean, these devices don't usually get the stuff maxed out, but I mean, obviously, we'd like to have the supervisor
Yeah,
be
we've talked about changing the nice value for the supervisor and things like that, so that it takes precedence and can always do updates and things like that. But I don't think it's anything we ever move forward with. So I'm assuming this is the problem because I've just tried to Control-C top and nothing happened. So I think we're stressing it too much.
Hey, Phil.
Hey.
You gotta tell us
There we go.
what's going on.
So, yep, big jump in CPU, big jump in storage,
nice.
and temperature as well. So it was just we were overstressing the device.
Yeah, but now we got to fix that too. So this is a second prize for this work, guys. Good job. We got to make sure that the supervisor is responsive when the device is under pressure. I'm wondering how this hasn't come up in support. So I mean, I guess.
I think it's extremely rare that a user
just runs a sustained load at 100%.
Yeah, the sustained is the important bit as well. Like churning through absolutely everything available.
Yeah. I mean that can happen if you have some code go haywire, though.
Yeah, for sure, and that is what we were discussing. That say you push an update that accidentally churns through all of your cores, you do want to be able to update that.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you probably still can, right? Because we are able to go in there and run commands, but obviously better for the supervisor itself to be responsive. All right, so
with that success,
we do see it in Balena Dash, don't we? When we're running like WebGL or hardware accelerated videos or trying to do Jitsi meets, we see CPU get pinned at full.
Yeah, it's definitely something we can look into and handle slightly differently than we are now. In other news, though, now that we've seen it in production, we also have merged the Meta Balena PR, so testing can start.
I guess CLI is still building, Scott.
Yep, unfortunately, still building. I think it's the Mac that's still working now.
Alrighty.
It's building the standalone Mac version.
Got it.
That means we've got another green tick, doesn't it?
We do. That's right. So Sean, what's the story now? So we got that merged. There's those images that got built. Are they the ones that are going to make it to production, or?
No. I mean, this is the thing is that those images, as far as I know, are just throwaway. They just check that things get built, and then you still need to go make a PR with the new version that's been okayed onto the downstream.
But it's just one build, right?
Yes, that will just be a single
I mean, if we're
device
doing
build
all
then
that building, frankly, we should be doing it downstream, right? Like we discussed in our catapult thingy. This isn't.
Yeah. I guess it's kind of weird because it does all those builds to check that it can create the new version.
I mean, I can understand it's kind of like a preponderance of caution, and again, like if you have a choice, you probably are okay with that. Especially, I guess the OS team, the way they work is they put their PR in and they walk away, right? And they come back in a few hours. It's not a thing that we need immediately. I don't think it's correct, but I think I see why somebody would think it was kind of worth the trade-off, essentially, especially far earlier in the process. But I think it's probably due for a big improvement. All right. So is the balena for Pi PR getting done, or?
Yeah, it's just been done. Florin just pinged me on it for version 256.0 Rev 1, and it's currently waiting to start some of its testing from the looks of it.
So it's been built, or?
Let me see. No, I think it's still.
Oh, that's why that would explain why it's waiting.
Yeah, failing after 6 version generate. I don't know what that is, which has failed. I don't know what the story is here. We don't have Florin on the stream, do we?
Build.
No.
He says build is waiting to start.
There's space though. He can join.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we can get a heads up. I'm flashing right now, so if you want to, see it again.
I'm trying.
So CLI is merged.
Oh,
nice.
It's all coming together.
I tested this on the. I tested the new supervisor also on the up squared, and that all works. Gives me temperature and stuff correctly. So it's one other device type that.
I'm just testing on
okay.
Pi 3. Yes, Pi 3 works. Didn't even have to refresh the page.
Yeah. Actually, that's a good part of Yocto All, I guess. Or actually, you're just upgrading the supervisor and everything.
Yeah,
right?
I'm just upgrading the supervisor. Not flashing images.
Let's see what my longer route gets me.
So, folks, CLI and Python SDK now are then available in production.
Yeah, I just confirmed with Trong. We have a new PyPy version. Yeah, we have a new version on PyPy. So that's done as well.
Nice. Okay, 2 more blue text. CLI as well, Scott.
Oh,
yeah, it's got merged. I don't see the standalone builds in releases yet, but I'll be there in a minute, I think.
All right.
I'll hold off on that one.
Fastidious.
I don't know whether the storage calculation is correct.
That may well be. It seemed fine on the Pi 4, but it was certainly on the janky side of calculations.
Yeah, the only reason I say that is because if let me share my screen, maybe. screen sharing works best on a good computer. Okay.
Just throwing shade.
What are you trying to say?
That's a burn.
That's so rude. So yeah, Cam, the reason why I'm suspicious is because on the upboard it says 39 megabytes, right?
Yeah.
But I'm assuming this includes our root file system as well, and I think because we have dual partitions, it should be at least 700 as a minimum for any device type.
No, because if it's not been upgraded, the other partition is empty, right?
Yeah, but I don't know whether that's free to use.
The calculation.
If you look at Mount Sysroot inactive, it's not free to use, no, but it's not taken either. So you've got 1% usage there.
Yeah. That's kind of interesting though, because it's a bit weird.
We can look into it with this device type. But, it should be fine.
Yeah. This is the other one that I was talking about with the negative -1 degrees. Strange. Let me see what happens. Anyway, cool.
Cameron, I guess the -1 is an error code, not a value.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
Hint, hint. Bug report.
I don't know. We saw it in production. I've reached my beer and pizza moment. I'm out. So do we have Florin now on stream?
We do.
Yep. Hey guys.
Hello.
Hey.
Just creating the test lodge, test run while the pull request for the new release is happening. And once that's done, I'll need to issue a deploy job for the Pi 4, so it gets in S3 and it will be visible in staging, so you can grab it and start testing. That's the plan.
I believe this means that we have a PR for the balenas for our Pi, Chris. I think we can mark that as a yellow at least.
Okay. Oh, I've deleted all my PR circles. Look.
Time to make it again.
I undo and copy it, and then. Ah, yes.
Do we have the test? I can't remember what the word is for it. The test run set up already to go.
Yeah, I pasted it in the info doc.
All right, cool. Because maybe we can split it up amongst a couple of us here. I don't know who has access to test lodge.
Yeah, I'm not sure if in the new interface you can assign individual test cases or just the entire groups to people, but yeah, it's not a problem. We can have people do the individual tests and we'll mark them accordingly.
Cool.
I'm giving the CLI a blue tick as well.
Hey.
So in some ways, we're ahead of where I thought we would be by this point, for sure. For other ways, definitely not.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that the slowest part would be just waiting for things to build. Seems like not the right way it should be. Andrew, do you not have a soundboard for these type of things where you can make
Allison won't buy me
cool
one.
noises?
I just do them with my own voice.
What?
Release. Air horn.
If you hashtag order it, I'll just okay it.
Sweet. Chris knows exactly which one I want to get too.
As long as it doesn't involve the heavy metal version of what's on your desk.
Oh no, we won't ever do that again. We don't talk about that. I'm surprised that we haven't had to use this GIF.
Yeah.
Technical difficulties on. It's good.
I mean, our GIF selection is pretty limited, isn't it?
Yeah, we need to level that up. We actually haven't animated what's on your desk. We haven't uploaded it yet.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to stage the blog post because I got screenshots from Rich before he took off, and more or less that content's solid. I mean, it can be hotfixed. Feeling good about it.
Chris, is this the platform? Is it on trial or did we get it?
No, we pay for this because we use it for happy hour every week.
Yeah,
nice.
Just tomorrow.
Yep.
Is it 4 p.m. UTC?
I mean, I'm wondering if we should do something better. I mean, I kind of feel the one thing I feel bad about is that we have to keep pushing people out. Like, I mean, maybe Zoom or something might. Yeah, it won't have all the bells and whistles, but for this kind of thing that we're doing here, I'd probably rather have Zoom than, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Than a platform with all these bells and whistles, yes, but also not the ability for people from the team to just come in as they want.
Yeah, for the happy hour, we graduated from Zoom because of its various limitations, but I see your point.
Yeah, no, I actually actively feel bad now that there's people out there that might want to come in or whatever. And we keep being limited and whatever. I mean, you know better what the waiting room looks like if there's a bunch of people that might want to come in, but.
Well, it doesn't even let them come into a waiting room. All we get is a notification saying someone wants to join, and they get a thing saying the stream's full.
Have you been getting a lot of those?
A few. It's not like consistent, but
right. All right. So just to summarize.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead. You go.
Something on my side is the Pi 4 isn't booting. Like no green light, just red light. So I will maybe flash it again. Sometimes it happens.
I mean, yeah, but these things we should investigate as well.
Yep. I am for something on my case. I'm testing a pretty untested image. So yeah, anything can go wrong here.
So is this one that you've put together sort of ad hoc or?
Yeah, directly downloaded fresh from Jenkins. It was baked and downloaded. I configured it with a balena OS configure and then flashed it.
Okay. So just to bring this back, is there an official release that we should be testing?
So what do we normally do is test against. We grab the image from staging once it's been deployed there. What Meeple has downloaded is the artifact that's generated from the Octo-all build, which is not actually from the PR on the device specific.
Wouldn't it be funny if those builds were not only time-consuming but completely broken and useless?
I mean, they could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that you really want to grab is the one from the are on the Balena Raspberry Pi.
So wait, is this then going to the staging now, or what?
So yeah, Florian can confirm, but basically it's building there, and once it's built on that PR, it will merge and deploy to staging.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Right. Yeah. So we're waiting for it to build, although I don't see it building. Maybe I'm looking in the wrong place. Florian, do you have a link to that Jenkins job?
Yeah. Just a second.
I found a minor problem. I'm not sure if it's coming from SDK or API, but I tried the CLI with a device that doesn't have the new version of the operating system on it. So that should all come up. The data shouldn't display, but I'm getting under voltage detected false, and that's coming through from the API. Well, yeah. So actually, yeah, it's not the SDK. It's coming from. I checked the HTTP request, and it's coming from the API. So I guess it really should be undefined or something like that, or just not in. Well, because it's
a problem. Because it says detected. I mean, arguably, but I don't know.
So
well,
the
I
reason
think
that
it's...
this happens is in the. Oh, sorry, Scott.
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say the reason that this happens is in the migrations in the model, we've defined that there must be a value for this Boolean undervoltage detected. And because there must be a value when migrating, we default to false. So that'll be why you're seeing it.
Okay. So I guess it's a temporary issue anyway, but yeah. I guess I suppose the worry I had was that if you see this, it's giving you a false sense of security because it's suggesting that you don't have an undervoltage problem when you don't actually know if you do or not.
Well, I mean, the field is undervoltage detected, and we haven't detected one yet. So.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough.
But I mean, it is true though. It should reflect our state of knowledge on the server, not necessarily. We can never really make negative claims, I guess, like that it's not under voltage. We only know when we know when we know, but if we don't know, it's kind of, oh man, this is kind of getting into some of these false negatives, true positives, or true negatives, or whatever. It's like the.
I suppose.
Sorry, go ahead.
Actually, I could hide it in the CLI anyway because I could just check some of the other values, and if they're not set, then I can just hide the undervoltage message.
I mean, I would say undervoltage detected should only be displayed if true, effectively. Like otherwise, yeah.
Well,
yeah, that sounds good.
Wouldn't it make it a bit harder for people who might be scripting against it? Not sure.
Well, in that case, yeah, it's just that the epistemic state is that we have not detected an undervoltage.
Yeah.
So whatever is the best way to articulate that to a CLI user, I think.
Okay.
Is what you need. But yeah, that's why we didn't surface it as such in the UI. We only surfaced it as a warning.
Yeah.
I suppose on the device list we might have the same problem actually. If we put it up there, might say no.
Yeah, probably too. Yeah.
I suppose if you presented it differently, you could get around it by saying issues, and then it's either none or it's if you've got something positive, then you could have undervoltage in there. But,
yeah, no, I see how this can be misunderstood. I think maybe we should I think it's probably better to have it than not. what we have there
Yeah.
is an improvement, but I think there's some further improvement in terms of figuring out how to avoid a potential misunderstanding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cameron, what is the
He's muted on no
the,
camera,
like,
so I'm assuming he's off screen.
maybe somebody else knows. What's the like interval to check storage changes and the like graduation?
I think he said 10 seconds.
It would.
10 seconds, and for the CPU, I think only if there is a delta of, only if it falls into a certain bucket, like from 0 to 20, 20 to 40, something like that.
And when
so if it's 24, it will not report until it goes either under 20 or over 40.
No, that's the CPU, but
yeah, for the CPU. The storage, I think it's at most every 10 seconds.
And then the UI also will only update on its own poll interval, right? So worst case.
Yeah. Worst case scenario around 18 seconds or so.
Because I have a device that hasn't, like, I deleted all of the Docker images on my device and it still hasn't changed its storage.
Is it a Pi 4?
No.
When will you ever learn?
It shouldn't matter.
Is it an upboard?
No.
Please don't tell me it's a nano.
Don't worry about what it is.
Oh man,
it's
not denying that one.
It's an ARM CPU.
Yeah, the well-known standardized ARM CPU.
Yeah, pretty straightforward, vanilla.
Predictable. Yep. Got it.
Yeah, because it just has not updated. I mean, it had the value correct originally, so it managed to report once, but then it hasn't. It should be down to 66 now. Should have moved by 100 and almost 200 megabytes. All right, I'll set up a. See, I was waiting for this image to finish building before I flash a Raspberry Pi 4 because I only have one. That's my excuse.
So let's organize this a little bit because I think we're gonna lose track. We're waiting for the image to make it to production. Is that the case?
We're waiting for the
staging.
Yeah, but it's a two-step process. At this point, there's a pull request, and then there's the deploy job.
Got it. So the pull request has been made, but not finished building.
Yeah, that's building right now, and once it gets merged, the version bot will create a new release in the Raspberry Pi repository.
Do you have any idea why it takes so long to build, since it's not actually changing anything? The only thing that's changing is the supervisor image, and even so, it just rebuilt everything theoretically with Yocto all. It doesn't. It's like it's not using cache.
It is actually. I checked the logs. It is using cache, but for not all the packages. For some reason, it's rebuilding the kernel. And when it rebuilds the kernel, it rebuilds a bunch of other packages, the kernel headers. We do have 2 recipes at this point, which we are shipping for the kernel header sources. One that comes from the Pokey upstream and one that we have created a while back. And we should probably remove one of them. And then there's a kernel headers test that gets recreated. And then there's a bunch of other dependencies which need to be recompiled due to the kernel being recompiled.
Any idea why it recompiles the kernel?
At this point, no.
Okay, because this is worth investigating because it's kind of odd.
Yeah, all the S states should be there from the previous builds, so it shouldn't happen. But
yeah, will you be able to investigate this section and let us know? Because I think we've picked up this and the Yocto all thing that's happening in the previous one, that both of them are adding a ton of time to your builds, which means that you guys have to wait around forever. Like, this is not about testing. This is about how inefficient the build process is.
Yep.
Cool. Thanks. Okay, so we're waiting for the PR to build. And when that PR builds, it's going to get deployed to staging, at which point we're going to start to sort of burn through the tests. I mean, since we've only changed one thing, we kind of know what we need to look at. But I think for precaution, I think we should probably indeed just run through our standard tests. You never know, especially if we ever built the kernel. Though I'd be it'll be extremely interesting if something turns up.
Well, I mean, the other thing is that I don't know what the last version of Meta Balena that we tested on the Raspberry Pi 4 was. So we're not only testing this singular change, right?
Right.
The last Pi 4 in production was 251.1. So
And
we're
this
kind
is?
of testing. Sorry?
And this is?
This is 256. So five miners.
Yeah. I mean, we could have probably done this yesterday to do the. I mean, that explains why the kernel is getting rebuilt for one. Probably. But also, yeah, I think in the preparatory work for this, we could have brought it up to the brink, so that it was only one PR away. Anyway, I guess that was kind of the hindsight type of thing. It's hard to think about it ahead of time.
All right.
I got my downloaded one online, so it's online now.
What did you change?
No, nothing. Just the one that I downloaded right from Jenkins, that is running. So at least we can be sure that whatever goes into staging right now will run as well.
Wait, so you downloaded the one from the RPi build from Jenkins, or from the Yocto?
The previous one, Yocto.
Okay, so that was a different one for one, but for another, you tried that image once and it didn't work, and then you tried it again and it worked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, something has been happening with my power supply, so I will take it upon myself. But yeah, I had to reflash it. So let's see in the next.
Well, the thing is, like, if that is a matter of the power supply or whatever, that's one thing. But the thing is, if it isn't, we really need to know, because this could happen to users. Like, if everybody just explains it with something local, when we see it, we won't. Like, this has happened to us with some elusive bugs where people have seen them, but they kind of just blamed it on themselves or whatever, and didn't pay enough attention at the effect. Yeah, so we should be investigating these things. That like normally the OS should be coming up all the time, every time.
So Sean, have you thought about which tests you want to grab?
Yeah, I'm just checking how many there are. There's about, we got to run on this one about looks about 35 tests, right?
Yep.
Shall we just bring on more people and like just broaden the group?
Yeah, we can. I mean, the only thing is not everyone has access to test lodge, which is a bit of a.
We can't grant it.
Well, we need ops members.
Yeah, but I mean, as Florian said, we can distribute the tests.
Yeah.
And confirm, and with their manual tests. All we need to know is what they pass.
Yeah.
So this is the final stretch.
Florian, I guess I mean, it makes there's ones like in the device-specific ones. There's the modem test, right? Which probably you should take since you have.
Yeah, I'll grab those.
That's yeah. Test regression caused by overlapping layer detection. Okay, and then
I'll actually start with the device specific with the platform tests for
yeah.
this.
So yeah, there's in the like device like the core test. There's device pinning, HTTP proxy test, SOX proxy test, downloaded image format, provision device should show the tested OS version, move device between applications, resin device progress test, push a sample single container, push a sample multi-container, normal provisioning without deltas. I don't know whether we need to do that one anymore. I think that test is basically obsolete. Like
actually, not that happens when you move devices from one application to another. Deltas are not used at that point. So I think it's still valid for use cases such as this one. There's one.
What are we testing with that test? Because it's talking about provisioning without deltas on. And I don't know why provisioning has anything to do with like container downloads.
Yeah, it means provisioning into an app with an application pushed, and then you can check that it downloads the right one. Yeah, I think we can tweak that one. Let me just check it to refresh my memory.
Yeah, it just feels like it's probably not like I'm not even sure what it's really trying to do.
Yeah, so the builds are done, but now it's waiting on testbot.
Okay.
That's going to take a little more while.
So this is automated test actually running?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah,
wait, why are we celebrating?
Yeah,
wait a minute.
The rig runs. Yeah.
This is actually worth more celebration than all the blue ticks together. Can we have a massive blue tick on top of the whole screen?
Just one giant one.
just paint the screen blue.
Just a tattoo on my face. Just a big blue tick.
So are we marking this bottom section as green now?
But it's the testbot tests are running, which is probably worth discussing for the people who are, I don't know, whoever is a madman that's been hanging out with us for eight hours. First of all, you're insane. Secondly, this testbot is basically our automated test rig that you got something to show, Sean?
Well, I was just going to show. So this is the creating a new release on the Raspberry Pi family of devices.
Oh, right. This is all open source and visible by anybody, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
And then Florence self-certified because he knows that it doesn't need review. And then you can see here, testbot is running. It's pending. Running the test suite on the Raspberry Pi 1, 2, 3, the 364-bit, and then the Pi 4. And then we can go to the details. So this is running on Jenkins where the test job runs, and we can see the tests actually running here. So it's running the unmanaged Balena OS release suite. It's doing this set of tests. So tests if the fingerprint, the OS fingerprinting works, if the blink LED works, if I can configure and all these settings in config.json and if they do the right things. and then it does Wi-Fi and Ethernet testing. So
Nice.
the test bot sets up an access point and injects a connection file into the device under test, and then tests that it actually connects and works correctly, and then it also tests the proxy tests.
So have we removed these tests from test lodge, or are they currently overlapping?
As I was reading that, I was like, yeah, these ones we can remove from the platform test. Then I guess, Florin, these ones we don't actually test in test lodge.
Right.
But these 4 tests and the blink test, we can actually remove from the test lodge equivalent. So there's provision on Ethernet, provision on Wi-Fi, identifier, identification LED, and then.
Oh man.
Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, we can actually.
If Praneeth is watching, he will be very happy because this is his baby. In a way, after 3 redesigns, of course. Believe it or not.
Something to mention right here is, and why we are calling automated, because these tests run without any intervention. Like if you see down below, the test bot actually flashes the image onto the DUT. DUT is device under test, and we don't have to do anything. Like everything that we do with our hands is basically done by a complete
Yeah.
machine.
This is worth saying a little bit more actually about the test bot is a board that fits on top of the fin, so extends the fin. Right. Well, let's say there's a test hat that goes on the fin, and the test hat plus the test bot. The test hat plus the fin is a test bot, and that test bot then
plus the SD card, the SD card mux on top of that as well.
I mean, all of that is I consider all of that to be the test hat, but fair enough.
I don't know whether anyone has photos of the rig, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Sean, you must have access.
I would say, wouldn't it be private?
It's
up to you.
Remember the one I shared with the team? We shared with the team after we showed the deck, where we had a partial deck that we shared with everybody. Hardware demand in general. It had this button.
Let me stop sharing, and then I'll try to find some pictures of it.
Cool. So basically, testbot is exactly. It has the SD mux. Basically, it exactly as people said it. It does with electronics what we used to do with our hands, and that includes effectively taking out the SD card from a Raspberry Pi or whatever device we're testing. Actually, from whatever device, taking out the SD card, flashing it, putting it back on the device. It does the equivalent thing. Of course, it doesn't move anything, but it cuts it off electronically and reconnects it electrically, and then reconnects it, and then boots the device with the newly flashed SD card, and sort of then observes it from the outside how it behaves. So this is something that is extremely hard to automate. We've been working on it maybe even for 3 to 4 years at this point. It's just unbelievably painful. So this is why I'm so excited that this is finally happening. People, how long has it been happening in production?
I think it just started when I joined, where we are running it on. We are supporting the entire Raspberry Pi family, and we can do tests on it. And I think it started around May. So yeah, we actually got to the production in May, somewhere around that.
Cool. So then, when we have these other, these other testbot tests, these other test lodge tests, the automated ones, if we add them to this list, then we would be able to significantly reduce the amount of manual testing.
Yep.
We should
Something great about testbot. Something great about testbot that I feel is we are completely isolating the duty. So we control every part of it. We control power. We control network, which is amazing, I guess, because it helps out a lot in actual test cases.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sean was saying something.
Oh, no, I was going to say, if we need to expand the the type of things we test automatically and expand the device types that we test. But
yeah,
I think if we just cover a lot of, like, most of the core functionality testing and 5 architectures, we reduce our testing burden by like 80%. I think.
Isn't it just a bunch of opt-isolated relations? This is for every data in Powerline. So the thing is that SD card, in this case, needs to be both attached to the Raspberry Pi and to another device that can flash to it. And you need to move it from the one to the other. And also high-speed signals. So it might be easy, I don't know. We definitely had our like, they're extremely sensitive, and there was a hack that somebody had a very good idea how to fix that, and now we've seen maybe one more team doing it and basically using the exact same approach, which is basically to move the mux straight next to the Pi, any sort of distance, and it doesn't work.
Yeah, it was actually really easy to get it working on the Raspberry Pi, but like it didn't work for all the other device types because of the high-speed SDIO.
Right.
Like the very first version that we built, where I think it was like I just like hand soldered a bunch of stuff and I could switch for the Pi pretty easily, and then tested on Odroids and BeagleBone Black, and it just like it was like just didn't work at all. So we had to get somebody that actually understands electronics a bit better to build something for the high speed.
Yeah, but even they had a lot of trouble. But they had a cool idea of basically, like breaking the board into pieces and moving the part that is sensitive, like just not having a cable at all, just directly like making it behave like an SD card effectively. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, so the first time we did it, we were super naive, right? And we just thought we would just shut down the Pi and connect to the SD card from something else. And that ended up leaking power into the Pi and booting it while we were trying to flash the SD card, and the Pi was turned off. But through the SD card, enough power leaked it in the Pi for it to start trying to boot and then trying to access the SD card, of course, which we were flashing from the other side.
Yep.
So that didn't work. And then, we went for a more sophisticated approach, but even that one needed a couple of iterations. And I guess the other reason it took so long is that it was our first real hardware project, even before the Fin, and we just didn't know enough about how to go about this. I think these days we probably have the talent in the team to solve this problem a lot faster. Even though I still think we would have had to hit a couple of these traps that just seem like extremely counterintuitive. I mean, there's Sean, if you want, you can tell people there's another board that looks very much like our SD Mux that this other team has built. We're not being sort of secretive. We can share.
Let me actually find, what is it called?
But basically, we found one team that's built something like that, and it looks almost identical to ours. I don't think we've copied each other. I think there's just one way to make this work, pretty much.
Yeah. So it's these guys. Let me post a link. Oh man. Yeah, it's a company based out of Germany called Linux Automation, GmbH, and they make quite a neat little USB to SD Mux for only €100, and that works pretty nicely. It's And I've got actually quite a nice little library as well to control it.
Yeah, but that's one of the hard problems that Tesla had to solve, and then there's a bunch of other ones. Tesla is more of a holistic approach to testing a device from all ports, so it can absorb the HDMI signal and turn it into a camera signal for the tester and stuff like that. But yeah, basically it's meant to resolve the problem of having to test manually, so we can move more towards a CI, continuous integration process for hardware. Right? That's the dream, not just for us, but for our customers too, of course.
A bit of an update on a bit of an update on testing. Testbot is cranking away, so none of the builds have failed, which is a good sign in our team, because if the build fails early, that means there's some problem in flashing, some problem in getting the device up. So all of them will be tested, and the longest a device takes is 20 minutes. So they are all running in parallel. So we have to wait about, okay, it started at 9:56, so about 10 minutes more maybe. Yeah.
Maybe 56. It's more like 3 minutes more, no? 3 or 4. Or
No,
am I,
it started on 1956 IST at my time.
oh, you're on a half.
Yeah, I'm on 5:30 plus 5.
Yeah. For those of you that didn't know, there's a time zone in India that is a half hour offset.
Yeah.
From everybody else.
It's right now, I think 11:43. As you can see, it's completely dark, and we are touching midnight. I usually work a lot in the night, so it's okay.
I appreciate it. It's really cool to have you as well. So
So what do you reckon, as in
Alex?
how much time I think it would take, like 8 hours 40 maybe to get it to staging or testing?
I don't know. That's optimistic.
Oh, Anuj is there.
I'm gonna go for
Anuj
9
is there.
hours. I'm gonna go for 9 hours.
Anuj, you can come into the stream yard thing.
Alex, was the thing that you wanted to show the Konstantinos's test rig 3D rendering, or?
No, just the photos of the test bot.
I can't find those. Also can't remember which ones
Don't
you're
worry
talking about.
Don't worry about it. Remember when we did hardware on demand and then we shared the board, the deck with a team that had the hardware on demand slides only? I think we put it in all. Just put in all.
Yeah.
Just search for hardware on demand. There should be a deck somewhere. At least that's what I try. Phil, did you shave your head in the meantime between before and after? Or is this just
I've put a light on so it's extra
that
shiny.
right? Right, got it. Okay.
Yeah. No, I put the children in bed.
Yeah.
I'm back. What did I miss?
Thanks for coming back.
I think these tests are finishing, aren't they? Unless I'm
Yeah,
looking
Pi
at
2 seems to have failed, but that's not our.
the Pi
problem right now.
464 looks finished.
Yeah, but I don't know if we block on these tests or not. But do all of them have to pass for the test to pass?
They all have to pass for version bot to merge it and create a new release that we can use to deploy. So maybe we can for release testing, if we are to split it into fully automated and manually, for pull requests that create new releases. So basically for all pull requests, maybe not run testing at all and only run it on the deploy job, and then we can parallelize a bit.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but there's something disturbing about that as well.
The testing can run, the test bot can run on the Meta Balena PRs.
Yeah.
For one thing.
Yeah, but I think right now we just have to restart the test, right? That's probably the fastest way forward.
Come again?
Right now, we just have to restart the tests. Is that what has to happen?
We need to continue with the rest of the tests that are not covered by this hut.
But
if I
RPi2
understand.
failed.
Oh, it's failed. One of them has failed.
Yeah.
Yeah, Pi 2 is failed. I'm checking it out.
Yeah, I think we can retry it individually. I hit the retry button while Vipul is looking at that, and we'll retry the individual Pi 2.
Okay, if we can retry individually, then we should be able to start testing manually the Pi 4. Is that right?
No, because the release has not been created and it's not
I see.
been deployed.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, no, we got a lot of work ahead of us on this subsystem. Sure. But the good news is that it seems that there is obvious room for improvement, like low hanging fruit.
Let me check. One of the Pi 2s has failed. I have to check if it's version 1 or version 2.
It's Raspberry Pi 2. It says
Yeah,
expected 2 reboots in the logs, observed 1.
Oh, right. Yeah, Roman had made the change for mentioning it here. Yep.
So are these new tests that we've just added to the mix?
What?
Are these new tests, new automated tests that we have just added now?
No. It's what we recently added was if we can identify devices right from the log. So that's what it. But we haven't added any new test.
Got it.
The error that I'm seeing is also quite trivial. What probably might have happened is sometimes like 1 in 50 that I've seen, 1 in 50 test runs might get some noise in their flashing and the image does not work. So if we see the log here that people are seeing, it starts failing from the first step and the errors are zlib. So it usually tends to
this is where so when you flashed the device before, right, and it couldn't boot, did you what did you use to flash? How did you flash it?
before the entire test board?
Earlier today, yeah. When you flashed the device and it didn't come up. How were you flashing it?
For my Raspberry Pi 4, did you mean?
Yeah, the Jenkins image.
Remember the device that didn't come up? Remember the device that didn't start?
Yeah.
So what did you use to flash it?
Etcher.
Okay. So because you said like so I'm wondering if for testbot, if we're not using Etcher, because Etcher validates as well as flashes, right? So if we don't validate what we flash, then we will catch errors down the line.
So sometimes here what happens is so flashing might be solid or foolproof. What happens is we are sometimes let me find it if it happens here. So we upload the image sometimes to the test bot itself. So sometimes it happens like the image is not completely uploaded, and that's when it happens. Because I had
but whatever it is, we should catch that and stop the process rather than flashing and doing tests.
Right.
We have ways to know that, like that's not.
Maybe we can check integrity of it.
The only thing we would, well, so that's the problem, Alex. I guess which customers always want is a SHA on the download image.
Yeah, there's other ways to do it though. Like it's just that
of course there is.
yeah. But we do need that.
Yeah, because
why don't we add SHAs for the download artifacts?
Because we changed them. Because of the config file that we inject.
Oh yeah, of course.
It's not static, so I mean we'd have to recompute it, and I don't think it's impossible, but it's definitely not trivial either. But there's other ways, like you can basically, like if you had a zip archive, you would notice that the end is missing. Like this is not like something flipped in the middle. I think they literally are just stopping it. It's not a full. You can just see if the ending is what it should be for one. Like very, very simple.
Although actually, to be fair, I think that in this case, it's downloading the unmanaged Balena OS. so there's no like image maker inserting config JSON and stuff. So we could have a SHA for
Well,
the
yeah, but then
unmanaged.
we'd create a fork of capability between managed and unmanaged.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we should. Yeah. Anyway, whatever. So okay, so we were retrying it, right?
Yeah, it got kicked off again.
Okay.
And the Raspberry Pi 3 and Pi 364 tests have passed.
And Pi 4 is still going.
It's still going, but it's finishing up the last test.
Okay, so when it finishes, are we going to start the manual testing then on that, assuming the Pi 2 will pass?
No, we need to have. So.
Oh yeah. You mentioned. Sorry.
I mean, there must be an image we could use and then just configure ourselves. That the one that TestBot is using, for example.
Yeah, we could do that, but by
I'll be right back. Sorry.
By fetching the image from the dashboard, you also verify the image maker.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I definitely think we should do that, but it does mean that we could get a few of the other tests out of the way before the Pi 2 test finish.
Yep.
Yeah, sure. We could.
The Pi 4 is finished now as well.
Everything is done except the 2.
And the 1.
Yep.
Oh yeah, 1. I didn't check 1.
So should we get the image that this is built now and use that? I'm happy to do that anyway.
I don't know if Sean, shall we do that?
Yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, obviously, for the test where you need to verify like download name and stuff, you can't do, but I think we can do for. We can definitely start a bunch of the other tests. And Florin, we can also check off provision with Ethernet, provision with Wi-Fi, because those are covered in the.
Yeah, I'll check them as I run through them. I'll mark them as passed and leave a comment that it's been done by testbot.
Yeah. Right. Where do I grab this image? Do we have a link to that Jenkins artifact?
Yeah, I'll share it in a few. Put it in Flowdoc.
Chris, can you catch me up on where we are and what we've still got to do and all of that?
Yes.
Man.
Oh yeah, I think we can update the color on end-to-end testing. But
yeah, so we run the end-to-end tests. I'm sorry. I was going to say we run the end-to-end tests on staging before we deployed everything, and probably by now they've run in production, but I'll need to check on that.
Okay, so it's just this PR that we're waiting for right now, isn't it? The tests that allow this PR to be merged.
Yeah. So the supervisor and Balena OS all merged, all good. It's just the Balena OS for our Pi and then the testing on that.
So even though we're only focusing on Raspberry Pi 4, because that repo applies to all Raspberry Pi types, we're having to run all of those tests.
Well, at least the automated portions. But basically, our procedure is not optimized for releasing a single device, which is fair enough because we almost never do that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And so anybody following along at home, what's going to be the point where they can start running it themselves as well?
So basically what's happening is we're doing the automated test. The automated test will cause the balena OS for our Pi to merge. So we'll get a green at the bottom but not a green for the whole of the OS, because we will still be pending a push to staging and a test of the whole thing, which I guess is the end-to-end testing. And then when that feels functional, when that passes all the tests, then we make a blue tick out at the bottom, the OS, which we will push to production after having confirmed the end-to-end testing. So basically, just to clarify, the end-to-end testing happens in production, but with an image that we download from staging, so that it's as close as we can to the future state without releasing the image. And then we just push it to production, and it's available. Andrew pushes the publish button on the blog, and we partay.
And then beer.
Yeah.
What's the situation with the docs?
We decided that this feature is so blindingly obvious that they are not necessary, at least not on the first pass.
Sounds like a blue tick to me then.
I mean, they made it transparent.
Box.
We need another
trained
tick
it
for
of color
avoided.
a couple hours ago.
I can do a strike through.
Dodged.
This is staged if anybody wants to kick it around. Although I think there's a section that talks through some of the metrics. I think ideally I want it to be a table. So like one column is what it is, one column's a description, and one column could be like the API name or link to whatever endpoint description. But that could be like down the road. Right now it's just a list.
List feels good for now.
I mean, there's one thing about the blog is that we don't have supervisor updates in the dashboard yet. There is a SDK call which can do it, but it's not just like, click through on the dashboard. The way to do that at the moment would be Balena Hub.
Basically updating the OS.
Okay, I'll make that change.
Do you feel like that blog box can now turn an even more grim shade of orange?
I think we can go for something better than orange. It needs to be like on the way to green, I think.
So it's available for devices after you update the OS.
Yes, or provision a device with that supervisor version. One other thing is in the CPU temperature. It's probably worth describing in the same way the CPU usage, because the CPU usage is updated in boundaries of 20, and the temperature is updated in boundaries of 3. Because I found between 1 and 2 was very noisy, but 3 was kind of settling, and you do want to see that raise.
Got it, Cameron. Done.
In the future, are we gonna put some way to, like, I could see people saying, I only want to update this when the device polls, or something like that, like locking these metrics to the poll interval, regardless of.
Yeah, we probably. Another thing could be a switch, turn it off if people are.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I'm pretty sensitive to bandwidth usage, but I still want to know maybe not the one that stands out the most is storage usage, where I just want to know.
Yeah, you can do it once a day and still be useful. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if it doesn't change, we're not going to be updating as well, so that's worth bearing in mind.
Yeah, I'm just thinking if it I don't know what's the threshold to update the storage change. How many megabytes?
We don't have one at the moment. I kind of thought it might be kind of static enough, let's say, that it should be fine.
But I'm thinking if it changes 1 megabyte every 10 seconds, but I have a massive disk and I'm running on cellular. I only want to know once a day. I don't want to waste all that day.
Yeah, so I certainly think that's you almost want to handle it for all of the metrics rather than individual ones.
Yeah, you probably want an on-off and an interval, unless you probably just want an on-off and an interval. Yeah, on, and if on, what interval? We don't want to be cute and do like 0 means off or something. I think we just should play it straight and have both.
Florian, I see the generate version has failed on that PR. What does that mean?
Sorry, I was looking at something else. What was the question?
On the Balena Raspberry Pi PR, we've got version bot failing with generate version.
Yeah, it's something that Giovanni added. It's not mandatory, so it's a feature still in progress for version bot. It's nothing to worry about. It's supposed to fail at this point.
I see the Pi
Jasmine.
1's just finished as well.
Jasmine is asking if we're getting close. Yes, we are. We are basically waiting for the OS to finish the automated portion of the testing. And as soon as that happens, we will do the manual portion of the testing for Archive 4, and we'll put it in production and celebrate. And I know that sounds easy, but it's actually it's the last stretch. We gotta get there. So the blog post is basically ready. As soon as we've got the OS tested, basically that validates our end-to-end testing as well, and then we publish the blog.
Yeah, I think we can take this, whatever the time this thing's gonna take, like what's the end limit, we can put that as a high score and maybe do it again sometime when a customer makes a request. Release parties versus release parties, and maybe till then, testing would improve, where we could have automated a lot of things.
I mean, the other thing that I would have done differently, knowing what I know, I kind of was thinking about it, but I was like, I didn't think it enough to insist, is that we should have done the supervisor first, just locked it in as fast as humanly possible to get the OS going, as we were doing everything else, because we kind of took our time a little bit with the supervisor while we were coordinating other things. Arguably, if we had done that, we probably wouldn't have gotten all the metrics we got in. So I guess it's a little bit of a plus and minus, but yeah.
I mean, another easy win as well is if we do have self-serve supervisor upgrades on the dashboard, we don't even really need to go through the OS upgrade path. We can just cheat a little bit and upgrade it on the dashboard.
Yeah, but that means like basically people can't get the feature for new devices, which is a bit weird. I mean, to me, the other cheat is that we should be preparing images of the OS without rebuilding the OS, just changing the reimplanting the supervisor and changing the version. But look at this though. Here's something really interesting. A lot of the time is being spent because we're rebuilding the kernel, probably because something slipped in the last 5 or 6 versions that didn't make it to Raspberry Pi. But if we were if our builds were fast enough so that every time we did something, we would push it all the way to the devices, we wouldn't have that backlog. We wouldn't be rebuilding the kernel. Like it's kind of like catch-22.
So that's what I thought. So I actually did push another change to MetaBalena yesterday to try and warm up the cache, and it didn't work. So I'm not sure.
No, you changed it, but you didn't change it for the Raspberry Pi.
But I think it was the MetaBalena builds that were rebuilding the kernel, so that would have still happened anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know how
that needs.
Yeah.
I think we need to review our Yocto. It would be good to review it, as in it would be good to spend this time on.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is definitely one of the catches of the day. It seems like it should be easy to improve significantly, but we'll find out.
But something that I really like is, I think it would be a pleasant surprise for everyone waking tomorrow. Oh, new thing on the dashboard.
Sorry.
Just answering that last comment by Sam, you shouldn't be really using that script, as it will it doesn't mark it as the supervisor that should be run. Instead, it just temporarily puts a supervisor on the device. The API is the source of truth for what should be running. So we can use it occasionally for testing, quickly making sure that a feature does what we want. But to actually release a supervisor, we need to write to the API to say, okay, this device should be running this version, and that's why it's an SDK method. So anything that you do with update resident supervisor -t will, within 24 hours, because it's on a systemd timer, will go back to whatever the API prescribes.
But if they use the SDK, they could get this done, users, properly?
Yes. Yeah, there's a SDK.models.device.update supervisor or something like that. And you just pass it a version number that's been released. I think there's also a method to get the released supervisors, and it will. So if your device is online, so first of all, it'll change the model. But if your device is online, it'll also proxy a request to the supervisor to say, check for a new supervisor release.
Otherwise, it will happen within the 24 hours.
Within the 24 hours, or when your device turns on, for example, you're assuming the reason it's offline is that it's actually off. If the VPN's not on, it'll be within 24 hours.
Got it.
All right. I've got a Raspberry Pi 4 256 version up on.
Wait, did the release make it to staging?
No, I just pulled this from staging, from the Jenkins tests. But it's got all the things. Although it says that my storage is only 13.9 gigabytes, but on the tin it says 16.
Sounds like a SanDisk problem to me.
We don't need names here.
Oh man, we're gonna have people.
This is gonna
have this, aren't we?
Yeah, it's gonna be on support. People will be for sure worried. What was the CPU serial? Do we not end up surfacing that because that has not popped up?
No, Steve. Steve wanted to give that more thought for how we put it in and not just cram it into the dashboard. But the more important thing is it's all getting added to the API, so it's a very simple UI deploy just to change it and update with that.
Alrighty, so that'll work. Let's. Florian, which tests are you?
I'm taking the platform test, starting with the preload test, and we'll need to sync because Alex also offered to run some tests when the image is deployed. So you can start with whatever, and we'll sync. You can start with the common device test. Or the Bluetooth one, you can do the Bluetooth one since it's in a single category by itself.
All right.
Correct.
The Raspberry Pi is now merged as well, the PR.
Alrighty. That sounds like an update to me.
Yeah. Okay, straight to staging.
That's something. The thing I don't really like about testbot is errors are not reproducible. Once it fails, it won't fail again. Something I am seeing is the Python SDK works. I am running a small script to see how it comes out.
Nice. Yeah, so we got this, but we don't have the big blue tick. I think we are basically waiting for the testing to finish. I mean, guys, if you can tell us like some sort of count over time, how many tests we've got done, just so we know. And then, we basically just green the whole thing and put a massive tick on top, and we're good to go. Good to party.
Yes.
Probably do a team ping. It only took us 9 hours.
It's not bad.
I remember asking Cameron, what is the ideal time you could get it done?
Yeah, it's just like, probably by 6 p.m., which was 2 hours ago.
Then I made this 2 arrows. Yeah, ideally we will take 7 hours. I think it's still on the dock, right? Yeah.
So this is 2:54.
Mm-hmm.
No, 2:56. So it doesn't seem to be in staging
Version.
yet.
No, version bot needs to bump it and then run the deploy job.
Right. Okay. I'll wait for that then. I'll be right back.
I've learnt from this process that the light bulbs in this room are absolutely destroying my eyes and giving me a massive headache. And I don't know, it just came to me, and then I looked with slow-mo on my iPhone, and it's like a strobe. I'm like, no wonder.
Yeah. I'm super sensitive to flickery lights.
Yeah. It's insane if you look at it in slow motion.
Are you in like a club with a strobe?
Well, when you look at it, it looks fine, but I think it's like the combination of LED lamps and a terrible dimmer switch.
It's those dimmer switches. They buzz as well, and nobody else in the house can hear it, but it drives me insane.
Yeah.
I think we can also appreciate the wonderful work the MCs did. Every hour announcements. Chris, have you ever streamed for 9 hours? Like, this could be
probably
new high score.
No, I don't think so. I think the most I ever did was when I built the Pi-hole project, and that was like 3 or 4 or something.
Right. Yeah, even I think my eyes are starting to get a bit dryish.
Yeah.
Usually we take breaks, so we don't recommend this for remote teams. Everyone should take breaks.
That's a very good point.
Oh yes, this is not we don't tend to work 9-hour stretches.
Yeah.
But even so, we have at least a couple of folks that have said in the comments that they are inspired to join. So it's good to know.
I just realised I'm on support from 8 a.m. tomorrow. so I'll go to bed and get up and do basically this again.
I guess for anyone who well, you're gonna have to deal with the aftermath. I suppose it's only fair. For anyone who is interested in joining, we do have an open call. No matter what your talent is, we want to know. Please send us a CV at the open call, and
Chris, can you
it'll
open
get
the
to know our
careers
people.
page?
Huh?
Maybe we can can you open the careers page till we test it?
Tomas.
Oh, okay.
This is for you. This is your answer.
I was going to just put the link, but
Yeah.
That's good. Yep.
Open call right there, everyone.
That's
I mean,
that's
those
a
links are not
dozen, but I have a lot of them.
I mean, is that true? We don't care what your talent is? That feels a bit open-ended. I mean, if you
I
can...
didn't say we don't care
you
what
can
your
juggle
talent is.
fire,
I said no
that's
matter
great.
what.
Yeah.
It's a slight difference. No matter what your talent is, we want to know. Right? It doesn't mean that if your talent is knitting, you will get insta-hired. Though, with a good enough argument, anything is possible.
I wish we had the Liam Neeson, I have a specific set of skills GIF.
I mean, isn't knitting a type of hardware hacking anyway?
I think knitting could be good for the beast frame because so many wires going through.
Yeah.
That's right.
We can do proper wire management.
you can do the impression into the mic, Andrew. Be like,
No.
I have a very specific set of skills.
That's like a couple drinks in, Andrew, and it's 11:45 in Portland.
I will find you.
I will find. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a Taken reference. If no one's on the same page.
Oh, I got it. I appreciated that, Andrew. Sorry, I would have been more emotive, but I'm just honestly about to fall asleep.
Yeah, are you off an all-nighter, Alex?
No, I did sleep. I just woke up at 2.
Right on.
which so I don't know if that counts, but I have settled into a weird schedule where I sleep for 4 or 5 hours maybe, and then I have another nap like in the middle of the day Pacific.
I mean,
Yeah,
y'all
I've got
also have a
children like
baby,
that.
right, in the house. That kind of does it.
Sorry, what?
Y'all have a baby in the house, correct? So
Yeah,
that'll
yeah,
do it.
that's right. I'll blame him.
There you go.
He's not even 2 yet, but he gets to be accused.
A man is throwing the love into chat there.
How do you know it's not a man? Like the a man.
The Amen or
Yeah.
Amen?
Amen.
I don't know.
Amman.
Amman is the capital of Jordan, I believe.
Oh, my blog color got downgraded back to like.
That's an upgrade.
He changed it. He changed it when you weren't looking, Andrew. He was very, very devious.
I mean, it's not live, so it's understandable. You just don't play with my emotions.
This is what you do, and you just give him this license to be
the
keeper of
backstabbing.
colors.
That's
it's
right.
a feature build and social experiment all in one package.
I mean, 7 hours ago he couldn't choose the color of a box, and now look at him. You
Yeah,
can't.
it's definitely yellow.
He's the color nuts.
It's like when the toddler learns where the crayons are kept.
I've got my format painter and everything.
That sounds like a really dangerous face I should be looking out for, Phil.
I mean, only look out if you don't want graffiti all over your walls.
Yeah.
I mean, if you just want extra color in the living room, it's fine.
I suppose they're edible.
What, children?
Jeez. Gramps.
How do you know? You sound very certain.
I'm just hungry.
Chris, when this diagram is all ticked up and blue, can we also update it over the device metadata upgrade plan document? Maybe we can store everything here.
Yeah, I could put a link in there.
Yep.
I'll do that. I need to do some weirdness with that.
I thought of a question that users may want to know the answer to. With our,
Just be sure it's just not you, Phil.
Look, work with me, mate. I'm trying to act dumb here so that I can ask the question to everybody's. Work with me, mate.
Sorry,
Obviously,
the
I
thing
know
is
the answer.
he's copying you and doing it to you.
I was thinking about some people may have ESR devices and they may want these features, but they are running ESR images. So when would those sort of people expect to see this sort of these
not
features
tonight.
and maybe
Not tonight. When the next CSR comes, I think in theory, when the next CSR is cut, it would be cut off the top. I mean, but that's the trade-off that you pay for SR. You want to be a little bit behind in features and ahead in terms of maturity of the software. So,
yeah, maybe I've not acted dumb enough. What's ESR, Alex?
ESR is extended support release. So it's not quite LTS, which gives people a sense that this could be supported for 2 to 3 years. ESR are essentially allow you to do 2 updates a year and be within our support window no matter what. So the deal is, if you agree to do 1 update every 6 months, we will support you for all the versions of the OS within that window. So it's kind of a trade-off because we need people to be relatively up to date because of, security and all of that. Like the Linux kernel itself is a massive project. You really do want to be up to date. At the same time, I do understand that people, first of all, don't want to take sort of the burden of administering an update every couple of weeks that we release a new version or something. And at the same time, some people are also constrained by data costs, right? Because the update itself costs in terms of data to download. So the ESR is kind of the grand bargain where we say, look, we will make this parallel edition of the operating system that will get released on a much more organized, sort of much more predictable cadence. And if you go on that, you're good to go. But you have to agree to a minimum update cadence at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, once we get really good at that, we might consider longer time windows. But I think for now, this is what we feel we could honestly offer folks.
Something I want to see is, who is on the, stream, if they can, say a hi, maybe. we can see
say
how
hello
people
if you've been.
watching.
Please say hello and when you started watching. Yeah. Or did somebody say that?
Or where are you based?
And what are you building? That's what I want to know.
Just to interject here, so far we have 6 pass tests in the manual run. If that's interesting to anyone. Well, out of is harder to say, but I think it's about.
I don't know whether to feel pleased about 6 now.
just be happy.
Right.
Do you want air horn?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me just see.
Chris, we need a budget progress meter. Just do
That's what I was going to do, but we need to know how many, because 6 out of 8 is pretty good, but 6 out of 50.
How many?
No, I think it's about 6 out of 35. I think are the ones that we have to test.
Okay, let's see what we can do here. 6 out of 35.
17%.
35 is round about the.
You're not a professional artist, are you, Chris?
What made you say that?
You need to make 35 dots, Chris, and 6 of them are green. And the rest
Man, I hope Alexandra doesn't watch this.
She's off today, so free pass.
I need a
red arrows, odd dots. Bring them all out. Just kidding.
6 out of 35 are the manual ones.
Yeah.
Weren't some of them already given to us by the automated tests?
Yeah, I'm trying to go back to figure out.
I marked 2 of them, and I'll get to the other 2 in a minute, and I'll mark them as well. So there were 4 of them, if I remember correctly.
Okay, so we're at 8.
The Bluetooth ones were. Yeah.
Oh my! This is.
It's fun to watch you scramble around.
I would help you, but you've kicked me off, so I just will watch you suffer.
Do you have a method to do a progress bar?
Do you know? What do you think?
Probably.
I have a short story for you all. So back in college, I had to do a presentation.
First of all, sorry, I just can't watch the man suffer. Just select a bunch of them and click.
Yeah, dude.
Control D.
Stop
Just
ruining it.
Drag and select a bunch.
Drag it. No, but I'm trying
Select
to do
multiple pieces.
Yeah.
What is
Otherwise,
No, not like that. Just remove. Oh.
This is frustrating.
What?
See, I'm so far ahead. You don't even know what I'm trying to do.
Nobody there, Chris. Nobody.
No.
I see. Okay. I gotta say, there was some thought to this.
Woo.
Yeah.
There.
All right.
Now he's laughing.
Is that 17% though?
It is, because this one is 6 of the little squares wide, and this one is 36. So that's close enough.
Did you expect Mr. Attention to Detail will have got that wrong?
Did we, Chris? Did we mention that it's 8?
8 what?
Out of 35.
Is it?
Yeah. And
that's okay. I can just
percentage is wrong.
I can just do that.
Oh boy.
Oh, I need to bring it to the front. Look, it's under control. Oh, I need to update my text. I see you're all in stunned silence now.
It works.
Stupor.
It just works.
Oh yeah, Thomas raises a good point.
Yeah, it should be.
Oh, it should be orange or something, shouldn't it?
Stick with that color scheme, mate.
Like in progress.
There you go. Yeah. Progress mustard.
Yeah, for goodness sake, don't start a failed test. That means I'll have to draw another box.
That's the official Pantone name for that color. Progressive mustard. No, it's not. Don't come after me, Adobe.
Let's see if I can reduce the width of this one by 1 square.
So around here,
I did not know that this ended in such amusement.
Around here, we get a lot of like direct mail, and usually the design quality is a little lower, but you see,
varying.
Yeah, you see a lot of this kind of stuff where it's like lowest interest rates ever, and then like blue check mark. Very much like the one we're using here.
That is the aesthetic we're going for, exactly. Yeah. We did have a couple of folks in the comments mentioning that they did want that loan. Yeah.
Let's do it.
Did we mention Sam's been watching since 6 a.m.?
Wow.
No, we did not.
Well done.
No way.
Nice.
Why? Why, Sam?
Oh, UTC -8.
Send him a shirt.
Well, that's still 6 hours.
Yeah.
That is about as much as Andrew.
Yeah.
Please, I mean, we want to hear what your impressions are of what you are watching. What is going through your mind right now?
What made you stay with us?
Progressively, it's kind of like falling in energy. Please.
Yeah.
Man.
Sam is the real
Google Drawings masterclass.
You're the OG, Sam. Seriously, I mean, respect.
Oh, Cameron, that's the cut I need to make of this video. Just this back half and title it just that. Chris Crocker White gives a Google Drawings masterclass. You are spot on, Cameron. And then put some light EDM in the background, like all those other tutorial videos out there.
What's EDM?
Electronic dance music, Phil.
Oh, sorry, mate.
It's the cousin of ESR.
What's a cattle grid?
I thought it was electronic discharge machining.
Oh boy, could be.
It might be. Have you even heard that music?
Yeah, that's a real thing.
It's possible.
If you Google it, probably you can find it. Let's see. Cameron,
Sam,
did you find
you gotta understand. We know what we're doing. All of this is just a ruse. We've coded it already. It's all tested.
We don't actually work for Balena. All the clever people aren't on the stream, and they're doing it.
This is just a social experiment to see how long people will keep watching for.
Yeah.
I like that. Watching the sausage being made is a little terrifying.
Well,
Sam, if it
it's
helps,
easy
Chris doesn't
story,
actually
too.
do anything with the product. He just makes like Geiger counters and things. Don't get put off by the standard of Chris's drawing.
I make drawings of things we might like to do with the product.
Yeah. Any update on tests, Sean?
Yeah.
I feel like energy's reached the floor. I mean, if you could use more than one word, that would be great.
This is sadly, Phil. This is excited, Sean.
Right.
You should hear the not excited edition. It's demoralizing.
There are 9 past tests.
Hooray!
Actually,
is this really how we're gonna do this? So
yeah.
Oh man!
I won't do it
dying.
again if that's as excited as Sean gets.
No, we have to do this. We absolutely must be done.
It's pretty riveting stuff. I'm about to push. I mean, this project actually.
Sean, why don't you share your screen and just walk us through it? I mean, at this point,
that would be good.
We're down to the last.
I think that is.
We cornered him. We cornered him, guys. He thought about it,
all right,
but then decided against it.
From what I think everything is public on that end. So yeah, we can see it.
Yeah, let me just get it all on one screen. That's better to see. I mean,
Cameron, your number one fan is still here, by the way. Thank you, sir. Much appreciate your company.
Representing.
I thought we'd lost him when Page updated his trolling.
Let me just try that.
What's this? I'm excited now. What's this?
So this is one of the test cases. This one's to test if the full desktop experience works from a container environment. So we push this from the Balena Labs incubator. I don't actually know whether this project is even the best one to still be pushing these days. We have actually a bunch of labs, guys.
What does it test? So it's running X11 and you want to see something appears through the HTML?
Yeah, it basically just makes sure that we can correctly display stuff on the screen from the container. And users can use things like browsers and whatnot.
You could use
I mean that's probably a block, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I think we need to just use the browser one from now on. Because it's probably strictly better than
that was updated
project.
this morning during a slow moment of the stream. I pushed a new version.
Oh, nice. Yeah. No,
right. I think
I don't know whether you guys can see my camera, but this is my testing rig at the moment. That's the boot screen.
Whoa.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
That's the part 4 at the back there. I was going to test on HDMI, but I don't actually have that micro cable. I don't have these.
I think you attached a DPI, right?
Yeah.
For those of you that might be seeing this stream and being horrified at the condition under which the testing is happening, just please realize this is actually realistic how the devices are going to be used. So, and testing any other way would be unconscionable.
We have a question about
when we talk about real world testing, we mean it.
It's legit.
We have a question about the ESR in the chat. So the self-service update, any of the Balena OS devices that are online can have their host OS updated by clicking the actions menu on the dashboard and updating to a new host OS.
Something I have a very I was very curious about, and I think Sam mentions here as well. And since Sam is the MVP, I think we can answer this: is why do we have we can have anything, but why do we have a unicorn as the successful?
This was Petros. Petros wanted a unicorn when we first wrote this code, so Petros got a unicorn, and now we have a unicorn, and everybody loves the unicorn, so the unicorn is staying.
Yeah.
We have a Christmas and Easter edition of the unicorn too.
Ooh,
Wasn't there a Halloween one?
I believe there's a Halloween one too. Yes.
Yeah.
It's about that time. It is September 3rd. We're officially.
Whose job is it to change Charlie the Unicorn? Who has
it's
that
all
role?
automated. We automated it a couple of years back after I was the one responsible for updating it. To get past Halloween, and I forgot. Let's add it now.
When are we going to adopt the Google system and have custom art during
every day?
Yeah.
Balena doodles.
I need to get a second Raspberry Pi 4 because I've had to take my Home Assistant home automation offline to do this testing.
Welcome to our world.
I can't even switch my kitchen light on from.
That's every day in a hardware hacker's life. In fact, recently I stole my son's Balena sound device to test something else. That's how low things have got. No, you can't have music in your life.
Wait, the outdoor pub lost its
Daddy
speaker?
needs to try a Geiger counter.
There's no more music.
And then you've got
at the
Chris
bottom.
sort of flouting his dozen Raspberry Pis.
Yeah.
Just making it worse.
Sean, do you want to share the link to this Balena OS image? Because I was waiting for it to come on staging, but it looks like we're doing another Yocto build for that.
Yeah. No, that's the. So I think what's happening with that Yocto build is I think it's making the production version for it. I think it's a new build.
Development version.
We are rebuilding. Oh, Devon Pod.
I actually never knew that we rebuild it for production, which makes sense.
No, wait, but is it Devon Prod or is it one for staging and one for production?
No, it's the Devon Prod one.
Yeah. That's the one that we. Yeah, I don't see why they're building in sequence for one, but for another. I mean, Sean, I think we've done the brainstorming at least for how to remove that differentiation, right?
Yeah. I don't know why the build servers are going so slowly. I mean, this build that I kicked off should have been done already. It's not doing.
Yeah, I think it's a problem with the build slaves as well.
Build followers, Florin.
Followers.
John
Yeah.
Taylor mentioned something.
Sorry?
John mentioned something with the hijacking as well, like everyone else does.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's
like a drug addict going around looking for a fix.
I did at one point steal all of the NUCs in the London office to have like a group of 5 of them to do some testing on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how many of these devices you have. There's always you're always one short.
One more. I need one more.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I've reached that point where I'm never short.
Well, all right.
I do remember thinking that, but then it just escalated.
It's like a common thing as well that you're talking to Chris and you say, I've just bought some random sensor, and he'll say, oh, I've got one of those in my drawer. It's like everything you could ever think.
Yeah. John, I think, this is envisioned for the next iteration of this, which should come shortly. Enable, disable, and also managing the cadence. I guess somebody could make the cadence super fast and then living life on the fast lane.
Well, we would still have the limitation of once every 10 seconds.
No, that's what I'm saying.
That
You could probably reduce that further. Anyway.
Alex, this is what I was talking about when we were talking about having pre-built Balena Labs blocks as test things.
Yeah.
Because now I'm trying to test specific hardware stuff, but I'm waiting for this to build. If I had this pre-built already at some version, and then I just provision into that app, I don't have to worry about the building stuff.
Yeah.
I see Fritz said I should raise an issue with the support team, which I haven't.
It is the support team.
Well, no, I've gone and asked Carlo to look at what's going on the build machines to see if there's anything weird going on. Somebody crypto mining on the builders or something.
That hasn't happened in a while.
Nah.
That we know.
No, I mean you get
Didn't
capped.
Rahul take all the builders down once? I can't remember what he was doing.
He was building Electron.
I didn't even know about. I didn't hear about this. Did you guys keep this within the hackers so that
you know how they are?
Because Rahul was like, "Oh, should I try building Electron?" And I was like, "Yeah, if you break the builders, that's something for us to fix."
That's part of our job, isn't it?
I mean, it is.
Exactly.
It's something that a user could do if they strange. Yeah, I didn't know that he did that. Have to speak to him.
Oh, I didn't tell you that. That was Chris.
Yeah, the 9 800 not run tests is humorous.
Yeah, but this test run is across every device type. So that'll be for like the 800 tests cover every device type. We don't run 800 tests for the Raspberry Pi 4, right?
That's just like a lack of commitment.
Yeah.
I would probably restart this if I was you, Sean. You're likely to get maybe not, but you'd be likely to get from build host.
We're getting somewhere now. Things are going.
Carlo poked it.
Carlo probably killed somebody's OpenCV build.
Or Rahul's been fielding Electron again and just heard us talking about it.
Yeah, just kill anything that Rahul's building.
Yeah. We should automate that.
If username equals Rahul, just kill build after like 3 minutes.
Individualized quotas, I like it.
All right.
But I mean, this is worth. This is probably. I mean, first of all, the HDMI thing doesn't testbot test that already. I thought
So
with the
HDMI is kind of a. I wouldn't say flaky. That test it actually takes a lot of time. So the testbot's entire run is 20 minutes. The HDMI test alone is 20 minutes. So we have turned it off till we find the best solution for it.
Why is it 20 minutes?
Right. I haven't actually run it myself, but last time I heard from Roman is I think the way that we test it, I think it takes a lot of time to test it right now. It has to reboot and then boot, and we actually what we do with the HDMI thing is we just see the flash image, the splash image. So that's the test all about, to see the splash image.
I understand
I mean, that shouldn't take too long, because I helped write some of the code for that, and we just wait for it to boot up, wait for the signal, and then analyze the image.
Now it all makes sense, actually. Never mind.
I think it was also disabled at that time where we were getting it stable. So I think there was more priority towards getting it on production rather than why this test is not working. So I think I will write it down. Another thing for us to check out.
Yeah, I mean, but even that test needs to be written, like the functionality of testing the HDMI. It's not. It needs to be more generic, where one should be able to test just something displayed on the screen. So you should be able to say like, I want to display this like web dashboard or whatever, and be able to see that it shows.
But I mean, Sean, on the other hand, if you test the splash screen, can't you tick off the HDMI as well, though? And the splash screen.
Yeah. No, that's what. But I'm saying.
Actually, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, for the test that I'm running now is not testing the splash screen. It's testing. It's testing two things actually. It's testing that we can show like UI on the screen, but also that when I reboot, the splash screen shows up on the in between.
Yeah.
We could avoid a lot of these builds as well by having these pre-pushed into an app, provision the device into an app, and just pin it to different releases. That's what I normally do when I'm testing.
Yeah, that's how. I mean, we basically we should have a bunch of the like Balena Labs projects just in our team organization, and then be able to just provision test OSs into that, and make sure that these things work.
So
this is worth a brainstorm actually with the lab team. I have a few things in my mind, but it's probably not worth expanding here. I know I'm brain dead, but guys, I think it's probably worth a brainstorm. Chris or those you guys can make it happen. That'll be awesome.
Yeah, two things to note here. One is why we test the splash images, because we are testing an unmanaged OS test suite. So we don't have anything else to test. We just test if when the OS is first tested, it shows the splash image or not. And the second thing regarding this bit about setting up the apps or setting up the devices so that we have pre-prepared apps for it, I think that kind of becomes easy with what Florin and I are working on right now with the semi-auto test lodge or the test, where the script is actually doing a lot of the configuration work, and as a user we just have to click yes or no or write yes or no if we see on the screen is something right or not. So
I think
yeah,
this is actually orthogonal. The pre-build and the yes or no, and yeah, we want both. But honestly, for the screen, we shouldn't even make it manual. I think it should be automatic. I don't really understand why it needs 20 minutes. But we got a lot ahead of us. I think that a lot of the work that the lab team is already doing can be reorganized, or maybe even not really. Just so long as they know what they need to provide, they can probably have enough up there, and they might already have 90% of it anyway. To like Sean was saying, to just to train the right capabilities so that we don't need to go through this pushing and waiting and stuff.
That's another useful output from this process.
Oh yeah, we should probably write down all the little gems we've gotten. So I truly believe in getting down to details. This is super counterintuitive. Most people are like, oh, you stay on the abstraction level, like don't get your hands dirty. I mean, they don't say it like that, but that's the effect of their words. And I found just going to the absolute level of detail is super insightful on a global level. Like just as a simple example, one thing I keep remembering is I was trying to solve a math problem that had an absolutely massive solution space. So one of the types of things you do is to find symmetries, right? To compress your solution space. So that's kind of like the high level abstraction stuff, which normally people would tell you to do. But at the same time, when you're left with like, let's say 1/1000th, 1/millionth of the original search space, which still is pretty huge. The other thing you can do is get a faster CPU or micro optimize your algorithm, right? Because that means that if you double the speed or you 10 times the speed of your algorithm, then it's symmetric to reducing your candidate solutions by 10 times, because it takes you the same time to do 10 times as many with the new algorithm than it would take you to do 1/10 of them with the old algorithm. So whether you're going down to the CPU instruction and you're optimizing that, right, to the little single instance, or whether you're going from the top and just like ruling out entire classes of the problem space, it doesn't really matter. The effect is the same, and you probably need to do a bit of both, honestly. And that's the other part, that the insights you get while you're working on something like very detailed can transfer up to the global, which is what we're seeing here, actually. So I think this is probably we're underusing this tool, in fact. It's super useful. I mean, I was kind of hoping for something like this. I do think I mentioned, but I didn't know what exactly would come of it, but I was pretty sure something would.
What's happening with the blog post, Andrew?
Yeah, Andrew, you're holding us back.
Yo, staged and ready. Just taking random feedback that I've been getting from folks here and there. If anyone has any, feel free to hit up that private channel that we got going on for this stream, or you can DM me directly, or just add your fixes to the HackMD link.
I mean, you can share the draft with people here. Like they're part of the team now.
It's true. It's true.
Sam definitely deserves it.
Yeah. Here we go.
Specifically, Sam.
Too many windows. Whoa, buddy. Okay, here we go. I'm usually so spoiled with OBS. I got to do this the normal way. There we go. We good? Yeah? Yeah?
Yep.
I'm going to zoom in.
Zoom in? Does that work?
Bit more.
Bit more.
Bit more.
More.
Oh goodness.
There we go.
Too much.
200%. Hey.
No, I was joking.
How dare you, Phil?
I was messing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess. Sorry, Andrew. I guess this is the more feedback of the session, but I would say like we need to highlight that this is lightweight and minimal and intended to be so. That it's not like Prometheus or anything. Yeah. So set expectations early and then overshoot. But
yeah, we can add that.
Yeah.
This is all staged still, by the way, not live. So
sweet. No, I'm going. I mean, even if it was live, it would be fine. It's just kind of like making it slightly better, but not critical.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably like described more as like I would say like resource highlighting or something rather than metrics and monitoring. Metrics and monitoring kind of like indicates like a much more high fidelity solution. This is kind of like just
device resources, right? I mean, that's the word resource is overused. I don't know what the right one is.
But yeah, but it's just like a high level summary of available resources.
Yeah, if you want to say monitoring, I think you have to like make sure you're saying lightweight next to it or minimal or something.
But even there, like monitoring feels like you have like an alerting mechanism and stuff.
Okay, you can't say monitoring. I think this is the Sean is not leaving us a lot of room for that. I think we gotta respect the man's wishes.
You gotta leave a little bit of space for future.
Yeah.
That's right.
We can't release a blog post in like 6 months' time that says we're now releasing monitoring and metrics. It'd be confusing.
What am I drinking? I'm drinking. Well, I haven't opened it because I was waiting for that moment. I've got like a Cornish ale.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, and it's called Proper Job, which I thought was fitting.
Proper Job.
I was kind of waiting for the woo moment, but I might just start it because I'm thirsty and it's 8:30. Like, I don't know what I would drink in the evening. I mean, I was just thinking to myself, I'm thirsty, but I can't open my beer. I don't know what to do in this situation. Like, is there another drink? I don't know. I saw Cameron had opened his beer already.
Yeah, I didn't. As soon as I saw it on production, I was happy. So I got myself a little Asahi.
Yeah, I smashed a gin and tonic like an hour ago.
Oh, geez, everyone's jumping the gun. It's like, like once
I'm telling you, Willie, I'm just sat here waiting with a dry mouth.
Oh no, that wasn't celebratory. That's just.
Yeah, no, these are just like this is just to get through the day, guys.
Right. I wish somebody had told me that at 9 a.m.
This is how we pull off our remote culture.
Yeah. We have a madman thing going on.
It's all in the
whiskey. A shot of whiskey every hour.
Every test that passes.
36 shots.
And that is deep. That's why Chris has 36 tests, not 35 in his progress bar. The 36th is, are we still sober? Or standing?
See, Sean, this is
Cameron,
how we do
is
it. Cheers,
is it on
everybody.
staging?
See?
I've been watching the test. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing, to be honest. But
no, you said
flashing.
it right. It's on. Is it on staging or is it on production? The image, the 2.5.
No, the image isn't on staging yet.
Okay.
It's still running the deploy job. I'm not entirely sure what it's doing, but it's still flashing on Jenkins.
So why are we having that drink? As in, is it near completion?
Don't know. Someone just seemed to open the floodgates without anything changing.
Yeah.
It's like everyone's secretly been drinking underneath the camera, but then suddenly it's all out in the open.
Well, apparently so.
It's sort of that.
Phil's been waiting, like me.
Well, I mean, that's what the British do, isn't it? We queue politely without talking to each other.
We wait until someone says it's okay.
Yeah.
I made that call, guys. Don't worry. It's okay.
What time is it for Carlo?
Carlo? How is Carlo even awake? Carlo is
I don't know if
even further
it's
than
like
my
his time.
2 a.m. Must be
Carlo
something like
doesn't
that.
Carlo is a
sleep,
trooper.
man.
Right now, it's 1 at my side, so Carlo would be about 3.
Oh man. That's when Alex joined this call.
24 hours.
The sun never sets on the
I've
balena
already done a
empire.
balena day.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Earth has revolted. Complete.
It's a shame James isn't still around from New Zealand because what is it there? Saturday. That blows my mind.
It's always Saturday.
Yeah.
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 I was like, when he was still here, we were watching the SpaceX launch together, and I was drinking wine, and he was drinking coffee, and he was in the future, and I couldn't cope anymore. I'd lost sense of what's real.
Carlo is at 327. 330.
I don't know who I'm more impressed with, Sam, who is watching despite having nothing to do with all of this, or Carlo, who's watching at 3:30.
It's such an unsociable time to be awake.
What do you mean exactly? Please go on. Say more.
It's such an unnatural
Do tell.
time for anyone to be awake.
Yeah.
Especially
that. Yeah. Go for it.
Go ahead.
Says the secret drunkard.
I was not going to say. I was going to say anything important.
No, even I wasn't going to say anything important. I was just mentioning that something regarding James being in New Zealand, right? I used to wake up when I was working at 2 a.m. in the night. James was starting up when I was at my desk, just ready at 12 p.m. in the morning. James was done. Like the day is done. He's now in the future. Now Asia has started working, Europe has started working, US will start work about 6 p.m. my time, and James is already in the next day sleeping it off. So yeah, time zones can be.
When I started at Balena, that took me a couple of weeks to get used to the fact, like I was used to working all together in the same time zone, and so by about 6 p.m. nothing's going on. There's no emails, there's no chat. It's done for the day. It took me a couple of weeks to realize there are always messages to read at Balena because somebody's always online, but there is no down period unless you make yourself
afternoon in a Pacific time zone is pretty dead.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that much.
That is
I
nice
think Fridays are pretty quiet as well. If everyone is working on Hack Fridays or something like that.
But that means for secret drinkers like Sean, it's always gin and tonic time somewhere, isn't it, in Balena world? Isn't that like the first sign of a problem, Sean?
What? How
there have been
you have to hide your drinking.
Justifying it to himself just to get through the day.
I mean,
this is
mix a little bit of vodka into my heel.
I think we're all friends, mate. You can tell us.
I once did get caught drinking a beer on like a customer call. That was probably the worst that it's ever been.
Here or elsewhere?
No, at Balena. I just cracked the beer can, and then one of the engineers from their team was like, "Sean, did you just crack a beer?" And I was like, yeah. Luckily, I had met him in person once or twice, and I'd had some beers with him, so it was okay. It felt.
He didn't really mind that it was 9 a.m., did he?
Well, no, I think it was the evening for me, and it was the morning for him. So it was okay.
It's another XKCD, isn't it? The optimum level of blood alcohol.
Oh yes, the Balmer peak.
Yeah.
So how are we doing for tests, guys?
I need to update the progress bar.
Oh, we've got another exciting Sean update.
I don't think you can put decimals.
9.7 tests passed.
Well, yeah, I mean, this one
It sounds conclusive.
Well, I know that the CPU stuff is working quite well. It's showing me when the CPU is going to 87%. Loading a desktop, but I think this test is a bit flaky, to be honest, because it keeps you need to like reboot the device and make sure that it comes up, and that just puts the app into like this boot loop. But if I restart the app, it works correctly. So it's not like a problem with the operating system. From what I can see, it's like the app's just got like some the app's just poorly made.
Yeah, I think we should change to the browser-based one for that, because that one gets a lot more love.
Yeah, I mean, this one is not the most tested piece of app code.
Can you just use the browser one, or is that have you got to follow the script for us to mark it correct?
I mean, I can push the browser one. I'm not opposed to it.
We saw the HDMI working.
Yeah, no, the HDMI works. But the addition to this test is that the boot screen shows in between the app, like restarting and stuff.
Yeah, but that's you can mark that one as failed. It's a bug in MetaBalena for a while, which we haven't got to.
Oh, you mean yeah.
Yeah, there's no splash screen in between
when it shuts down.
Reboot shuts down, reboots. Yeah, I think it's got to do something. Got to do with the fact that the Plymouth service doesn't actually have any time to run, and the shutdown command executes too fast. So on slower devices, the bug is not there. On faster devices, it just shuts down without starting the Plymouth shutdown service, which displays the splash.
How come we still have this on the testing?
Sorry?
How come we still have this on the tests?
Because there's a bug in MetaBalena that I think Alex or Zubair wanted to take on, but it went. I mean, the test comprises with. So I bundled the test with pushing the X11 application.
Let's handle it separately. But in general, if the test is failing, the test is failing. I mean, you fix whatever is failing the test. If we're just going to be marking stuff, there's no point in having the test to begin with.
Yeah, I get your point, but I bundled them together just so we don't have two separate tests. So if it's graphics, I just bundled them into one, so we test them at the same time.
Dope.
You can just push that if you want to test the browser block.
Cool.
Florin, typically, how long does it take for the image to turn up into staging after the PR has been merged?
After the PR has been merged, or after the PR after the deployed job has been run successfully?
So it looks like the deployed job is still running, but the interface is a little confusing. Basically, I'm just waiting for a Pi4 image to be on staging so I can do some of the testing too.
Yeah, so if you look at the deployed job, now it's pushing to S3.
Okay.
Yeah,
so it's in the last legs. Cool.
Yeah, but it says like tasks done. So how many tasks are there?
48.
Oh, done. Okay. if we don't count the deployment time, how much would it still be? Like 9 hours or 8 hours 30? I think Alex has sleep. no, he's awake.
What do you
We're
define
on
as deployment time?
As in, when we were done with the Leviathan testing and when the PR got into Balena Raspberry Pi, that's when it was, when it was merged on Balena Raspberry Pi and when it hit deployment. I think that's the part where it starts deploying. Because even after it gets here, like at this point where it's right now, it's going to staging. And I think there is another thing coming which goes to production, right? Which is balenaCloud rather than Balena staging. So we have something else after this.
Do we build the image again for that though?
I hope not.
Yeah,
yeah, we do.
Oh damn. Okay, let me see actually that we have that job, I guess. It's
Yeah, we do. We run a deploy with a different parameter and point it to production this time.
I mean, so that's adding on like another 45 minutes or something.
As in something that I want to know is, do we change anything in it for building it again, or it's more of a precautionary step?
No, actually, it's a duplicate. It doesn't build anything in particular. But I think at some point we wanted to get rid of staging and have production as well as a standalone environment system. And I think that's why the duplication is there. But probably we can do better and just mirror whatever has been pushed to staging, mirror it to production.
Will it use the actually of staging?
Yeah, I think Roman and I were discussing one day about, how we want to take this vision forward and how testing would look like on E2E, like in the last, as in how it would look in the end, where if someone makes a new change in the backend, then I think we might have some sort of a script or some pipeline which would spin up a new instance of balenaCloud. So it won't be Balena staging, rather it would be just some unique identifier .balena testing.com. And that could be,
guys, let's just focus on finishing the test.
Yeah.
I can't follow everything, and I think I don't know if we're losing track or what's happening.
Yep.
Well, we're 17 tests passed.
Okay, that's picking up pace a little bit.
Yeah.
We're halfway through. So who's testing right now? It's you. It's
me and Florin.
Yeah, if you link me to an image, I can do some.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people here.
Yeah, the only thing is it's like test lodge is a bit weird in that it's hard to just give like individual.
Never mind. Just keep going. Keep going.
Well, I mean, also I'm kind of it's annoying because you can't just like jump around in test lodge. So I said like, let me run all these tests, and now I'm at the kernel, the out of tree kernel module ones, and that requires having the image on staging to build against.
Plus, you're several gins in at this point, aren't you?
I've been drinking water. It just looks like gin.
No, it's okay, Sean. We know. We've got you.
I don't like how this video is gone.
We're here to help Sean.
You saw Cameron with his beer, and that was it. Resolve gone.
I'm joining you now. Cheers.
What are you drinking?
Water.
It's a tasty tequila I brought back from Mexico.
Oh,
tequila.
Exotic.
It's not messing around.
No,
it's almost gone though, which is disappointing.
Those Geiger counters aren't going to code themselves, are they?
No.
All right, post updates.
Chris, are you working on any cool projects?
Like the thing that I've been playing with the past couple of days is this little mini dash using the dashboard block and the browser block and the connector block. Like that.
Oh, it's the Holy Trinity.
Whoa.
Yeah. It's my repurposed Pi-hole, but it just runs Grafana now. It's nice.
Brought to you by Balena Labs.
Yeah. I'm like busy integrating blocks into all of my stuff now.
Yeah.
And they definitely got to a point. Chris and I were talking yesterday or the day before, I forget. This is all merged into one now in my brain. Some days ago, before this stream started, Chris and I were talking. We were saying we've sort of got to that magic point now where you use a block because it's genuinely better than doing something else. It's more helpful. Yeah.
Yes.
Easier.
It's easier.
That's what I'm talking about.
You don't have to wait for it to build.
Why would you do something else?
Yeah. And even like today, with like Sean and this testing, just why would you not use the block? We've got to that
Sean,
point now.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm still yet to do my Hack Friday where I try and use the blocks. I'm waiting for some hardware.
I mean, as soon as we're done with this, we sit down. I don't care how many people it takes. It doesn't really matter. It's all win anyway. We go through these tests one by one and we figure out what needs to be done because this just isn't. This is not a thing. I can't believe we're doing this. I mean, again, I appreciate how safe it is, but like, there's an element of safety and speed as well. Let's just say. If you need to fix something and this is what it takes to get it fixed.
It would be super interesting, wouldn't it, to do another one of these release parties in some amount of time, say a month, like a month, and then see what improvements have we made. Not just let's use another feature that we think is about the same size.
Yep.
Yeah, this is what people were saying, wasn't it? We set this as the high score. And it's going to be like 10 or whatever it is.
The low score. Did we have to resort to tequila and secret gin drinking to get through the testing bit?
I mean, frankly, we could probably just gather up ideas for extending this particular feature because we'll have to do pretty much the same all over again, right? Whether it's...
I get your point. Yeah.
Sean,
like you were saying earlier,
the words are not occurring, but you
were saying earlier that it didn't matter how many metrics we exposed. It doesn't really lengthen how long it takes to do.
I mean, that's like joking aside. That's why I was being pretty lax, and that's why Sean, I think, was feeling the urgency to add one more, a couple more, because honestly, it doesn't matter. Like the work is not going to be the number of metrics.
Yeah.
So Sean, I got onto
Red Bull is in the chat.
test lodge, and I've got a image.
Yep.
Which test do you want me to take?
Let's see.
The Bluetooth one, if you haven't done it, Sean.
I've done that one already.
Does test lodge interact with the device, or is it literally instructions and you perform them and say whether it passed?
Instructions.
Okay.
Yeah. The semi-auto one does.
I guess you could just assign them to me.
Yeah, the problem is that it's like you can't just assign a single test. You have to like assign a batch, and I've assigned a set to myself already, and then and the other set is assigned to Florin.
Can't you share?
I think, guys, just keep going. At this point, there's no. We're not going to fix this right now, so. Let's
just to add on this, we've revived in the last days the test that Horia was running, but we didn't have time to put them together for this release party because, they need to be brushed up a little bit and reordered just to put. Some of them need updating with the for them to work, but I think it will improve the situation by a lot. I even today I tested a bunch of them.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, maybe by the end of next week we'll have them.
I mean, combining that with the blocks probably is going to be one more improvement of the same scale. Because you even the semi-auto ones, I guess, are pushing a bunch and are waiting a bunch, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Exactly. So we can remove that as well using the blocks. So,
Mhm.
so Phil, are the blocks getting built and pushed to a registry somewhere?
At the moment, they're doing manual. They're built and pushed to Docker manually, but as of next week, I'll be working with Giovanni to do the automated build on them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it should be on the builder. Actually, don't. If the conversation, if the words balena CI occur, just freeze and talk to me. This should be on the balenaCloud builder. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that was the plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something of an announcement is 2.56 is now on staging. Done, like completely showing now. So
Okay.
Cameron can, yeah. The staging, the Balena staging, not
Yeah,
Balena
but
Cloud.
the production version, not the development.
Yeah, let me check.
Yeah,
it's showing production
yeah.
only for me.
Yeah. Yep. Only production. Yeah.
Yeah, the development one is deploying now.
Yeah.
How many tests through are we?
Drum roll.
I've got my diagram ready.
I've got a Balena Labs browser on my screen. That's quite nice. Let's see, where are we?
Quite nice. There you go, Phil.
I'll take that.
Add that to the testimonial.
Yeah. I'll put that on my CV.
That's a pretty glowing endorsement for anyone that knows me. That's pretty high praise.
I'll have to put that was came from Sean on my CV so people have got context.
Yeah, I mean, I don't just give that to any old person. Yeah, so we're on 19 past tests.
Whoa, what? That's 10 shots of
19?
whiskey. Yeah.
It's going pretty well.
God, that's going to take me a minute.
Right. What percentage is that, Chris?
1, 2.
It's just under 60%.
Yep. Quick maths.
Please don't count out loud, Chris. Please.
Wait, what was it on the floor?
No, it's just over 50. No, wait. Yeah, just over 50.
It was 9. Okay.
I think we've even lost Sam at this point.
I mean, do you blame him?
Yeah.
When it got to the point that Chris counts pixels out loud, Sam's
Yeah.
decided he's had enough.
It's quite poetic at this point because this is all about creating a high-level metric summary for devices, and we're here doing the test.
Manual
progress.
Wow.
Next month we'll have this automated.
Yep. Anuj is actually asking me how many Red Bulls I have, but Sam is here. Yeah, we see you, Sam.
He's still he's hanging in there.
Giving us courage.
Stickers.
Yeah.
Stick with it, man.
Swag kit.
Yeah, I'm actually having just water, and I actually ordered a pizza, so I am full of carbohydrates, I guess, for the night.
What kind?
However long this is.
Quite a few Red Bulls today.
Yeah.
What kind of pizza did you get? Have you bought?
It's a. I'm not sure if it's available for you, but Anuj and I probably know it. It's a farmhouse cheese burst. So what we do is inside the crust, it's all molten cheese. So it's like a cheese burst. Yeah, it's actually a lot of. It's actually good to eat. It's something that I really like about it. It's not dry. It keeps it quite moist. So yeah.
Yeah, the stuffed crust is, I think, what they're called over here.
Yeah.
I feel like we've reached a peak now. Now we're discussing pizza crust. I feel like
by peak you mean bottom or
no, I mean top.
Is it trademarked like that? Cheese burst.
Yeah. That's how it's called. But I think I ate one in London. So the pizzas there is actually pretty okay as well. Yeah.
We got something going for us.
Yeah. I just played it safe and had a double margarita. No toppings
I
at
mean,
all.
margarita is the best pizza. Unpopular opinion.
It's interesting you say we then, Cameron. So do you consider yourself a Londoner now?
Yeah, I'm not going back.
Because your accent for people that aren't British, it's one of those where if you have to guess whether it's Newcastle or Sunderland, you're probably going to get it wrong. Yeah. Oh no. Or Northumberland.
Newcastle.
Yeah, yeah. So I was right first time. But that's the thing.
So
You either guess
the guessing between Newcastle and Sunderland. Oh,
and
you don't
if
do
you
that.
guess the wrong one, then that's friendship over, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Which one is it? Sunderland and Mackems?
Yeah. Newcastle, Geordie, Sunderland, Mackems.
Yeah.
So, Cameron, you can tell the difference between those two?
Yeah, definitely.
But only people from Sunderland or Newcastle can tell the difference. And if you have to guess, it's a good chance you're going to be wrong.
There's a little strip of land in the UK where I think it would be possible to tell the difference. It doesn't stretch far though, for sure.
So is it like Northumberland, Middlesbrough,
maybe up to Leeds,
Sunderland,
around there?
Right. But you're a Londoner now, so I'm safe.
I've just got this weird accent, which is not fully Newcastle, definitely not London, just somewhere meeting in the middle.
Cameron has become more international. His accent has softened. When he first joined, we
couldn't understand what he was saying.
Yeah. It took him a while to just fit into the team because he couldn't speak English.
We kind of we had faith in him. His code was good. And we kind of said, look, he sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Just take the
nobody else does.
He just says everything confidently, but we've no idea what he says.
Yeah.
There's only so many times that somebody can ask you to repeat something before you think, am I the problem?
I mean, guys, when I was in uni, actually, in Guildford, the first sort of semester, we had this Scottish professor who was doing networks. And I kid you not. I mean, my English is decent. There were people there that was just flown in from China, did a foundation course or something, or other places, right? And I was you read the notes, and what are you gonna tell the guy? You can't, can you please speak clearer? He's probably speaking his language in the native accent, right? But nobody's gonna tell him that. To us, it sounded like something about networks, I think. Oh man, that was I was you know what? I don't even know what to say. What do you complain about?
Oh, we've got a fellow drinker.
A fellow northerner. That's what we call him.
Yeah, but Jasmine comes from somewhere where you
Good
can
evening.
identify her accent really quickly.
Jasmine, can you tell if Cameron's accent is from Sunderland or Northampton?
Newcastle.
Newcastle.
One of those whatever. Nottingham, whatever.
Yeah, no, I knew the moment I heard him. 100%.
What did you know though? What did you you knew that it was from clever indirection there. Good. It was a 50-50. Well played.
I wouldn't have known that difference, but I would have known he wasn't from Northampton.
Yeah, people that live in the south can't tell the difference between Geordies and Mackems.
No, it's just northern.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, past Leeds for me, I have no idea where you guys are from. All sounds the same.
The bit where the sun sometimes touches the ground, that's where I live. Chris's accent, you haven't got a Cornish accent, or do you hide it? Have you learned receive pronunciation so that you can?
I don't know. If I'm hanging out with Cornish people, then it comes out. It's easy to do, but otherwise it's not.
What does that sound like?
I don't know. I can't do it unless someone else. There's definitely no on-demand Cornish accent.
I'm told that my English accent switches to a Greek English accent when I talk to other Greek people in English.
It does when you say certain names.
Yeah, fair enough.
Calls.
Yeah.
You switch it out and then you come back to like an American accent.
Kubernetes.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that sounds
especially
so
when you say Greek people's names. It sounds really Greek.
Well, that's because I pronounce them the way
Yeah.
that
And also when you're getting really passionate into some sort of debate, you sound much more Greek then as well.
Yep. I have to dig deep inside and just reach for that Mediterranean passion. Enough of that.
We all sound British.
Nice.
Yeah. I grew up in Cambridge, so I had received pronunciation from the beginning. I don't have an accent. I have BBC British.
I mean, you just need to go somewhere that isn't Britain, and then you'll definitely have an accent.
Yeah.
So how's it going? Where are we at? Where's the let's see the diagram.
Somebody had to ask the question, didn't they? No, please, we're gonna get an update now. Chris, go ahead.
I can sort you out with a diagram.
Chris, I think you need to do a summary because the hour is done.
Oh, Jesus. Not you as well before.
I think we've missed two summaries actually, so you need to go real in depth this time.
I think anyone who's still hanging around after this many summaries knows what's going on. Like
Sam is already there. You know.
Sam lives for the hourly updates.
If Sam needs a summary, I'll give one.
Do we need a
I'm going to
big blue
regret
tick?
saying that in a moment.
Do we need a big blue tick on the bottom three?
That's a very good question, Jazz.
It's dependent on this section over here, the tests.
Oh, is that part of right? Okay.
That's part of this one. I'm sorry, it's not linked, is it? Let's have a look.
Well, yeah, we've
here we
merged
go.
all of them, but we're finishing the testing to have a full deployment. That's what's going on.
Here we go. We get Chris trying to draw something else now. This will be another upturn in the stream.
Oh, that was nice.
Sam is offering to do the update for you, Chris.
I take it.
I'd love to patch Sam in.
Question for the hardware hackers: what's the recommended operating temperature for Raspberry Pi 4? Mine's getting up there.
120.
Mine's only at like 61, so it's
that
on
seems quite
orange.
cool
Though.
for a Pi 4.
Right. Yeah.
That's actually that's probably
Is that just running the browser block?
That was running the browser block and updating to a new thing,
but not
a new application,
but not showing anything on the browser. Just
no,
the
it was
default
showing on the
screen.
browser and updating in the background.
But you
Oh,
weren't,
it
like,
wasn't
running-
rendering it. Like it wasn't it wasn't like
Yeah, no, that sounds about right. It sounds quite cool actually. I get because you've not got it in a case. It's probably
no. Oh, now it's dropped
the
down.
Raspberry Pi
Green
4
again.
Yeah, sometimes the Raspberry Pi 4 gets so hot that I think the processor is so hot that you touch it and you probably burn your finger.
Oh, if you try to Jetson Nano, those things are like the center of the sun.
Yeah, they get hot.
If you have to pick one of those up to try and like remove the network cable, you'll lose a hand to a Jetson Nano if you pick it up the wrong way.
So, guys, what number of tests are we again? It must have been more than 19, right? It's more than 19.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Over to
We are
Sean
all
for the
ready to
exciting
update
update.
it.
Here he goes. He's getting excited.
23.
Whoa!
23.
Yeah, get the counter up.
How long have we been testing? Out of interest.
I think the last 3 hours or 4 hours we have been, fully testing.
Make that 24 tests now.
Oh,
24.
Yep. We are
You've
down with the 50% mark at least.
You just passed the 10-hour mark. Did you know that? Did anyone notice?
That's the kind of information we don't need.
I think Facebook cut us off 2 hours ago. We hit some limit, yeah.
I remember asking. I remember asking in hour 7 about betting when we will finish, and that was bet about we will finish in half an hour or just an hour.
I'm just gonna commandeer like the entire labs team plus like whatever else is needed next week to just fix this testing situation. This is just not viable. I'm just watching this happen and I'm dying. I can't.
Yeah, Alex.
I can't
I mean, you should take into consideration even manual testing would be faster, but not terribly faster because we are waiting on push on builds on something that will.
all of that is fixable. None of this is necessary for what we're trying to get out of the situation.
Yeah, we can improve on things like Sean said, create specific applications beforehand with code pushed, so you don't have to wait on the builder to push. That's something I thought about these days too.
No, I appreciate that you guys have activated on that front. I am noticing. It's just that the situation is quite.
Oh, there's a user comment for Andrew.
Yep. We'll launch when this is all wrapped up.
Yeah.
What sort of stuff would you want to read about in the blog post?
Good question, Chris.
Yeah, just turn it on the user. That's right. That's how we do.
I mean, there is a blog post already, but maybe there's something else we could cover. Yeah.
I might write an alternative blog post about the things I learned.
Is that's a whole separate post. The adventure that is the 11-hour hackathon.
Right.
I mean, we gotta actually do our. We gotta go back and do our. Our. This needs a postmortem, but I wonder if everybody should do their own first, and then we get together and compare notes.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, maybe Cameron can host another Cameron's 11 call. Cameron's 13 now. How many people did get involved? Like, did we count?
I think at one point there's you mean active viewers?
There are 40.
No.
I think that was
Active team. No. Actually, active team members involved. Like, how many people did get involved in this project? Like, should we do a count on this to see?
Hand wave viewers around 15, but there's been lots of bits and bobs helped around.
Yeah.
Just not actively involved, but helping out.
The next iteration should be 2 features, and then the teams go head to head. And then we.
That's what we need. Let's increase the stress.
Yeah, let's place bets.
I feel like some corners might be cut in that case.
Yeah, Cameron is slowly shifting out of the camera.
Can I be on the team with somebody who can draw?
Finite game that I've created there.
How rude.
I do like the concept.
Unless you were suggesting you wanted to be on my team, then that's fine.
No.
I like the idea of the next one just improving on this set of features, though. It's a good idea.
I feel like you've mentally moved on, Andrew, already.
You or me?
Like, we're close to finishing this one, dude. Let's stay in the moment. Stay with us.
It's true.
Stay present.
I have to live in the future, man. Strategist here. Plan. 3 months ahead.
Something that I really like is Theodorus mentioned that this could be something like a small summit. I think it's a comment he made at that's a good comment.
I remember talking to Alex before about like do we just sometimes all get on a stream and just do our day jobs, and we're not necessarily trying to talk to each other. It's just like being present at the same time. We have done it a couple of times, haven't we? I remember being in a call with Lucian, but you end up with Lucian and Paige discussing the key combinations for Vim that they like to use, and
I
suddenly
remember
find
that.
yourself unable to do your day job.
And I think there was music playing as well on that meet call. From what I remember, I think they turned on the music out. But yeah, maybe we can have a public room of some sort. People can join in, join out, something like that.
Virtual remote desk, shared workspace thing. It's interesting.
It has been interesting today, actually, sort of carrying on, getting on with my usual things that I need to get on with, but then having colleagues that are always there chatting in the background. It's been the first time, since I worked in an office that it was really similar to that kind of environment where you could sort of join in if you were interested in the conversation at that moment.
So there was moments that weren't interesting. I'm confused. Jasmine.
No, it was all interesting.
Yeah.
Bits about Cameron's accent. That was thrilling. Thrilling.
People judging
Sean
other people's
drink
drinking habits.
Sean's drinking habits.
I feel like that's the real
One
lesson
gin
we've
and
learned
tonic.
today.
One gin and tonic.
You're slurring a little bit, Sean. Perhaps just...
I can't wait to cut this stream out.
I still gotta wake up in the morning and go and do a run and a swim, so I can't drink too many.
I mean, if you drink enough, then you'll think you did it. So it'll be fine.
After your breakfast port.
It's kind of like coffee.
So disgusting. Breakfast port. Savage.
I don't know. I think Chris drinking tequila is on par with secret gin drinking.
It's a little bit.
Just a little bit. Chipito.
Neat tequila.
It's a sipping tequila, if it's fancy enough.
Yeah.
You're gonna plug the brand, Chris? Show the bottle. Come on, man.
I can show the bottle.
Yeah,
So
maybe
what's the
get
number,
a
man?
sponsorship for the next time. We're still probably on the same number because I'm still on just doing one test. That is almost finished.
Something I would say regarding this as well is it's kind of like I would keep this question open, but it is kind of physically tolling. I feel like everyone is a bit tired, so it does take a lot of work to do it every month. if we plan to do it every month,
I mean, if this is what we have to do, for sure. The point is that it really shouldn't. I mean, this last 4 or 5 hour stretch, the testing has been revealing. That's the word I'm going to go with.
This should be the worst one in the series of release parties.
They said. It was only the first.
That's what the badge says. Like, we've got the badge. Where is it? We've turned up. There we go. Oh, no, that's the wrong one. That one.
Yeah, number 1.
It implies there are going to be many more.
Yeah, I thought that was bold. When I saw the design kit, I'm like, oh, it's numbered. It's the thing now.
Yeah, is that pessimism or optimism? It's hard to tell.
Hey,
is
you know
it?
me. Look at this face. It screams optimism. Come on, Phil.
What are the sort of tests that we do where blocks might come in handy, Sean?
We'll go through it in excruciating detail.
Also, there's a Bluetooth test, and we don't, but we should test audio.
There's a block for that.
So yeah, like
this is my new catchphrase. Let's see how long this goes.
But like basically testing like balena sound, you would cover a bunch of things, and then there's just like basic like tests that a single container and a multi-container project work, which are pretty easy to do. But anywhere where we need to test specific hardware, it's probably worth just using a block or something that's maintained by you guys instead of like a random piece of code that's written once as a test project.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think in some cases it's probably worth even short-circuiting a couple of blocks, like we were talking about like let's say the browser block and a camera block, and then you short circuit the HDMI into the camera, stuff like that. So if the camera block shows you what the HDMI block should be, the browser block should be showing you, then you're good to go.
Oh, that'd be a fun one to build, using that HDMI CSI adapter. You could just do like you could like capture a still, or you could just show an image and then capture a still of the camera input and see if they match.
I mean, you could even generate a random one.
Yeah.
You can generate a random image, right? Not even a predetermined one.
Or
and then put it through the loop. Put it through the loop and see if it comes out the other way.
Yeah.
QR is great because it has that inherent fuzziness in there. Yeah.
If I wasn't on support in a few hours, I would do it.
Did you see that guy on YouTube recently who managed to fit an entire game in a QR code? I thought that was cool. He had like built this binary that runs on Windows and optimized it so much he could fit it into a QR code. It was Snake. That was super interesting.
Nice. Right, so Balena sound has to be paired with Balena mic, which we don't have, but I guess.
I think audio handles that. Tomas was talking about doing a mic project.
Yeah,
right,
the audio block
exactly.
would do that now. Yeah.
Again, you just fold it in and again like generate sound the one side and see if it comes in the other.
Yeah. So can you do something like the QR code? Can you do an audio version of QR code and check that it's?
Have you seen Chirp?
Yes. Yeah.
That's right. Isn't that like kind of like an audio QR code? I guess.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm actually gonna. What else am I gonna, like? It's not like I'm doing anything, but I'm gonna Google audio QR code, see what happens.
Oh, I thought you say you were going to write the block then. You're just going to Google it.
Yeah, you must be confusing me for a productive coder. Easy tools to use. Easy to use tools for creating audio QR codes.
Balena
Vocaroo. Cloud QR generator app. Yada yada. I have no idea what. Seesaw. I don't know. It's a thing, apparently. I'm sure we'll find a way.
Andrew, every time you turn your camera off, there's a picture of me. Is that something you've chosen?
No.
Okay.
I should have said yes. Yes. I want to be just like you, Phil.
I mean, I'm honoured. I just wondered why you chose a picture of me on my
no
bike.
idea why my user icon is your user icon. They used to happen at some former places I used to work at where they would give someone, like a new person, the previous employee's account for like telecom kind of accounts. So like not Zoom, but I can't remember what the equivalent was, but they would turn off their camera and then it would show just like some other person. And it was the funniest when it was just like, complete opposite.
From now on, you'll
young
be called
woman,
Simon.
And she turns her camera off and it's like an older man. Older man's photo. It's like, whoa. Okay.
Sean, you were trying to say something?
Well, I was just going to ask, Florin, I see that there's the persistent logging test was marked as failed, but the automatic testing, I think, showed that it passed.
You ran the persistent logging test also?
Well, the persistent logging test is part of the automatic. No, I haven't, but the testbot rig.
Yeah, there's this bug that's been investigated by the OS team, so it's some sort of Heisenberg bug. So I prefer to mark it. So I got the error. I forgot it had been run by testbot, and I ran it also, and I got the error which is described in the bug report, the problem which is described in the bug report. So I prefer to mark it as failed.
Yeah, you need to get to the bottom of that. It's super weird that it's so
Yeah, I mean, when we're done with the refactoring that we will be doing next week, all week, we will not be doing any marking of tests. If we're marking tests, we stop and we do not release until we're done. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was discussed at that point, and we said this is not a blocker.
Who was it discussed with? It's still in the test suite, Florian. This is not the way to. We can't be doing this.
Yeah, but
It's
if it's
either
not
on the test suite or on the business.
tracked, I
This
prefer it to
isn't-
have it
the
tracked.
problem
Go ahead, Sean.
No, I was going to say, Alex, the problem is that the test most of the time succeeds, but some of the times fails. And it's because persistent logging occasionally will not work correctly. And then you have to re-enable it.
Yeah. That's something we face as well.
Yeah. Oh, you faced it too. Great. It's great too. And it's amazing because we got all these architecture call items to resolve this hard to resolve problem. Nope, everybody ignored it.
No, it's been brought to. It's been to an architecture call. It needs operating system resources. The team needs to.
The thing is that, guys, tests are supposed to operate as forcing functions as well, and doing what we're doing right now is just killing that forcing function. If we stopped releasing until it was fixed, believe you me, it would have been fixed. Again, that's what I'm saying. We either have it here or we don't. If it doesn't matter, why is it here? If it does matter, why are we bad marketing? We can't have it both ways.
Yeah, I mean it's one of these things where there's like 100 things that are pushing for a release to get done, and this thing
That's
like,
where you need the people that can actually hold on and say no, we got to do it right, because sadly these errors are damage in the process that just accumulate, and they cost us far more to treat them downstream than to just stop and fix. But you need somebody who can take the pressure and not sort of buckle and say, fine, we'll just mark it. We just can't. Like, there's no. Again, we either remove it from the test suite or we block until we've got it. I can't understand the logic of having it in, but marking it past, or just ignoring it.
So remove it from the.
Yeah. I mean, in that case, we have to remove it from the test suite, like, for now.
So remove it from the test suite, and then after a while back, we need to remember that we have, after the bug has been fixed.
Why would you add it back? Why would you add it back?
When the bug is fixed.
Why would you add it back?
Why not?
Is it necessary for a release or not?
So there's minor bugs and major bugs. This is a minor bug which all products, in my view,
You don't know that. You don't know that.
We don't know what.
You don't know what. You know why. You don't know why the test failed. You're assuming it's because of something that you have seen somewhere else, but you don't know that. The tests are supposed to be treated in a certain way. If we don't treat them exactly that way, we are canceling the concept of testing.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, we could have a major bug, right, in something that we just ticked because the last version failed in a similar way, maybe for a completely different reason. We don't know. Again, either the feature is necessary or it's not necessary. If it's necessary, then we block. If it's not necessary, then why is it here? There aren't. Anyway, I don't really want to continue this conversation. You guys know how. I think I've made myself. I don't think anybody is unclear about my feelings at this point. I think I'm a little bit tired as well.
No, I got your point.
No, I just know that this thing is coming back at you guys as well. Like this testing procedure is a result of just a lot of short-term optimizations that are blowing. Again, like the military adage: slow is smooth and smooth is fast. That's not what we're doing. We're trying to be fast is bumpy and bumpy is slow. That's what we're doing.
Do we have any more tests passed that we can update the diagram with?
Yeah, there should be at least one from my side, and in a minute or two, I'll check another one.
It's 25 I'm still seeing here.
I'll take that.
Why is this not? Come on.
There. Andrew, why we still have like full-on Fast and Furious clips in the library?
Yeah, why not?
It's like we can just do that.
Get our video taken out. You play that.
Well, this one.
Why did we need them?
I don't know. I was just browsing the library and looking at what we had.
No, I mean, why did we upload them?
Oh, good question.
I think.
I mean, I get why you played them. They're there.
Yeah, all the streams use like a default template, and our default template is for our happy hour show. So when we first started it up, I think we were testing the limits by having images, GIFs, and then full-on video with audio, which actually worked this time. So pretty happy about that. That means we can fully record a "What's on Your Desk" jingle, and you don't have to sing it every single episode that you're on, Chris.
Yeah, it's. I think we're better off going back and recording one of the previous efforts. Then we can have like a metal one and like a, I don't know. I've got a few different ones.
Jazz.
Definitely.
So, what is the criteria to turn the block green?
Publish.
Yeah, you can't have a feature.
All right, let me ask the
work
question
and
a
then
different
talk
way.
about it.
At what point do we publish the blog?
I think
when the OS is in production.
Yeah.
When
So
when the
we're gonna
feature
wait.
is available for someone to actually use.
Yeah.
Then it can have not only a green block but a green tick.
Like that was such a euphoric moment 6 hours ago, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah. When we could copy and paste a green tick, that was such the height of excitement, and now 10.5 hours in.
If our team
I
can
think
stick it out,
we
we
needed
can
this
do anything.
experience to really realize what the bottleneck is truly on the gut level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do anything now at this point if we can get through this.
So this kind of delay caused by doing the tests, does this not normally happen? Because we sort of...
It does normally happen.
It does normally happen. Okay.
Yeah.
It's just a feature release takes days to weeks, and so this seems like
yeah. Okay, yeah.
time frame.
That makes sense.
But when everybody's holding their beer and the bottle opener ready,
and it's all public. Yeah.
I mean, some of us held it waiting. Cameron didn't.
Yeah, man, I saw it on production. My job was done.
Right.
I'm here for moral support.
Lorenzo's making some good points.
Yeah. But then
Like
we
we
wouldn't
could
be
do
able
a
to
like
watch you
dynamic.
struggle, Chris.
I think I refute the fact that I might be struggling.
I get where you're coming from, Lorenzo, but then we won't get to watch Chris muck about in Google Drawings.
Yeah, I mean, then we lose that feeling.
And then we'd just be down to Vipple's stuffed crust pizza.
It's called cheese burst Phil, get it right.
Yeah, cheese first. Yeah,
That was the
first,
that was
yeah.
that was the point at which I joined before, where I just heard. I think Alex just went, "Yeah, we call them stuffed crust." I was like, "What are they talking about?"
And you knew.
And then I thought maybe I should jump in so someone else could jump out and have a break.
And save us.
What's your favorite pizza then, Jasmine?
Pepperoni.
Oh, weird. Weird.
Pepperoni or a Pizza Express. What's that Pizza Express one? It's got spicy beef on it. I like that one.
Sloppy Giuseppe.
That's the one.
That's the one.
I like that one.
I'd have thought.
Sorry, what's that called again?
Badly named.
It's a terrible name.
Florin, I'm done with my set. And I see you only have one left. That means there must have only been 27 tests instead of 35.
What a
What?
dramatic development.
What are the other 8?
Yes.
Well,
Sean,
yeah.
have you been able to run the modem tests or not?
Oh no, that's actually that one you need to do. I don't have the hardware for that one.
Okay, so 2 more in addition to.
More, yeah.
Yeah, but what are the remaining ones that aren't not in the ones we've done?
No, so I just eyeballed it and said they were 35 because I just try to count them and scrolling. There's no like way that I can see this is how many, and people were asking me.
I feel like TestLodge would be replaced with a Google sheet, and we would get like a massive usability improvement by like the advent of counting or something.
Well, TestLodge has all these weird like you can make subsets and groups and stuff.
I mean, you use that power to huge effect.
Yeah, no, it's just I don't think it adds anything to us anymore. Like
we should have seen this coming when I asked Sean how many tests there were, and he said, "I mean, that's hard to tell." we should have predicted this moment.
I remember that.
There was so much pressure.
because something like that, when I was checking out TestLodge, like the one that we are reviving, Florin and I, that has 42 total. So when Sean said that, yeah, I don't know the number, I kind of realized like, yeah, it's gonna be in the round of 50 total. There is actually more tests. Not 35 is the real one. So we have some more tests that we are combining together.
Okay. So
what should the numbers be right now?
Yeah, should it be 28? Is that what we're saying?
No.
35.
Yeah,
whatever the number is here right now.
I think 29 probably is the number. That's probably
I think it's 28. Florence got 2 more tests to run basically.
So we're
on 26 out of 28.
And now you've got
moving the goalposts.
It's like
we're getting it close.
I'm ready with my beer. I'm ready.
I think it's hilarious for the last few hours you've all been like waiting to get to 35. And it turns out Sean was just sat there the whole time going, I'm not actually even sure if it's 35. I'll just keep going.
We're just reducing the problem domain.
While sipping his gin. He's been playing us the whole time.
I now see why Sam was perturbed to see how the sausage is made, though. I gotta say.
It's sort of like throwing more hardware at the problem. This is what is it. You bring the goal line closer to you, so you don't have to go all the way. But something that I did see with TestLodge is I have never seen the dashboard that Sean and Florin actually showed today. So something new to see, because I didn't know this even existed. Like TestLodge, I thought TestLodge was just a batch script going around.
No.
You're just trying. You want to make me suffer right now, don't you? This is your way of just twist it. Just twist it.
Yeah, I don't know how we could have made people know that it's actually a product.
Yeah, I didn't know actually.
I mean, this is the thing that we like. The people working on the testing probably should have run through
done a few
the
runs
test
by hand,
manually, just so they have an understanding of what they're building. Which, yeah. Little Uzi Jacuzzi says impressed
to the
by
pixel, to the pixel, of course.
Yes,
what
it
are you
is
talking
accurate.
about?
It's the Chris meter for accuracy.
Whenever we get impatient, the bar gets shorter.
each one of the squares on the background represents one test.
It's like that Windows update. It gets stuck at 99%, and that's it.
Oh man, dude.
It's like 10
Put
seconds
that up.
remaining. No, wait, 3 years remaining.
Yeah. And then it errors. You have to start over.
Yeah.
Because the version that you cracked wasn't
Right.
back in the day.
It has been some time. Like last I opened Windows. How is it doing these days?
I mean, there's a leading question.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Lucian can answer that one tomorrow.
How's Windows doing these days?
Yeah.
I mean, I was saying to Chris, all it took me to join this stream and have a microphone work this morning was to uninstall my sound driver and restart Windows and reinstall it and restart Windows and then join the stream. So, I mean, pretty good. On that metric, really good.
So now you understand why I thought your sound might not be working at the beginning of the stream.
I feel we were all much younger when we started this, so weren't we?
Now we're all so much closer.
I can't even remember the start, if I'm honest.
Are you sure you haven't been sampling again?
Yeah, I kind of joined midway just after support. So then we were just talking about making the design. No, I think Chris was doing the intros. That's where we started.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Chris, if this goes on for another 23 minutes, you are going to have to do another summary.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe Chris could have. Maybe we can, from next time onwards, maybe Chris can have a very generic summary of what the project is all about, and we can record it as a GIF. So instead of Fast and Furious, we can have that.
It could be on the soundboard.
Yeah.
I feel like the next summary might be all right, but if we have another one after that, I feel like it might be somewhat reduced quality. Metrics dashboard, all right.
Well, 11 hours end to end. It's not the worst thing ever.
It's not the worst thing.
I feel the problem was the expectation was created around the 6-hour mark that we got this.
This is
exactly
I feel that was the murderous piece. I was ready for like a 12-hour day, but I wasn't ready for it was like about 6 hours being like, yeah, we're gonna do this. This is great, Like, we got this.
This is just like driving to Cornwall, Chris, where you feel like you're almost there, and then the last 10 miles takes you another 4 hours. It's exactly like that.
Hey, Alex. Is your Coke Zero still cold?
Not really. I don't drink cold Coke Zero. That's for people with dignity. I just have some in my my closet that I. You know what? I'm gonna. By the way, okay, since we're this late, I can show you what's on my. So I've actually made a lot of effort to sort of clear out my workspace. Right, so literally that's almost nothing. But what I look at every day is you guys.
Hey.
Oh,
that's cool.
I've got like little magnets. So when I'm like, who can help with this?
Is that like one of those whodunit maps that people
exactly,
trying to work out crime
and,
have?
and I have darts over here that I can use depending on the situation.
Today testing is on the blacklist.
Have you got pins and pieces of string going between everyone?
But then, when we're hungry or when we're thirsty.
Oh.
Nice.
Hey, look at that.
Is this the second drawback of the day?
The drink of the moment is I'm gonna go down to the cellar.
Stacked.
That's
chocolate.
Caffeine.
That's right.
Protein.
Is it like an energy drink or something like highly concentrated coffee?
Yes.
Right.
Yes. This is getting recorded, isn't it?
It is.
Oh man. I don't think I said anything that'll get me in trouble.
I don't think anybody's going to watch back 10 hours and 40 minutes to get to your cupboard.
I think we're following the Brave New World approach to information control, not by the absence of it, but just the overabundance. Like, who's gonna watch 11 hours?
It's not going to be a water cooler moment, is it, around the world? Did you see his cupboard?
I think that was a cultural moment, right? That was nice.
That plan about David showing this to that customer, that's not happening.
That
maybe the first maybe the first 6 hours, but let's say the feed got broken in the last.
They'll never ask for another feature.
No more features. We're doing a feature freeze. Not until something. We're just doing a feature freeze.
Hey, Sean, did you ever finish all those snacks from the Barcelona Summit?
Yeah, they actually got finished embarrassingly quickly.
That's like 200 pounds of food, man.
Like, they should have lasted longer, but I kind of just smashed like Oreos and stuff I just didn't go shopping for a while.
As you should. You have to stay safe, shelter in.
And then
perfect scenario.
Shelter in place.
Yeah.
That was still when I could go out though.
Oh. I tried to give you an out.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Sweet. Where's this bed?
Yeah, we have been going for 10 hours, although it feels much longer.
Yeah.
Yep.
The important bit was the 10 hours, sadly. The true meaning of this session can only be understood by undergoing it at 1x. Actually, if you want to replay it afterwards, you can do 0.8x just to really get the...
So you have time to take it all in.
Yeah.
The cliff notes would be 2x from 0 to about 6 hours, 30 minutes. Skip between
it's kind of
to now.
Kind of go at the 7th hour where Alex is, very comfortable. Yeah, we got this.
We got this. We got this. We're definitely
then everyone laughs in the background. Yeah. Now look what happened.
We should just do like a time lapse of Alex's posture.
That secret cat will be my summit contribution.
But something great to see is some out of Alex's window. When he started, it's like pitch black. Now it seems like it's the afternoon. Almost.
Let's hope it doesn't go black again.
It's definitely pitch black here.
Give it time. Yeah. Give it time.
Yeah.
It'll happen.
Yeah, you can see Rich's place getting a little darker. The Jasmine, it's like dark now, right behind you.
There's a blind closed, but yeah, it's still. Oh no. Yeah, it's dark.
How many tests have we got to go?
Must be one.
We must have one left, surely.
Yeah.
One modem test left.
To take it a bit off topic, is someone
There's a topic?
Yeah.
I don't think now.
I wish we'd written that in the document.
Off topic, has someone in around the place, is someone's theaters open? I was thinking about going to watch Tenet, which has pretty good reviews. Like, does anyone doesn't even know what Tenet is.
Yes,
like to
I would
see
like
it.
to watch that.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. At least someone is. Yeah, I think Tenet
I
would
thought
be
you
a good.
said I was going to go and watch tennis. I was like,
Yeah,
okay,
I
go
thought
on,
that
good
too.
for you.
The Christopher Nolan movie.
Yeah, tennis
Ah.
would not be bad as well. At least some fresh air.
I was like, that
New
really is
people-
off topic.
New people to see.
Yeah, I mean, he was honest.
Yeah.
Wow, we have no
Sean,
Inception
does your
gifts
bird have a
for
name?
this.
Yeah, this is Peanut. He has a drinking problem. It's not me.
I think that's
Man,
the
my
second
budgie
time.
is not that friendly to me. You're lucky, man.
Well, I mean,
Actually,
if
something. Yeah, go ahead.
I get that,
Oh.
but he doesn't snuggle me on my shoulder.
No,
when you go
that's
to-
because
When you go to talk to people about your drinking habit, I think the first sign you've already done that you hide your drinking, blaming it on your parrot, that's like level 5. It wasn't me.
You offended
It wasn't
the
me,
bird.
it was the small bird.
He's gone.
Yeah.
Way to go, Phil.
Something I was saying is maybe Sean is late to bed or early. What we can have is a late bird and early bird, and that that's how the jokes degrade on a 10-hour video call. But yeah, I think I saw Cameron's cat as well.
Yeah, she's been to the vet today, so she's feeling a little sad.
At one point, Chris had a tail, which I'm guessing is the dog.
Yep.
I probably did.
Yeah.
The
It
dog's
was a
long gone.
transient tail.
We're so close. I can feel it.
You can.
We got
I can't feel anything.
I'm still ready. I'm ready.
Oh,
I think we can still say it was done in half a day if we do it within
that
12
sounds
hours.
optimistic.
Half a day is a working day, yes.
Half a balena day, yeah. Yeah, that's right.
So we on one remaining test, or should I not ask questions like that?
There's the modem ones, but these usually take longer because they're strange modems and it takes 10
modem
minutes or
testers.
so. Yeah, for the for the modem to register into the network. That's why it takes longer.
Is that the modem or the SIM card?
And we the
Sorry?
SIM card.
But why not find a SIM card that doesn't do that?
Well, we standardized testing on Sorocom, and they, I think part of it is it takes a while because there's no home network for it. It takes a while to connect properly. It's slower than if you had a Vodafone one for the country. But we standardized on them because it was what a lot of the customers were using, and when people were doing different tests in different parts of the world, they would have different results for the same modems, which was not good.
Is there anything worse than an inside troll? That's what I want to know, Thomas.
Thomas is literally coming in as the devil.
Yeah, this is what he does.
Helping or hurting, Thomas?
He and Rahul, they're in cahoots.
Yeah, if we wait around for about 5 to 6 hours more, maybe Rahul will awake again. It's just this time around.
Well, next time we'll get Thomas to do this for a Balena Sound feature release and watch him do the testing live.
Yeah, by himself while on support.
Probably mix up a Pi 0 there because Pi 0 I think has a lot of problems.
He should hop on and talk about some new balena sound goodies. He's working on like a
good call.
He connected to a vinyl player. So now
Then
we
he
got
can
some
answer
hipster
for his
deck.
trolling.
Yeah.
Get in, Tomas.
Something that I'm seeing right now is on YouTube. We have how many people we have? We have 14 people watching.
Yep.
That's impressive, isn't it? That 14 people are watching a bunch of people waiting for a test to pass so that they can drink some beer.
They're pot committed.
Celebrate something they can't remember the beginning of.
I suspect they're people that have committed to it, and they're just like, oh, I've gone this far. Might as well one test to go.
For you.
Have we still got Sam? Is Sam still out there?
Yeah, I think 2 or 3, is it?
No, I think it's, we're on the last test, actually, I think.
That's good.
Get that 99%.
Look at that.
But the last one is a beast because we test against it's just it's a single test that just says like modem test, but you have to test a bunch of modems.
Sam is still here.
Sam.
My God.
Some great comments.
Salif is here as well.
The dedication.
So just going back to the diagram, what is the there's something after the blog, E2E test? E2E testing.
Yeah.
Does that need to be done as well? What's that?
I mean, it just means that we need to see the whole thing. We need to see the whole thing work, which I mean we are seeing.
From end to end.
So it's not meant to be.
Dang.
That's a compliment right there. Like the last
better than the last season of Game of Thrones.
Oh, you had to go there.
Better than the last episode of Lost. Though we might actually walk into the light. You never know.
There's Tomas.
There he is.
Yeah.
I heard you needed help for the last test.
You come to save the day.
It's been quite fun following from the chat today.
Good to back to your service.
I actually saw Thomas's message 3 hours ago. At 12:01, Thomas is like going to bed, and I feel like Thomas is maybe sending his last message, and here he is again.
No, it's
the
not so
SpaceX
late.
streams are for people who want to see something productive happen.
Yeah, not one test going wrong.
Literally, the SpaceX can put something in orbit before we can test the modem. So,
but at least they got one day wrong because of the
they
weather.
could probably build a starship before we can finish this test.
Tomas is perfect for this because he promised the labs team that he was going to shave his head if he didn't deliver the next version of Balena Sound. I mean, roughly 2 weeks ago. And what are you still working on, Tomas? But you appeared
don't like
before us
my-
with so much hair.
Well, no, this is a wig, man. You should know.
It's like about 3 weeks running. He said, if it's not done by next Thursday, I'm shaving my head. And then the next week, but I mean, other than the documentation, it's done. Other than the bugs, other than the fact it doesn't work on this device.
Exactly. That's why I laughed earlier today when you were talking about the definition of done. We never agreed on that.
Thomas's definition of done.
Exactly. It
works except all these bugs.
Well, I can release a buggy product or not. Just call it done.
Tell us about the new sound goodies. Give us a sneak peek.
So I guess the coolest part of it is that it uses the audio block thing, which uses pulse audio, so you can do interesting stuff like have simultaneous audio streams. You can use like audio USB audio cards to get audio from like the piano, for instance, or any microphone or any instrument. That's quite an interesting use case. Like I can play piano and have someone in the other room. Well, it's not a big house, this, but
Prove it.
you mean?
Prove it.
Oh no, I need to.
Oh.
How do you expect that to work?
We're not trying to stay on topic, Thomas. You will get asked to play the piano.
Yeah.
Not now.
I think we've got the time, mate.
Chris having the beef towel behind him during that Tom Hardware show. He was like begging them to talk about it.
Sam will be delighted at this point if Thomas plays piano rather than we talk about pizza again.
Is he still here?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Dedicated Sam.
Yeah, we had proof of life at least 5 minutes ago.
He's my new favorite user.
Proof of life.
This camera's #1 fan. Let's not forget. I think there was somebody else lying around.
Oh yeah, geek till it hurts.
Well, yeah, but I mean, let's face it. I mean, he just Johnny come lately. Joining the hour 7 or something. I mean, come on. What is this?
Oh. There he is.
Well, now you have to do it.
Cool. So, yeah, I will start to deploy to production the tests part.
Oh.
Diagram.
I mean, what do we do with the diagram? It's like
I can just delete this part.
No, it's green. Chris, you need to update the 27.
Oh, yep. Good point.
Yeah. Thank God I'm on this stream.
Exactly. Yeah. It would have been a shambles until you joined.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look. The thing is, as soon as you joined, things started getting finished. So.
Right. That's facts, right?
I mean,
So what time do you need to get up for next month's release party to be from the start, Thomas?
Come again?
If you like, we're doing this monthly apparently, so you'll need to be in it from the start next time, and that's 11 a.m. London time.
11 a.m. London time. That's.
It's early.
No, wait. What?
Is that like
No, it's not that early. It's like 7 a.m. here.
Yeah.
Done.
Easy.
I'm in the best time zone, man.
You really are.
Right in the middle.
No, you're not, because I have to bug you at late on Fridays when I'm stuck on something. And it's like super late over there for you.
Yeah, but it's Friday. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like I go
You're
to
a
bed
good
at.
friend. See? You're a good pal. I got you.
It's true though that on Fridays you tend to break stuff a lot. For some reason, you wait until it's Friday late.
Now the tests have passed. What's the next thing? What's the bit that we're doing now?
deploying to production, and then we're gonna see it, and then we're gonna party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dare I
join
ask
to the party.
what the? Should I ask how long the deploy to production typically takes?
Yeah, I'm checking that right now.
I mean, you've done it now.
I did.
Is it also non-deterministic, like how many tests we're going to run?
Yeah, it's either 14 minutes or 14 hours, depending on the phase of the moon.
Phil, why do you need such hard and fast numbers and things, you know?
No, yeah, you're right.
Just go with
You're
it.
right. Yeah.
You're just putting your analytical head to this. This is something you feel. This is not something you measure.
I'm working out if I bought enough beer to get through this.
I'm definitely feeling it. I'm feeling something. There's something
Also,
pounding
Phil,
in my head.
this browser block is pretty cool.
Well, wow, that's an upgrade on not bad. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, my only question is why is it 700 megabytes?
Oh yeah, but that's it uses the Raspbian image, doesn't it? I think the main and X11, so it's quite a lot in there.
Yeah.
It definitely feels
but-
like there's a correlation though between the amount of gin Sean drinks and how much he complements the browser block. Like when we were only one gin in, it was not bad.
Directly
I've got it-
proportional.
Now I've got it streaming the live stream.
Nice.
It's pretty
On
good.
browser block.
Yeah, it's got a lot.
Nice.
Probably
So,
to take a picture
Phil,
of that.
why does it need X11 in there? I mean, I remember talk at least of Chromium working on Wayland. Is that still talk?
I
think
haven't
that's
seen
still
that.
pretty.
Yeah.
I think this was years ago that I was what.
Yeah, but I think it's still quite fringe. I don't know. It's probably something for the Linux guys to weigh in on, but I feel like just no one's bought into it. I don't know. It just never really switched.
Sorry, sir. Excuse me. As of a few days ago, actually, there's a Chromium Ozone, which stable release with Wayland support enabled. In
Really?
in Arch Linux.
Somewhere in the world, there's a live stream with the Wayland guys waiting for some tests to pass. That's the delay.
Yeah, basically, there's in Arch Linux at least there's Chromium built with patches for Wayland support via Ozone. I don't know if it exists elsewhere. I suspect yes, but that's what. But yeah, it was released feels like. Oh no! First submitted February 2019. Last updated 28th of August 2020. So.
Phil, why did you I remember having this discussion, but I forgot. Why are we using Raspbian as the base image?
Or go easy, mate. We're 11 hours in. Because like if I've got to bring back memories to my brain and things, we're in trouble here.
Right.
Because there are some optimization and there's some patches in the Raspbian image for Chromium on Raspberry Pi to do with hardware acceleration.
Oh right, yeah. I when I talked to you, I think I made it work on Debian Slim.
Debian, yeah.
I think it turned out to be about 145 MB.
So we build the browser block for a number of different architectures. So the Raspberry Pi ones will get Raspbian for those optimizations, but like the generic x86, that just uses the normal Debian source and normal Chromium.
Yep, makes sense.
About the feature we introduced today, so when the device goes offline, it retains the last metrics that it had for that device. Does it make sense to keep them for all?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that should just go away.
Maybe storage makes sense to be kept.
I think Rich made this point, right? Do we show it somewhere like last updated or somewhere?
So in the dashboard, when a device is offline, I think we switch it, or we always have it as last.
It's last seen.
Last seen, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, maybe it does make sense to remove anything that, like for example, if the device is offline, it doesn't really matter.
I mean, you could probably gray out that whole block and maybe put a note that the device has been offline for X amount of time or something. It can be something smart to be done, but Florence is a really good point that we haven't really thought of that.
Someone has joined and mentioned cute cat and parrot, which is great.
Oh, Miguel has Wayland. So Miguel, do you use Chromium in your Wayland or just?
He says he's having the bad time. Not even ringing endorsements.
I'm not sure I understand what that word means.
Oh yeah.
It's a Korean thing where they.
Yeah, I googled it and I remembered what it meant.
People eat on camera, I think.
Yeah, who was eating? Sean?
I was.
Jasmine.
Called out.
I did do that at the point.
Yeah, I ate like 3 hours ago.
Yeah, but your eating is just like.
Is it not cool to eat on the live stream?
No, you can.
I mean, I was muted, so.
No, it's
only a
definitely
biscuit.
It's totally fine, Jasmine. Totally fine.
How does that change things?
Not like spaghetti bolognese or, you know,
Oh, right. I see.
something nasty.
I
Just a
didn't
bit
know
of
if like
biscuit.
biscuit had special status. I mean, I was eating, but it was a biscuit.
I don't know if I dare eat anymore. I think I might just. I'll just leave it. It's fine.
What type of I mean, because an American biscuit would like. Okay, yeah, no, that's.
Why do you need such hard and fast metrics, Sean?
It even
Just go with it, mate. It's a biscuit.
There's just like there's a lot of difference across the Atlantic as to what a biscuit is. It gets pretty confusing.
Oh, you have like biscuits and gravy, don't they?
Yeah, exactly.
With that
Americans do all kinds of weird stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then you start talking about like hot cakes and pancakes and crumpets and things. It's also like it's very confusing.
I still don't get what biscuits and gravy is.
Biscuits and gravy is like a drop scone. Yeah,
with gravy.
It's like a scone. Right.
Yeah.
Why do you have
but
gravy on a scone?
Well, it's dry and not as sweet, and it's. We'll have to send you to America at some point to go.
I mean, it begs the question: why don't you make them less dry and more sweet?
Because then the gravy doesn't.
Rather than tip gravy on them.
Yeah, delicious.
How are we doing? How's that deploy going?
It's nearly done for one of the two images for the production image. It should take like 3 minutes to finish, and then a few minutes more to get synced. So I think in 10 minutes it will be available in the dashboard.
And then the development image will start as well.
Yeah, and then the development image will.
Is there any reason we're not parallelizing that?
Let me think.
I am
Does it
poised.
hit the same endpoint? Maybe that's why. The same S3 bucket. Or something
You're just
like
making up stories, people. Don't give them an
I'm
out.
just-
Let
just
them
using
find.
words.
No, it's not hitting the same. There's no imaginary endpoint with like some imaginary capacity that it can't do two things at once. Computers are good at this. We have sorted this out. We have multiple cores on our CPUs.
Yeah. Yep. I agree.
The spirits are going to come and attack me if I send two things at once. How about that one?
Don't offer suggestions, people. Tread lightly.
Yeah.
No, like I mean, I don't mean to like say like it's not really people. Like this is a recurring pattern where we're like, what if it was this story? It's like I don't know, maybe.
I do agree. Yeah. Yep.
Oops.
So are we going to do a final test? Download the image, flash it all the way through? Or
that's the end-to-end test portion, yes. Theoretically.
Well, I'm actually flashing the previous version. I'm on the HostOS update to the new version once it's released.
Living life on the edge. Let's see. Well, but we'll still have to provision one as well, right? Maybe somebody
I'm ready.
who's going to do
I'm ready.
Okay, Chris is going to do the provisioning, and Sean is going to do the update. We're going to see what happens. But yeah, I think clearly there's at least 2 bits that are obvious. We need to have a switch, or at least some customization for bandwidth purposes, and then some clever behavior on the device going offline.
Just going to put my celebration beer back over there.
Count the lid back on.
I finished
Back into
mine.
the fridge.
That's
finished
worse. I've
clutching
already
it.
drunk it.
That's called
I
preemptive
feel-
celebration.
I feel we've all come together as a team through this, and are about to do we're about to do a march for supporting the device support team. The device support team supports devices for us, so we have to support them by fixing the test situation.
Can we stop talking about support? I'm on support in about 10 hours. And I know I'm going to be facing loads of, I've just updated my Pi 4 questions.
Where does this have
Why does it say the storage is full? Is this megabytes or what?
And we have taken the decision to not make any documentation for it. do let us know. Yeah.
Phil, it's easy. Just tell them to watch the 11-hour live stream, and the answers are all there.
We've documented this in exquisite detail. You could not ask for more.
By which
It
point
was
I
like
won't
you
be
were
on support.
literally sitting next to us when we were implementing this. I know this sounds like we're exaggerating. We're really not.
This will be the answer to every support case I deal with tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just go and watch the 11-hour stream and get back to me.
Why would you lie to them when it's actually 13 hours? Oh, wait. No, I haven't. Okay. Never mind.
I am downloading the production image.
Oh, nice.
It went to production. Awesome.
Yeah, I think deployed or something.
What about the
Can you show us,
development?
Chris?
We need
Oh,
somebody
no,
to
Yeah,
development
share.
as well.
Can we
Development
share?
has started
If
building.
I share my screen, I'll have to stop sharing the diagram.
I think
Well,
we'll
I
live.
think we can. I think we
What
can
a
survive
quandary.
that loss.
We have 6 hours of diagram footage already.
Okay, we have to do. We have three tests to do. One is development flashing. One is production flashing, production update, and then one development flashing as well.
The dev image is being built right now. I think it will be done in 5-10 minutes.
Is being built or being deployed?
Deployed. Deployed.
Don't do this to me, people. Like you really just today you're like Chief Staff Alex and the Hard Officer.
Right. Okay.
I should have installed faster internet for this, shouldn't I?
Actually, it's not your internet.
Is it
fault.
downloading? Is
Yes,
it
it is.
downloading, Chris? Oh, because we can't see the.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
you can't see the progress bar.
No.
Right.
I was waiting for you to click the download button. I was
It's like just down here.
do it.
Yeah, I think the speed might be low because you're constantly streaming for the last 7 hours.
Yeah, they might have actually boxed in, Chris. Fair to say.
Even the application says Pi 4 test. I can attach mine. Let's.
Okay, we're flashing. I was going to give you Etcher because everyone, in case people have forgotten what that looks like.
Yeah.
It's so fast nowadays. It just gets faster and faster.
Yeah, I mean it does the you know that we've enabled the turbo mode, right? That isn't well known.
That's
that
actually
skips
that's
gaps.
quite fast. Chris, what SD card are you using? Is it the Evo Extreme? Okay, yeah, it is. Yeah. I am using a very old one. I get like 20-30 Mbps, which is pretty good.
We are plugged in.
Yep.
Nice.
Is this thing on?
So close.
Yeah, just when Chris finds the wire for it. That sweet USB Type-C. Let's get a check for this.
Okay, we're good.
Oh, we missed the summary, Chris. We ticked over the hour and you just let that go,
Oh, well.
didn't you?
He'll do it at the top of the next hour, don't worry.
Oh,
there it is.
Now we're talking.
Yay.
Young Shadow.
Wow, it's a
Young
cool
Shadow.
name. That's your rap name, Chris.
Why do these names always feel
There it
appropriate?
is.
Look at it.
Yay.
This is it.
That's
Beautiful.
sweet. 11 hours of work.
Stop the timer.
Yeah.
No, wait. This is test 1 of 3.
That's true.
We
Yeah.
need the update test.
It
Sean
just
Mulligan.
took us 11 hours.
So far.
You've lost faith.
I think I
I
feel
gotta
most.
see it to believe it.
I think I feel most pleased for Sam in all of this.
I mean,
we delivered
it is something. I think we have something
Sam-
special. Yeah.
Sam would be proud.
I
It'd
hope
be really
Sam's-
cool if there's anyone watching that could also flash a device.
I was just about to
Yeah.
say, it wouldn't it be amazing if Sam could share his device?
If he had a Pi 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember Cameron was noting down the outcome that people in the end could, flash their devices. But there should be people watching to flash the devices as well.
If Sam's got a Pi 4 and enables to support access and we can show it, that would be unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyone who's been around, if you guys want to do that, we definitely will be grateful.
Yeah.
He's doing it.
Oh, yes,
way.
he's on it.
He's doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sam is the real MVP.
He's earned like 3 swag packs.
11 hours of streaming and still flashing it.
I feel like this is his feature.
Yeah.
Should write dedicated this.
I think Sam.
somewhere.
It might be a conspiracy theory, but Sam could be the person who started all this. Something to think
That
about.
would be amazing
Plot
symmetry,
twist.
wouldn't it? Yeah.
Somehow, yeah.
So
He planned for this to happen.
He made up this whole thing about that fleet in Greece that it wasn't working. And delicately planned at the right time to find Dave and support, and knowing that he'd bring it to an our call.
And actually, he's a guy in the test team who just wants to highlight how poor the testing was for him. It's just part of his plan.
Elaborate long con to improve our testing.
My wife brought me back this quad shot something or another, and I haven't eaten a bit yet.
Are you jittery?
Be worth it. Fasting for a good cause.
Okay, so we have 1 of 3. Sean, are you doing the update or what?
Yeah, it's halfway.
Come on, share your screen. You know you want to.
Yeah.
You don't need to see Chris's anymore.
Well,
Why is the third test?
I made it.
The development image.
Development.
And I think the cherry on top is Sam's device, which can be whatever Sam wants it to be. We're not choosers.
not picky. This point.
Can you guys see my screen now?
Oh, we can totally see your screen.
There we go.
No, it's still Young Shadow.
Oh, right.
Okay.
There we
Purple
go.
moon is here.
Purple moon.
Amazing.
I did start the OS upgrade midway through it, downloading the browser block. So we'll see how that goes.
Was that just kind of like you?
Bold strategy.
Ultra hard.
Who was doing the dev part of it? Dev is uploaded, I guess. Now, can you see dev on the dashboard?
We need one more person.
Yeah, who was the other person who wanted to do it?
Cameron, apparently.
Yeah, I can spin it back up. No worries.
I think I've got a Pi 4 on dev. I'll check.
%.
Yeah, the granularity on OS upgrades is not super exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's basically like half done, all done.
Yeah, but it jumped from like 50% to 90%. Like once it's got the image, and then it runs all the hooks.
Oh wait, Sam has granted access.
Sam, you need to give your URL that you're seeing in the URL bar for the device. You need to give us that.
Probably
But not
not
in
on
the public
on
chat.
YouTube.
Oh yeah.
You could email it to somebody.
Yeah. Email works.
How do we fix this?
Send us
I
a
mean,
support.
the URL is fine.
Yeah.
It still requires support agent access.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I
the
suppose if
device
you,
new ID would be fine, wouldn't it? The full one.
theoretically, yeah, no, it's just, it might get DDoS, but that's all. And I mean, if Sam, if you were gonna delete the device afterwards, it's totally fine.
Yeah. Sam, send us the URL.
Oh, he probably won't be able to put a URL in chat, so it will just need to be the long UUID from the URL.
Oh yeah. True.
Okay, Sean. So yours updated, right? But you don't see.
Well, it's now rebooting.
I see.
But I mean, it's interesting because it was also still doing the app updates. So we'll see what happens when it refires up.
I think you have to control R maybe to reload the dashboard. Maybe.
No.
Let's
it's there. There, 256. See?
Yeah.
But it's interesting that it's restarting that download. Yeah.
If it got killed before it was finished, then it would have never been written out.
Oh, it doesn't get synced to disk.
Yeah.
Sad.
Well, it gets synced to disk, but it's the Docker database internal tracking type deal.
Hey, at least it didn't do anything stupid. Like losing the download is probably what Sean deserved. What he pulled.
Someone is doing a dev, right? Dev version of the test.
I've got a dev flashing now. Just flashed, so I'll stick it in there.
The interesting thing is that I'm now running the right version, but it's not showing me the metrics.
Maybe there's no data yet.
Yeah, maybe after the main download happens.
If it's busy updating, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe after the update.
What is this busy thing? And this is the second time we see it.
I've just updated a development image, and I haven't got the metrics either.
Maybe the dashboard needs to be refreshed, and it's a bug in the implementation of the dashboard where it doesn't fetch it again if it doesn't have it.
Chris, we got the Sam's.
Yep.
Do a hard refresh. If you can, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done a bunch of refreshes.
Nope.
Control Shift R, or maybe empty cache and then reload.
Is this the right supervisor version?
11.14.0.
I've got 11.4.
This is 11.4.10.
So I've got the same as you.
This is that's the problem.
Yeah.
What?
Okay.
I've got the same problem.
All right.
One.
Not good.
Sean, can you click?
Wait,
yeah.
maybe the thing that's updating is actually the supervisor. Maybe it happens in 2 steps.
No.
Oh,
So I just installed the dev version, and it's 11.14.0, and the metrics are there.
Yeah, but I upgraded, and when the upgrade,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
supervisor upgrade is failed.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, let's let it upgrade first or update.
Let's check Sam's out. He sent us a UID. Thank you.
Yep.
I've updated my supervisor and I've got the metrics.
But why doesn't the update the supervisor? What is that all about?
With it being 11.4.10.
Is this Sam's?
Suspect.
This is mine. That's my development image.
I can share my screen and show Sam's. Hang on.
Yeah. Cameron's one is working fine as well.
Yeah, here we go. Thank you so much for doing that, Sam. That's awesome.
Thank you. That's amazing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And your
server
great.
overloaded.
Awesome. Purple Hill. So, folks, okay, we've got this issue about devices that update. They don't seem to be getting the latest supervisor. I'm not really sure how that could possibly be happening. Unless,
Miguel's asked a question about have you set your device supervisor version to be unmanaged or something? Could that be the cause?
This should be handled by the.
I haven't.
Yeah.
No.
The host OS should handle this because to update the supervisor, it sets the value in the cloud.
Yeah, you can check MNT data, Balena Hub, and the log that's created there, and see if there's any indication.
There's no hub error from what I can see.
Yeah, but
Sean, if you share your screen, Sean, we can check what the value is in the API and see if. Whoa. If you open the web terminal.
Yeah. You mean
the web console?
Yeah.
Then you can do await sdk.models.device.get and then pass in the UUID as a string.
SDK dot what?
Models. .device.
for those of you that are still watching, if your suspicions are correct, the UI can be used as an SDK test environment, but just opening the console.
Power user moves.
Yeah, just pass in the UUID as a string. Close bracket and just and it should give you an object, and we're looking for this should be managed by supervisor release field. Although, if you give me that ID, because I forgot it'll be an ID rather than
yeah. 7290. Right, or is it?
I can't actually see. Yes, 7290.
I feel like we need to send something to Sam.
Yes,
At least
I
to
agree.
stickers.
Yeah. Do you have swag, Sam? Have you gotten the swag pack? If not, we'll send you something.
We need to send him something. I mean, that's dedication to the cause.
I feel we're being unfair to the vaguely threatening avatar person, Little Uzi Jacuzzi. That's it. Who has also been here.
Well, interestingly, Sean, the ID that the API prescribes is for 11.14.0. So if you share your screen again, go onto the host OS and run update -resin-supervisor. Well, let's see what happens there, and it should give us a little bit more information.
Well,
That's
I mean,
what I did. That's what I did, and then it did update
with no parameters.
Yeah, because I mean,
Okay.
Cam, if you look at the logs for the update, it says like it looks like it's actually updating from 4.11. 11.4 to 11.14, and does all of that, and that's like it seems fine, but then doesn't actually do it, which is weird.
Okay, I think I know what's going on.
Maybe
some changes
Chris.
recently.
Yeah, maybe Chris. No,
So
go ahead.
basically, sorry, just to wrap this up, I think the release is fine. I think Hub has the problem, and that's unrelated. We will fix it. I think, though, we should celebrate because we did it.
Yep. And to
11
finish it
hours
off,
and 30 minutes.
yeah, maybe we
Ready.
don't end the stream accidentally. How do we contact Sam if we
Well,
like?
that's just what I was going to say. Sam and anyone else who's still hanging with us at this point, if you send an email to hello@balena.io, and we'll see what we can figure out.
Can we do the
And
drink?
maybe with a screenshot of your new provisioned Raspberry Pi.
Hey,
That would be good too.
I'm running a dev project on my little plant sensor, and I had to do that update in the host.
Yeah, no, it seems that there is a bug in the host updater that doesn't update the supervisor. I mean, it will, right? Because it's been set, so it will do it within 24 hours, but it doesn't do it immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what seems to be happening. It's unrelated to the OS release, so the feature is in, but we've dug up another bug.
As we should, right?
As we should have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There should be a supervisor.
You know, there's a level at which you're like, good, we're catching things, and then there's a level where it's like, we shouldn't be catching this many things. But we're getting
I think
there.
this is the thing to come out of this stream. There should be a supervisor Balena
I know.
t-shirt.
We're here
I
with
feel
Cloud
like-
until it's like, where's
No, as
Balena
in
supervisor?
it should be Balena Party V1.
I feel like Cameron's
these are the people who
YouTube
did it.
mask is dropping. Like that's a thinly veiled Cameron comment, that is. Like it started off quite subtle, and now it's quite clearly just Cameron.
Just offering
I think
suggestions.
we've
Let's
seen
do
the-
this.
We've found the sock puppet, clearly.
I feel like Cameron should have a raise. Said Uzi, someone.
Can I publish this post? Is it good?
So can we celebrate now? Is that?
I think we can. I think we can. We've done it.
Hooray!
Where is the party music?
Team.
Good job, everybody.
Cheers.
Lots of
Maybe
lessons
we should-
learned.
Maybe
And
we
the
should also
feature.
do a team thing.
Yeah,
Wait. Blog post.
Yeah, I just
Published.
Oh,
Just to go.
poor Andrew's been waiting for 8 hours to push publish.
Awesome.
We need some more blue ticks.
Chris, are you gonna green everything? Are you gonna green everything for us?
Yeah.
We'll put a massive tick.
Yeah.
And then do a team ping, maybe, wake everyone up. It's finally over.
Feels good.
Oh, you have to.
I'm the only one on this.
Yes, because it's not as good as Microsoft. Yeah.
I can't use it more than once. I have to,
Steve,
like-
4 hours ago.
We did it.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Give me one moment.
Yep.
Very good. Yeah. Okay,
I'm
folks.
grateful.
I mean, this is awesome. It's. I gotta say, we got here. It was a little bit more rocky than I expected, or roughly about as rocky as we expected. But by the middle, I was hoping for something slightly better. This is really cool. I'm really happy we did this, and I think we'll feel some sense of urgency. I think to help solve the OS testing.
Well, I look
So I
forward to
guess
the next one.
it will all be for the best. Indeed. Yes. Maybe I don't know. I mean, we got some in the middle, but maybe after an hour or whatever, some reasonable number of weeks so we all recover and we're ready for another round.
Round 2.
Hopefully next one doesn't take 11 hours.
Well, I mean, that's the bar, isn't it?
It depends on the problem, I guess. Yeah.
But we still did it. We wake up tomorrow morning
did
and we've
do
got
it.
a
We
brand
did
new
do it.
feature. There, it's ready. It's done. It's
And
amazing.
I've learned loads of things. Like I've learned if I ask
say
Sean
we.
how many tests there are, and he says, I mean, that's, I don't know. We can't tell that. I know that's something I need to pay attention to.
Have you just been ignoring most of the things that I say, Phil?
I mean,
We're trying to show a representative thing in Balena.
Definitely don't make like an on-screen metric of something Sean says when he goes like that.
So much trust in the numbers that I just throw out.
It is cool to see it live, though. This is pretty neat.
Very good job, everybody.
Let's
So
see
we've
this.
got a new version of the OS, a new version of the backend, a new version of the Node SDK, a new version of the CLI, the Python SDK, a new version of the CLI, a new deployment of the user interface. We've tested everything end to end, and we've got a freaking blog post out. Just to put the cherry on top.
Oh yeah, so good.
Awesome.
Nice.
Awesome. Let's see the first. I think the first couple of waves when we put out a feature of support requests are definitely a thing. But I mean, this is awesome. I think it really just makes the product better. As Sam said, it this is something that folks are kind of doing with HShop now, so it's really cool.
Dope. All
And
right,
I look forward to taking your support calls in a few hours.
Have fun with that, Phil.
Remember, Phil,
I'll curate the list of people that say, "How about next month you do this feature I'd like."
maybe we can have a feature raffle. Pick your own feature.
Man, if only we hadn't selected the feature super carefully so that we were sure that we would get it out. Imagine if we'd said something like careless, like, I don't know, like orgs.
Oh.
That'd be I don't think YouTube has the storage for that live stream.
Petabytes.
Years later.
Yeah.
Well,
all right.
Oh no, I'm proud of this team.
I feel like Chris. Yeah, I feel like Chris needs to do the wrap up since he did the intro.
I need to give a summary.
Yeah.
What
you could wait
now, Chris.
You could wait to the top of the hour and summary.
Okay, I guess it's worth quickly explaining what people have been watching, if anyone is still hanging around at this point who hasn't seen one of the mini summaries.
And doesn't know what's happening. And is not stoned out of their minds, because why else would you be watching?
Do it for Sam, Chris.
I will. I'll do it for Sam. So the whole point of this stream was to figure out if we could build a feature and deploy it all in one day. So we chose the feature of adding CPU temperature, memory, and storage monitoring for the Raspberry Pi 4. So now, having spent 11 hours, 37 minutes streaming, if you go into balenaCloud and deploy a Raspberry Pi 4, you'll see the new feature that we've just built, which I think is a pretty amazing achievement.
Yeah.
Well said, dude.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah.
Good work, team.
And
Incredible.
that being said,
Good
if
work,
you're not
everyone.
subscribed, subscribe, click the bell, and we've got a happy hour stream tomorrow.
Corporate man till the end.
And you may find another one of these in the future as well, I guess. Look out for release party number 2.
Subscribe. Yeah.
Tomorrow's stream is a bit shorter, though. Right?
Yes. The clue is in the name tomorrow.
Like, subscribe, and hit the bell button.
I don't know how many of these I can survive.
Right. Thank you.
Everybody.
Cheers, everyone.
It's been a pleasure sharing this
See you tomorrow.
half day with you.